to like disprove the globe. I have a 1959 encyclopedia set here. It's pre-NASA, right? So it explains in it the horizon, also Hitler, but and then the heliograph, the horizon part, I could read and tell you what it says. The distance that you see until the curve perturbs the viewer, you know. And then the heliograph, the Navy used to be able to signal with mirrors up to 200 miles away. So, so it's very simple. It says the heliograph is an instrument used to signal across country by reflecting flashes of the sun.
Oh,
Oh, we lost you. Did everybody else lose him or just me?
Right when he was about to define it. Right in there. Oh,
Am I good again? Am I good again? I have to
No,
go on. I have to
good.
do
We can
this
hear
on
you.
my
We can hear
phone for
you.
some reason.
Disconnect.
Okay,
can hear you.
okay.
You're
So,
back.
But you got to start over the.
sorry. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's an instrument used to signal across country by reflecting flashes of the sun on a mirror. The distance which the heliograph can send messages depends on how clear the atmosphere is and how large a mirror is used. Messages have been flashed over more than 200 miles. This is from 1959. And they did this on water on ships. Okay, so it's very simple. You don't even need like a degree. You don't need nothing. Well, I have a physical copy of old ass books. I try to buy pre-NASA books, right? And what they did pre-NASA. If you go to the Horizon, same book, same fucking book. Let me see the definition of the.
I put the Wikipedia up top for heliograph in case anybody wants to check it out.
He's actually on to something because I think Wissett talked about these mirror flashes. I think they did some demonstrations a while ago.
Yeah, just another proof, another evidence.
Physical copy of a book pre-NASA. Horizon is an imaginary curved line where the earth and sky are the sea and sky seem to meet. The horizon is always at the farthest point of a person's view. Thus, the horizon seems to be nearer to a person standing at sea level than to a person standing on a high mountain peak. A person standing at sea level cannot see very far because the curve of the Earth's surface interferes with his view. A person on a mountain 1 mile high can see 96 miles on a clear day. That's 1 mile in the air, 96 miles. A person standing, but with his eyes only about 4 feet above the ocean, his horizon would only be 2.5 miles away on a clear day. They're talking about a superb, perfect, no disturbance in the atmosphere. 1 mile above sea level, this is 1959, you can see 96 miles. Yet, in the same book, you go back to heliograph, from a boat, they could signal each other with mirrors 200 miles. So there you go. You don't need a degree. You just need the old text. You need the old books because they can't change those. They can't Wikipedia them. We live in a digital world, and they're memory holing everything as we speak. So there you go.
Refraction.
That's all you need.
Hey, look.
What about it?
Look at
I'm
this.
just joking, bro.
Let me read something real quick. It says on this heliograph, the range of a heliograph depends.
Now you're reading the digital, right? You don't have
Let me finish.
what they right. Go ahead. I'm just making sure you're using digital, not analog.
Yeah, I'm just reading what's on the internet. There's a range of a heliograph.
Yeah.
Range of a heliograph.
I have a book. No, go ahead.
I'm trying to. There's a range of a heliograph depends on the size of the mirror, the clarity of the air, altitude of stations, mirror size, air clarity, and station altitude. The world record for a heliograph communication was set in 1894 by U.S. Signal Corps Captain W. Glassford, who connected stations on Mount Ellen, Utah, and Mount Uncompahgre, Colorado, which were 183 miles apart. Now, I don't know, maybe the heights got something to do with that, but I mean, almost 200.
Well, what was the height? Because that's what I'm saying in this encyclopedia. This is pre-NASA before they start fucking with shit. It says that 1 mile. Now, the tallest mountain is what? The highest peak is what? Does anybody know what the highest peak is?
I would think like Mount Everest.
How high? Is it 1 mile? Because you'd have to be on the highest peak in the world to see past 96 miles. And in fact, you would only be able to see, according to this book that was pre-NASA, you'd only be able to see 96 miles. That's their data. That's their calculations.
What is the height of the ships that it's usually on, or at least the highest point?
The height of the ship. That makes it even worse for them. Because even on the height of an aircraft, let's say an aircraft carrier is what? The deck of that is 150 feet in the air, I think. And they're still, even if it was from that, to be able to see 100, even the record 180 something. What did you say it was? That it says on that, the digital one?
It was like 180 something miles. I clicked out of it.
Yeah, so like even at 180, it doesn't matter. The 1 mile thing alone, 96 miles until the curb perturbs the viewer's sight. They're talking in this book at the perfect atmospheric. There's nothing in the way. It's perfect. 96 miles until the curve. So, I mean, I guess they changed it, right? They got new technology or something. And so now, like, yeah, it's right there. 96 miles. A person on a mountain 1 mile high can see 96 miles on a clear day with no atmospheric perturb, nothing. 96 miles. And they're talking just 20/20 vision. But it hits the curve, right? But with his eyes only about 4 feet above the ocean, his horizon will be only 2.5 miles away. The changing distance to the horizon, the higher the observer, the further he can see before the Earth's curvature cuts off his view. 1 mile, 96 miles cuts off his view. That's their data. That's their shit from 59. Pre-NASA. Pre-propaganda. That's the thing. People need to get on their Facebooks and start buying these old books. They're cheap. I bought my first set.
Post it so we can use it.
$15.
Take a screenshot and post it so we can use it.
Well, it's on my Facebook. On my Twitter. My Twitter's got all this shit. If you search my thing for heliograph, it'll show you. If you search it for horizon, it'll show you that. But yeah, I have books that are 300 years old. So, like, I've went on a book buying fucking craze because we live in the digital format and they can change and memory hold things in real time now. We are in 1984, so you need physical copies. Arguing with these motherfuckers in a digital world, you're just hollering at AI.
Yeah, they just had
hollering at NPCs.
They had well, I saw a couple posts. I don't know how true it is actually. Has anybody verified the attack on the web archive? What do you call it? The Wayback Machine?
The Wayback was down, right? It was down, yeah, but archive was still working.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if you guys know that. What's that one dude who claims to be a doctor and he tries to argue people? What's it? I think you challenged him to a debate, and like he was debating someone about rail guns, right? Because the guy said a rail gun fires a projectile. So he just kept pounding on fires, because it doesn't. It pushes a projectile with magnets. It pushes a projectile, and China claims to have a record at 200 miles. That's on the deck of a ship. 200 miles hitting the target. It's not shooting it in the air. Then they cite that Navy thing from like 1912 when they shot a projectile like, what was it, like 96 miles, but they had to shoot it like a mile and a half or 2 miles in the air to get it to curve and get that distance. A railgun is level, basically.
Yeah.
So if you look up a railgun, I mean, these are the heliograph.
Bro, you got the picture of the page on your Twitter somewhere?
He cut out for me.
Yeah, he cut out for me too.
Yo, Chris.
Yeah, way back is still down. Mm-mm-mm.
God damn.
Chris.
See, I have to use my phone right now. Let me.
Chris.
Yeah.
Do you have a
Yeah.
picture of the page on your Twitter? Test.
Have these books and show them in real time. Here, let me post it.
Thank you. That's what we were looking for. We need that. We need that screenshot.
These satellites around your crib hate you, bro.
We'll see how long. Oh yeah, they fucking hate me. Yeah, because my PC's not working. My PC, I mean, that's where I do my show, and well, I haven't done my show for a while, but that's where I do everything off of. And every time I kept coming on, I don't know if you guys could hear me or not. And then I couldn't hear you guys. I don't know what the fuck. But yeah, I just posted the heliograph. Sometimes the shit will go through, sometimes it won't on the app. My Twitter is fucked up. Yeah, there it is, I think. Yeah, there it is. There's the heliograph. And then that's page. What page is that? 3368. And then page 3524 and 3523 is where we get the horizon and explains the horizon. Like I said, this is 1959, pre-NASA. I picked this up, the whole set, for $15. And then eBay, I buy a lot of 100-year-old. I bought all the World's Fairs books that Howdy McCoskey referenced, and he ain't shitting, dude. They got every detail in there, like every single fucking detail. And it's even in their own words in 1893, they said, we can't believe how we did it. So that's, and then they're like, when we tore it down, it took even more manpower to tear it down than to put it up. So that's weird, but anyways.
Sicker, so real quick, Sicker, what you read about the heliograph said that the range of the heliograph depends on the size of the mirrors, the clarity of the air, and maybe something around the stations. So my question is, if the densest part of the atmosphere is closest to the surface, does that mean that like smog, fog, pollution, like everything like that we create, like in the air, in the atmosphere, stays close to the Earth?
Yeah, that's why it's denser down here. That's
dense.
why it's harder to see further, because it's denser here. I remember Alex Jones on you don't have to believe Alex Jones or whatever, but he said on was it Rogan, when he said if all the particles in the atmosphere suddenly, gravity actually worked and they all collapsed to the ground, we'd be buried under like a mile and a half of fucking dirt and mud. That's how much shit's in the air.
I mean, but like, there's no like physical cutoff. They can't just look outside and see where the dirt ends and the atmosphere, clear air begins. But when they say clarity in the atmosphere, like, how do they account for that? How do you see the clearer part of the atmosphere, basically?
Like in the books you're talking about, what they're saying.
So I was specifically talking about what Sacred read, but it's basically your book. But in general, if they're on something that's elevated and they're using the elevation to send the signal and the size of the mirrors, and they need clarity, they need a clear sky, they need clear atmosphere to help propagate that signal farther. That would help us give an estimate to the height that they have to be at. If there's a certain line where all that dust and fog start to like get trapped, basically.
Yeah, there is stuff it's hard to find a lot of stuff on the heliographs, but like the ship's distance, I think was the record's that 186. But then they can see further when they are up in the hills and in the mountains. But this thing was mainly used by the Navy, and then it was discontinued because I think that's when radio, uh, radar, or whatever started to come in, and so they discontinued using heliographs. So I don't know if that answers what you're asking.
Not at all, but I might be able to like look into that. Like, where is the clearest part of the atmosphere? Where does that start? Because it's like a technicality. I get that it would be in the mountains, but yeah, what you read says that he used it on Navy ships. So if a Navy ship has a set height, even from back then, that's like evidence. Like, it's written down the tallest point of a Navy ship back then. Like, that's
Yeah,
public.
that's a good question of where the divider line of where it becomes clear. That is a good question. I'm high. I just woke up.
We've been going all night. I think a lot of people are asleep though, but
Yeah, I just feel
Krillin is
like
back. Hey, Krillin.
you get these old books, and you can get them for cheap. Look on your Facebook and even eBay. eBay has a lot. Like there was somebody on Tinfoil Hat. I don't know how many of you listen to Sam Tripoli and Tinfoil Hat recently, and talking about Masons. And he posted a book, and he says it cost $1,000 for this book, and I ordered it immediately for $12. So, I mean, now books like Tracy Twyman's books and a couple other ones, those are more expensive and shit. But yeah, I mean, you got to buy those old books. The digital, yeah, we're screwed with the digital.
I'm gonna look into this heliograph. I wish I had a physical.
Yeah, and the encyclopedia sets, I'm telling you, on Facebook, people pretty much give those away because, they're encyclopedia sets. They take up quite a bit of space. So, yeah, people pretty much give those away.
Is there a forbidden library? Like I know there's a CIA library. It has to be. It's probably for like
Uh,
government documents. I want like a library that's like guarded by men with big guns.
like the Vatican?
That's a little bit
I mean,
too.
the,
Oh, let me
the
write.
Vatican we know has, I mean, you have to, like, if you want to look up something in underneath the Vatican, like, you have to have like the specific paragraph you're looking for, the book, the page. You have to have all the details. And if you get granted the request to look at that specific document, book, or whatever, and you didn't put the right page number or the right paragraph down, you don't get to see it. You, you get to see
I
whatever
bet
you
you
put
have
down.
better odds of getting a request in if you have a PhD.
Oh yeah, you can. Nobody, not just anybody, can go there and go through the index card. you know, yeah, you gotta have some credentials to even access that fucking thing. It's
Yo,
messed up.
we should definitely pull up a list and see if we could send Bennett in to get some of those books.
You're not active though.
What you
Retired.
mean? Once a PhD, always a PhD. You don't lose it, right? What?
I don't know. He was saying like
Yeah, that's like a CIA.
Is that how the PhD card works, do you think? Once you get it, you
It's
just put it
better.
in your wallet, you can whip it out
It's
whenever you
better.
want it later in life. When you're 94 and you go against all of your indoctrinated and peer-reviewed
Yo,
establishment
once you
core.
become a doctor, you are always a doctor. That's in your name. Like,
I
I
don't know.
I mean, technically, right? But in whose eyes is it valuable? The credential is in the masses. So when the masses get discredited, is it still valuable?
don't think Bennett was discredited.
No, but that's what they do, right?
Do you
And
think
that's why you
he's
don't
too
speak.
hot?
Well, that's why the people who speak with credentials don't speak until those credentials don't matter anymore, right? They're not trying to publish papers. That's why I think Bennett feels free to speak now, right? Because now he's like, come at me, bro, right? He doesn't give a shit.
There
I
has to
think
be a way
Charles
to get
Lieber
some
can
recognition
still.
from the outside. There has to be a way.
I think Charles Lieber still gets to say he's a doctor. So
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm with you, Brad. I think it goes forever, right? Like once you go through the indoctrination to get the indoctrination degree, you always get to claim it, I think.
yeah, he's back over in China working on those nanoparticles,
Who are
those
you
nano
talking about?
machines. Charles Lieber, you don't know Dr. Charles Lieber, the Harvard scientist who was the leading professor in nanotechnology, who was busted just days before the COVID pandemic took off. And before that, around, I think, Thanksgiving of that year, two Chinese nationals were arrested at Boston International Airport with cancer samples that they're trying to smuggle out of this country. And they were students of Charles Lieber's, but then it turned out they were actually Chinese military posing as students of Charles Lieber. And Charles Lieber had his own lab built in Wuhan Institute. Right, he was paid by China. They gave him his own apartment, and then he was arrested trying to flee the country. And all they charged him with was not writing down that he got money from China.
Tax fraud?
Charles Lieber is the linchpin to nanotechnology within the mRNA. That's plain and simple. Back in 2000 maybe 2000 to 2002, I think maybe he wrote a paper about the liquid computer, talking about the human body and the capabilities of transhumanism, where we're at,
Yeah, I've
what's
heard of this
happening.
guy. You guys haven't heard of this guy before?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just talking about PhDs. What's up, everybody else? What's up? What's up, Ken?
Yeah, he gets to keep his PhD even though he was convicted and busted.
What up,
That's
Shane?
what I was getting at.
You guys still going strong, I see. I already woke up. I passed out early. Good to see that you guys are still going.
Top of the morning to you.
Nice.
Yeah,
What's
We
up
have
early?
what's up?
Yeah, what's the road out of bed on the stationary Saturday?
You guys rock it in the morning. I like it. Everyone gets it done at different times, I guess.
Did you
Have you
get
guys talked?
did you get the Witsit news?
Yeah, I think I caught the tail end of it. I was listening.
Okay.
There's always Witsit news, though. He's been telling us this since like the beginning of the year, I think.
I gotta hop off, but I don't know if you guys paid attention to the hurricanes and the gaslighting about how the government can't control the weather. If you go to my profile, pinned at the top there is a wonderful video from 1959 that was paid for by the Department of Defense and produced by Walt Disney. It's called a science factual presentation. Go check it out. Peace out.
Later, Chris. Heliograph man.
Nice. So did Witsit tell you which show he's going on, D, or what?
No.
Oh.
Sorry, I got a toddler on my chest right now.
Nice.
Can you say hey?
Oh, that was so. Hi, Leah.
That's adorable, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, can you say be cool?
I thought she was gonna say don't be gay.
Be cool.
Be cool.
Dude, the first time she repeats something that you say to your wife that your wife doesn't like is gonna be hilarious.
We think it's funny. I tell her like, stay fly, be cool. Taught her the popo.
The important ones, I guess, all the tenants.
Can you say, don't make it weird? She tried. I've never tried that.
She's not gonna be saying all your catchphrases. That's so cute.
Dude, I swear, I thought about, like some of the songs, it's like in a world. I'm thinking about using her as the tag in a world.
I second that.
You got it.
Yep.
We need in a world, Bali. Yeah, we need that.
You could even get her to ask questions that globe earthers would ask.
Yo, that's a great idea.
She'd be the best Glober.
You want to see the dog? I know. Just a second. Yeah, so like when I'm in here, if I start talking to Glober's intent, she like comes over there. She's like, no, I want attention. So that's why I'll get quiet.
That's good. That's fair. Much better use of your attention to spend it over there with her than with these clowns.
Witted, I speak for all of Flutter Fridays when I ask, when you getting back in the booth, man?
It should be soon. I was actually gonna do it this week, but then hurricane came whenever we left. But
Define
in
this week. Define in the booth though.
Interesting. Yeah, we need more Flat Earth music for our content.
Oh, you mean the booth? Literally, yeah. We are making a song right now for a new film coming out about Zionism, and that should be done here soon. It's gonna be a crazy song, bro. And then for the I won't say anything else, but and then yeah, I got a couple ideas for a song I want to.
Well, hold on now. Whose movie about Zionism is that?
Stu Peters.
Nice.
Yep, called Occupied.
Hell yeah. I do see him popping off and telling the truth and asking the right questions, so definitely growing. I wonder if he's the big show.
No.
Shut down immediately. Okay. All right.
They already had their back and forth.
Yeah, I already guessed. Yeah.
Bigger than that.
You need a producer?
Yeah.
He needs a marketing team, dude. He needs a marketing division.
For music specifically, it just all falls on Kai. Kai's pretty good at it, but it's just like GarageBand on a Mac, I mean, it's freaking cheap microphones. It's a miracle that we make any music, to be honest. But Kai is pretty ace though when it comes to music.
Yeah, but imagine with a full studio and Kai, right? And some time.
That'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great.
Like,
I wish. I think if we ever get a house, I do want to literally put a studio in there. But these things are expensive. I mean, even just like a small little, like a closet. It doesn't have to be like a freaking huge studio, but
All you need is soundproof foam. Amazon.
that's true. The foam, yeah, and then a nice mic and whatever. I guess the Shure is not too bad for music. I think I don't know. But it's totally different when like there's someone who knows what they're doing, and then you go in there and you lay your verse, and they kind of like tweak it, or you can hear yourself in the headphones, stuff like that. It's really different than when like you sit at your own computer and you're like just trying to make it work. And normally when I do that, it's like I have a deadline that I've procrastinated. I have like a day to make a song or whatever. That's totally different than like not having to worry about anything other than your verse. It's way different.
You could go the lazy way out. Use AI. If you think of a couple bars that you know you'll use, you incorporate it with AI and let AI do the rest.
Nah, it's like soulless.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Don't need no ghostwriter, man. Man.
D-
No, that the bars is not the problem. Coming up with bars is not the problem. It's like actually making the song and laying it and then not sounding super white and goofy.
I didn't know that was a requirement when you were in your own head about it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's funny, bro. It's funny because like when I freestyle and stuff, like I sound way better. In the Field's the only song that kind of sounds like that, I think. And still, it's kind of, but I don't know. It's just weird. When I like have to go record, it sounds like it's all weird. I sound different. My rhythm's different. It's like more forced. It's like that's why if you had someone that if I could just go in there and not have to worry about anything, it'd be way better. Actually, if I could like freestyle them as well, it'd be way better. But yeah, that's how
She
it goes.
agrees.
She wants to see the dog. One of my parents, and they have a dog, and she just opens her eyes and says, "See dog, dog, dog." I'm like, yo, just chill. We'll see the dog in a second, bro.
What type of dog do they got?
It's like a Labradoodle mix or something like that. Hi. You saying hi? Can you say flat Earth?
She's gonna say schooling Glover soon.
Say flat Earth Fridays.
I'd
Okay, not even close.
Almost. We'll take it.
call it close.
How about level heads?
Hey, can you say level heads? Say level heads. No, he just laughed.
She said no.
We'll work on it.
It's funny because she will say like anything I ask her to for like hours, but if there's people and you want to show them how much she knows, she just
Nothing.
like she just like trolls me, bro. She won't say anything.
That's like my dog who only barks when I open my mic and I'm very selectively hitting mute and he still gets it
I
in there.
swear they know what they're doing.
I just think it's funny. The first thing you're like, all right, say schooling Glovers, say it's flat, say don't be like all you catchphrases instead of like daddy or whatever.
Yeah, well, she knows that, right? I mean, she knows a bunch of stuff, dude. She learned sign language super early, so she was able to communicate all of her wants very early. Like whoever has kids are gonna have kids. Total glitch. Like teach them sign language super fast.
She knows
Wow.
sign language for real?
Wow, dude.
Yeah, for like a long time. So she could tell us like, oh, she wants milk. She pooped. She peed. She wants to go outside. She wants to play. She wants to go to the ocean. She knows like sign language for all of that. Food, whatever it is. Because like the trouble is when they can't really talk, you're just trying to figure out like what does that cry mean? What does that whine mean? But if you just teach them sign language, then they're able to communicate directly to you. So it's pretty cool. And now the only thing is like sometimes when you want to see the dog, I know. And so if we're like at the store or something, I'm like, okay, tell them thank you. She'll still do sign language instead. She'll do the sign for thank you. So you got to like transition them into the words. But yeah, it did freaking game changer. She was able to tell us everything she wanted for a long time.
That's amazing. I think I would accept sign language and thank you at a store and I'd still be super proud. I think. Like,
Yeah, your dog. You want to see the dog? I know.
only when I speak is he bark. He's super quiet, and then only when I open the mic, he's looking right at me. Right? He's being such a delinquent about it.
Baby sign language was something that I learned about. I don't have children, but it was something that I learned about, and I actually can't wait to incorporate that.
Yeah, dude, it's super cool. Super cool.
I wonder why no one's like said anything about that.
Dude, she knew like 50 different things, like 10 months ago or something, easily 10 months ago probably. It's super cool because children are smarter than we give them credit for. And she's also like very good at context clues.
Well, hell yeah. I mean, if they weren't able to absorb that information at that age when they're so malleable, they wouldn't hit us with indoctrination like super early, right? That's why they try to get you young.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you like just let them be natural. You know what I'm saying?
Natural, yeah, like not poisoned from birth. Natural. It's funny we have to call it natural and not just not poisoned.
Yeah.
I know, right? What a society, bro.
Yeah, I have to I have to defend not poisoning my child. What a clown world.
Isn't that a crazy position? I gotta tell people why I don't think it's wise that I poison my child right after birth or whatever. It's like why? There's so many things wrong with that.
They're like, oh, not even vitamin K? Like, no.
Have you
nothing.
guys seen the Meet the Fockers movie? The Ben Stiller film?
Been a
Yeah.
while.
And he's got the kid and he like teaches them, I think it's like Captain Jack or Little Jack or something. And he's like teaching him sign language and all that stuff all ahead of time, and he's got the cat potty trained and it's so funny.
Dude, what's super cool is watching her interact with Aurora. It's a trip, right? So like she wakes up and she's just like, Aurora. Like she wants to instantly go check on her. Like my second daughter, she's like 3 months now. It's really cool, man. Like everyone should have children, bro. Like trust me, it's very cool. It's very cool. I mean, obviously it has its moments where it's kind of hectic, but it's very cool to watch them, and then to know that you're not going to allow them to just be like indoctrinated, and have their soul ripped out of them. Like I just let her ask me questions. You know what I'm saying? Like she points in the sky, and she's asking me what is it when she's the moon. So I just tell her it's the moon. I'm gonna tell her some fairy tale about it, and then she sees the rainbows. And she's like, rainbow, rainbow. Like, yeah, so I explained to her like after it rains and the sun comes out, you get a rainbow. And it's just cool. It's cool to seeing them like genuinely discover the world without having like all this crazy nonsense shoved down their throat. So yeah, that's the way we actually win. Just raise up the next generation, like without poisoning and indoctrinating them.
Dude, genuine curiosity without being stifled and scampered and like hemied and just disrupted must be beautiful. That must be what it is. Like it's so crazy and rare in this world, right? They do their best to stamp it out by high school so that no one is naturally curious, so that no one gives a crap, and then they could just stare at their phone, right? So to take everyone away from that and have a whole nation of people raised like that would be unimaginable.
When I meet people who are like older than I am, and they say like their parents are flat earthers, or like that, they grew up in a flat earth household, it like amazes me because I don't think I've ever met someone whose parent believed in flat earth. I think that's the coolest thing that I've witnessed so far coming into this.
And in my experience, dude, parents are the hardest to convince. Like of all my flat earth friends who are trying to convince their family, like cousins, sisters, siblings, uncles, aunts, good. But parents seems to be the biggest struggle, and at least for me, for sure. I know that it was hard. It's super hard and is the hardest, right? As opposed to maybe it's just me.
Well, no, it's just the dynamic. Like you trying to teach your parents something that they're wrong about, or that they told you that was wrong, is super difficult. Well, you got to get someone else to tell them.
Yeah, that's probably a better strategy because it's never going to come from me. That's definitely the feeling I get.
Was it Dr. Bennett you guys were saying was like 95?
I think
he
was.
On a couple
I think he's
weeks ago,
younger.
right?
94.
They told us that he was a little bit young. I think JT came and gave us the official age. I think he's like 80, 84, I think he said.
Nice. 84 years young.
He's still sharp as a tack.
Right? Like I wouldn't want to debate that guy. I'd be scared as hell. Like I wouldn't want to like debate curvature with him or whatever. That's why he's a geostatist. Is a super defensible and insurmountable position. It's very safe.
Did you see his tweet though? He tweeted at Alan. He said, "Hey, I would like debate you on some of these topics, like including flat Earth." He said, "But I'm afraid I wouldn't be too successful." So I was like, "Yeah, I kind of like that, man. I like that."
Did he? Nice.
Yo, hold
Yeah.
on. He tweeted that. He tweeted at Franco too. Let me go see if Franco responded to
Wait,
that.
Yeah, I haven't seen him tweet much for sure.
I didn't know that.
But he does watch our debates and stuff, and he offers us support for everything that we do. So it's hard to see him as an adversary in any way. Like, he's added so much stuff to my database. Whenever he's on the internet and he sees stuff that he thinks I'll like, I get an email, and he's like, "For your database, here you go." 3 links, 4 papers, a formula, like an image, whatever, and it's always on point, and it's some of my best stuff now. So I love that guy.
Dude, when he first reached out to me, he was like, "Hey, I want to like send you a super chat."
Like, what is
Yeah, he's super cool, dude.
And I think he's watched most of at least your debates and our debates, and he's always supportive. So I think when the question came, "Did you want to debate us?" he was like, "No, not really."
Hey, let me tell y'all, every PhD is ducking that bucket. I done put that bucket post in front of like 5, 6 PhDs already. Nobody want to talk about it.
Breaking it down to the simplest form. I love it, right? You know that like that whole Kepler's mechanics and Newtonian like gravity and reversing centrifugal force to give us the Newtonian law of gravity, like all the mass canceling out when you equate it to all that came from Bennett. Like one day he showed us that, and me and Alan were like, "Oh, we can do so much damage with this." And then since then, it's been like everything else he gives us is about as powerful, right? We had no idea that isn't something you really get taught in school. The way he taught it to us was 400 years ago, or whatever, 1600s. Everybody knew this at one point. Everybody knew that Kepler's law like reduces and that mass cancels out. And then one day, everybody didn't know it. And that makes a lot of sense when they were like, okay, now this is the cause of everything, so we need it. So we're not going to tell you that it's actually meaningless and it cancels right out. That would ruin the whole story. So we're going to not talk about that, right? We're going to pretend that it's dynamic. And anyway, when he taught us that, we were like, "Oh my God, no, that changes everything." And that's how we met Bennett, essentially. In a sense, then he's just geostatist, all the ether stuff, the ether wind. I think didn't he give us Auditovsky or the name of someone? I don't know. He found us via Auditovsky, but some of our biggest ether papers on the substance and like the science is all given to us by a paper that we wouldn't have found without him, I think.
We were trying to bring them PhDs over from TikTok over here. They want to talk about Bennett over on TikTok. Right, proud.
What? What?
Ducking
smoke.
Why would TikTok be interested in Robert Bennett?
Because level heads, that's why. Because us.
He came over here. He hand-waved dismissed Bennett's whole presentation. A good 15-minute clip of Bennett talking about his views. Basically said that Tesla wasn't a scientist. Then went back to TikTok and was like, "Oh, Bennett could be wrong, you know."
Super strong position. I love it. Listen, that guy could be wrong, okay? Go on.
Hey, Shane, you learned a little bit about how the eye processes light. Did you go into that, or is it more just about like how we see in the spherical manner?
I dabbled in a little bit of everything, man. But if you're gonna get into like the spherical nature of the eyeball, maybe if that's how it perceives light, with back in receiving lens, and then angular resolution within the eye, in the back of the eyeball when it tries to make out light. Yeah, sort of.
So all right. So with the angular resolution and light itself, if I have a big ass light and I just Earth is flat and I drive away from it, but it remains visible, above the surface. I can see it really, really far, but then eventually I can't see it anymore. And let's hypothetical. We're on a flat surface, completely flat surface, and there's no atmosphere between me and the light source. But at a certain rate, at a certain angular size, I would not be able to make out the light source anymore. Is that fair, or is that not the case?
Yeah, I think that like headlights into the distance, pitch black on a desert to illustrate that exact topic. Well, I can't talk. I gotta take my dog out in a second. He's gonna be going crazy. But like, I think, I mentioned that exact phenomenon, right? When you a car light receding into the desert, eventually it disappears. Now it's still illuminating light, right? But it's so far away that the angular resolution is you can't see it. I think, and I argue something similar happens with the sun.
Right. So in the group chat last week, I don't know who it was, but somebody posted that video of that guy talking about the lux of light. Right. I don't know how to say it. I say lux, and the human eye requiring 0.0001 lux of light in order to be visible at a given distance. And Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, is only 0.000084 lux down here, but we can see it with the human eye as the brightest. Have you come across anything that explains that? Because this is relatively new for me, and I'm just like, what?
Yeah, dude, what they did was take, like, I think something about the standard candle and the luminosity of the sun, applied it to all the other stars in the sky, because of course they are also suns. So therefore you have this weird, they have this weird dichotomy where it applies to this, but not the stars, because they can still see the stars. So the inverse square law is weird that way, I think, where it applies to light sources except everything in the sky at night, which is like the stars. But I think when that lux value, I got to look into that, because I'm not sure what the argument is with that, or the basis for how they determine it. Although I'm pretty sure it's based on the sun and the assumption that everything else is the sun, which is crazy. But definitely something that I need to look into, because someone threw that at us like it was an insult the other day, like, and we were like, what? What are you talking about? What does that even mean, right? Like,
and that the whole thing about suns being extremely large, still, I mean, no matter how large they are, the angular resolution between us and 8.6 light years away is
yes,
100%, no, we're not
right. Crazy. Thanks, because on Earth they're like, yeah, that's the case, but if you look up in the sky, now it's all different. Now it works, and you're like, wait, what? All right, I'll be right back.
Check the Jumbotron.
It's called the Nest.
It's Jumbo.
Is it Jumbo Nest? Oh, can we compromise? You got the Jumbo Nest?
Does it have to be a nest? I mean, I guess it's not even Twitter no more. I mean, I guess.
I'm not gonna lie, Tron does sound a little bit more cyborg.
Are you just now sending me this tweet?
I didn't want to say nothing because, he loved the kiki with his little teammates. I didn't want him to tag nobody in.
Bro,
so
Frank will be tweeting 100 miles a minute.
I know.
Bennett hit him with 3 lines, and it was...
You know what I want to do?
Bro.
We got to show him this so he can respond to more and they can accumulate. But they're gonna spam. So he has to be ready for that. So we have to tell him first. I'm gonna find another one. Damn, you never watched the OA, so I can't even use that as a reference.
Isn't it AO?
Mm-mm. Okay, but you know what I'm talking about?
No, I ain't watch it.
But I told you this before because of the show specifically. It's not gonna work.
Talking about a lot of shows, to be honest.
No, I could say it.
So do Discords, apparently.
I'm back for a bit. Hello.
Gotta try.
Yo.
I said proud some gravy.
Ooh.
Regarding our guest before.
Bro, I didn't know that you like that. Like he was.
No,
You
wait. I have
really
a
got this
girlfriend.
big.
No. Gravy means like juicy details.
Okay.
Yeah, totally. I don't think they kicked in yet. Galatrax, I don't think they kicked in.
Any Globies out there want to discuss this air?
Globies, come out to play.
Lucas really wanted to debate. Now he's just on Earth Awakenings, doubling down on his statement. And need I remind you guys, his statement was that I think that most of you are dishonest liars. You thrive on dishonesty as a defense mechanism to compensate for your mediocre life, and you're delusional if you think that this is ever going to turn into anything mainstream. And then he said, we use deception to gain power over people who have achieved more in life. Just a reminder.
Who is up at 5 o'clock in the morning with me on a Friday, Saturday night, debating flat Earth serious when they say that this will be nothing. I can't take them serious when they say it's dying. I can't take them serious when they say no one cares. You are actively telling me no one cares while you tell me I'm wrong. No. So people like that, like they want to be a part of it. Like they want to.
What did the Vietnam War protesters do after the Vietnam War ended?
Find a new war.
They tried to, but they were so burned out because their whole existence was being anti something. They're all like burnt out hippies. You guys know what I'm referring to? Sorry, watch. My mom has this. So it's nice show actually.
What's up, Mama Gala?
I don't know if he cut out. Brock is kind of open if you wanted to jump in. YouTube, go to Cat and CLW.
Yeah, I had a question. I kind of wanted to point out something that Justin was talking about. I think it's Justin Roberts, right? The guy that was with it, that was pointing out the Challenger mission.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Justin. He was in here a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I saw him pop in real quick and then he left. I was like, I wanted to ask him because he was like, he made a point. He's like, yeah, once people come in with suits and they have some facts, they get scared. And he had mentioned Alex Stein. Him going. I'm sure people have seen viral videos of it's like Alex Stein, Alex Rosen, and Cassidy Campbell. I think they're all friends, but they they'll go and it's like, I think it's because the city people actually think that they're real residents, so they don't question them, and then they go out there and they put their statements out there, and it's like, they can't stop it once it starts. But once you got a guy with a suit sitting there, they already know it's coming. So I kind of totally got what he was saying when he was talking about that. It's like there's so many internet people that are getting away, and I was kind of interested on the whole, like, if he said he got standing probably for the court case, but I've seen a bunch of First Amendment audits and stuff like that, so I'm curious how it's working out.
Oh yeah, nah, they're taking that W. I watch a lot of 1A audits too.
Have you seen Long Island?
Bro, I watch Long Island twice a week.
Yeah. He's
Oh, is that a show?
It's a YouTube channel, Long Island Audits.
Oh yeah, I know that channel. That guy drove the big billboard truck with the. He had like the sort of TV on a truck right in front of the police station. I live in Long Island.
Yeah, he does very similar stuff to the stuff that he did and Wissa did at the place there. But like I said, it was because he was in a suit and he had facts, and that's why they shut him down. He didn't get the element of surprise. Like if he came in there with like a tinfoil hat and a tinfoil cape, they probably would have heard him out longer than they did. Unfortunately.
Well, I was able to like fend off like every attempt to stop me the entire time except for that national park.
Justin was telling us last week that once the judgment go through and work in y'all favor, he said he unleashing everything. He's not even gonna hold back because he's gonna have full green light. They're not gonna be able to censor nothing. I can't wait, man. I can, keep pushing through that. Yeah.
Have they ever kicked anyone out of those things?
I mean, I wouldn't say that never happened before, but just like they was talking about, like Alex Stein be going in there tweaking, just doing all type of wild shit, and just be letting him go crazy.
But that's because at first they did kick him out, and then same thing, he filed a suit, and so now they let him do whatever, you know.
My favorite channel is probably Dr. Justin Spies. He's called the Dreaded Rabble Rouser, and what he'll do is he'll get like the past 5 or 6 town halls and see what they allow other people to say. And then if they do that, he I forgot the word for it, but if you censor someone based on like who they are rather than what they're saying, or just in general if you censor someone, but specifically if you do it prejudicially, then he can sue them because they're prejudicially violating your rights.
I think Justin said he did it the right way though. It's like you push the boundaries so they threaten arrest, and then you're like, okay, well now that I got threat of arrest, that I don't need to be arrested, I'll walk away, and that's standing to say that you were formally charged for it.
Yeah, but the comments of, mental health and go to down that's unnecessary and unprofessional. So there's no excuse for that, whether it was in their jurisdiction or not.
Are you talking about the Witsit Justin case? The
Yeah,
Challenger one?
yeah, I was thinking about it. I'm thinking of like content to like put together. If they've never done this before, or if there are specific times where they've done this before, I would like to see those meetings, hearings.
Well, I think that was like a big moment for them, like for Flat Earth or Challenger, anything challenging NASA. Like I said, the other videos, like Cassidy Campbell's a big YouTuber, makes funny videos and trying to bring up issues in a place that their jurisdiction's at, and they shut them down instantly. It's really sad.
That's the new front of the World War III, is in the information, literally. More censorship is coming, the way these politicians over there, they're talking. They don't allow people to express themselves. Like, I don't understand. Did they arrest them just because they were speaking something that I don't want them to speak?
I think even in the Ohio thing when they were talking about the cats and the dogs, You know, they censor people all the time from local county meetings. You know, it's like, but if you let them get away with it, then they get away with it until enough people start like saying, no, you can't censor us. That's when they start speaking up. And that's why you start hearing people speak at the meetings in Ohio and talk out. And I don't know.
How far does censorship go? Like, is it like going into a place and speaking, or like posting a tweet and then your entire page gets nuked every single time you try to tweet? Or is it like tweeting and then someone shows up at your door?
The one you're saying, like people coming at your door, is different, but I think the censorship is already happening with the algorithm. The algorithm is designed to align you with what they think you want, and even the interest they think you want on who can see what you post. They have great algorithms to do this. They give people the illusion of freedom of speech, but they control who sees your speech and all these other things. So there are not people coming at your door. That is the extreme level, but already we're being censored in subtle and obvious ways.
Right, but like the same way Wizard was kind of saying, like he doesn't think there's a worldwide plan to like kill everybody. Same, I kind of feel like if they wanted to censor us, like they could shut all this shit down. I fear like they could turn every device off, like no communication. You send a carrier pigeon, like that's all you got. Like they could really censor us and censor all technology. They might lose money, or like even ways to keep it within the elites, which gets complicated. But like, yeah, I feel like if they really wanted to like make humanity shut up, they could.
No,
They are not
they
able to
wouldn't be able to
control.
monitor. They wouldn't be able to monitor anybody if they did that.
I mean,
That's
just because
why
we
they
don't
want
have
everyone
access
chipped,
to
I guess.
technology doesn't mean technology still isn't working around us. I mean, unless you could hack into the light pole system, the stoplights, the stopwatch, like all the stuff that we don't really have control over to begin with, could still function around us. We just can't access it. But I know what you mean, like control over us. Our phones are tracking devices.
I guess they have no way of implementing this. That's why they're looking for the digital ID.
I can't tell if someone talking, but Zora, you got your hand up. It's kind of open right now. We're low-key just rambling.
Joe, what up?
Hey, my friends, thank you. I never want to just jump in. I feel kind of like an asshole, man. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Yeah, my friends, sitting here doing my Bible study. It's interesting. I just read the part Matthew 24:29. Immediately after, moon will not give her light, feminine, right? It's pretty interesting. Like, I kind of came to this whole realization about biblical cosmology actually through my brother. He comes to me, he goes, "Bro, you know the earth is flat?" I'm like, "Really? I'm open to it." And then afterwards, I found the OG of OGs, Rob Skiba. God bless him and his family. And I was just revisiting his work because I go to some rooms that are heavy JQ, JP type of things. And some of them are atheists. And I'm trying to see what can I do to give some inspiration to these folks. Obviously, it's not in my hand. I want to plant some good seeds. And I, for the life of me, personally cannot separate faith when it comes with truth. But obviously, it comes back to, the cliche, lead by example. Thankfully, people have taken well to any message I have. My question to you, my friends, I want your opinion when it comes to something as big as flat Earth like this and anything else kind of surrounding this kind of sphere of influence. What is your folks' opinion when you're trying to give someone against, but how do you see what you can present to be the most fruitful way of doing it apart from just like patience and understanding, because I can't tell how it would be received, but I still want to put my best foot forward anyway. So I just wanted to pose that to you, my friends. Thank you.
So I mean, you know the person personally, so you know them. I guess it still stands no matter what age they are. Get down to their level. Like you gotta put yourself in their shoes in a way and approach the conversation in a way that they would like appeal to it. I don't know if you're specifically talking about flat Earth or if you're even talking about religion or anything, but like for me trying to convince my mom in a way, I started with something like the Mandela effect, which is something that we both could relate on. A little conspiratorial, a little out there, but it's something that we all like have references of. It makes her think. It gets her mind in a moment of like, no, I know, like like I know what that says. Like I know what this is. So it kind of put her in the frame of reference to like be open to some of the other conspiracy, I'm using air quotes, conspiracy things that I've talked about, because the one time where I showed her the Fruit of the Loom picture with the other Fruit of the Loom picture, she just can't like on where they are in that level of understanding. Oh, hey, Ken.
I always appeal to the Socratic method for damn near everything. Ken, what up?
I always start by asking people what they know about the globe Earth, like what they remember from all that they were taught. Sometimes though, when you bring up flat Earth or you tell somebody that you're a flat earther, you can physically watch the wheels start to turn in their head, and they're like, "Wait, you're a flat Earth? How?" Like, and then they're processing, and then they're like, "How you think the Earth is flat? How?" Like, and then they either give you the indoctrination that they learned about flat Earth, which is like, how you think the Earth is flat? Nobody ever fell off the edge. Incoherent. Or they give you the globe Earth indoctrination, which is what they learned about the globe. Bro, what? You think there's a flat Earth? Like, how? Gravity, insert foolishness here. So it usually goes one of two ways when you're talking about it with like people you know, everyday people that you come across, and like their first thought comes to mind is either a globe Earth, you know, perfunctory email PR response, or it's like a straw man of flat Earth. And then from there, I usually go now, let me show you why that doesn't make sense type shit, or give them the alternative of what they're being told based on what it could be. So I think that's just interesting to cross, like when you're talking to people in your everyday life, just think about that. Like the everyday wheel, you're gonna see the wheels turn, and depending on what they remember from school or whatever, is the response you're gonna get, or you're gonna see what kind of straw mans that they've heard in their life.
Yeah, 100%. The biggest ones I've been seeing is like that I learned from Andrew Wilson, how he laid it out so very nicely for me when he called it the logic tree. All they do is go through certain talking points at one point at a time, and it's like you can realize already, you know, it's a programming because they all have the same talking points. You can talk to like 30 different people, and they all say the same thing in almost the same exact order. And the most interesting thing for me is like kind of like this demonization they've put in there too. It's like when they're presented with a new idea that they can't entertain, then they like mock you, laugh at you, they call you stupid names because you're giving them something that they haven't considered. It's like you can already see it from a mile away. It's very, very like unfortunate, at least for me to see, but you know, predictable in a manner too. But here's one thing I want to offer you folks as a perspective that I had. I think maybe kind of unique in my experience was this. I got a little bit of art background, and I remember when I was in one of my classes, the teacher had us take our pencil and like put it against our thumb, and we were trying to recreate an image and do it by just drawing with pencil and paper. But as we're looking at this image far away, you take your hand as you use that pencil as a frame of reference to get the distance between two objects in that image. So it could be like a nose and an eye of a person you're trying to draw on your piece of paper. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, man, I could look at this without using my hand to get this reference of space. And it looks so much different than if I actually use my hand, and I'm seeing it much more clearly now. And then when I got into this, the whole thing about like there is no curvature, I went outside. I'm like, oh my God, look, there's no curvature there, man. I realized artists way back then, especially like the big ones like Picasso, I mean, not to get into the whole thing where they knew the sacred geometry to lay out their elements in their images. These guys knew what was up. The way the artists were trained to see, they literally taught in a low class, low level university level of drawing. See, like, man, there's kind of like a veil right there when you're not conscious of it, and that just blew me away. It's like, folks, you just take one small frame of reference, and so much more information opens up to you. I thought that was wild. So a tiny little thing like that, just tell someone to measure it or look into it for themselves if they're willing, obviously if they're willing, that'll go a long way. And I would challenge anyone here to try it too, man. I mean, that was just so awesome. Like just drawing something, trying to see a difference between them, using my hands to like, man, I thought this eye and this nose was like further away, but no, they're closer and they look like this. I just thought that was awesome. But kind of like to add to that example. Thanks.
But you don't even really have to worry if they understand you or not. You just have to be honest with what you're saying.
Give them time. We didn't learn the globe Earth model in a day.
Is he new to?
Did you learn the globe Earth model? Do you guys remember learning it? Because I don't.
Learning the globe.
I do remember learning the heliocentric model.
I mean, I remember I got told some stuff, and then I repeated it, and then I questioned none of it. Did you have a different experience?
I did question it. I was also labeled a disruptive child. Did not see the correlation then. Kind of see the correlation now. But I did have a teacher at that time that was very, very cool. She didn't she didn't mind those kind of questions. She mind like the kids throwing shit in class, but she didn't mind like questions that question science. And I did talk to her about gravity. I have a brief like memory of that. It's just like she was basically honest. She was saying like, yo, like I'm a school teacher. Like I don't get paid enough to fully understand gravity, love. Like
that's the correct answer.
A great question, but I could just tell you, what the book kind of tells me. Like that was basically her answer back then, and I thought it was like, I thought it was obvious. Basically, I was like, well, duh. Like all she knows is what's in the book, right? Like, so I didn't realize that like no, she could have like more extensive knowledge, and that the next level up, will have more extensive knowledge of this type of stuff. By the time I got that far up, I didn't think to question it any further, basically.
Damn, so you were a born dissident and they tamed you anyway into kowtowing into being like, yeah, I guess this is it. Interesting how it works no matter where you start. Because I was one of the regurgitators, right? And they got us both.
Right. It wasn't until I guess I learned that there was a connection between the physical. I probably told this before in spaces. Like I feel like there's a physical dome outside. When I go outside, I can feel like the walls of the firmament. I'm being dramatic, but I know it's real because I feel it where I am, where I live, and then I feel it when I move and I go out of town and I go different places. So I don't know what the fuck it is, but I feel like whatever the shape is. So when y'all told me that was in flat Earth, I was like, hold on, what? Like that exists somewhere? And it got me. And y'all called it the firmament, and then I learned that it was in Christianity in the Bible, and I was like, what? Like basically, because I grew up in Christianity too.
What? Everything
That was
everyone's
like
been saying
a
is right?
full blown moment for me. What happened?
Like what? Everything everyone's been saying is right?
Yo, like that hit me. That hit me. I was like, wow, y'all just checked like 2 lifelong boxes for me in like one fell swoop. Like, let me look into this. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know if I'm embarrassed. I didn't question any of it, right? All through like elementary, middle, high school, college. I just took it all and was like, yeah. Now, mind you, I didn't do well in like astronomy, and I was like, I wonder if I'm just stupid. And then I was like, oh no, I'm just naturally resistant to bullshit. That's all it was, right? Looking back, and you had a similar experience. Like, no, not disruptive, but like, how does gravity work? Oh, you don't know? That's cool. I accept that, right? I don't seem to know, and you don't know either. That seems fair, as long as you're not telling me regurgitative bullshit or like from the B.O.B. song, if it's not in the textbook, it's not science, right? Shut the fuck up, or whatever the public schools would do. But I feel like not questioning it is kind of how they got me. And then one day when I questioned it, I questioned all of it, and then all of it came down. So that's a super dangerous position for them to put people like me in, I think. Like, oh, it's the barrier between you and truth is just don't look for the truth. And if you decide to look for the truth, you'll find it immediately and everywhere. So there's not really a solid structure, right, to keep you ingrained. That's why they put so much effort into disinformation, and people who are like, oh, conspiracy theorists are crazy because anything they say is dangerous, right? That's the effort for that.
Personally, I don't think even school had a lot to do with convincing me and believing on a spinning ball. For me, it was the movies and all these fictions, animation, comic book, imagining about space, people exploring things. That's what caught my mind. I never even thought to question anything I was just going through school. I was not even thinking whatever they're saying. It's that serious to me.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So,
Yo, I know you guys are like against public school, but like, can you imagine sending your like fully grown flat Earth daughter with all the physics knowledge of a a stationary topographical plane to a college professor, or a senior, a high school, like like somebody that like they could push back on without any repercussion, basically.
I think I'm against all school now. I think homeschooling is the only way. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
the
Would you want
school
them to
make
push back?
us less creative. The entire thing is to make us more mechanistic and not seek our own solutions. Like, if you don't think like what you want us to think, you're stupid. That's the entire
Yeah,
concept.
but so like they're indoctrinating kids though. Like JT gave us a story about how at his kid's school they do like this heliocentric dance and chant where they all go around the sun, right? And they sing this little song and they go how many revolutions is how many years old they are, and they all have to participate.
Frame of reference, but like after they do the little dance, I would want my daughter or son to be able to ask, where's the teacher's evidence for Earth's rotation with the sun? Like I would want her to be able to propose that question and then watch the class sit in silence, and then my daughter or son to articulate the fact that the teacher still hasn't answered, and then to continue to ask for that evidence, and then like yeah, I would want my daughter to be to be able to push back at whatever age is proposed.
Scientifically evidenced at a young age and looking for backup. And give me them sources real quick. Hold on. What PDF was that from, Mr. Teacher? And could you bring knew that it was fake to force myself to let it go as a canvas for like lore and games and movies and books, especially for me was books. To let it go was like, it was so hard. Even when I knew it was fake and I had to, it took me like a time of adjustment before I had to consciously like was able to still enjoy space lore. So I think that it's such a rich canvas for like literary, like just anything, like you could just write and go, right? When you have like you remember that game that was like what no was it No More Sky or something, No Man's Sky, where it's like, oh, we have infinite planets to go, and everyone was like, great, and then everyone got immediately bored with it in 2 hours because infinitely is boring. But like the canvas for just infinite possibilities is super attractive, and when you have like series, expansive series, Star Wars, Star Trek, all these things taking place in here, and you can just spin-offs endlessly and have endless repeats of series. It's just man, it's so hard to let it go. And even now, I still listen to it, and I'm still like,
I still like space lore. I feel like we could take that back too. Like we took everything else back.
I'm trying.
I'm just gonna dress their astronauts up in shirts that say flat Earth.
It's kind of
like why not?
Yeah. Did anyone else watch those science shows and then feel educated at the end of it? Like, oh, I watched how planets form.
Sorry, I got excited. It would grab the attention of the space fanatics. Imagine how pissed these Globers would be if they click on a movie with astronauts on it, thinking they're gonna hear about some globe Earth propaganda nut, vomit, comic crap, and then it's a flat Earth movie all the way. They're gonna be so tight. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm giving away this sauce. I'm gonna shut up.
Is that movie out? Where do I sign up to watch it? Who do I give money to?
What if it was like a dude with a globe Earth sweatshirt, but it really was what's a Zionism movie? Would that work to a similar vein? Yeah, got me. I guess I'll watch this truth.
Someone in a spacesuit, but on a very flat plane.
What's up, Alan? You wake up finally?
What's up? Yeah. What you guys up to in here? I heard somebody say in mutually exclusive evidence in school of heliocentrism earlier.
No, I think no one said that, did they, guys?
No. Asking the teacher for it.
Oh. Yeah.
Dude, that'd be some shit.
It was like Alan heard his own story. I don't know what happened. No, you're right. Questioning the teacher, dude. So Proud was a born dissident. Does that surprise you guys?
No.
I remember when teachers didn't know things, they would go ask another teacher.
Dude, I remember when I didn't respect any of my teachers, but then I had to learn myself via the textbook because my teachers were also like bartenders at night and came in and would be hungover and showed a movie. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to learn shit from you. So how am I going to do this? And then you're like,
most of these teachers only teach one subject, but they expect students to pass all subjects.
Well, I mean, like, so yeah, as a self-determined, educated person, you could take it upon yourself to study Rockefeller-funded textbooks to educate yourself that way, right? Like, so that's super different, and that's, I guess, what I was doing, thinking that I was doing it myself. Nope, you're just learning the same crap that you have to reject later when you actually want to seek truth.
Well, it was good practice, right? Self-learning or whatever.
Yeah, it was definitely good practice for today. Yeah. I think it's funny, dude, because I was the opposite of Proud. I was like in the front row doing all the teacher stuff, doing my homework, and you know what I mean? Like whatever, with the opposite of what Proud said, I'd be like, no, how dare you question it? Of course it works, right? I'd be a Glober immediately. And then I was such a good regurgitator.
You were a staunch Glober.
Yeah, I was such a good Glober. And then one day I questioned it and I was like, oh, fuck, right? I had that feeling like, uh-oh, the whole thing came tumbling down.
Happens to the best of us.
But then marveling at the fact, the only thing that kept me constrained was not even asking the question. You know that meme of the horse tied to like a thin plastic chair in the middle of nowhere, but he's going nowhere? And it's like a fear meme, and it's like sometimes it's all in your head. That's the only barrier preventing people from looking for the truth in my mind, right? It was just like I didn't even question it. And once I had one question, it was over.
Have you guys considered that like gravity is like an experience, man?
Wow, your mic is super inverted from what it is on Discord. Instead of being super quiet and a whisper, you're like a giant God shout, I would think. Did anyone else?
Yeah, I'm on my ThinkPad. I'm at the parentals helping out for the weekend.
Nice. Sorry, now I forgot what you said because it was so jarring. Sorry, Galajack, what'd you say?
Wasn't
my
fully awake yet,
audio
and then I
quality
heard
is just bad.
Galatrax.
My audio quality is just bad. It's a ThinkPad. I'm gonna get like a portable microphone because I'm probably gonna be spending more weekends here. And man, I get like these. You guys are so loving. I get so many like nice messages. Like I just chime in for like 5 minutes, then people send me so many nice messages. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I remember when you first came around and you were like, I've been hanging around in the quiet for 8-9 months. And we were like, why would you do that? You're cool as shit. Why would you deprive us of your friendship for this long? I'm mad at you, dude. Why
I
would
feel
you do
robbed.
Oh, I have a good answer. It's because I didn't want to embarrass you guys. You guys seemed so like well versed. You knew what you were talking about. I didn't want to join the debateosphere, and not know any of the, a current meta of argumenting. So I just listened and I studied, and I still don't feel like I know enough to. I don't think I could debate Shane on the graticule.
Well, that's a really short list, to be fair, though. So that's a hell of a thing to strive for. Someday somebody will stand up there, but no worries.
Yeah, dude. Does anyone even exist on that list, or are they all still avoiding it?
No, it's a list of 0 at this point. Nobody will take up that mantle. So, power to you, Galatrax. There's nothing to be ashamed of, bro.
I heard FTFE accepted it and then declined, or whatever.
So FDFE did this weird thing where he conditionally accepted it, where he was like, I accept, but tell me, what is your position? What are you going to argue? So I did this thing where I accepted with nothing, and we'll see if he shows up. So we'll see.
Nice. He was asking for your whole rendition.
Immediately, I was like, I accept. See you Thursday, whatever, the 21st, or whatever I said to him. And he was just freaking out. So I hope he shows up.
Nice.
But yeah, the gratitude, man. No, I feel you, but like you should have just come in and chimed in anyway because we love hanging out with you, and now you're one of the boys. And now it could have been so much sooner, and we blame you for that. Just so you know. So hold that heavy.
Yeah, I will. I'll never live it down. That's why I got appointed to janitor, custodian. Well, actually, I'm a senior resident of the custodial apartment. My title.
He gave himself 7 promotions when we weren't looking. He now runs the whole custodial arts department.
He's the CEO of it somehow. Like I didn't even know that was a position. But yeah, that's
cool.
pretty crazy.
Except, yeah.
I'm not gonna fight it.
Oh, it's so funny when Toby and I like mockingly negotiate pay. It's like, hey, how come all of the pay increases you've given me are multiplicative, and the initial pay was 0? But still,
like substantially getting more of that 0 now than I was when I started, but it's still 0. So. See, jokes like that, Galatrax. You could have been giving us gold like that 6 months sooner, okay? And that's why I'm upset.
yeah, we were watching a movie, and I think Alan said like, "Oh yeah, I'm about to drop a bangy right now" or something. He got it wrong.
He culturally influenced me. I called something a chally the other day.
Dude, you're making Alan invent different words, so you're forming your own branch of Alan dialectic or whatever. Dialect.
Yeah, I mean, you can't stop saying girther, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but that's also a thing.
I was thinking it, and I didn't want to say it, but since we're saying it.
So what else is going on up here? Who else we got up here?
Dude, I see my boy Coffee, Noah Palmer. Is that our sweet baby boy Noah? Or is that a different
Hey
Noah?
guys, Noah
different.
from Holland over here.
What
Different
up, Noah?
I don't know if my mic's working.
Yep, you're solid. A lot better than Galatrax's.
So hey, good to catch up with you guys. It's been forever that I've been following you guys on YouTube and stuff, and I never really got the extra work to where I could actually join in the conversation. But this is cool that I get this opportunity finally at last. Stationary Saturdays over here in Holland, and Holland's known as like the lowlands of Europe, right? So where like the water meets the sea and where the rivers flow into the sea, it's a delta. And it's just surprising to me that, you know, we always knew the earth was flat and people are still so oblivious to like what's in front of their faces, you know. But as far as, you know, the earth being flat, I mean, that's something we know for a fact, you know, we stand on it every day. And the sky, I guess, being something completely different, living in different time zones, everybody's able to like experience that time differently. But what I was wanting to say is maybe you guys could look into the speed of the sun during the winter and the summertime, because as far as I know, it seems to be like the sun's like much closer in the summer and it takes forever to move across the sky. And in the wintertime, it's just like speeding across the sky, you know, in a few hours from my perspective. So I don't know if you guys wanted to touch on that a bit. That'd be cool. Thanks for letting me talk. Appreciate y'all. Wow, did I just kill the live or what? What's going on? You guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the feeds just die out, and it's like we killed it or something. I don't know. Sometimes on YouTube, I'll be listening to the live streams, and then all of a sudden it'll just go dead, and there'll be no sound or something glitches, or I don't know what happened. But maybe you guys can touch on that a little bit too, and see if we can clean up some of the older streams so that we could maybe you know, get some of the cherries out of the older streams and make a nice compilation of everything that everybody said over the past 114 episodes already. So that'd be awesome. Anyway, I love you guys.
Yeah, no problem. We so much content that we have like on hard drives that haven't been touched, and then that's like accumulated on YouTube. We definitely need to go through them and like really pick out some gems. I've been trying to work on it, you know, on the side. If anyone has an AI program for that, let me know. But yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of gems just sitting in safe keep. So I can't wait to really get in there and like actually cut them up for real and put them together.
Yeah, I think we can reshuffle those cards, you know, to where we've got a really solid stack of cards, you know. So I always try to visualize the Earth as a book, and when you have that centerfold as being your horizon, you know, you can like see more or less of it if you like hold the pages like, you know, closer or further. Anyway, that's just a little bit of my practical understanding of the whole thing. I think you know, it's so simple, but people kind of live in a fantasy world, so they're like, oh, that goes over my head, and you know, whatever everybody else is saying, we'll just go with that.
Yeah, I'll always say that I think you know, it was kind of conditioned for people to look at flat earth as like crazy, so that anytime globe earth is questioned, you're labeled a certain way in society.
Yeah,
Because
because even in the language, it says flat is to lie, you know, to lie flat. So it's already associated with lying, you know. So it's like we're caught in this sort of like paradigm where people don't even want to believe something that's so obvious, you know.
I think, and I feel like it's kind of obvious now, you know, the amount of people
Yeah,
and
waking up to it. That's why I think the Great Awakening is also something that's like it's apparent, where people are starting to realize that, you know, holy shit, we've been overlooking this aspect of our life forever, you know, because we didn't really we were sort of like led astray or like misled to believe it's some other way, you know, and that we shouldn't even question it, you know. So that's what's up. So
Well, that's what I said. All right.
I appreciate you guys out there doing all this work for us, to like get the level heads, collected and together and see everybody regaining consciousness, so where you can actually do stuff. And we build for forever, societies that are relying on flat earth science. And for some reason people forget that that's, the actual science,
Yeah, I was gonna say like the amount of people like I guess credentialed and just like the amount of people who are actually engaging and talking about this around like right now in 2024.
Uh-huh.
I definitely think a lot more people are taking it serious than clowning on it. The amount of people who we consider, anti-flat earthers, globe earthers, like it's a smaller portion than flat earthers and even people who just don't know their model, don't think about it, never really cared again. So
Right.
I definitely think we feel like what we experience is based on the amount of people that's engaging in this specific conversation. But the bigger target is the people who, are open and haven't really thought about it and willing to look into it.
Good.
Yeah, the best part about it is it's not going away. So, you don't, it doesn't matter how long it takes for somebody to realize it's flat. It's always that way. And it's always been that way. It's never going to change. So, it's just waiting for people to snap out of it,
Hey, Noah, if we uploaded some Flat Earth Friday highlights, you would watch it?
Oh, totally, man. Yeah, for sure. I like all your stuff. I've been liking and subscribing to all you guys. So, for me, it's just a little hard with the technology to like go from like YouTube to like all these other platforms and stuff. And I tried to get on Discord, but that was just like, what's this all about? I couldn't get on there. So I'm really happy that it worked out today. It's almost like a miracle that I got to speak to you guys and show my support and love for everything you guys are doing. So yeah.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. We're thinking about it. Stay tuned. Some of the guys upload some clips once in a while, so stay tapped in with us.
Nice. Yeah, well, I go back a little bit every once in a while and recheck some of the stuff for which it's gotten, and then I'll be like, isn't it stupid that the AI hadn't figured out a way to cut out all the dead air, on a lot of these episodes and to like clean it up a little bit to where it's a little bit more sort of like you can get through it a little bit easier, in retrospect. So that's what I was thinking. I was like, there's going to be a time where like all these old things are going to be like visited or somehow like to where it's like you don't have to watch the whole show anymore, but you only get like, the good stuff.
Yeah, I feel that there might be some AI programs that allow us to do that.
There ain't.
Not yet.
Not one.
Not yet. That's all I'm saying. There will be though, but trust me, bro.
The algorithmic compilation clipper from the AI that will inherently recognize subject matter and aggregate content accordingly would be a wonderful godsend, but it doesn't exist. Most clips right now are people driven, and when an AI creates it doesn't know how to pull content from a 2-hour stream based on a text algorithmic database driven by keywords that would then coherently form those keywords into a collective coherent thought from beginning to end. It just doesn't.
Yeah, no, okay. Well, I'm not saying that it would have to do the whole cutting and editing the whole show. I was just thinking about cutting out the dead air parts to where you're like, hey, nobody's saying anything. The show ended. There's like 2.5 hours left to go, but it's all dead air, so that it just says you don't have to watch the rest of this dead air show. It's just going to shorten all the dead air out. You know what I mean?
No, I feel you, but that's still running a 12-hour stream through an AI program that would do that. Like I think Descript would do that as one that I have that would do that, but it's just a lot of time to do a 12-hour stream. I wasn't yelling at you. I was more angry that something doesn't exist because it's the current bane of all of we all put out like long 2-hour streams full of content. And I would love if I can press a button and then reduce that into like 6 nugget clips. That would be beautiful. Right.
Where you're like a 30-minute session.
It particularly would need this to happen. I think there's an open slot in the advertisement if you are good at stuff like that to come on and step up and start doing it.
That's what Totally, Shane. Hey, well, that's what I was saying. Is like mostly my belief is that if you Google something 3 times, that by Googling it 3 times, Google makes it exist for you. You know, so it's like if you know what you want, you just have to Google it and then wait for it to happen. You know.
Oh wait, we just need to program Robot Polisher as an AI, and then that'll
Yeah.
do it. I just figured it out. That's super easy. That's way more approachable.
There we go.
Where'd T3 go? We could probably make that.
Yeah, right.
I don't know, man. I feel like I'd be on TikTok and they'll be getting hit with all these ads, and they be like, "Do you know how I post 100 clips per week?" Maybe with some AI ad or something like that. I don't know, bro.
we are actually the artificial intelligence at this moment. You know, still programming. You know, the way we see things. And there's a lot of people that are just out in fantasy world with it, you know, and I mean, I guess that's their creative abilities now to be able to have more richness in their visual world. Basically, I think, you know, a lot of people are heading that way to where they're like getting into this virtual reality world where we'll be all hanging out at this whatever Burning Man event together, dancing as avatars and shit, you know, on a sort of like a flat earth stage or platform or whatever, and that people would actually, you know, get into that sort of thing. I mean, the future is probably going to have all kinds of sort of aspects that connect us with our imaginations together, you know. So, but talking about good ideas is what actually helps us further. And so that's why I was thinking I'll just shoot out some of those ideas that I've been having, and maybe you guys can, you know, bounce it back and forth, and we'll see what happens with that, you know. So that's how it mostly goes. Is you have a good idea and somebody says, "Nah, this is better," and then, you know, all of a sudden there's all kinds of stuff going on, you know.
Yeah, idea evolution is the only form of evolution that's real. I say that all the time.
Yeah.
What up, Brian Sweet, the king of X spaces? Dude, is there ever a time when you're not running a space?
Brian Sweet.
What's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, the reason why I ask is because as I got brought up here, speaker, my account was just locked for 12 hours for my violent and hate speech post that I had.
Elon, chill off the squad, Elon.
Well, that makes sense.
I mean, I heard the guys complaining that I'm a bully and stuff. That I hold them to their feet to the fire and make them answer questions and stay on point and stuff. And I don't let them waffle around and tell story times about this, that, or the other thing. So I hope they had some peace and love in here and got out their little story time and presented some globe proof, because that's what.
No, we got no but rage quits last night, Brian. Sorry, no substantiation for orbital motion yet. We got a couple Globers on the mic, so maybe they could bring something for us. But there was one dude last night that said you bullied him, so maybe it was him.
Dude, you guys are forgetting. It's not based on did you bully or was there truth or was there bullying. What it's based on is, did somebody out there feel bullied? Did they report and say that you bullied? Because that's what it is based on, right? So if somebody felt bullied by your presence or anything that you said or any of the truth that you then if you get reported, then that constitutes an offense, right? So that's how it works.
You want to hear what? I can't post anything for like 12 hours, like starting like a minute ago.
Yeah, they really got you on restrictions.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. You want to hear what they got me for? And of course,
what do you have to say on here to get banned, man? I say horrendous shit on X, and I've never been banned. What do you have to say to get banned,
dude?
We've all been banned. Brian's been banned like 7 times.
Well, wait till you hear. Well, this is not a ban, man. This is just a little timeout, man. I can have 12 hours. I can do 12 hours standing on my head, man. I got 12 hours down, man. Well, man, it ain't nothing. But so anyway, this is like a long thread, and part of the people in here is MC Tune. Amongst other people, crybaby globers in here. Of course, there's some flat earthers in here, sheepdog kin and all that stuff. It's a thread going on here. But somebody asked, said something about Hitler knowing Jews or being something like that. And I said, actually, you know, and the Waffen SS or something like that. And I said, actually, you know, he had blacks, Russians, Muslims, Asians, French, British, and many people from other countries volunteered for the Waffen SS. It was actually one of his better squadrons there. But I said, you know, one of Hitler's top guys was a Jew. Hitler didn't hate nor try to genocide anyone. History is a lie, my friends. And I got I got a 12-hour ban for hate and violent speech. I'm not sure exactly how that was hate or violence.
Well, I think you need to ask, did somebody feel like you were hateful or violent? Then that's the same thing.
I thought that was a pretty nonchalant, didn't throw it in your face, kind of be obscure. I guess I just used his name. I don't know, man. It's like people got to wonder why you can't say anything about something that happened 80 years ago. I can't change the results. I can't change the fact that we're all slaves right now.
Dude, the truth doesn't matter.
Hitler was kind of gay, though, right? Like Hitler was kind of gay. Have you seen his fits?
His what?
His outfits?
I know, man. Dude, I ain't gonna lie, man. Those guys had some.
They were gay, man.
His Fits.
He's wearing like knee.
I think Fitz is kind of gay.
Like
What's
knee-high socks, crossing his legs.
To couldn't pull off shorts. I'll give you that, man. He needed to wear pants all the time. He wasn't. He was not the best look. And that's what I'm saying, man. How you think this guy? You know, you saying all these people in Germany couldn't take out this one guy? It isn't like, what, has he got some mystical spell on everybody? He just convinced everybody.
My brain stopped for 3 seconds straight. I couldn't process it out.
This guy was an artist that wore stockings, bro.
I know. It's like, but he hypnotized the whole country to try to, you know, take over the number 1, number 2, and number 3 empires in the world that just happen to be, you know, communism and capitalism, whatever.
I know a lot of people don't like Andrew Tate, but did you see it? He recently tweeted something that's pretty hilarious. He said he has an idea for a TV show. Have American Western patriots sit down and watch the English version of Hitler's speeches and find something they disagree with.
Dude.
And then someone else said even better, use AI to take those speeches, put it into modern politicians, and then tell them at the end that was actually Hitler the whole time.
You'd have it said by Biden instead and see if everyone doesn't love Biden all of a sudden.
Dude, they do that on the streets all the time, man. I see all these policies and go, hey, man, you know, that was actually Obama. Oh, that's actually Biden. It's like these people don't even know what they're nothing but sheep out there, man. I'd rather be morally correct than factually right. That's
Dude, similarly, did anyone translate the Russian for like when he made his speech to the UN about how he was, quote, declaring war or whatever? What he really said was essentially he was standing up to the U.S. industrial complex in the UN and how they were encroaching and disagreeing and lying about everything they've ever agreed to based on every treaty they've ever signed. And then the UN was like, see, he's a tyrant or whatever because you guys don't speak fucking Russian, right? So if you had anything like that translated, I think you'd see a different story as well because that was a pretty patriotism-driven, like, go for yourself sort of speech, right?
They do the same thing with Hitler. It's like, think about how laughable that is that they can just, they're like, oh, it speaks a different language. People are retarded. We'll just tell him he said something else.
Right?
I thought about this the other day. I'm like, you know, there's a part of me, and I was talking to Owen about this on the stream in a little bit too. It's like, there's a part of me that's like, bro, it sounds good. You have like anarcho-capitalists, you know, that sounds good. It's like, do you know how retarded people are though? Like, do you guys know what you're actually asking for? You're basically, there are a bunch of retarded people running around. So you actually just want to remove any way to rein these people in? Like, I don't want to do that, actually. You know, like, I think about it like, if they treat people like cattle, yeah, that's weird. I would never do that. But there are some people that effectively need to be treated like cattle. Even more so, they actually want to be cattle. They're like, please, just give me my Netflix and leave me alone.
Some who dress up like cattle on the side and take pictures or whatever.
Yeah, there are people that actually identify as cattle now. It's like, okay, well, then let them play in the playpen, right? Like, you have to see that there's some benefit to it. And then what really made it crazy to me when I realized this, they actually tricked people into marching by the thousands saying, I can't breathe, while they were wearing masks.
Dude, people are stupid, man. These people are
They
allowed to
were
vote.
wearing masks on their face, and they were saying, "I can't breathe for another reason."
That's beyond stupid. That's
No.
100% deprived of independent critical thought, right? That's what that is.
You got to admit, if you can get a group of people to do that, I mean, should those
Well
people
played.
really like give?
Right?
Dude,
Slaves,
come on.
slaves forever.
They came out and said that these masks don't even work. That the COVID quote unquote virus is smaller than the actual holes in the mask. It's like wearing a chain link over your face. And they said, but go ahead and wear the mask anyway, just because. And people went out there and still wore the mask, and then get mad at people for not.
Dude, Fauci
The
literally said
virus
because it
doesn't
makes
just
people
float around in the air, though. It floats around in
Yeah,
the
but-
moisture of your breath, which isn't smaller than the holes.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh, don't get started. But Fauci literally said it makes people feel better.
Don't get started with facts. Sure.
Yeah. Can you give me the actual pure isolation of the virus? Go ahead.
No, I can't.
Right to the throat.
Tell me
Sure.
where.
It makes people look like idiots, though. Especially
So I thought-
driving a car, or riding a bike with a mask on. I mean, you gotta.
No, it's people who choose to self-identify for us to leave them alone. I thought.
I
That's
know,
what it was.
right? It's like after 3 years, it's like, come on.
Dude, they came
This
up
is
with
an intense subject, but do you guys not agree there kind of has to be a playpen, though? Like, that's what I'm trying to bring up here. Is like this awkward thing about how, like, yeah, we're fighting tyranny and stuff, but at the same time, what are we going to do with all these people if the tyranny's gone?
Yeah, they wouldn't know what to do. So and we'd be stuck with them.
Oh, you saying we got to keep people? Is that what your question?
Yo,
I'm not advocating for the tyranny. I'm just pointing out the inevitable unspoken elephant in the room, which is that if you remove the order that's kind of distracting these people with bread and circuses, what's going to happen? That's all I'm saying.
Chaos?
I have two thoughts on that. What's up, everybody?
Hey, Dave.
What's up, Dave?
What up? What up?
So if you look at it right now at the world, all of us flat people have basically unplugged from the tyranny, and we're kind of doing our own thing as best we can within the system. I think the world's going to split into two societies. There's the people that have unplugged, and there's nothing the governments can do about it, and then there's the people that all move into the 15-minute cities that can be governed, to their content, whatever. So I think that there's going to be literally two worlds. People that are, believe in government, believe in control, believe that the governments rule over God, and then there's going to be us. And I think that's how it's going to work out in the end. And then the other thing about I thought it was an awesome idea about the podcast with Hitler's speech. If you listen to Gaddafi's speech, it's just as good. If someone could put Gaddafi's speech into a modern politician speaking, everybody would just love what they're saying. They'd be like, "This is the greatest leader of all time."
We should totally start a show where we do that, where it's like just random people that's been demonized in the past from different languages, and then just like, and you really want the liberals. No, the leftists actually would disagree with basic stuff, though. It's like if the politician says we shouldn't be cutting off the penises of 5-year-olds, they'd be like, "How dare you?"
Opposite effect.
So
You need
fast.
someone that's normal.
Yeah, you'll get nuked real quick if you start telling the truth.
Yo, the world that Dave was talking about sound like Demolition Man.
Dude, have you ever watched that movie, man? Murder,
Dude,
Death,
it's
Kill.
such a good movie, man.
That's all it
Demolition
means.
Man.
Murder, death, kill.
So do
guy
we
said
kind
a
of all
bad
agree
word.
that the 15-minute cities actually serve a purpose? Like, I mean,
Well,
I hate to be this guy.
It'll rally or circle all of the retarded people. I mean, honestly, the only people that are going to agree to that are retarded.
Well, that's what he's
and
advocating
no one
for.
should be forced in there against their will. But if they really want to go, why would we stop them? What are we going to like? Oh, please come mess up what we got going on.
I come ruin my pristine area with your bullshit retardation. Actually, I see what he's saying. He's advocating for retarded playpens that everyone will know as such, and then if you're retarded, you go find yourself there.
Yeah, as long as it's consent.
Anytime we refer to a 15-minute city, we have to change it to retarded playpen.
But because there's still, I
I'm
mean,
down.
there's just certain people out there who are still not going to be on their own or whatever. They're still going to have to work for somebody else or something like that. So you just got to control them too.
Dude, I think that's hilarious branding, right? If they didn't call it a 15-minute city, instead all the commercials had all the same stuff, but they just called it a retarded playpen, nobody would want to go all of a sudden.
Who's this said that first? Who just said that? Was that?
I think that was Witz.
It's usually Witsit.
Oh, somebody said retarded. I heard Willis said retarded, but somebody said retarded playpen. I'm friggin' coining that phrase.
Shane said that. Shane said retarded.
All right, Shane, you get full credit for that. That's awesome.
I guess that's how credit works. All right.
And then helmets free of charge, right? Like you hand out the helmets upon entry. You know what I'm saying? You give them some popcorn or whatever, and like, look, man, free Netflix subscriptions.
Right, but you have to give me your car because you're not going to need it though. But all the people with cars will give me your vehicles, and I'll take them, and then I'll go drive.
Oh, it's okay. You can get the cyber cab, and you can have your humanoid robot, and then you can just watch porn, and you can masturbate into oblivion.
There you go.
You can live in a cubicle box or whatever and never see the outside world with no windows, but we'll deliver you McDonald's into your heart's content. Does that sound good?
Did you guys see the freaking like Wii robot thing?
The one that Elon Musk is showing.
Yeah.
A robot for like 30 to 40 grand. Yeah.
Yeah, 20 to 30
you think that's real? You think it's real?
Yeah, this is what I think. I think the robots they're showing are like intentionally retarded so that people are desensitized and don't consider them a threat. And then like years in the future, they'll have these updated versions, and all of a sudden it'll be like this robot that moves super like fluently and stuff like that. And people are stupid enough to put it in their house because they're going to say it'll save you money. Be like, oh, it mows your yard, it fixes your food, it watches your baby.
And that all exists now. That all exists now. We watched the Terminator, the original Terminator, and when John Connor's telling Sarah about what's happening, she goes, we don't have that technology. He goes, not yet, but you will in 40 years. 1984. That was in 1984.
That's this year.
Yo, I'm like crying laughing because Proud told me last night that she was gonna post a pin tweet of like the new AI robots and all this Elon stuff. I'm like, bro, we're gonna be talking about the angular size of the sun. She's like, well, what if they start talking about AI robots? Yeah, talking about AI robots.
Keep the missus this.
Yo, I watched iRobot. They can't fool me. I've been.
That's what I'm saying, bro. This just goes back to the consent thing. They made a movie with one of the most famous actors in the world showing you exactly why you shouldn't do this. What does he do? He starts figuring out, wait, some of these robots actually can kind of think for themselves. They don't follow the rules. It's just this fake idea that they can't think for themselves. And then he runs a test and he finds out, oh, these robots can think for themselves. They're going to turn on us. Then he's like, I got to drive my car. He's the one guy that doesn't let the car automatically drive. And then it takes over his car. And then the steering wheel gets sucked in and he has to go where they say. Oh, you mean like the Tesla vehicles? And then he just got robots everywhere. And they're like, okay, let's kill the guy that found out. And now they're like, hey, man, you want an automatic vehicle with no steering wheel and a robot to live in your house?
And
like,
Tesla.
Yeah.
Well, like, can I line up and pay you more? Take my money.
Tesla's already got these little tunnels in Las Vegas that only fit a Tesla, and you could just like really be driving your Tesla and it says, nope, we're going to the tunnel, and boom, you're gone.
Probably just gonna let them. Crazy. Probably we just gonna let them cyborg shame us. Like that, what we gonna do now?
Yeah, well, no, bro. Cyborg, bring cyborg shame back.
Dude, we're just drawing a correlative graphic.
Cancel with it, man. Cancel with it.
Weren't derived from the ether. I'm not worried.
Watch out.
I'm already canceled, bro.
Not empirical. They're not derived from the ether. I'm sorry.
We just need Stone to present a correlative graph of the actual relationship between the people in the retarded playpen and the people who want AI to drive their cars, and then we'll have the data set that we need for the aggregate to who wants to go in the retarded playpen, I think.
Yeah. Honestly, like a nice prerequisite is like still bragging about the COVID vax. It's like, all right, bro. Let's start a GoFundMe to shuttle these people in there.
That's a good determining factor right off the bat.
Let's get them in as quickly as possible, guys.
Yeah, I will start a GoFundMe now.
I like how we've reverse hate speech free FEMA camps already, dude. Like, we're supposed to be the ones carted off to FEMA camps, and we've already reverse engineered it so that all the retards will put themselves in camp.
Dude, Owen Benjamin has totally made me look at this in a different way. He's like, you know, everyone complains about the government, whatever, but I do the stuff that they talk about. I left the system. I basically can live on my own, whatever. I'm like 50% dependent on the system now, but if everything shut down, I'd be fine. He's like, once you realize is, wait, there's actually some benefits to this thing, right? Like, I can use it when I want to, and it helps kind of keep some of the retarded people in check. And I'm like, dude, you're totally right. You're totally right. If the government's gone tomorrow, that's going to be terrible. Like, we need to kind of like step back and be like, wait a minute. This is needed. This is like an oversight that's kind of needed.
Yeah, the sheep need a leader, man. They need that sheepdog, that collie out there. herding them in.
Like if they want a leader, I don't want to be their leader. You know, I don't want to clean up after their poop and their pee and be like, "Hey, buddy, you want to come over here and sit down?" No.
I mean,
I'll do it.
on a darker note, there's a lot of retards right now. But if the vax does what some people think it's going to do, there'll be very few retards left at some
Dude,
point.
they literally came out with sudden adult death syndrome.
Sads, dude. It's so
Why would they create a virus that's going to kill all the people that pay attention and listen to them and leave you guys left to refuse to do what they say?
There are no
Delegating them.
viruses. How do you create viruses? What does that
Yeah,
mean?
sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
I asked you. I
sorry, I
asked you
forgot
just
which. You're a virologist, particle physicist,
Okay, well,
immediate
I-
field authority.
Sure,
Yes.
you're
Get around
doctor.
Get around house.
You
Call
put
me
up on TikTok, let 'em know.
call me magistrate. All credentials. Okay. and dude, this is the thing, buddy. You chirped in a second ago, and I said, okay, can you show me an actual pure isolation of that virus? And you said no. You know why? Because it doesn't exist.
Because I'm not a virologist, mate.
Oh, virologist.
no.
Virologist says it doesn't exist either. So.
It's because you've never looked into it, and everyone up here on the panel has looked into it, and we know what he meant.
Too far.
And we know that he cut to the heart of the issue when he immediately said, "Show me the viral isolation," which means that you've never looked into it at all, which is why your direct response was an immediate appeal to credentials and authority that aren't here because you have no idea. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah,
Hope you're taking notes.
Thanks for playing.
There is a
For
profound
the guys who
point
think
here,
the
though.
Earth is flat,
COVID around here.
genius.
Let's talk about flat Earth.
Time out. This is a profound. This is a profound point here, though, right? It's like, well, why would they create something that would kill all the people that listen to them? I thought about that, and then I thought probably because we're kind of underestimating how base some of them are. Like, I'm not saying they're good. I'm obviously in direct moral opposition to these people that think that they can control people and deceive them and all that stuff. But if you think about it, it's like they also see that there's a bunch of retarded people that need a playpen. Like, they see that, and they're like, you know what? Maybe the numbers, they ran the logistics. Like, okay, there's a few too many retarded people. I don't know, but it makes sense because they would actually the whole entire system is consent driven. Like, money's not even real. It's based on consciousness and our ability to make it something, right? Like, it's literally our consent, our energy, our work, our labor, it's just consent driven, right? So they need people, but wouldn't they rather have intelligent people? Like, where are you going to get innovation that you can then come along as this little like shadowy goblin and still? You need like intelligent, creative people to innovate.
But then someone like yourself would say, that Rothschild,
That they wanted
whoever it was.
Hold on, Ron. Let's let Ron get a thought in. Go ahead, Ron.
But then people like yourself would also say that Rothschild, who created your schooling system, said he doesn't want a nation of thinkers, he wants a nation of workers. But now all of a sudden they want the smart people. What about this for a theory? They create a virus that makes you go get the vaccine that doesn't do too much harm. The next one that's coming, the vaccine will protect it from you, and they're going to wipe out all the people who didn't take the vaccine and be left with all the people who do what they're told.
Okay, if that's what you want to believe, mister, you have nanoparticles inside of you that you can't...
It's just a theory. It's just a theory, dude. It's not what I believe.
No, I mean, you brought a valid point, which is that they said they just want slaves. Like, yeah, and they have them. I'm saying I think they have too many. At this point, they're like, oh, we got plenty of slaves. We also got robots. The robots are actually more efficient because they're not extremely retarded. Like, the robot's not going to run into the corner and just masturbate to death, right? So it's like, at least you get some efficiency from the robot.
I mean, you got to admit there are tiers, right? There's just like the slave, and then there's the one that actually fight for the prison.
No, that's true.
That's the number one cause of robot death, I heard. Masturbating in a corner.
I'm canceling all of y'all.
There was a huge problem with the early renditions of them. Luckily, they patched that out.
They had to fix that in one of the main laws now.
They just kept glitching the algorithm to get to Pornhub. They couldn't fix it.
You know what was crazy about that? They didn't even program anything sexual into it. It just happened that way.
What's more crazy is the creator of Pornhub created the robots. It's the same manufacturer. It's crazy. The stamp's the same and everything.
Does he have like a racial identity?
Yeah, what's Mind Geek, by the way? Have you guys ever looked into that Mind Geek thing? Sounds like some weird coding website.
And you also have to remember on those Georgia Guidestones, it said they want to keep the population at like 500 million. So
yeah, but maybe they don't consider the people that have taken the vaccine that's gene therapy people anymore.
Not part of the population, right?
Yeah, so they're talking about 500,000 or 500 million like real people. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, as I started to re-examine this, I'm like, we have to acknowledge the fact that these people are a liability. Have you ever have you guys been to any major cities in the last 3 years? Bro, I went to like every major city. For example, San Francisco used to be world renowned as one of the most beautiful cities in the world in like the 50s. It was beautiful. It had flowers all around the Golden Gate Bridge. It was just it was literally known for being an incredibly beautiful place. All the mist comes rolling over. You have all the fog. It's like this. It is literally a hellhole now. It's like a hellscape. It's like actual horror. Every major city. So, like, if we're going to be realistically like dissecting the situation here, I mean, something's got to give. If you just cut everything off, it's going to be bad, right? So, I'm totally re-examining this at this point. I'm like, you know what? We do need a farmer. We need a farmer. I don't want to be a farmer. I'm not going to pretend I can farm people. I think that's despicable. But, you know, the fact that some people want to be the farmer, I mean, it has some pros. It has some pros. And then last thing, with this whole the reason that the virus, the pseudoscientific blind belief in virology is so required is for stuff like that, where someone can go through such mental gymnastics and cope with the fact that you took something that's causing blood clots, causing myocarditis, they're bringing out sudden adult death syndrome all of a sudden, all this crazy nonsense. I'm talking, I know you're getting triggered. Let me finish my points. Where it's so obvious that was bad. Where
you're fucking joking.
Where the nanoparticle itself is literally, they did not even.
Yeah.
Let me finish, man. The nanoparticles inside of them, admittedly, no one knows what they are. Like, they didn't even say what they are. It's considered intellectual property, so literally no one that took that vaccine knows what's inside of them, and how they've already ran all kinds of tests where you can actually change the permeability of a nanoparticle if it's got a metallic composition like graphene or iron, and it can actually swell up and release whatever's inside of it.
Hey, Noah, can you close your mic?
The fact that there's that inside of people, right? They objectively do not know what's inside of them. But then they have this new narrative. They can say, well, maybe it's because that virus wasn't that bad. They're going to create another one that actually is bad, so they can take out all the people who didn't take the vaccine. You need like the virus lie to even cope that hard, you know? So it's like, that's my take on that. Is it's your Band-Aid. It's your little Band-Aid. It's kind of like gravity. It's like, no, we have to have gravity, so the Earth must be defying physics. You need this like intellectual bridge, you know, like this Band-Aid away from facing the truth. And then, if that's what you need, my brother, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's cool, bro. Like, there's going to be these cities set up. You don't even have to drive. You know what I'm saying? You got this. Everything's going to be brought to you, and you're good to go, man. And I'm all for it. All right.
I'm going to take off. Go to
If you're not getting no boosters.
Thanks for having me.
What'd you say, Ron?
Oh, I've got to go, man. I've got to get back to my retarded city before bedtime, before curfew.
All right, buddy.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Hey, Ron, before you go, do you have any exclusive evidence for a globe in motion, since it says stationary Saturdays?
A globe in motion?
The globe in motion.
A globe in motion.
Globe in motion, as in orbiting the sun?
As in two separate things. Globe and the fact that it's claimed it's moving. Globe and motion. Or motion.
Parallax of stars, I guess. Be a good one.
Why would the stars moving prove it's...
well, I'll take this up next time, man. I gotta go. Okay, but that you guys can talk about. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, man.
Right,
we appreciate it.
Man, I already took the geocentric diagram of parallax to Roundhound on TikTok. I don't know why he's repeating the same. Proud. Was he not in that same clip? Do we gotta post the clip? Was he not in the same clip that I posted the geocentric parallax? He's still saying the same thing, Proud. Bro.
It's a firm believer that 47% going the other way is a correlative proof of Earth motion. That's a weird one, right there.
Yo, did you guys see the little video of it? There's like a little illustration where it just moves the arrow over. It's like literally my daughter could understand it.
Yeah.
Nah, I need that one. I only got the diagram. I had to point to it, with my finger because they don't have no stuff like that on TikTok. So maybe I need
a video.
Yeah, I need the animation. I need that.
Just to jump in about the stars, I was wondering, you guys mentioned the guidestones and having that reference being missing now to the North Star. I don't know if anybody else has a North Star reference point to where you could tell if there's any movement, if it's off its position or not, because it seems to me like there's stuff going on in terms of like the lensing to where constellations are looking like they're closer due to whatever's in the atmosphere. I don't know if you guys can touch on that a little bit, the cosmology part.
Of what in the atmosphere?
Like the constellations that you see in the night sky, like, you know, sometimes they'll look like they're much closer and sometimes they'll look like they're much farther away. And, you know, from where I'm standing, it seems to me like there's layers in the atmosphere that lens the power or the light from the stars and make it look like they're much bigger, like the constellations are like huge. And I'm like, how is it so close? But it seems to me like there's something lensing the stars from our atmosphere. So that's what I was wondering if you guys, or if you know anything about the North Star being off position or anything like that, you know, since we don't have the guide stones to like measure and see if the North Star is still exactly in the hole, you know, if we could touch on that, like somebody might have a personal reference to the North Star and say, hey, I've got this little tube that I put up and I watch the North Star every night and it seems to be going, you know, outside of my tube, you know, it's drifting outside the tube every once in a while. You know what I mean?
Well, the pyramids, I think, are aligned with the true north, like Giza is, and people speculate that Göbekli Tepe is astronomically aligned, but they're just stopping excavations on that because they want to preserve it for future generations, apparently.
Yeah, I know, but we're also having that pole shift thing and the north magnetic pole being 40 degrees off or whatever. Maybe the vortex or the north vortex is growing in size or something that's making the sun and moon look bigger, you know. I don't know what's going on. I'm just saying that there's probably something to be looked into there, and if they destroy these guide stones, there's probably a reason for it, you know.
Well, you can't use the pyramid shaft pointing towards Polaris because, according to Wiki Globetardia, it was pointed towards it was pointed towards Thuban when it was built, and we just happened to live at the time where it's pointing towards Polaris, and in 2,000 years it'll be pointing somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So if we could actually, if we could actually measure that precession going on, you know, I mean, they take away the guide stones, but we should probably have our own little pipes lined up to North Star from wherever we are at, and to see if there's anything going on there. You know, I was just wondering.
The problem is we did that. We had you know, and Austin was there at the guide stones, and everyone verified that the star was still there, that North Star was still through the little hole, and it's impossible after 40 years. And as soon as that started going viral, you know, terrorists blew it up and no investigation, and bulldozers were there in 3 hours, took the whole thing down, and the time capsule disappeared. But
Damn Al Qaeda.
Damn Al Qaeda. They're so good.
It's probably
They're so
Mossad
good.
or whatever.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, for us to do that now, we got to wait another 40 years, and then you have to prove that it didn't move, that whatever you built didn't move. So we already had it, and we've documented
Right, sure,
it.
yeah,
So,
okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, sure, yeah.
That was built in
Yeah, I've actually been there
1980.
multiple. I've actually been there multiple times, just so you guys know. Like, you can literally walk up there with the naked eye and look through that hole, and the only star you see is Polaris. And there's enough room around it where that little vibrational motion that Polaris makes throughout the year would stay within that hole.
Nice.
Yeah, we went multiple times, and you can see Polaris, and then we took a time lapse of it, and then yeah, like you said, shortly after it just blew up. You know, no big deal.
I mean, that's like the biggest flat Earth proof anyway, because if the Earth was spinning, we would be spinning around our eyeball. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
No, nobody knows what you mean.
We got 4 pending mic requests.
Spinning, it would be spinning around your view. So it's spinning around your head. So basically in the nighttime, you'd be standing upside down, and in the daytime, you'd be standing right side up. So you'd be living in a washing machine and not on a globe. You know what I mean?
No, not at all.
You don't know what I mean? Well, if you're looking.
Well, that's all right. We don't need more explanation, I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why is that though? I mean, what's the kinematic equivalence?
it's so far away that the motions of the Earth don't matter. The 4.4 billion miles a year for generations, after century, it's so far away. There's no parallax. Do you know how far 4.5 light years is, or 5 light years, whatever it is?
Yeah, but that's the
Or no,
globetard.
433 light years. Sorry, my bad.
That's a globetard explanation, though, and and it's kind of obfuscating the point of having that.
You're asking from a globe perspective, though. You're asking you said it doesn't matter anyway on the globe because of this.
No, well, what I'm saying is that when you have
No,
the
it's like we
optics,
don't need further clarification though. We got a bunch of mics queued up. So
Okay, sorry about that, Alan.
all good, dude.
Yeah, maybe another time anyway, because I really do think that that kinematic thing is specific to flat Earth.
Hey, real quick, I did want to ask Coffee, you still you there right now, brother?
Yeah, I'm here, my brother.
Yo, where is your man?
You talking about John, right?
Where is PhD John?
We gonna put him on the milk carton.
Yo, is that the same John from Clubhouse?
Yeah, my guy John. I'm trying to get him in here.
He was your guy. You brought that guy around, Coffee. I have you to blame for his presence and infliction upon me. Is that what you're saying?
he came through?
No, I hit him up on Clubhouse one day, dude. I got called over there, and they were like, "Some PhD is refuting your paper." I was like, I didn't write a paper, but that sounds interesting. I'll go check it out. And it was that guy. And then for 2 hours, I talked to him about optics, and it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Where he at, Coffee? Where he at?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying to get him, my brother. I think it'll be a good back and forth if he pulls through, if he could keep his cool and shit. But I'm still trying to
trigger PhD.
Yeah.
He don't get triggered easily. Honestly,
disagree.
Sometimes the ad homs get to him, which is, you feel me, which is valid. It's understandable. But yeah, he's pretty mellow. He's a super cool dude. He's super knowledgeable, and I think it'll be a good back and forth. It's just trying to get him in here.
So I'm sure he would have exclusive evidence of the Earth moving around the sun then.
Because of the PhD? Yeah. I mean, you'd think that, right?
Hey, Wisty, that's my number one on the list. You was asking for some. You was asking for some on the list. That's one of them. Just saying, look, coming through in the clutch already.
Okay. Okay, nice. Yeah, dude, that question is so disarming that it's actually comical at this point.
That's why it's our favorite go-to. You know that dude Mordwan, that globe king who's trying to pretend who's like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde guy. When we weren't recording, we asked him honestly, what's the best proof that the Earth isn't a globe or whatever, and he went, "Oh well, the specific lack of motion of Earth around the sun as indicated by interferometry and Michelson-Morley experiments." We were like, "What? Wait, that's our answer. That's a legit answer." So he knows that. So what do you do as a glober when you realize that? I guess is the question. Do you pretend that that's not the case and never address it, or
you have to literally go all in? You have to start literally warping your mind to go all in on relativity. It's like the only choice.
Yeah,
and even that doesn't work. But you have to, and then you have to, I guess, just believe instrumental error.
Yo, y'all gotta go watch the replay from last night. Morty tweaked on us last night. He totally glitched into the other personality.
Oh, you saw the text Morty in voice, I bet. That must have been jarring for everybody. I can't imagine.
He tweaked on all of us. I haven't seen nothing like it. He's out of here for
did you guys bring up the bet by chance?
No, that's the thing. We didn't even have to do that. I don't know what happened.
Somebody brought it up in one of my spaces the other day, or maybe conspiracy. But yeah, it was funny. He raised on that one too. I'm not making.
What does that mean? He raised on it.
He said, "Every single one of you are the most dishonest." And what did he say, Proud? Some shit.
Liars, completely delusional. No one in the world believes you. He was going off.
I think make as many bets with him as possible, man. Take all his money.
If he makes
tell him I need my 2K. Tell him I need my 2K.
Tell him to make some bets around Witsit. I mean, he's always willing to take a $10,000 bet, I heard.
Ask him if he wants to double or nothing. Ask him if he wants to quadruple or nothing, and we'll come up with another bet. I got some bills coming up.
Sacred, you're a failed DJ. I was like, whoa, Morty.
Yeah, I learned never to take anything he says seriously, and we've had a much better relationship because he's kind of like a clown, right? So like when he tries that super mean, aggressive text chat, I'm just like, look at the little guy.
Dude, as soon as he told me he was attracted to me, I was like, this is I'm out.
Yeah, I tried. Well, like one day I was like, what you're doing is super gay. And he's like, yeah, I am gay. I love balls. And I was like, all right, retracted. I don't want to make you feel positive about what I just said or whatever. You know, like, oh, I got to change my tact immediately then.
Sus. No Diddy. Maybe.
Yo, hearing Brian Sweet say no Diddy is crazy.
Yo, who in this room still talks to him? Like regularly. I want my money. How do I get a hold of this guy?
I told him, I said, bro, I can understand, you know, you being so triggered over Flat Earth when you just deposited $12K into the Flat Earth account.
Oh, hold on. Let me go see if I have money from him, and then I'll talk to him.
Is he like in denial that he lost the bet? I'm guessing. You know, I was gonna be cool with this guy, but the more I hear about how he's such a douchebag, I'm like, yeah, pay me my money. Pay me my money.
So here's the thing. In voice, like Alan's debating him, I think, in a week and a half, and I think I support that. Like in voice, in a debate, he'll mostly be respectful and cordial and raise some of the better, like, heliocentric points. Like I said, he's aware of our best proof, so he'll do his damnedest not to address it, and it's an interesting squirm to see.
Wait, he's debating him where?
Jeranism.
Oh, super chats.
Yeah, probably.
No. I don't want to spend more time than necessary.
Super chatting
No.
that man.
God
I'm
damn
like,
it.
hey, where's that 2K, son? Where's that 2K? I'm gonna go to my other account and be like, I heard you owe what's a 2K.
So here's the thing. If you publicly socially shame him, your chances of getting money are exponentially increased. What I did was I immediately memed it and put it his little quote and boast in my actual meme, and he was like immediately paid me. So that's
okay.
I think that's what
can you
you're
make
gonna
a meme? Can you please make a meme for me, man?
Yeah.
I'll make a meme when I get home. I'll make a meme when I get home, man.
Have you seen that episode of Family Guy where Brian borrows money from Stewie and then he goes and gets it back and give him my money?
Yeah, dude. I've sent him that meme like every other Friday when it's payday. That's what I send to him, so it reminds him that it's time to
Dude, that's
well. What's the payment plan? What's your payment plan? Was it like
Dude,
5 at a time?
$750 every 2 weeks is what he's doing.
You couldn't even 777 it.
I mean,
wait, he was talking about that money shit. He's on a bi-weekly.
Oh yeah, dude. Well,
he's on a bi-weekly.
his first acquiescence was, "Do you accept payment plans?" And I was like, "Oh, yes," immediately, right? Because what are you gonna pay me money? And then the second payment, I was like, "Oh, he's legit." Because I immediately considered, well, dude sent one $500 payment to say that he's a G or whatever. All right, let's just wait. And then since then, he's been consistent, except his pay period is bi-weekly. So every 2 weeks, he sends $750, and he's never been late so far. So there you go.
Well, that's going to suck for him to have to add to that, but I'm not as generous. I'm going to need 5 every week. 5 every week.
Well, I didn't know the payment plan was part of the deal. You may be able to just, get a lump sum out of it if you put that in the terms when you publicly boast about it.
True.
I feel like that would probably...
I told him I'd take the 1777 lump sum.
1777.
You got to give a discount, man. You got to give a discount for total payment. No, I mean, mate, give me that money,
bro.
right?
He did. It was 25,000 to 2.
Dude, he bet you 25,000.
No, I said.
And then you knocked it down to 2.
I was trying to help him because I knew it was so retarded that he was going to bet it. I'm like, just show him how confident I am that he's wrong. I'll say, look here, I'll bet 20K to your 2K, and he took it.
Wait, what was
like,
bet? What was this bet about?
Well, it was good odds.
He said in the Newtonian, the Newtonian Machian analysis, right, paper by Luka Popov, that he used Mars because that's the only one that works. And I'm like, that's not true at all. And he's like, yeah, it is. I'm like, do you want to bet? Because it normally just makes people stop lying. But instead, he's like, yeah, I'll bet. I'm like, okay.
Didn't it literally say arbitrary?
Wow.
Yeah,
I can't believe
literally.
You immediately got into a bet with him and he immediately welched on it? Damn.
Not a good look.
Yeah, it's all very weird.
I thought he'd be like the
But
king of standing up for your words or whatever. I thought he was trying to build this persona of being like, having public integrity. Like, I'm going to do what I say because I'm a man. Otherwise, what the hell's he doing?
That's the other personality.
he's trying to like act like somehow he didn't lose the bet. That's what he's doing right now. It's like very Glober-esque, which I mean makes sense. But I'm like, dude, if you even understood the main principle, the reason I bet, I'm like, it doesn't matter what he says in the paper. You just don't understand it. It's a dynamic equivalence. It's a paper showing a Newtonian dynamic equivalence. Okay, so that means it works both ways. So let's just go back over to your paradigm for a second. If you can use gravity using the masses of the planets and the sun to show how Mars goes around the sun, can you then use that same equation for all the other planets? Are you saying that the gravity equation only works for Mars? Well, no, it works for all of them. Okay, it's a dynamic equivalence, bro.
Yikes.
So, you know what I'm saying?
So
Isn't
now,
that crazy?
Was it recorded? Because here's the other thing. Remember that first day he came around and you schooled him, and then we schooled him, and then everybody schooled him, and by the end, Eliana was kicking his corpse into the end of the Drury morning, whatever. Like, he pretended none of that happened because no one was recording, and we refer back to it instantly, and like all the time, and like if no one's looking, he'll agree, but like he'll vehemently deny that any of that happened if any of his Glober buddies are watching, and that's the kind of person he is.
So hold on, what's it? You felt that because the gravitational forces and all this, the dynamics could be explained what was going on with Mars and along with the other planets, since there's a kinematic equivalence, that gave the correspondence to explain it without the gravitational forces or any other dynamic forces?
What? No, it's a dynamic equivalence. It's a paper called the Newtonian Machian Neo-Tychonian Analysis of the Planetary Motion of Bodies. I butchered that somewhat, but it's by Luca Pop. It's a dynamic equivalence paper, so it actually shows how using the Machian principle that you can use Newtonian gravity to show all the planets and map them all out with a geocentric model. So he uses Mars as the example planet, and he explains in there, there's no reason to do all the planets in this paper just to elucidate the concept, because obviously if it works for Mars, it's going to work for all the other planets. And he made the claim he only used Mars because it's the only planet it would work on. I'm like, what? That's completely made up nonsense. You just made that up. And then he doubled down on it. So that's the point. It has nothing to do with the kinematic equivalence. It's a dynamic equivalence, a Newtonian Machian analysis. And if you're going to claim that it only works on Mars, then you would have to claim that Newtonian gravity only works to explain the planet of the orbit of Mars. Because it's literally a dynamic equivalence of Newtonian gravity. So it's just funny. Obviously, I don't actually believe in those masses, those distances. I don't believe in Newtonian gravity. That isn't the point at all of the subject. The only reason that paper gets invoked and cited is because people make the claim that it can only work on a heliocentric model. That isn't true. Even using their own dynamics, it works with a geocentric model as well. It's just a disarming. It's like to disarm and refute the false claim of exclusivity.
I think I figured out why he's not going to pay you on that one. It's because none of his friends are smart enough to figure out exactly how he lost that bet. So as long as that's true, he's just going to maintain ignorance, I think, right? Because that's so much easier.
But but anyone with a pulse can understand how he lost the bet.
Oh, yes. No.
It uses Newtonian gravity. You would have to admit that Newtonian gravity can only explain the orbit of Mars for him to win the bet.
Yeah, but like none of his friends even know of that requirement, right? They just know that it was wrong. So that's why he can claim on that. There's enough gray area there that he can literally do that. I think that's why he's not like he's hasn't paid you.
Whatever. I'm going to shame him into compliance.
Yep, that's definitely the way to go. But the other thing is how to put all of that collectively into a coherent meme that people can read in 5 minutes and get all that information.
Well, I just don't want to personally give him that much attention on my platform. That's the hiccup here.
He's looking for. He wants that.
I know he'll pay $2,000 just for that. But because I told him, I'm like, look, I can tell that you kind of like got caught up in the moment, and I could tell you were really deflated when you realized, right, that you owe me money, and I feel kind of bad. I'm like, actually, you bet the right person. I'm the kind of person that'll like wipe it clean. I'm like, dude, just admit that you misspoke and you were wrong, and kind of walk it back and concede on this call, and then I'll wipe your debt clean. And he said, I'd rather pay $2,000.
Instead of just admitting he was wrong in front of all his Discord chat, watching the little anti-Flat Earth Fridays watch party. Oh, y'all ain't know about that. Anyway, real quick before we get to the hands, let me just reference exactly what you guys are talking about for all the audience that may not know. I posted it up top. It's geocentric retrograde equivalence. The paper is Newton-Machian analysis of neo-Tychonian model of planetary motions by Luka Popov. Abstract, just real quick. The calculation of the trajectories in the Sun, Earth, Mars system will be performed in two different models, both in the framework of Newtonian mechanics. First model is well-known, quote unquote, Copernican system, which assumes the Sun is at rest and all the planets orbit around it. Second one is the less known model developed by Tycho Brahe, according to which the Earth stands still, the Sun orbits around the Earth, and other planets orbit around the Sun. That's just the part of the abstract, but the conclusion is what they're actually talking about. The analysis of the planetary motions has been performed in the Newtonian framework with the assumptions of Mach's principle. The kinematical equivalence of the Copernican heliocentric and neo-Tychonian geocentric systems is shown to be a consequence of the presence of pseudopotential in the geocentric system, which according to Mach must be regarded as the real potential originating from the fact of the simultaneous acceleration of the universe. This analysis can be done on any other celestial body observed from the Earth, since the Sun and Mars are chosen arbitrarily and there is nothing special about Mars, one can expect to come up with the same general conclusion. And they got a little diagram in there. So y'all can go ahead and do your little Googles and reference that paper if you don't want to. I think we had, probably, who's up next? Because I know we had a couple hands waiting. I want to make sure that they get a chance to jump in here. And we might have a few Globers that want to come speak.
I'm not sure if Methuselah or Isasi was up next. They go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. But then we got
rock, paper, scissors.
Isasi was in line before Methuselah, if that counts.
Okay, cool. Welcome.
Yo, what's up, everybody? My bad. I wanted to get this in before the conversation moved on, and I didn't get a chance to, so I apologize. I'll be super quick. I've heard you talk about the Zeitgeist movies. I was just wondering if you remember the Venus Project. I feel like that was a big part of that, and sharing everything, and it sounds exactly like the retard playpens you were talking about.
I forgot about retard playpens. We also need to make a meme about that. Somebody should write these down.
Yellow tracks.
Oh, Galatrax was the one that actually bottled Morty last night.
Respect.
Completely bodied him.
Nice. Oh, dude, I got to go back and watch it now. What nice. A legend.
It was 2 minutes. Yo, Alan, was 2 minutes after you left.
Bro, as I was going to bed, I listened to it a little bit on YouTube, and then I got to the point where the surprise guest was fucking Jesse, the most honest Glober ever to present Taylor with Globe evidence. I'm like, dude, she's gonna eat that dude alive. She's a beast, bro. and then dude, and they start off with let's build bridges or whatever and all the mend fences or whatever the fuck. And then he's like, you guys are all fucking liars. I hate you. Like, dude, can you just leave and not come back? That'd be super dope. But anyway, looking forward to Taylor chopping up, what's his name?
Dude, I was going to say before, dude, the 17th is the debate on Jeranism against some random dude on Twitter for optics and curve. That's going to be fun. And then I think you're the week after with Morty on the same thing on, what, quantum?
Yeah, quantum. Dude, the guy that you're debating was on here last night bodying somebody on the moon being transparent. It was really funny.
Wait, which position did he take?
He took the position that is not transparent, and his argument was, standard, but it was really good because you can't tell, right? If you apply that same logic to a mountain in the distance, obviously the fucking mountain's not transparent, but he was like, what color is the sky in front of the moon? And he's like, blue. What color is the sky behind the moon? Blue. Well, how do you know what it's doing? It's just give up, dude. He wouldn't do it, but sometimes
someone debating eye level.
Yeah,
or
Seamus.
The other dude.
Shane's debating eye level.
Is that his name? Is that how I say that? Eye level? Is that him?
That's what we call him.
Okay.
No.
All right. I was like, that's not what those
No,
letters
that's not
make.
his
That's
name. His name is Duval.
okay. Because I was calling him that in my head, and when you guys said eye level, I'm like, oh, I mispronounced that. So yeah. So that dude, I'm debating on journalism next week. Then next Thursday night, I think.
Wait, so Taylor's debating Jesse on Jeranism?
No, on Flat Earth Fridays. He's going to come co-host or something, or not co-host, but he's going to come and present his theodolite measurements to Taylor, and she's going to become
talking about like that. Oh my, we're talking about like the Jesse.
Yep.
Jesse.
Yep.
Okay.
Dude.
They said don't ask Jesse no yes or no questions.
No, dude. Basically, there is no way of winning. Just, I wish her the best. I feel bad for her already. Like, let's send this girl a care package.
Taylor be on it, but I seen Jesse in action during the School in the Globers, and that wasn't really productive.
That's nothing. That dude, I've been in Discord with that guy. I've proven him unequivocally a bold-faced liar on record dozens of times. And what he does in the moment, I want to see this actually if he'll do it here. He literally just stops responding. Like when I corner him, so I just started like mental jiu-jitsuing him and trapping him in his own like nonsense, and I force him to now acknowledge that he's wrong. He literally just goes silent and waits a second. So that's after 10 attempts of avoiding, changing the subject. If you make him address it, he'll just go silent. How do you deal with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, of course he never has to concede because he just goes silent. So I mean, you obviously just can't let him do that here. So.
Don't forget the classic. Sorry, don't forget the classic. Oh, I didn't hear you, Witsit. After you've been in a full conversation with him for 30 minutes, he just suddenly can't. He develops sudden deaf syndrome, and he can't fucking hear you.
Yeah, or he says like, oh, you say too much. You said too much. I couldn't follow all that.
Dude, the thing is, he's so good at falsely pretending to be nice, like being swarmy, that it took me 6 months because I went against Witset's advice when he was like, that dude is terrible. I was like, I don't know, man. He seems nice to me. Right, I was that guy. And Witset was like, okay, bro, like, do your thing. And for 6 months, I slowly learned the lesson with which he tried to give me the information, and I rejected like an idiot. And then eventually, when it finally hit me, I was like, oh, he is the slowest burn of an absolute waste of a human that I've ever met. And I'm so grateful that Witset tried to warn me. So maybe someone else can learn from my mistake and just take that advice.
No, he literally gets off on. He's like, dude, I'm about to steal hours of this guy's life. Like, it's like he loves that. You know, he's like, yes, he doesn't know yet.
That interferometry conversation was brutal,
dude. He will not answer anything. He is smarmy, right? That means like intentionally intending to seem genuine or sincere while definitely not being so, right? And he's really good at that, like ingratiating himself and coming off as, well, if the path of the light goes from Apparel, and it's already like,
Or he says he's really good at saying stuff like, well, I mean, flat earthers love to say they're just looking for the truth, but it's like every time I just try to bring up these basic observations, it's like the observations we've absolutely eviscerated 1,000 times, the observations I could just chug Jameson and rebut, the ones that you pretend we haven't discussed a million times.
That's their move though, because we'll have a debate about that in optics for like 3 hours, and then the next day they'll be like, no flat earther has ever answered this question. Like, it's what? Immediately,
they're
like,
obnoxiously gay and lame. That's what I'm saying. Like, I could never be that way. I don't think you could pay me money to be that gay. And so it sucks that this paradigm up to this point has been such that they exist. Because, like, in the real world, like, they would just get knocked out or something. Like, people would just be like, bro, remove this man from my house. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of, how's your boxing match with Lore Lodge coming? Was that going to be a
yeah. Talking to venues, it's gonna cost me money. So then I'm like, all right, look, man, just so you know, we got to come up to some type of agreement. If I'm spending money on venues and travel and all this stuff, if you just back out last minute, you're paying for it. You're compensating me for it.
Seems fair.
And he kind of pushed back. Then then when I sent that message, he started publicly saying that I was trying to run from the boxing match. I'm like, what?
Seems par for the course.
I'm talking about how I'm going to spend thousands of dollars up front. Anyway. And then he's like, okay, fine. But anything else, goes to charity. I'm like, no, that's not how this works. That's not how it works. I'm paying the money up front. If it makes money, I get to keep the money. And I offer to split the money with you because you're doing it. You want to virtue signal about how you're going to send it to charity. Okay, I'm not. I don't trust charities. It's basically like, why would I pay for human trafficking? So,
hey yo,
shout out to the Clinton Foundation helping out in Haiti.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's what I'm saying. Let's just donate to Save the Children in Guatemala. So anyway, I'm like, look, okay, how about this? I'll negotiate with you. The money covers the venues, the travel, all that, like the streaming expenses. And we'll do PPV. Maybe people can come in person because the venues are kind of tricky, actually. I've been asking around. And he lives in like the worst place ever, Philly. And then I'm like, the winner gets the rest of the proceeds. The winner gets it, and then you can do whatever they want with it. So if you win, you can give your money to charity. If I win, I can put up a flat earth billboard. I can do whatever I want, you know? So whoever wins gets the rest. And that's still me being very generous because I have to spend the money up front to make it all happen. And in terms of business, it's obvious that means I should get the proceeds, right? I'm the one that has to risk the money and spend the money up front. But it's like, whatever. I'm like that confident. There's no way that soft, pudgy dude with no impulse control is about to come in here at 5'9" and knock me out or something. If that happens, whatever, you know.
Dude, well, what I wanted to say to everyone was that there actually is a historical precedent for things like this taking real material, like in the real world, and then people getting knocked the fuck out. So if anyone's ever heard of like Boogie29388 or something, he's this really like crazy YouTuber who got popular, got millions of views, was super fat, doing crazy things, right? And then lost fame and then tried so hard to gleam onto the fame so hard at the end when he was tailoring that he agreed to one of these public boxing matches, and they did a whole event and it ended up being a real thing. They sold tickets and did it on pay-per-view, and that pudgy guy got knocked the fuck out by a much bigger guy. And I just think that's funny. And I think that now that if a Lore Lodge doesn't step up, then he's actually more what's his name, Boogie2938 or whatever.
No, I think it's funny because I haven't really been able to like train or anything, but like, you know, I'm good. I think I'm good, whatever. People can disagree. We'll see what happens. But the reason I think it's cool is hopefully it sets a precedent. If it's actually pretty entertaining, then we should set up like boxing matches, and we should set up debates. We should just start setting up events where people do like actual debates, professional. I'll hold them. I'll host them. So we'll have actual moderators. We'll actually rent out venues. People can come. They can debate in like, say, a university classroom or whatever, right? And stream it, all that, and then have different topics. And then same thing, you can have different topics box. So it's like, oh, geocentrist versus heliocentrist. Oh, germ theory versus whatever. And I think that would be hilarious. I don't think anything like that's ever existed, where people that actually disagree ideologically about something, they box. And maybe people don't like it. I think it's hilarious. I think that boxing is cool. So I'm hoping that that's what it does, that it starts this like, or at the least, it's like it starts this, you guys are talking so reckless because you think you found the one subject that you can pretend to be relevant and act like you're hard because everyone just default agrees with you and you can just call us names and all of a sudden you're the cool guy because no one ever cared who you were ever your entire life. Now all of a sudden you can pretend that you're in some group. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, you want to act super, super hard. You want to talk about my children, talk about my wife, talk about this. All right, buddy, here's the deal. We can box, you know, and then, you know, I'll shake your hands afterward. And I think that's good. Maybe it'll change the tone a little bit. Probably not, but maybe.
They should incorporate something like that for politics.
I think
it should be mandatory, actually, to engage in a boxing match to talk about politics.
Yeah, that would be so lit. What about the actual politicians? Like Biden and Trump have to throw down? Dude, that'd be great.
God.
You know,
yeah, wasn't we still waiting for like Elon and Zuckerberg? Wasn't that supposed to be a thing?
Yeah. Elon was asked about it the other day at the Capitol. He said, I'll fight him anywhere, anytime. And, you know, Zuck's actually like fully, like actually kind of jacked at this point and like trains.
Yo, all that is trying to inflict personal responsibility onto people, because like back in the old world, like your word was bond because people knew who you were and like what you said had meaning. But now on the internet, they can just say stuff and do things, and there's none of that. And because of relativity, everyone has their own truth, right? Truth is now relative to each person. My truth, your truth. Let me tell my truth, so that anyone can do anything. And then as long as you don't do whatever this arbitrary set of rules is, then you're not in the wrong, and everyone can be wrong together, and everyone does evil, right? So to instill personal responsibility, you just have to have internet boxing matches, and then people will stop doing that. What do you guys think?
Imagine in the days of like Sparta, this guy comes up here and he's like, the other one. And then dude's like, brother, we talked about this last week, right? We told you the information. We showed you the truth, right? Yeah. Well, then why are you lying again? Well, you would just knock him out. Immediately, he would just get knocked out. He'd be like, how dare this guy even taint our village with that feminine nonsense? Drag him out. Drag him to the fields, It's like so crazy that we live in this world now where the softest, most dishonest people get to stick their chest out. So I'm all for I'll lead with the left. Let's just see you don't really got to talk that much. You can watch someone be like, okay, we don't got to describe this. We can watch it. Some people are mad at me for it. They're like, oh, it's violent. You shouldn't do that. I'm like, dude, we're wearing boxing gloves. It's not like I'm like, let's meet in the street on the asphalt, bare knuckle. It's a boxing match, bro. Chill out.
I don't say it to the other guy. They only say it to you.
I know.
You're violent, yeah.
I gotta always take the high road. I tried to even walk this one back. I'm like, yo, we don't gotta do that. He's like, what's it scared? I'm like, okay, we are fighting, my man.
Hey man, y'all might catch second on that undercard if they start playing with me. I don't know what you think, bro. Anyway.
I want lower seats, my guy.
Oh shit. Beth, you want to say something, man? No, Beth. We got some requests too. Everybody don't want to. Oh, there you go. What's up? Say it again.
Well, has anybody ever taken consideration the full cut pendulum? How the only place that should work is on the North Pole because that spins like a clock. If it was on the outside, in any other places they have the full cut pendulum, it's just traveling on the outside of the ball where it's not going to progress around each peg or whatever it knocks over. The only place that should work is on the North Pole if you look at it and think about it.
Yeah, we actually talked about that a couple of times. They had one quote unquote South Pole full pendulum and it processed in the wrong direction.
I mean, but you go in all these museums and they have it. And because I remember I lived when I was a kid up to the Carnegie in Pittsburgh, and they had a big one that was, around the outside, and it would, knock down the pegs that, swinging back and forth. But now that I'm older, you think about it, the world only rotates like a clock at the North Pole, and that's the only place that it shouldn't, actually knock the pegs over, or, around the clock. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
And that's aside from the fact that you actually have to set it in motion.
I actually, on one of my past lives there, had a video of a curator for one of these Fulcrum pendulums, and she said that they need to use electromagnetism to keep it going. Otherwise, it would stop.
Well,
almost like the Earth was stationary.
Kind of like the Earth was stationary, because it's kind of weird to go in there and say, "Hey, man, this thing is supposed to, tell that we're moving and stuff, and it not be moving and stuff." So they got, and they, like you say, man, they got to even push start it, man. It's like you would think you wouldn't need to do that, but whatever.
Dude, I think pendulums were on that list of 62 things flat earthers can't address that Alan and I directly addressed in that video called "Addressing 62 Things Flat Earthers Can't Address." I think the flat Earth pendulum was probably on there. I mean,
oh, you know what? Brian made a really good point, though, that wasn't made in that video, and it's what the pendulum does when it's stationary, and it doesn't just magically start processing into a spirograph. You have to put it into motion first. I totally missed that last night. I should have brought that up with Franco as well.
Yeah, the procession is the only proof, not the fact that it's in motion or that what keeps it in motion for sure.
Right, right.
It's one of those things that Einstein would have clipped onto when he said no optical experiment can be done on Earth to tell that we're moving. I'm sure that Fulcrum pendulum has already been done. So
well, I think he was in referencing like the orbital velocity specifically, though, like just for clarity.
Could be. But yeah.
We're going to get that part 2 going. And I ain't seen I ain't seen them spam that at all on the timeline ever since we started on part 1. Glad that y'all got that rocking.
Yeah, we never heard of the list, but Alan, like I think someone explained it. We went through it one day, and dude, if there's more, like we'll take a look at those. But that's like the list of the things that they all just chant and pretend that nobody ever addressed, even though like particularly Alan and I spend mad time on our channels. We have like playlists dedicated to these topics, and people are like, "They flat earthers never addressed this," and we were like, "All right, you know what? Let's just run through the whole list."
If there are
Man,
clips
crickets.
of their favorite anti-globe zealots saying these specific claims, I would love those videos to add to the edits.
We wallpaper our walls with things they pretend flat earthers run from, right? That's like our specialty. We love that shit. And they just still pretend that we never talk about it. Like what? No, we specifically specialize in talking about it.
I want to give Ali a chance to say something. Ali, you globe earth, flat earth? What are you? Ali B?
Mic check.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Good stuff. Flat earther, man. But
Nice.
yeah, but I was about that Foucault, about the Foucault pendulum. Pendulum. If you think about this, right, the Earth is meant to be tilted at a certain axis, right, and it's spinning in a certain direction. If you start swinging the pendulum, eventually it will go in the direction of the spin, right? So it shouldn't go round in a circle. It should eventually, because there's a force going in a certain direction, yeah. If you start swinging it, say, perpendicular to the direction you go, eventually it's going to point in the direction that you're facing. It won't ever go in a circle. So I don't understand how the Foucault pendulum describes the rotation of the Earth. Do you understand that? No?
You say you don't understand how the Foucault is supposed to describe the rotation?
No, but it can't. It can't. You wouldn't have, for example, if I'm running forward, there's a force going forward, right? And if my friend, right, before I start running, if my friend starts swinging the pendulum perpendicular to the direction I'm going in, eventually the pendulum, because of the force going forward, it has to go in line with me, the direction that I'm running in, right? It has to, because there's a force there. It might circulate for a while, but eventually the force of moving forward is going to overcome the force of circulation. It's going to stop, and it's going to go back and forward. So when you see the Foucault pendulum going round in circles, that's what confuses me, because that doesn't that shouldn't happen according to the laws of physics. You understand? Because we're heading in a certain direction, but 5 degrees or whatever degrees, 3.6 or 5 point, whatever it is, we are meant to be on an axis. If I start swinging my pendulum towards north, but I move in a westerly direction, the force of me holding that pendulum, the force of me moving forward, right? You can try it out yourself. You go for a fucking run. Oh, excuse the language. You can go for a run, and eventually it'll swing back and forward towards you and away from you, towards you and away from you, because there's a force. There's a force heading in the direction that you're moving. No? No response? No?
I don't know if I get that. I'm talking about like.
Right. Okay. Here we go. Right. So if I move my that's hard for me to explain, right? But if you think about it, it's logic. There's a force, right? If I run in a straight line, there's a force going that way. If I'm holding the string with a pendulum, right, and I'm moving forward, that pendulum won't keep swinging perpendicular to me. Eventually, it's going to start moving in a circle, and then eventually when it meets its equilibrium or whatever you call it, it's going to be moving back and forward towards me. It isn't going to go right. It's impossible for it to go around in a circle. Why would it continue going around in a circle? There's no force. There is no force making it spin round in a circle. The force is going in a straight line. So eventually the pendulum has to start swinging away from you and to back towards you. Think about it.
So you're accounting for the Earth actually being in motion with the rotation?
No. What I'm saying is, if you start swinging a pendulum, they say, oh, look at how it processes. It goes back and forward and it processes around. That's impossible if you're heading in a straight line. Why would it process? There's no force making it process because it's not spinning. You're not in a spinning ball. You're not in a spinning disc. You're basically, when you stand and I face directly towards the direction that the Earth is moving, there's no reason why me swinging a ball would continue to go left and right, because there's a force going in a certain direction. So that ball, or the ball at the end of the Foucault pendulum, will end up swinging back and forward. It's impossible for it to go around a circle. The only thing that causes it to go around a circle is because when you make wire, you twist wire. You don't just cut a length of sheet metal into a thin strip. It's bound. That means it's twisted in a certain way. So when you put something back, think it back and forward, it's because of the twist in the metal, in the so-called, what do you call it, spider steel or whatever they call it, this thin bit of metal they supposedly use, that's twisted. It's not just a single bit of metal. People seem to think that it's a single bit of metal. It's not. It's twisted strands. It's like a rope, but on a smaller scale.
Can I add to that a little bit? I agree with you totally.
Of course, Dave. Of course.
Think about this. You got a merry-go-round, right? And you're at the center of the merry-go-round, and you hang a string from the top of the tent down in the middle of the merry-go-round, and there's your pendulum, and you start swinging it. Now it'll swing and not move, and the merry-go-round will spin around it because it's not connected to the merry-go-round. But even at the North Pole on a spinning globe Earth, if you are connected to a crane or whatever the hell is holding it up, that is also spinning. So it's twisting the twisted wire, making the thing either go with you if you are spinning. I mean, the whole thing is stupid.
Yep. And think about it. Do you know, one second, can I just, let me just expand on what Dave said there. Well, think about it. They show the example on a roundabout. We're not on a roundabout. We're on a ball. So that roundabout thing is totally, it's what do you call it, non sequitur. We're not on a spinning disc. That only works on a spinning, when you throw something, that's a spinning disc. You're sat in a flat. We're not on a ball. Try it on a ball. Try and attach yourself to your spinning ball and see how it works. You understand? They use an example. And that's what Einstein's theory of the relativity. Your what do you call it? Your observation point is a spinning disc. You're standing on a spinning disc, not a ball. A spinning disc. That's his whole theory. That's the difference between the what do you call it? General relativity and what do you call it, special relativity. I think one of them, you're standing on, your reference point is a spinning disc, and the other one's, I can't remember, but one of them, and that's the one they use. Think about it, you're standing on it, you're not standing. Why would you do an experiment?
Oh, you're talking about a fictitious frame at the center of the spinning disc where they say that it's just as good as a not spinning portion or whatever? Is that what you mean? They do that in both theories.
No, but your point of reference, I'm sure it's the second one that he did to give the excuse for the first one. I can't remember what it was. My memory's short, but it doesn't matter. The point is, your reference point is on a spinning disc. That's one of the relativity things. That's your observation. That's why you say, all right, imagine you're on a spinning disc, you look up there, and that's it. You're never on a ball. You're not on it. You're either on a spinning disc or a non-rotational reference frame, which will be a disc.
They'll use a cylindrical coordinate system, which would be like equivalent to the spinning disc or whatever shape you need it to be. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
So it's impossible for that pendulum to go in a circle forever and ever, because you're heading in a certain direction. So eventually that force of that direction you're heading in will overcome the spin. You can try it yourself, man. I done this as a kid. We done this at school, man. We done this at school about it. If you start, right, if you got a piece of string, right, and started rotating the ball, right, so now you've got the ball rotating. Now start doing it back and forward, away. What's going to happen to the ball eventually? It's going to end up going back and forward from you. Right, so that Foucault pendulum is just a joke. It's the wire that it's that's attached to it is causing. It's a phenomena. It happens where you can do it with bits of string, a bit of strings. That's what do you call it? Threaded together, cotton or whatever it is. But it's bound together. It's not a single bit of cotton. It's like a rope. So there's already an inherent twist in it. So that twist, the twist in it, because as we know, all objects like to go back to equilibrium. They all like to be at rest, or they like to be in a natural state. If you twist a twisted rope is not its natural state, or the fibers, that's not its natural state. The natural state is just to hang down, is to be straight. But if you twist it, it wants to go against that, and that's how they fool us. That's it. It's impossible. It's impossible for that Foucault pendulum to prove a spinning Earth, man, because eventually, if it'll start now, it would start swinging back and forward in the direction that the Earth was rotating. Maybe I'm not too good at explaining it, but to me, it's like logic, man. It's like physics and logic.
Think about this. If you did, and I agree, the way they say it should only work at the North Pole, but you have to know that the thing that it's hanging from is connected to the North Pole. So in a 24-hour period, that has done the rope itself has done a 360 turn. So that would turn the pendulum, but you're also turning with the pendulum. So from your point of view, to a pendulum hanging from a Earth-connected reference frame, it would not vary. So if the Earth was spinning, I contend that at the North Pole, especially, the pendulum wouldn't spin. It's only if it was hanging from free space and the Earth was spinning underneath it.
Yeah.
He's saying that it's going to go back and forth in a straight line, not in a spin. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Of course it will. Think about it. Look, you could do this yourself. You could even do this yourself. Get a weight on the end of a bit of string. Start spinning it round with your hand. It'll spin, right? Get it spinning, and then start going back and forward, because that's what because if we're supposedly, allegedly on a spinning Earth, right, and we face eventually that object will swing back and forward in the direction of the force that you're moving in. It's quite simple. To me it is. That's why I don't even... The Foucault pendulum, it's just a load of bollocks, man. It's not logical. If you think about it, if you really truly think about it, it's not logical. And we don't live on a spinning disc. So that Coriolis effect and all that is gotten... we're not on a spinning disc, according to them, right? We're on a ball.
Well, surely
truly the spinning ball is not a logical you can't make a logical argument for the spinning ball. It requires you to assume that there's these, stuff happening that don't have qualia. You can't sense them, right? So you can't actually make a logical argument, at least not from the stance of
This is where the AI
philosophical
cuts out
realism.
dead space.
Oh, am I cutting out?
No, he can't hear Galatrax is all.
Oh,
Oh,
somebody's talking. I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, I think
I can
Foucault's
hear you.
pendulum works perfectly for the globe Earth model. I think the issue is just trying to figure out how the motion or what's causing the Foucault's pendulum to move, if not on a rotating mass.
Well, no, the
I
first
told
thing
you it was the
is to
twisting
nail
wire.
it down. If it's rotating, right? So the argument is precession based, not on motor, not on keeping it in motion, not does it start itself, not even really does the crane rotate the same way. The argument is based on precession, and their argument is based on really the translation of motion from the sidereal rotation. Because if you do like math based on the translation, if you start with like 23 hours, 56 minutes as the sidereal rotation, work in some ether wind math, work in the nature of big G, use Kepler's law to get a periodicity, judge that, throw in big G, solve it. You can actually mathematically describe the force of motion coming from the sky to actually progress if it was to happen the way that the globe says it happened, which again hasn't been verified at the North Pole or the equator. If it was to happen, we could easily scoop it back up with a nice kinematic equivalence, one of our favorite things to do. Just say, actually, it's a translation of ether motion down from the sky that actually, guess what, corresponds with solar periodicity, just like interferometry
Shane,
would suggest. What do you guys think?
Can you draw that out in a formula? Because I want to make a T-shirt out of that.
I did make a meme, and it's in the jumbo, if we can start with that.
all of that sounds cool, but it doesn't relate how the Foucault's pendulum corresponds with the actual moving mass.
No, it does specifically.
It doesn't.
Exactly
it doesn't,
that.
though. Yeah, it doesn't. When the pendulum's stationary, it should start moving itself if we're on a rotating reference frame. Like that's like the end of the argument right there. The fact that they're all stationary and don't self-move was like GG. That's it.
Oh, so okay, I got you. So that's the point of contention: the fact that it's not moving on its own and it has to be set in motion.
Yep. Yeah. If you're if you put a pendy on a rotating reference frame, it starts moving by itself. You don't have to set it in motion and keep it going, or the precession will be like with that motion. So if it's not moving, on its own, then that's GG right there, dog.
don't a lot of them use either magnets or like an engine or something to start it or keep it going when it stops?
Both.
Am I getting that wrong?
No, they all use magnetic brakes and motors.
So surely if it was a moving reference frame that it would stay in motion even if you just prodded it a little bit, because
Yeah, you could have it stationary, fixed, and then it would just start processing, like due to the motion.
But say you prodded it just once, right? You tapped it. If it was a moving reference frame, it wouldn't need any type of, continuous force applied on it, right? It would just keep moving, even more so.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a little confusing to me, but I have to get back to you on it. But I just don't see why it should start moving on its own. I don't think that it's enough mass to be affected by.
Because it doesn't start moving on its own.
Yeah, because the Earth is stationary.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, because you don't know the equation for the Foucault pendulum. The Coriolis force is proportional to the velocity of the object.
Buddy, the equation for the pendulum is that when it's stationary, it doesn't start moving by itself due to the Coriolis force.
Of course, because the Coriolis force is proportional to V. It's minus 2m omega cross V, where V is the velocity with respect to the rotating frame. So if it's something stationary, it does not, it is not affected by Coriolis force. You should study physics before discussing it, for fuck's sake.
Well,
you should discuss why the pendulum doesn't move by itself.
Hold on, did you just come and crash out and rage quit?
Yeah, that's exactly all his main thing is.
Sure
and then his
did.
friends are going to go jerk off about that interaction for 6 hours in the comments. So everyone get ready and gear up.
Yeah,
Yo,
Franco, you really showed him.
His main argument for not rebutting the bucket is because he didn't understand it.
That's a solid argument. I support it.
And then he's
Yeah,
saying
me
that we
too.
should study. I told him last night he should never gaslight us about studying physics if he
There's someone
conceded to
talking.
not understanding relativity.
Did you hear Franco come in and spiral with it?
Franco, I asked your daddy
Nah,
for
my
you
headphones were down. I was
about
in
the
baby
bucket.
duty for a sec.
That, and it's not a stationary frame either. The Earth is supposedly spinning and orbiting and doing all this other crap, which is all acceleration and deceleration when you bring it into orbit.
Franco came in, spiraled, and left.
Yeah, it was like 17 seconds total. If you missed it, if you blinked, you would have missed it.
He was efficient at his baby rage. I've never seen someone activate baby rage and then turn it off and leave so quickly.
Like to be aware of it and then be slave to it all at once.
It was real.
Well, dude, every time the pendulum comes up,
Exactly.
I genuinely ask. I want to answer this question, and it's like, does anyone have proof of the pendulum not processing at all at the equator?
Well, that's what I started my thing with, right? Is that first of all, it's never been proven at the North Pole and at the equator to actually process laterally, so nothing at the equator and then exactly at the North Pole has never been experimentally verified. But then I said, if you were to give them all of that, and if that was the thing, then we could easily scoop it up with a translation of motion from the sky. And I said earlier, went back to ether wind. But I don't know if you want to go that far because no one's tested it at the equator.
Yeah, I agree with that
there you
point. I
go.
think there
You
should
said
be
it.
an experiment that actually.
They're so played out. It's like I feel like I haven't had that debate in a couple years.
Yeah, well, you've been not debating. You've been leaving it to all of us. So we've been struggling.
Witzy, can you hear
It
coffee?
gets played out in a way. You know, it's like, oh,
I don't think Witsa can hear anybody else besides me. Isn't that weird?
Oh, okay, I'm gonna drop.
I think you talked over everybody else, but I know he can hear me.
Could I just bring up a little subject then, right? Because the reason I wanted to talk is because what you were talking about before, about like, you know, these 15-minute cities, let them go there, we'll go off grid or whatever.
Retard pens, I thought we were going to call them.
Yeah, whatever, right. But do you actually think, right, that the people that are in power, that have had power for, as far as I know, like a good, like, I would say anyway, I would say more, but I'll say about 300 years, but it goes back to Egyptian times, I reckon, anyway, right? But do you think these people that have got power, right, have got this power, are going to give it up so easy? We're going to be the first. We'll be the first to go. Then all the intelligent ones, all the people that were doing the bidding for them, will be next to go. But I don't think they're going to give this power up. I don't think, you know, I'm an optimist, you know, I really am, but I'm also a realist. Right? I believe in humanity will eventually overcome, right? But at the moment, it looks dodgy, because the fact is, I don't see these people going to be given. They've got the resources of everything. They control the resources of everything. I don't think they're actually going to give up their power like that. I don't think they're going to let people live on the outskirts of their society. We're getting away with it now, which I do. You know, I avoid paying taxes. You know, I avoided the jab. I refused the jab. I told my boss, I ain't going to take the jab if you're going to make me do it. But lucky enough, I'm a truck. I can't believe this, right? I'm a truck driver, right? I was actually one of the essential services. I move people's shit for a living. I work for a removal company, moving shit. How is that? I was one of these protected species that were apparently, because I was driving a truck, I was immune. I was immune from this disease that was going to kill everybody that I came in contact with, or there was a high probability of us dying. And that told me everything. During the pandemic, I was driving abroad. I drove to Germany. I've seen all the regulations, Germany, France, Belgium, and it was crazy. In Austria, I was down in Austria, And I went into a restaurant, and the woman, the owner, it was a local restaurant. It wasn't one of the big chains. It was a mum and pop's restaurant, which I like using. Said, sorry, have you got evidence you've got 2 jabs? You had to have to go and even go out to eat in Austria during the pandemic. You had to have 2 jabs to get it. But do you know what we did? The lovely lady, she said, but you're okay, you can sit out and you can sit outside. They had tables outside and you can eat out there. And that's great. That's what told me. Well, I knew it was a joke anyway, because 20 years ago, if you guys know a guy called, it was Andrew Wakefield. He actually got, he was a doctor, and he came out, he actually done, he was a gastroentomologist or something like that. He was to do with the flora of stomach, right? And he was noticing, he thought, oh, let's have a look at this. He was noticing that certain injections, the MMR, mumps, measles, and rubella jab, if you took the 3 together, or your child, because you get injected, I'm talking about my child, is they get, it's dangerous for them. It's better for the 2 in 1. Right? So when my daughter was born, we went to the doctor, and she was going to get her jabs, which now I would never do that, because now I know, but I was always, so I said to the doctor, can we have it in the 2 in 1 rather than the 3 together? And he asked me why. I said, well, I heard, and think this was 20 years ago. I said, or 21, because my daughter's 21 now. I said to the doctor, I've heard that if you take the 3 together, because he asked me why, I said, well, I've heard that 3 together, it causes autism. And he goes, oh, I've never heard of that. And thankfully, my partner that was with me, she supported me. She was sat next to her in the doctors. And so we got the 2 in 1. But he said to me, I've never heard that before. And I told him, I said, well, you better do it. This is in Denmark. I said, well, I would suggest you do your research on it. But I got my daughter just specifically for that. So when the COVID came out, I was like, wait a minute, because I looked into vaccinations. It takes about 7 years of research, between 7 and 12 years from conception of a vaccine till it comes out onto the market. And they rolled it out in a week. I was like, fuck that. Sorry. I was like, no, I'm not having any of that. And I didn't. But I wore a mask. They got me. I wore a mask because I didn't want to kill Granny. But after a few weeks, I thought, this is ridiculous. And I took it off. But as I say, you know, they're not going to give up their power. I do not believe they're going to give up their power that easy, guys. I really don't. I don't think it's going to be as simple as that you can just bug out and just off-scale leave it. They're not going to do that. They're not going to fuck it. They're not going to let us do that. Unless everybody does. Look at the vote.
What you mean, let us, man? They don't got that much control over us. But I hear you. Reel it back in, though, just a little bit. We do got a couple of hands, so I want to make sure we get through that. But go ahead, you can finish.
Yeah, okay, I'm finished. I'm finished. Sorry, guys. I do ramble. I'm Scottish, man. I can't help it. But there you go. You know.
Shout out to my Scotties. I do want to bring Ken up too, because he put his pendulum in the nest.
I do want to hear
what he wants to speak on that.
Yeah, I didn't know Ken did his own experiment.
Well, I think he just observed like one where when he was traveling.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about pendulum too. Just talking about all that motion and everything. Why y'all make it all so complicated? It's real simple. Just let a plumb bob sit there above a level surface and let it settle down. You can put a square up to it, perfectly square. We ain't moving anywhere. It's that simple.
But Bill, if you're on a geoid with an equipotential, with a geopotential, with a centripetal force to down, how do you actually know that when you drop that plumb bob that it's actually level? Can you trust your plumb bob if you live on a geoid and you actually don't know where down is? Because down has to have a perpendicular relationship to the geopotential of gravity, which is of course downward and centripetal inward. Do you know, Bill? It's confusing. So I see what you're saying, but people can get lost in the weeds with that.
Franco crashed out on Witsit about what the fuck vertical is. I'm just quoting him. I don't have to do any push-ups.
Do you know how much differential calculus is required to describe a verti, bro? How dare you?
Wow. Dude, I love how
Don't
Franco,
you know you need a tensor to describe verties?
Dude, can you imagine the degree to which Franco and Giovanni hate watch all of the EtherCause streams with the intent and vigor of a super fan, but still maintaining some sort of level of animosity that is quite puzzling? Dude, like that guy watches everything we do. There was like a stream at 3 a.m. one day where he was the only viewer and he was just hate commenting all hard by himself to nobody. And we were just commenting on how much time he spent with us that we considered him a friend or whatever.
Yeah, well, I heard that Alan and Piezo were really mean to Franco last night, and you guys said some really mean stuff and were uncourteous. All right, so put that stuff back where it is, fellas.
Yeah, I heard that people like Franco get intimidated from other masculine men in reality, and then they make up other things as to why that is, right? But that's just what I heard. I mean, if we're gonna make up rumors or whatever.
Bro, he didn't say fuck it. He said bucket. Bucket.
Oh, you guys missed the most hilarious guy. So he was a Globe friend. Oh, I think someone else had their hand up before me. I think Ken did. Ken has his hand up before me.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I put up in the nest. When I was in Paris, I went to the Pantheon, and that's a pendulum that you'll hear talked about. And I actually videoed it twice. And you can see closest to me in that is the line that says 0 on it. And if you watch the swing of that pendulum, it comes down on the left and it stops and it goes back. And when it goes back, you can see that it's moved at least 4 inches across the face of that dial. And you can still see it go up. I think it's I forget. I think it says 15. It goes up on the right of it. And when it comes down, it comes way to the left of that 15. It's an elliptical orbit. It is not a straight swing where the Earth is turning under it. That thing has an elliptical orbit to it. So I don't know how else you can't say that this thing is swinging straight back and forth and the Earth is moving under it. It's just impossible.
Well, that's what creates that elliptical orbit, the rotation of the mass that the pendulum stands on. That's how we know that it's rotating.
But the
Because
pendulum itself is doing
the,
the rotation.
no,
It's not.
it appears to be rotating, but that's not exactly what it's doing. It never changes its linear motion and its plane of swing. It's just because you're standing on a rotating mass that you have the same perspective, right? Being that you're on a mass also rotating, that you get this rotational observation. That's why I had to agree with the experiment that Whitsitt said that it would be appropriate for someone to carry out the Foucault's pendulum along all the lines of latitude to see how it corresponds with the elliptic observation.
Wait, it sounds like you're
I don't
saying there's
think.
an ocular equivalence. Like it appears that it is.
Yeah, if you look at it, that table is not turning 4 inches in just a matter of a few seconds. That's an elliptical orbit. You can literally see it. The video is only 37 seconds long. There's no way in the world you should see rotation in 30 seconds. And the thing is that it swings by it a few times, and it always comes down on the left side of the 0 line, and it always goes back up on the right side of the 0 line, and it does it a few times within 37 seconds. It's not like it's swinging straight across, and then later on this is a video 37 seconds long. It's not that I got a picture later on and it had moved. You can literally see an elliptical orbit, or not orbit, but an elliptical swing back and forth within 37 seconds. The Earth is not moving 4 inches in a few seconds.
Well, wait a second. If the whole point of this is the precession proves Earth motion, then it occurs to me that watching this giant setup, that any misalignment in the original motion given, like if you pull it back to let it go or whatever, however it started the motion, any inaccuracy from that motion will perturbate in every oscillation, and that's what would cause any deviation. So if you're going to say that the deviation in the precession is due to Earth curve, but not due to anything that you did to impart motion onto it in the first place, that's retarded. This whole argument is retarded. If I'm looking at this correctly, guys, this is stupid.
Well, when you set something in motion, right, a pendulum, right, it's gonna swing to a vertical axis, right? It's playing a swing.
A perfect axis?
No, it's a vertical axis.
But it has got to be perfect. If you're to claim any deviation from that perfection is then, of course, Earthsman. You get that, right?
Yeah, but you could calculate that through the precession of the bob.
Have you seen a perfect pendulum swing of which you can then judge deviation as Earth spin convincingly?
Not perfect, but perfect enough.
No one's ever seen a perfect pendulum swing. There is no such thing, dude. You're gonna already scoop up all that gray area where we're gonna say, was it perfect? Was it not? Well, no, that's Earth spin. That's what this whole thing is.
No, it's not about it being perfect. It's how it deviates from that linear motion.
But if
there's no other force, right, that's introduced that could cause it to deviate from that linear motion, from its plane of swing. There shouldn't be.
Do you know how it starts?
You got to set it in motion.
Okay. All right. So like, do you say like if it's at a dead start in the middle and somebody like pulls it back to set it in motion, you understand that if it deviates from that perfect axis, which it will immediately and forever every single time, then for you to claim that deviation from that perfect axis is said Earth rotation is not a solid case, man.
No, the elliptical deviation should correspond with whatever latitude that you're in. This is why I agreed with the experiment that Whitsitt said. We should see that it has no deviation from its linear motion in the equator, and we should see how it corresponds with each latitude, because there should be a change with each latitude experience.
But do you get what he's saying, Coffee? He's saying, like, as a person, if you pull it back and let it go, are you letting it go in a perfect linear path, or is there a slight deviation from the point of just letting it go?
Yeah, there's always going to be a slight deviation, but that deviation
That's his whole point.
Minuscule. It's going to be minuscule in comparison.
Any deviation is an error. That's what he's saying.
Cool. That's cool, but it's not enough to hang your hat on, right? It's more in correspondence to the deviation caused by the rotation of the Earth in respect to what latitude that you're in.
But you can't rule that out. You can't rule that out because you caused the deviation, not the Earth spin.
You could rule it out by making a comparison at each latitude, right? And seeing how it corresponds with the elliptical apparent motion that's caused by the pendulum.
Yeah, but like, so that...
I was just gonna say, I'm cool with the latitude experiment, but like, why haven't they done this before? Like, this is something that they should have thought of like 100-something years ago.
And that's assuming that at every latitude it's been verified, which definitely has not happened. As we keep saying, at the equator it should precess not at all, and we have 0 videos of 0 precession at the. So like, if we're saying it's always a product of motion, and you're saying nah, it'll do it anyway, we have the evidence, then we would need the equatorial precession to have 0 movement, and we'd be like, oh, look at that, that's solid corroborative evidence for your side. Suspiciously, none of that exists. You agree though, right, Coffee?
Bro, that's what I said in the beginning. But hold on one second.
Right, that's why I said you agree, because I remember you saying that you were on that side. So,
and I get what you're saying, Shane, because if you get to the equator and you still have that same deviation because of the human error on the pullback, and then you let go, then it starts to process. Well, guess what? We now know that it's human error and it's not the spin of the earth.
Yeah, show me that it's someone nailed that perfect drop, set it in motion with no wobble whatsoever, right? They perfectly counteracted all 3 Earth wobbles that are actually in motion, so we could maintain our total axis wobblerity. And then once that is said, they had it matched just to the sidereal rotation so that they could actually gauge the proper motion of Earth. Imagine the precision that you'd have to do with that. And then again, remember, we couldn't measure the same motion with the highest level of instrument interferometry, shooting lasers and bouncing back to recombine into patterns that would show the slightest hint of movement. We can't measure it this way, but the pendulum, guys, woohoo, super results this way.
Yeah, no, I think it's odd that, like, there's all this like so-called evidence, but when it's questioned, it's like, man, these people had like 200 plus years to figure this shit out, and they didn't. It seems like as soon as they went to the moon, and I'm sure you like imagine my quotation marks, as soon as they went to the moon, all of a sudden, all the science experiments stopped. They didn't need to do them anymore.
I just want to make a very clean blanket claim. NASA has not accomplished anything ever. That's it.
I thought that they send people up and then they bring them back down, and then they send people up and then they bring them. And sometimes at night they send people up and they bring them back down. What else did you guys think they accomplished?
But they didn't bring all the people down.
Honestly, I thought that was the point of NASA, so we could be like, look at us go into space. I thought was their slogan, and that whole point of the ISS was for them to do backflips and aerobatics for the masses, so that we were to know for sure that they were in space. Isn't that the point of it all?
Last Flat Earth Friday, I posted their proposed budget for 2025, and it was something like 27 billion or something like a year. And that's more than like the 5 lowest budget states get combined. So NASA gets more money than our 5 poorest states. And it's just like, oh yeah, but they're doing good stuff. What? What are they doing?
I heard what do they do?
The Tang. If we're off the pendulum, I have some hard hitting questions. If you guys want to try to grapple with them. All right, so
I think we beat the pendulum to death.
Yeah, these are specifically towards Shane Allen, Sacred, Proud, Austin, Sheepdog U2, as well as U Coffee and Ali B.
You better mention my name.
Yeah, and Ken,
especially when he went through the list. So now whoever didn't get mentioned, you know who you are now, right? That's what he just
especially you, Sacred,
Thanks,
especially you.
Dave Weiss, you did not get mentioned.
Mentioned all the speakers in here currently. Oh, and Methuselah and Chris Picola. These hard-hitting questions are for you guys. So, are you guys ready? This is to keep everyone's brain sharp.
Charlie.
Right, so
the answer is Charlie. It's a Charlie.
The first hard-hitting question is, why would they lie? All right, that's the first one. The second one is, do you know any professionals with PhDs or equivalency credentials to verify your flurf claims? Yeah, asking the real ones here. And then the third, and this is the hardest hitting of all of them, are you guys aware of how many people they would have to be in on it? All right.
Hold on, I wanted to brace myself. Was there a super harder hitting one that we can get ready for? Because I'm feeling like it's going to be bigger.
Oh, could I challenge? Could I answer the last question? The other questions I could answer.
Real quick, I have a quick answer for why would they lie, right? Let me tell you a quick story. So I was in a space the other day. This guy asked, why would they lie? And the answer was control. We said control, right? And they said, yeah, but why would they lie? So we proceeded to tell them like a 20-minute explanation of all the different possibilities of what they are in control of. And they're like, oh, control. It was the funniest thing ever.
What was the third question? Because I wanted to answer the third question. Sorry. What was the third question you asked?
Everybody wrote it down. Yeah, are you guys aware of how many people would have to be in on it? They would have
right.
to be.
There we go. That's fine. Right. Okay. Do you remember when the what do you call it? Do you know how many people were involved in the conception of the atomic bomb?
Oh, at least 6.
Come on, man. It was like 10,000 people were working on it, or 100,000 people were working on the atomic bomb.
Oh, you
Go
mean
look
how
at
many
it.
were in the know,
So
or
you
how many
tell
were just
me.
working
So
on
wait
it?
a minute. So my point is. So your whole point is that, oh well, if everybody knew about it, well, look, there was like 100. I'm sure it was 100,000, but I'll say 10,000. But I'm sure it was 100,000 according to my memory, right? But there was at least 10,000 people that knew the atomic bomb was getting developed in America, and the public, nobody else knew about it. So there you go. So that's how. So you can do that. So your point on that question is moot. MOOT.
Worse than that, Ali B. All those people were working on the atomic bomb, and it's fake.
To think that the welder and the electrician would know what was going on with the space flight. That's
but they said, well, wait a minute, that's a good point. But the point is, I worked for the government, right? And the first day that I worked in the government, I had to sign an Official Secrets Act for the British government, saying, now, whereas I was different because I've got a big mouth, so that's why I got, what do you call it, ejected from Faz Lane. It's a nuclear submarine base. I got ejected from the place without a reason, but I kind of knew what it was or whatever. But these people all know what's going on. It's like common knowledge. It's like in the Hollywood, they all know it's rife with certain types of people that do certain types of things, right? That's a fact, right? There's like thousands and hundreds of thousands actually people that work in the film industry know all the gossip. It's a little private. It's like a little private. It's like being at work. You know all the gossip about everybody that's working in there, and you know what they're doing. You know exactly about them, but their friends might not know what they're like or public. So it's kind of absurd to me, anyway, for that thing. How many people would need to be involved in it? Every single person would have the welder. The guy who would have something to lose. There wasn't 100,000 welders. There wasn't 100,000 carpenters.
Yeah, it's just compartmentalization. And just for the record, I'm with you guys. I was just throwing, layups or alley-oops for you guys. More so just
called free dunks.
I don't know what you question.
Free dunks.
What was the second question?
By the way, there are
I
people that
noticed
work
you
at
didn't.
JPL that are flat earthers. So
I noticed, Austin, you didn't address my questions. Are you scared to answer the hard-hitting questions?
Yes.
I just answered one of your questions, number 3.
Why would they lie? Oh no.
What was the second
why
question?
would they lie?
I know
somebody have a song that answers
made a whole
that.
song about why would they
Yeah,
lie, bro.
somebody up here might have one of those.
Why would they not?
There's only why would they not? That's a good one too. But why would they lie? Well, they receive all this money from taxpayers. They got to justify spending it. They got to keep people poor. They got to keep people under control. They got to keep people in fear. They got to keep people under control. The bottom line is control. So, like Wizard says, why would they not?
Yep, exactly.
You just have to look at the current things going on in the news now. Look at Boeing and the doors blowing out. You know how many people build a plane? And that's just today.
At least 9 or 11.
And they hid the fact. Because Boeing, if you actually go into that rabbit hole, you actually look at them. There's engineers that have been talking about it. There was a guy even there that came out as a whistleblower explaining about all these problems. If you actually look at how many doors have flew off of Boeing flights mid-flight or all that kind of stuff, right? you'll realise that. But everybody knew about it. Everybody that worked for the company knew about it. You never knew about it. How many doors have you heard getting blown off mid-flight on a Boeing 737? That's the point. You haven't. You haven't. And they hide it. But everybody knew about it. Everybody knew about it. The engineers, the people that own, because they gossip. If you've ever worked with a group of people in a certain department or whatever, everybody gossips. We know what's going on above. I know what was going on above. I knew the politics that was above me, and I was just a simple someone, a cleaner, cleaning toilets, cleaning shit off of toilets. To start with, I progressed obviously, but I started there. I knew what was going on, and I was in a highly secured facility, and I knew what was going on. I knew all about where the submarines. I knew where the submarines were. You wouldn't have never known. I knew where all the British submarines were. I was in a place just as a cleaner. I went up. It was called the ops room in Faz Lane, and the person that usually cleaned it was sick, and so I was asked, "Do you want to go up and clean it?" And I went up, and it looked like something out of a James Bond film. There was a huge, you know, like you see the big perspex screen with a map of the world on it. There was red markers on it, blue markers, and that was all the submarines. The red markers were Russian submarines or the enemies, and the blue markers were that. I was only there for a day, and I walked into it. It was like walking onto a James Bond film, exactly like that. I didn't know that was going on, but I still knew where all the submarines, because everybody did. Because we knew all the sailors. I knew all the sailors. I knew all the submariners. Everybody knows it. So we knew exactly, but the public didn't know that unless I told them, unless I said, "Oh, by the way, we're off to Gibraltar. You know, they're going to they're sending subs down to the Mediterranean."
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, so
Well, I'm
by the
talking
way,
about the
Galatrax's
10,000.
questions were a joke, so like we don't have to actually answer them, or you know. Like it
But it's
wasn't.
still a good response. It's still a good response because it points
No.
out the fact. The question was, how can you hide that information? How can you hide that information if so many people know about it? Well, I've just given you an example.
Bro, you gotta
Given
make like
two
more
examples.
concise points.
A personal. Well, do you know, I go roundabout and stuff like that. If, you know.
Yeah, it's
I
all
can't
good. We
help
got
it
some.
the way
We
I
got some
Rolling the
hands up.
builds. I like the way this man talk for real. I think
If you
Chris
tell
had
me to
his
shut
hand
up,
up.
if you tell me to shut up, by the way, here's the thing. If you tell me to shut up, stop talking, I'll stop. Dead easy. Instead of complaining
Well,
about it.
I just lightly
or
suggested you should be
criticising.
more concise. Is all. I thought that was cool.
I can't be. And I don't. I have no.
All right, stop. We're good. We've had our fill.
I think Chris had his hand up. I think Chris wanted to chime in on something a while ago. Chris, thank you for being patient. I don't know if you wanted to say something. Chris, speak. Hold up.
I was the one that brought up the Boeing. And I mean, if you want something else, I mean, just look at NASA and the moon landing, so-called. How many people, if you watched it on TV, or if you're old enough, how many people were sitting down in front of screens checking stats on the astronauts and the gas level and the oxygen and everything? I mean, so how many people did it take to put the rockets together? I mean, do you think the people at the screens did that? No.
Dude, we talked to a rocket assembler lad. What was it, last week or the week before, that Taylor brought in, and he didn't know anything about any of that. You know, he was basically like, "Can you assemble Legos?" And like that was like the prerequisite for the job. You know, if you can connect dots or whatever. And he was like, "Yeah, sure can. Like if you need some Lego sets put together, like I got you. But if you know, and like it's not a dig at him, like because it's not his job, right? But that's you know, just to your point, they don't have to know anything about what they're doing. That's how the compartmentalization works, you know. And it starts with that bottom layer of just like, hey, We need some dudes in here that can assemble Legos, and then we can ship this off to the other, part of the industry that does the other thing.
And someone asked him if he got any post-flight feedback, right? Like after the rocket was launched, if they sent him any feedback, like, here, do this differently next time. He's like, no, they just give me the thing, I build it.
Yeah, and there's also different corporations and companies that build different things for it.
Can I quickly jump in then? Because I've got I know something about that. Well, if you look at NASA's budget, you go, 28 million or whatever. They actually get more, because if you actually look at governmental contracts for the USA, it's contracts. You can actually go and get one yourself. But the point is, if you actually go and look, have a look at these contracts, they actually give out. The Department of Defense give contracts to NASA as well. So they get more than $20 billion. They get contracts, and what they do is, right, NASA doesn't actually do anything like there was someone that said that before. NASA actually doesn't do that. They hire it out to Northrop Grumman or McDonnell Douglas or Raytheon, which are owned by the same companies. But they hire out the contract, so NASA doesn't really, what that guy said, NASA doesn't fly anybody to the moon or whatever. Well, that's correct, actually. They don't do nothing. They're the guys that sit there. All the engineers, most of the engineers anyway, or the contracts, go to private corporations. I had a friend online, right? And he used to fit cameras to satellites, because I believed in satellites. I was probably the only flat earther that believed in satellites, but now they're coming around. Now suddenly, they're on balloons, but suddenly they'll realise they're not just on balloons. But it doesn't matter. This is like 8 years ago I did this. Talked about satellites, and this young fella, he told me he worked in a company, and they actually got government contracts, and they were fitting their job. They got the satellite, and their job was to fit cameras to the satellites. Yeah. He did tell me. He said, but every satellite that we did, right? He was there one day, he fit the camera. Every satellite that they did, he's seen this one time, this woman, right? They secured the area. They stopped all the workers going into the area where the satellite was. And these, like what he said, it was a woman, army, dressed in army gear. 2 other army guys went in. She had a briefcase, and she went into the where the satellite was, and obviously they attached something to it. And
brother. That's what's up.
I believed him. Because I'd known him for a year. We had so many offline conversations. It wasn't like I'm sitting talking. We had loads of it. He had my phone number. He had everything. And then he disappeared because he got so much grief. He got attacked so much. And this is about 8 years ago. But this guy, and he told me, and from then on I was like, well, it's not unbelievable. Matt Powell said, he even said, if astronauts went up into the atmosphere, went into space and looked down and seen a flat Earth, he said, would they tell you? That was the thing that done it.
Nice. Yo, what up, Barber Dan? What's good, dog?
What you saying, bro? You good?
Chilling.
Which one's the globe is in the space at the moment?
I see.
Coffee.
Yeah, I think just Coffster.
Just coffee, right? So I'm
No,
trying to
Animal
get
Burger's down there in the listeners.
Okay, well, I'm trying to get
Enema Dirter?
Oh, yeah, the non-microphone user. Yeah, there's no one else here but Coffee.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer to a question that I asked Peter Jubinski, and I'm looking for a more intelligent answer than the one he gave. So, if flat earthers are retards and the concept of flat earth is retarded, can you explain why the modern heliocentric science states that the universe is flat?
I think their explanation would be it's in relation to the center of gravity. So like when they do the accretion, because like from their model, it comes from like the sun accreting everything. So I think that would be in relation to it ejecting it from its center of mass, which would create like a flat plane, I guess. That'd be my explanation if I were a globularist.
Well, you gave a more intelligent answer being a flat earther than what Peter said, mate. Peter said because it was measured flat.
Shout out to your boy.
Don't you guys think it's kind of, do you know when we talk to globe earthers or we interact with them or whatever, some of the answers that they give, it's like, I don't know. It's like unbelievable.
Nice.
It's like, did nobody get educated? I mean, I'm not highly educated. I left school at 16, went straight to work, but I realised that my education from 4-year-old when I went to kindergarten in Scotland, a little village, till I was 12-year-old, I got taught it was like the trivium quadrivium. I got taught how to, feel confident speaking with people, because we had to write stories. We were encouraged to write stories, stand up in class, read them. We were out all the time. If it was sunny, or even if it was raining, we'd go into a forest. A forest was right next to us. We'd gather up trees, do some art. I learned how to sew when I was 7 at school. I learned how to bake clay. We made ashtrays. I made an ashtray when I was 7-year-old out of clay. We got taught all that kind of stuff. And I never realised how lucky I was until I found out. But when I went to secondary school, which was a bigger school, I used to fall asleep in class. It was like a scene out of Charlie Brown. You know how when he's in the classroom, it's going wow, 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 wow. Come about 12 o'clock in the day, 1 o'clock, I was falling asleep. I was daydreaming and suddenly wake up. And then, didn't know why that was. But later on in life, when I learned about, the conspiracy theories about, like getting people, being that boring that, what do you call it? Their subconscious kicks in, and then you can brainwash people or whatever. I realised that's what happened at my secondary school. I went from getting like high grades, top of the class, went to secondary school, got a bit of attitude off the teachers, gave up, man. Gave up, and I used to fall asleep, and always around after lunchtime, my brain would just fog out. It would just fog out, and that's
Bro,
later on.
I failed at school as well. I just took a boatload of acid instead.
Yeah, that's a bit heavy, right? I always say, right, I don't personally. I smoke weed. Well, I smoke weed, but I would never encourage anybody to take drugs. I would never say that's the thing. I think there should be a age limit on it, because between the ages are like, I know, dude, I've seen a guy. I've seen a kid, a 6 years old, hitting a pipe of weed, a straight pipe of weed. His dad done it in front of me, and I was like, "What the fucking?" And that'll just ruin the brains. Drugs, especially in the development years, like hash and all that, weed and all that, it destroys your brain. Nothing wrong with smoking it later on, when you're out of school or you're not in school, but when your brain's a bit more developed and stuff like that. Because I remember when skunk first came, and skunk was like a high grade
Yeah,
THC.
yo, I'm sorry to cut you off, but can you stop? Thank you.
No problems.
If there are any globe earthers or anybody, who came here to discuss the shape of the earth or cosmology, feel free to grab a mic. We are about to rotate some mics out. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, drop it in the side chat or DM us and we'll get to it. It's probably going to be last call soon, unless anybody can provide some exclusive evidence.
I'm going to go now, guys. Thanks for your patience. And
later.
We do this every Friday. Appreciate you for coming. You guys can't believe the monologuers, like what if they just woke up and we've been up all night, so they're like full of energy to yap.
The Brits have been trying to get rid of the Scots for decades. You lot have got no luck.
I throw out some mics. You guys don't have to feel like bullied to come or nothing like that. I just like your bio or maybe your header. It gives scientific, scientifical.
Ooh, I like that. Let's get
Right, so
scientifical.
pretty. Morgan, if you're awake, come back. Morgan, are you sober? Sorry, I don't mean to
Stay asleep. Stay asleep. Just rest those. Your eyes are getting very heavy.
Morgan, it's your consciousness talking to you. The earth is flat. They're right. The earth is flat. You're gonna have nightmares, watch.
Dude, if that was real and consciousness talked to them, wouldn't their consciousness tell them that they sucked? Like, if that was true, right? If that was real and they couldn't lie, like, they'd be like, hey, man, you fucking suck. No?
No, dude, their consciousness just self-gasses them up. It's like
You think that's how it works? I was thinking about how the only way that could possibly work is they self-gaslight their own soul. Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're like, you're doing great, bro. Get in there and say nothing. Yeah, yeah, you showed him. Get him with a non sequitur.
I should have brought up Mimi when I had the chance.
Because, like, if it was me, myself would tell my other self that myself sucked, right? And I would immediately correct my actions and go, oh, well, I don't want to suck. That sounds terrible, right? What am I doing? Oh, yeah, I know that if you're from the other person's perspective, I am an asshole. You're right. I shouldn't do that. But that's just one side that does that, right?
They got the wrong internal monologue going.
Unless you guys want to play Jeopardy.
Little Geo party?
No, I'm down for playing Jeopardy.
I'll find the website and repost it. I think you can create your own. You can make a flat earth Jeopardy too. Hey D3. Hey Run Boston. Hey Mister.
Hey. Who do we got on? I see we got Coffee on deck. Is there any other Globers on deck that we know of? No, just Coffee.
Yep.
Hey, Coffee, you there, brother?
Games.
Yes, sir. Okay, cool. You're the only one of the global position, so I'll run this by you, right? So Flat Earth Dave posted something the other day, and it's a pretty simple, factual thing that's happened in the past. Okay, so before I get to what it is, let's just run some basics and make sure we're on the same page, right? So The gravitation that we observe, this is a weak pseudo force, correct? It's a weak effect compared to other things like electrostatics, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Now, propulsion systems are specifically designed to overcome this weak pseudo force. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, so something that is pushing up and overcoming the pseudo force is not really being it's overcoming the force. So the force is really not having that much of an effect on it because it's overcoming it, right? Now, if the propulsion system fails or turns off or something, then obviously then it will take back over its position and we would see it come down to Earth. Okay. So in the 60s, we built the SR-71 plane. This plane was a high altitude aircraft that traveled at a typical speed of 2,200 miles per hour. Now, with the current global model, 8 inches per mile squared approximately, right? That would mean over a 1 hour flight at 2,200 miles per hour, they would need to account for 600 feet of drop. I'm sorry, 600 miles, not feet. Whoa, sorry. 600 miles of drop. Now, that equates to a requirement of turning the nose down 10 miles per minute. All right, so you're accounting for 10 miles of drop per minute. Can you think of any way that this does not refute the current model?
The fact that they're having to turn the nose down every 10 minutes to account for that 600 miles at the end of its distance, I don't think it refutes the model per se.
Okay.
I could see why it's a little iffy to the flat earthers, but as far as I'm concerned, that it wouldn't be much of an effect due to the altitude of the plane and the fact that it's already running along the line of the surface. So all it has to do is maintain altitude. Any shift in altitude is what's going to correspond to the shift in the point of the nose of the plane.
Did you say line above the surface? The line?
He said no. He said along. I think he said along the surface.
Line along the surface?
Oh wait. Oh, did you throw that in there, Coffee? Come on now.
Yeah. See, you could call it a line. You could call it a curve. I don't care what you
Wait,
call
no.
it.
That violates the law of contradiction, my brother. It's got to be one or the other.
Why do you say that?
Law of non-contradiction, my bad.
Yeah, there's lines on spherical. There's straight lines on spherical objects. I think that's understood.
Not when you're changing direction, bro.
So check it out though, right? So we've got 2,200 miles over 1 hour, right? That's not a small distance, right? The Earth is only so big. So if they're flying at that speed, it's not 10 minutes as you said, it's 10 miles per minute. They would have to manually account for that, brother. There's no way the weak pseudo force of gravity is pulling that nose down because they're overcoming it with the propulsion systems and the lift, right, against the atmosphere.
No, the atmosphere falls along the surface of the Earth. So if it's curving, then the atmosphere is gonna fall with that curvature of the Earth. You're just riding the atmosphere. You're just maintaining altitude. The altitude is in direct correspondence to the surface and whatever where it stands at sea level. So let's say if it's a 600-mile drop, right? If you maintain a straight line in your flight, you're gonna have a 600-mile raise in altitude. That's just an entailment of a 600-mile drop. So you just have to maintain altitude, and everything else would play itself out. I think
how can you give me the mechanic for how? That's nice to say, but how?
no,
Right?
it's just
Because
like
we're overcoming gravity. We're flying straight at altitude. How are we dropping 600 miles in a 1-hour flight?
yeah, I wouldn't call it dropping. You're just following the atmosphere. It's weird shit to say. I
Coffee, you
understand
know
why
that shit
it's so.
don't make sense, Coffee. You know
Yeah,
that
come on.
shit don't make sense, bro. Yo, Coffee, do
So
you hoop, bro?
Yeah, of course.
So you know how balls work. Pause, no diddy. Dog, there's no way that you could maintain altitude without changing your heading. You know that for a fact. There's no way that you could put something across a curve and maintain altitude without adjusting the angle of the nose of the plane. You know that for a fact, bro.
yeah,
No
especially
way
because
possible. As a matter of fact, the only way possible is if you take the ball and spin it underneath something that's stationary. That is the only way. If you are going to take a ruler or something small, if it's in a straight line, you cannot go around a curve without tipping that shit, bro. There's no way possible that you can demonstrate that.
Yeah, but you're not physically tipping it. You're just keeping altitude. If you get
In
what I'm
order,
saying, but
bro,
because
in,
there's multiple reference systems on a plane, right? You got about 4 or 5 of them, right? One of them are spatial coordinates, right? The X, Y, Z, and how it corresponds to the space around you. Z being in totally accordance with the surface of the Earth. So these reference systems is what helps keep the plane aligned with the actual surface. If the surface is curving, all it has to do is follow the atmosphere. And I get it. You get it. It looks as if there should be a tilt in the nose, but it corresponds. Yeah, I would say
okay,
okay. There's a tilt in the
bro,
nose, but
you
it's
you
not
the type of
manually
dude when
done.
you bringing the ball up the court, you carry all the way up the court. You be like, yo, I'm just maintaining the ball up, but my hand above the ball. Like, no, bro,
yeah,
you carrying, bro. Stop carrying. You
yeah,
that type of guy to be dribbling, bro, and carrying the
Nah,
ball all
we
the
talking
time.
about flight, so he's traveling right now.
And
So
traveling. You doing all type
so
of shit, bro.
coffee, hear me out, brother. And I was trying to do this with somebody else, right? But hear me out, right? So you got to look at it like this. And this is just something I came across recently from Flat Earth Dave. I didn't even know about this thing, but this one is so simple. Like I don't see a real argument for it. So I actually dug into the systems that you're talking about, that you're saying keep the plane. And as you said, there's a couple different things going on there, but one of them is using the GPS system, which we know actually is not uh, actual and factual. It's the celestial sphere combined with the ellipsoid model, and it's all modeled and mathed out, right? So that's not gonna work for you. And then the other thing is, like, when you're traveling at that speed and you're overcoming any forces that are pulling you downwards, and you need to account for 10. Now let this sink in, brother. 10 miles. We're not talking feet here. 10 miles per minute. There is no onboard system that automatically does that. I've looked into that. They don't. Any adjustments would be minimal to maintain a course. They're not adjusting within that course for 10 miles, brother, per minute. You
Yeah,
got to admit that.
the system is adjusting for it, but not manually. It doesn't have to, because you got to remember, as you raise in altitude, right, your pressure decreases. Planes correspond with the barometric pressure around them, right, to help maintain altitude along with spatial coordinates. All these things work in conjunction with each other, right?
Right.
And you get all these characteristical effects when you raise in altitude. You get that drop in pressure. You feel me? It gets colder. You're further away from the surface of the Earth. All these
Hmm.
characteristics stand, right? So as you're traveling along the surface, if you're maintaining altitude, you're maintaining pressure, all these other characteristics that would tell you that, you feel me, you're falling away from the surface of the Earth. It the
Yeah, but you
wind
know
is
what you
doing.
don't get? You know what you don't get is you don't get 10 miles of drop per minute.
I mean, if
All
you were
right.
right in the atmosphere, yeah, you would.
Oh, all
Not
right.
not
I'm
a
not.
mile
I'm
every
not. Say
6
no
seconds.
more.
You wouldn't.
Say no more. I thought you would actually think about this one a little bit, but take some time, bro. I'm gonna finish with that,
bro. Coffee
yeah,
knows
this
this
is
is cap. You know this is cap, bro. Everyone knows that just by raising or declining elevation is not going to allow you to turn along a ball. Everybody knows that. All you can say is it happens automatically. That's all you can say. And you know
that's the
that's
only way.
bullshit. As soon as you are honest about that, bro, you can come to the flat earth side. There's no way that you just change your elevation to go along a ball. It's impossible, bro. Impossible. Take a ruler and put it on a sphere and change elevation and see if you can go along the ball without changing the angle. You can't
Come
do
on,
it, bro.
Coffee. I want to see who's gonna be first. It's gonna be Coffee or Keon. You know what I'm saying? Who got get the flat Earth
Keon
photo
already
first,
over
bro?
here, bro. He just got to let go of them aliens and he's straight, but
We gotta give him the aliens.
Coffee, bro. Just be honest about that shit.
Come on,
You know
Wiggles. You
it's
know this one
rational what we're
ain't.
saying, bro.
A
You just
descent
got the
of a
only way
mind
you can
that
say is that it
definitely.
happens automatically. I'm gonna let Ken go in a minute, but that's all you can say, that it happens automatically. Maintaining altitude, you have to do something in order to do that. In order to do that, you have to change the angle of your heading. Facts, bro. I'm telling you, I thought about this thoroughly. The only way you can do this shit is if you literally just turn the ball underneath the plane. But that's not how your globe Earth works because your atmosphere moves with the sphere. You don't have a separate frame of reference along your curvilinear path, head ass.
I appreciate you though for actually, at least presenting your side though.
Coffee, admit it, bro. Nah, bro. He's too rational to not admit this.
That's what I thought. But he did have that tag Wiggles, you know what I'm saying? So
Yo,
I'm gonna let
All
him go
that
with
wiggle
it.
room.
did you guys know planes fly nose up? By the way, like heads up.
And they fly nose up.
Like just a friendly reminder.
If you say planes 2 more times, dude, they will summon a presence that which no glober can withstand. So I'm just gonna
Dude.
warn you. It's already been said twice.
Sacred, I like how you challenged his honor as a hooper.
That's the only way to get to him.
He tried to get to rationalize it through the hoop game. You know what I'm saying? That was a good one. Though.
I like how it came after the rationalization and introduction of the term pre-dunk without batting an eye.
Thou shalt not hoop without changing a heading. Go ahead, Ken. Coffee, you're gonna concede to this point.
I just want to. I like the 10 miles a minute, but I want to put it into real perspective. You're talking about dropping in altitude almost 900 feet per second. Okay, 900 feet per second, and you're telling me that the pilot is not aware of dropping that plane 900 feet per second. Actually, it's 880. I don't want to overstep it. You do the math and you say, oh, you lied. 880 feet. That's almost 900 feet per second. You can't tell me that a pilot is changing. He's nosing down 900 feet per second, and he just has no idea. It's just doing it. The barometric pressure is dropping that plane at 900 feet per second, and he's totally unaware of it. There's no way, dude. There's no way. Not at 2,200 miles per hour. I don't. You need to rethink your game, bro.
I mean, it makes pretty well sense to me. If the Earth is round and the atmosphere wraps around the Earth, there's gonna be a consistent how can you say, a gradient, right? Being with pressure as it raises in altitude. If the plane is just, needs the barometric pressure to keep itself afloat, right?
No, bro,
Yeah, but
no. Coffee,
dude.
I challenge you to demonstrate that shit. Go get you something spherical, go get you a pencil and demonstrate. Just don't change the heading, just change the elevation. And pretend like your hand is the barometric pressure. Pretend like your hand is barometric pressure, change the elevation in your hand, and with the whatever linear object you want to use, go use a paper clip, go use a pencil, go use a ruler, go get you a sphere, and just change elevation. Don't change the angle and go around the sphere. You cannot do it. I promise you. You about
On
to make me
top of
put up
that,
25 bands with 2 bands like Witsit did. But
Nah,
I ain't doing all that.
this is the same idea of a straight line being a straight line on a spherical object. You feel me?
on
If you're moving along the surface of a spherical object, you're moving along a straight line. There's no deviation in your path. It's just because you're moving
Yes,
along
there
a
is.
spherical object that
no, no,
you.
no. But you're saying that it's being dragged along in a curve over the surface. That's an arc, right? So from the top it would be straight, but from the side that's an arc, right? And that's what I'm saying. They would have to be arcing at a certain rate, right? And that's what Ken just pointed out as well. And then so on top of that, we also got to understand that this is one of those high altitude planes. We're talking 85,000 feet, bro. So it's not like we could rely so much on the atmosphere. You know what I mean? Like it's not as dense up there, bro.
Bro, listen, I challenge anybody in this space right now to go get you a linear object. Any linear object within arm's reach. Go get you a sphere. Any sphere that you have. I don't care what type of sphere it is. Oblate, oval, whatever it is, bro. Just go get it. Make sure it's spherical. Point that linear object in the top corner of your room, wherever you at. And make sure it stays in that, pointed straight towards that corner. Then move that linear object along the curve without deviating its point towards that corner. And make it go around the curve. That means it's got to go around that ball. The ball can't spin, by the way, because the plane in the atmosphere is moving with the spin of the earth. You can't create a separate frame of reference. No, 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 no. That's not how your gravity works. Keep that same linear object pointed towards the top corner of your room, because remember, the plane is pointed upwards, and go around your sphere without tilting it down. Just change elevation. You can only move it up and down towards the sphere. You cannot point it different directions and move it along a sphere. None of y'all will be able to do it. I promise you. Yo, if you can, post it. Screen record yourself going along a sphere without changing the heading, without pointing in different directions. Just keep that shit pointed in the top corner of your room and move around that sphere. It's literally impossible. Anybody that's lying to themselves is not in search for the truth. That is ridiculous. I don't care how big the ball is. I don't care how small the linear object is. Demonstrate it. Physics is, well, let me say, geometry is scalable, right? So whatever you could do on a large scale, you should do it on a small scale. Demonstrate it. Nobody will do that shit, bro. None of you. Now, how many people's in here? I don't even know how many people's in here. 100 something? I want
Over
one of y'all to do it, bro. Just one. None of y'all can demonstrate it.
You know what else wasn't mentioned, Sacred? Forget the pilot. Forget the pilot not knowing that he's doing this. How about everybody in the plane? Because if you're in a car and you're driving fast, and you know how you go over, let's just say you go over a hill, right? When you go down a hill and you go at it kind of fast, you know how kind of like you get that feeling like your heart drops, you know what I'm saying? Like you're in a roller coaster when you go over a hill too fast. So you're telling me nobody in the plane is actually feeling this drop? Forget the pilot, but nobody in the plane feels this.
Well, no, I think this is a military thing, so it would just be a few people in the plane.
Bro,
Well aware of what's going on.
Everybody should be able to feel that shit, bro. You're going along a curved path. Acceleration. And it's tilting. You would have to say gravity. Would you? I would almost say you would have to say gravity is pulling on the nose of the plane. And that's not even how gravity works. It pulls on center mass. So it's like you still don't have no options, bro. You would literally just have to say it happens automatically. You can't say by changing elevation, you could go along a curve. That literally makes no sense. You can't demonstrate it. And if you can show it, I bet you won't. It's just a baseless claim, bro. You're lying to yourself and you're okay with it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why would you lie to yourself?
Yo, my bad, Coffee. I mean to get you into the heat over here.
Nah, bro. Yo, Coffee too coherent for this shit, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm mad. I don't take offense, bro.
I try to tell you, man. His cognitus is crazy, man. He cool.
Jose,
He cool as hell.
tell him, bro. Tell him, Jose.
Hey, and apologies, man, about John, man. I don't know, man. I've been harassing him all week, bro, and I've been looking in Clubhouse to see if he appears. It's almost like he disappeared on purpose because he knows that the room is still going. No bullshit. Watch
You
him
see, I
appear.
kept this shit open, bruh. I kept this shit open 26 hours last week. I'm keeping this shit open long as hell this week. I ain't going to Sunday this week. Still flat Sundays out. But bro, PhD John, where you at, bruh? Your main argument was this angular size, and I made it specifically about this because they've been warning me about your angular size argument, and I said, I pull up. PhD John dissipated in the thin ether.
Listen, my man's somewhere training right now, lifting textbooks. He getting right.
Hey, at least the textbooks is flat.
We do have a John in here though. I see they got their hand up. John and Ghost.
Yeah, matter of fact, it was either John or Ron Boston. Maybe
Boston.
it was one of them. One of
Well,
y'all.
real quick, can I just add something real quick to that plane thing that I thought was interesting?
Go ahead.
We can actually put this shit to bed, but I'll just say it and get ahead of it. Like if there was a flat Earth pilot, right, that understands this the hole in this argument, whether you believe the plane does it automatically or the pilot does it subconsciously, what would have to happen, whether you think the plane is nose up or nose down, is that the flaps of the plane have to adjust. They absolutely have to, whether you're descending nose up or nose down. So if there was a camera mounted, the relative flaps as it's going horizontally, as it needs to shift, needs to happen. Now, if if a non-flat Earth pilot were to mount this and have the cutaway scene like they do with the launches that seem to be curving, but they swear it's going straight up, and just looks like it's curving due to Coriolis, they could present it. See, flat earthers, the flaps have to do this. So whether you don't believe that it's the plane's doing it automatically with autopilot or the pilot's doing it, the flaps have to do this if they're turning. And you see, we have footage of this. So I was just thinking, if there's a flat Earth pilot out there, and if you know how to safely mount a camera during your flight, we could put this to bed with actual empirical observations. So just to put that out there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. If whether the pilot knows that it's happening or you feel me, the system is accounting for it, there should be a system read of a pitch shift of the nose. Because I'm not denying that the shift should happen. There should be a reading, but whether the pilot is responsible of, or whether he knows, I don't think that he does.
And no offense, brother, I would rather a flat earther do this analysis for the pitch reading. We saw the launches, and I'm sure you believe the X launches and such, but I don't trust these guys, even if it's compartmentalized and they believe what they're doing is true. But yeah, just to put that out there.
I even had like real life globe earthers say that explanation is ridiculous. The most incoherent explanation that shit happens automatically. I'm waiting for y'all to be honest, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'll take it back. We've been going on for too long. Y'all been saying that same shit, and y'all will not show me no demonstration of y'all claim. Who was next? My bad. I wasn't paying attention.
I'm pretty
I
sure
think you said
Mr.
Run
was ahead of
Boston.
me. Yeah, I think it's Mr., me, and then Ghost, but I don't see Mr.'s hand anymore. So, bro, you ready or what?
Yeah, I just disconnected from Wi-Fi. I'm on my way to work. Dude, this show has been a banger for sure. There's been a lot of good things said. I think we should, well, first off, listening to Coffee rationalize this sounds like listening to an alcoholic tell you why he's okay to drink again. You know, we know it makes no sense, but yet it's just rationalization. I think we should get Witsit to go up against Michio Kaku. I think that would be like the best person to go up against because he's so mainstream. It would be fun. You know, like Michio Kaku is kind of a silly guy, but he's taken seriously in the mainstream.
But Michio Kaku will just concede to everything.
Michio
Yeah, he
Kaku
gets.
told us theoretical
What they
physics
gonna
is
do?
pure
What?
guesswork. He told us they lied to us about gravity. Like we need somebody that's
Yeah,
cap in front of everybody or something. He just gonna
Yeah,
concede.
nah. Yeah, that would be interesting. They're gonna debate about what the string theory is curved or flat. Like,
Yeah. Well, no, I was the one that told. Oh, I can't remember who it was. I had mentioned Brian Cox too, because that would be a good one too. Because then he could British cry all over Joe Rogan's show or whatever, which one he's going to be on. But um, I was just thinking about Michio Kaku would be good because he would concede to certain things, but I don't know. It would be interesting to see for sure. But
you know what would be really funny is if
huh.
Wits could go so hard on some physicist that he gets the physicist to rage quit live.
Oh,
Be
I wouldn't
epic.
doubt if he's going on a show who the the host of the show is a Glober. It would be better if they kicked Wits it out. If they both rage quit.
Hell
But
yeah.
No. I need I'd rather have the PhD in tears. It would just set a different precedent. Like, bro, you couldn't contain yourself long enough. Like, you're the one with the credential. All the other people who are banking on the credential, appealing to the fallacy, would be like in shambles. If they kick them, that makes them look justified. They can all, echo chamber jerk off. Sorry.
Yeah, we really got to get we got to get with somebody, man. We got to convince some PhD somewhere.
you
I
could
say we.
get Bennett.
I,
You could get Bennett to pretend he's a a heliocentric kind of guy.
Nah. We don't want to do that.
Nah,
I
And
mean,
then
geocentric. We
the
don't want
other
no
side,
geocentric. No
yeah,
geocentrics.
the ops will be like, "Look, they planted them." No, can't do that.
They would do that shit to us, dude. I'm not calling it. I'm not saying we should do that, but that was my first immediate thought. There is no one that's going to go up against him. Like it's going to be hard for him to find someone.
I don't know.
Got to
I
be
think there's some honest folks out there. We just got to find them.
It's got to be somebody out the loop. It got to be somebody out the loop. It got to be somebody that's not really engaged in the shit. That's like, oh yeah, flat Earth, sure. Like I go, and then like yeah, now we getting straight to it for real. It can't be somebody that's already engaged in that conversation.
it
It's
can't
got
be
to be
an
somebody with an ego like Franco, to where like they're just so bothered by flat Earth that they can't help themselves but chime in. You know what I mean?
and
I
it
actually
can't be
wish Franco would do that shit. What do you say, Prop?
it can't be an ex-physicist, right? It can't be somebody that was in the scientific community and then left.
No, I think it could be. That's still a credential, even if they're retired.
We just had this conversation.
Yeah, but that
Okay.
was something different that we were saying. What we were saying something else.
Okay, so
Talking
let
about
me pose it
access
this
in the
way.
Vatican. You thought there was a PhD card to get into like the Vatican library or something. So I
Let me
mean,
pose
Shit,
it
maybe there
differently.
is.
Can can it be somebody that's jaded by the scientific community?
Well, that's I brought up the Sabina Hoffen whatever woman because she's kind of jaded, but consensus is like she'll be too, she's already kind of too outcasted. So I don't
well,
know.
she's already been in the conversation too about it. She's made 2 videos about how flat Earth is stupid. Well, the first one was they're dumb but
It's
not
not
stupid
stupid.
or what. Yeah, right. And then the
Yeah,
next
then she
one was
called us
that it was
stupid.
dangerous. Yeah,
Yeah, then
dangerous.
she called us stupid and dangerous. So yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say this episode has been a banger with Stone's presentation. I was in Ether Cause when that happened, and that is definitely worth checking out. So if you guys get a chance, go on Stone's BitChute or Telegram, wherever he posted it, or in Ether Cosmology. That was super cool to see. And the rest of the episode has just been great. I don't think you've dropped below 130 the entire time. And to all the anonymous people down there, we see you. It's okay. Your mom's not going to be mad at you for long. You can come out of the closet. She'll love you again. That's all. I'll land it there. You guys have a good day. Appreciate you, mister. Enjoy work. Don't work too hard. Work smart. Tap in with us on your lunch break.
Run Boston and Jonathan?
Yes, sir. Hey, Mister, I always like when you chime in, and I'm just human. So I was supposed to go to bed, but I was laying under the covers, and then once it hit about 4 a.m., I was like, I have got to shut it down because my wife kind of gets really, she stirs easy, and my phone disconnected and started playing y'all talking. And I was like, oh no. So I only got 2 hours of sleep. But I'm just gonna, with my little closing meta thought for this is it was a banger. I told you in the beginning, high energy. A lot of people showed up. More and more people are going to be showing up. And, I pointed out Mark Gober, who wrote An End to the Upside Down Cosmos, the Princeton graduate, and he referenced Dr. Steve Young in his book, who wrote A Fool's Wisdom. And, we touched on Dr. Bennett a few times. And really, these three men, I'm not going to say they're the first credentialed people, to come out into the open because you got a lot of other people doing it as well. But what I want to focus on is their humility. They're educated, they're wise, they've run companies, they understand the scientific, story, the heliocentric narrative, the globe Earth belief system. They understand it, and now they've come past it. They've learned the deeper level of sciences that ether cosmology is showing, stone showing, definitely the level heads and flat Earth Fridays, are showing and highlighting, and it really comes down to, um, the approach of each individual person. Are they going to be kind-hearted? Are they going to be loving while they explore the truth, humble? And so my observation is the open-minded people, anyone listening, maybe they've never grabbed a mic, or even the people that are anonymous, if you're open-minded about the truth, you're going to be curious. You're going to say, like, show me more. Oh, that's interesting, concerning the stationary topographical plane Earth idea. And you're going to be humble. And I honestly think that open-mindedness and asking questions and finding truth leads to health, physical health, mental health, spiritual health, overall. And then if you're closed-minded, and right away, that's the knee-jerk reaction. We all laugh. But then some of the closed-minded people, after they laugh and look at a couple things, I don't know why they go down the road of not, being open-minded, but then they begin to mock, and then they go with the fallacies. It's all they've got is fallacies and the mean-spirited, approach. And they think that they're against flat Earth and flat earthers, but if what we're onto that's bringing us life and joy and peace and freedom is the truth, they're actually against the truth. And they think they hate us, they hate our delusions, quote unquote, but really they hate the idea that they could possibly be wrong. And so all I can do is pray over these people because I don't know why the blinders are on them and why we were set free to look and investigate. But that's kind of all I had on the meta. But I also wanted to say it was good to hear from Witsit. It was amazing to hear he's in good shape. He got into a safe space with his family. He has this opportunity with this debate coming up. That's really, really exciting. And that's all I got, man. I just love y'all. And it doesn't matter if you believe you live on a globe or you're not really sure and all this seems awkward or weird. Let's say that you don't even know where to go. That's okay because at least you're not being like nasty. If you're not being nasty, come on back, grab a mic maybe. And if you have questions, ask them. Even if you think they're silly, if you're coming with the right spirit or the right heart, we'll answer all the questions over and over and over again. It's just the people that are ridiculous that we don't really want to talk to. But thanks, Sacred. Thanks, Proud, and the panel and the listeners. Much love.
Hey, JT, you see Mark quote tweeted you?
Yeah, I don't know. I seen he had said a couple things like, "Hey, thanks," and then I said something else about his book and his site, and he said something like, "I really appreciate the support," something like that. But that was epic.
I love Twitter, man.
Even to the Globers at Spiral, we'll still give you a mic if you come back another time. We allow, emotional outbursts when knocking down paradigms. We give that grace.
Well, thanks for letting me speak. That's all I had, really. Just it's exciting to be on this, dude. It's exciting to be looking at all this stuff. Yeah, it's weird. Who knows what half the stuff going on in the world is doing? Like, what's the reason behind all this stuff we're seeing? But to find out that viruses may not be real, and it's okay to think of yourself as being able to, not put toxic things in your body and not have to do a detox. And the connection, I guess the last thing I'll say is the connections that we're making as a family and as a group are fantastic and healthy and a blessing and an honor. And I don't know. I don't know why somebody would want to stop that. Maybe maybe being addicted to the glob is the worst drug there is, being totally addicted to that glob.
Also ruining sleep schedule. Sorry, guys.
All right, peace out, y'all.
Later, JT.
We do be wrecking sleep schedules. My bad, y'all. My bad. Jonathan's back. What up, bro?
Hey, Sacred. How you guys doing?
Stationary Saturdays, man. We rocking for a little longer anyway.
Do you take a nap at some point, or like what do you? I don't ever stay up all night, so.
Got an extendo battery.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You don't take naps. I always forget. So yeah, I was well. First of all, I always appreciate the spirit that Run Boston Bear brings. So yeah, appreciate that. And I just wanted to swing back real quick to this argument about the nose dipping, which I do admit that, yeah, the nose of the plane would obviously have to be turning at some rate downward in order to follow a curve. I do think there was a little bit of people talking past each other a little bit when it comes to what it means to maintain level, whether that's in some absolute Cartesian sense or not absolute, just Cartesian, or versus a more of a radial coordinate system, like maintaining a radius value, let's say. But yeah, it's definitely an example of why we need to be careful to define our terms when we go into conversations. Otherwise, they quickly spiral and become unproductive for both sides. So yeah, I wanted to just throw in that I did a few calculations. I heard a number thrown out there that the plane would have to drop like several hundred feet per second. And I thought to myself, I mean, respectfully, that just can't be right. So I did the little calculation here. We all know the V squared over R equation to figure out centripetal force. We all know that you can, so what is it doing per second? I converted miles per hour to feet per second, and that comes out to like 3,226 or 7. And so if in that 1 second, the plane does 3,226 feet of arc along that arc, hypothetical arc, then we would see a drop if we're using the 8-inch per mile squared. By the way, that's like 0.6 something miles. So it's only like 3 inches of drop. So if I imagine going, what was it, 2,200 miles per hour, and either the computer via a feedback algorithm or the pilot manually, it doesn't matter. If you're just looking at your instruments and you want to maintain that constant radius elevation from the center of the Earth, then you're going to automatically adjust how you're holding your controls until you see that number maintaining the same number. And so it's like it's the same sense of trimming in a plane. That back fin of the plane will turn until that value maintains a constant value. So either way, if you just imagine being 3 inches off course downward, it's very small, in my opinion. And so I wanted to also compare it to driving, and how it's kind of not something you think about when you're driving. You want to maintain a certain speed. You're just looking at your instruments. You want to maintain 60 miles an hour. You push a little harder on the pedal when you see that number starting to drop. And same thing with maintaining a curved road. It's curving very gradually, and all you're doing is you're seeing the line markers on the road. And if you see your car starting to veer, you're going to compensate for that almost without thinking, and then you're just going to maintain that. And so I honestly just don't see much of a problem when it comes to a plane maintaining its radius altitude.
Why is it not a problem? How?
Well, it's the 3 inches per second of being off a perfectly Cartesian straight line. It's and that's over 3,226 feet. Every 3,226 feet, you're only going down 3 feet, according to the 8 inches per mile squared. And so, it's just like if the wind, if there's a wind heading, and it is starting to pull you off course, you're trying to go directly west, and there's a slight downward vector of the wind. You're going to either manually, or again, the computer that's driving autopilot has a feedback mechanism. And I did take a class on this and I learned a little bit about it. It's a little rusty now, but I learned how you work out your I forget the acronym, but it's a controller, and it allows a computer to dial itself back in when it starts to see itself going off course. And so it's just, in my mind, it's not a mystery how this can be done and how it would be a fairly small correction. It's not even like waiting a certain amount of time and then, oh, I got to drop now. I got to point my nose down for a moment and then go back level. Oh, now I got to point it down and go back. It's just a matter of matching rates. And if you see a rate of climb, you have to match that with a downward descent in your controls. And so once you match that and you see that you're maintaining a certain number in your instruments, I mean, it's not a mystery to me. So maybe if one of you can.
How does that apply to like jets moving a lot faster, like fighter jets, like aircraft that travel farther distances quicker?
That's the one I was using. I think somebody threw out the 2,200 miles per hour figure back when they were talking. And so that's pretty fast. That's 3 times the speed of sound, roughly. And so, and I also worked out the centripetal force. I think, Sacred, you mentioned that you would definitely feel that. And when you use like I mentioned, the V squared over R, that's 3,226 squared over the R, which is roughly the radius of the Earth. I mean, you're a small percentage higher, but it's 20,903,520 feet from the center of the Earth. And so that's what you're dividing by, V squared over R, yeah. And so with that's what comes out to 1% of a G. So it's like a small fraction of feet per second squared. And we know that 1 G in feet per second squared is 32.2. And so you divide by 32.2 and you get what the G is, and that's 1%. If you're going more like an airliner speed, like 660, it's more like 1%, 0.1% of a G upward that you would be. So in other words, if you took a weight and a precision scale on a plane, and you could, it's a little more complicated than this because they're maintaining altitude using barometric pressure, and surfaces of constant pressure are not necessarily spherical because of the warm fronts and cold fronts moving to and fro. So they're not necessarily maintaining an absolute altitude because they're following that barometric pressure. But if you could get it to maintain a perfectly same value of feet above sea level, let's say, then you could, in theory, take a precision scale and use, let's say, a 10 kilogram object, and you should get that to be, let's see, I think 1/10 of a kilogram, 1,000 grams. That's 10,000 grams. So I think 10 grams. The scale will seem to read 10 grams less heavy than it was on the ground on the runway. And if you're going 2,200 miles an hour, then a 10 kilogram object would be 10,000. What's 1% of 10,000? That's 100. 100 grams lighter.
Jonathan, we would constantly have to feel the plane push down 30 inches every 10 seconds, according to your calculations. You would constantly feel a bob. I don't think the plane is even precise enough to maintain something along a curve in that manner. We almost feel it like it's flying straight. There's all those dials on in that plane cockpit, and nothing accounts for the curvature of the Earth. It's literally zero.
And also to Proud's point, what about the fastest planes out there, such as the X-15, the Navy plane that travels, what is that, over 4,000 per hour, a Mach 6.7? If you put that in the drop formula, right? If you put that calculation rate, that would be over 1 billion feet a minute. It's come on, man. Let's be realistic with this stuff.
And then the low flyovers, where they get right over the water or right over the land, and they flying all fast, and they don't have to account for no curvature, bro. Y'all got
Well, there again, that'd be similar to. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you good.
I mean, that's similar to lane keeping, and so if you're looking at the surface of the water and you're manually flying that plane, yeah, you are curving down, but the water looks flat because the Earth is so big. And this is all just from my point of view. This is what I would say. And then you're looking at how high you are above the water, and if you see yourself climbing in altitude, you're gonna put a little more pressure on that joystick and point it down, because in your mind you're just increasing in altitude. And so, but the whole thing about feeling yourself going around that curve, I see where you're coming from, and it's an interesting question, because how much lighter do you have to be before you start realizing you're lighter? And that's the key question. And so, and that has to do with your vestibular system and what it's, I guess, we talk about optical resolution, how small things you can see and tell distinguish from one another. Same thing with the vestibular system. Like, what is the amount of pounds or fractions of a pound that you can actually tell you are lighter, or that you are accelerating? See what I mean?
Hey, Jonathan. So they were just talking about the plane that flies even faster, right? Something like 4,500 miles per hour, right? Can you walk us through the calculation to do that and see what it would what the drop would need to be over a 1 hour flight?
Over 1 hour?
Yeah.
I think the over 1 second is a little more informative, because that gives us more of an idea of what you're experiencing from a moment to moment basis. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, but we're not talking just moment to moment, because moment to moment can be corrected on a dime, right? That's nothing moment to moment. We need the time frame that they would be out there flying, right? So let's go with 1 hour, a 1 hour flight.
Okay, 1 hour flight.
Yeah.
So we're going 4,000 miles an hour.
4,500.
Okay.
Is the X-15.
So 4,500 miles per hour.
All right, so we've got distance per minute.
Yeah, you got 6,600 feet per second. Oh wait, you want? Well, let's see here.
But over an hour.
We don't need to go to that just yet. So we're doing miles an hour. So then that's miles.
So you're using like the drop equals d squared over 2r?
No, I don't. Oh, v squared over 2r. That's the centripetal force. I'm not calculating that yet. I was going to do the drop.
Okay.
But we can. But to do that, the centripetal, I would want to use feet per second, just because I know what 1g is in feet per second off the top of my head. It's just easier to do. So if we want to do centripetal force, it's 4,500.
Well, let's get the drop over that hour first.
Okay, so for the drop, we can no longer use a parabolic equation, because the Earth is the cross section of the Earth is circular. So I have to use some trig. Let me draw this out real quick. Bear with me. So we're going at 4,500 miles per hour. And in 1 hour, we're going to fly along an arc if the Earth is round. And in 1 hour. So,
right, so 60.
4,500 miles is the length of this arc. And so we're wanting to know what this drop is right here. And to do that,
Are you using any type of app that helps, or are you just doing this on
no,
paper?
I'm doing this by hand on paper.
Copy. I appreciate
So,
it.
yeah,
That's a G move though.
What do you say, Pro?
That was me. I said that's a G move to do that on paper.
Facts. Yeah, we really appreciate it.
I prefer it on paper. I
Is
don't
that
like
the
texting.
is that
1
D with?
point for Globies.
Are you doing feet squared over two radius?
Feet squared over 2 radius. No, that's not what I'm about to use. So what I'm setting up is a simple trigonometric triangle. So what I did was I drew a curve for the Earth's surface, the hypothetical curvature of the Earth, and then I also drew an arc above that follows it. And then I wrote 4,500 miles to indicate the length of that arc. And then I drew a dotted line from the lowest point of the arc, the lowest end, and then I dotted that straight up and then straight over to the starting point. And then I also drew a line from the end point to the center of the Earth and also from the starting point to the center of the Earth, and now I have a wedge. And then I also drew a dotted line from the end point straight over to the vertical line connecting the starting point to the center of the Earth. And so now I have a right triangle. And if I solve for this, see, this would be my hypotenuse. So that's the radius of my altitude above the Earth. And then this segment over here is the amount of drop. So this is basically 1 minus cosine theta times r. And the r would be the radius of the Earth plus my altitude. So maybe we're 6 miles above the Earth. So we can add that to 3,595 plus the, or sorry, 3,959. I had a dyslexic moment there. Add six to that, and we get 3,965. Mile is the radius. So we have r, which is 3,965 times 1 minus cosine squared, will give us that segment. So let's punch that in.
How legible is that? Would it be too much trouble to ask you to, take a picture with your phone and post it in a tweet? If you don't mind, I just want to check your math.
Yeah, it's fairly legible. I have pretty good handwriting.
Do your thing first. Do your thing first. We can.
Okay.
Plenty of time for that.
All right. So then that is. Where was that number? Okay, I'll write that down closer to the diagram so that when I take a picture, I wrote 3,959 plus 6,83965. So writing that into this, we get 3,965. Thanks for bearing with me here. 1 minus cos. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know the angle. So I'm going to have to use. If I don't know the angle, sorry, I have to recall some of my trig. Why don't I go ahead and just take a picture of the problem where it stands, and maybe somebody else who knows trig can be solving this alongside me. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and post this to the Jumbo, or at least in the Blue Pill. Wait a minute, why can't I get back in here?
So, so online, I'm looking at something here for calculating distance per minute. And it says distance per minute, we're going to do 4,500 over 60 for the miles per minute. And then the distance squared over 2r, where distance is the what you traveled per minute, and r is the radius, 3959.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that equation a second ago, and I'm not familiar with it, but I'm curious if it works the same way. So here's my reply, and then I will.
Yeah, but yours is definitely more intricate. So I want to hear what you got, because you're using trig, and this thing is not obviously not the same.
No. Okay, here we go. Now I'm going to share this to Sacred Space.
Oh, you worked it out already?
No, I just posted the layout of the problem.
Okay.
So you'll see theta right there in the corner of the wedge near the center of the hypothetical Earth, and then so to get the drop, what do I know? I know the adjacent line here, which is the radius, and don't even know the opposite line. Don't know the angle. I know this.
Would you do a straight line from the starting point, and then I see you did do it. All right, never mind. I see it under the 4500.
Oh, wait a minute. I know. Hold on. I know this angle. Because if I say that my radius to the plane from the center of the Earth is 3965 miles, and if that chord length of that arc is 4500 miles, then I divide 4500 by 3965 to get my radians. There we go. Okay, so I do know theta. So I plug that into where it says cosine theta, and so now I get 4500. Just have to make sure my calculator is in radians. So there's that. Okay. So the picture I sent you has me writing out the equation with values in it. I stopped at cosine, but what I've entered in there is the 4500 over.
Got you.
Yeah. Okay. So entering this in, I get 3965 times parentheses. And I think Google will automatically calculate with radians minus cosine.
If it's more than 2200 drops, I gotta ask you about your formula in a second.
Where's Stone? He would whip this up too.
I'm just realizing what a huge chord length this is.
I'm telling you, that's his point, but I'm letting him do his thing.
5. Okay, what do we get here? That's the radius. Oh, yeah, that's the radius. Bear with me, guys. I'm getting a value of 0.778, which doesn't make sense.
With what I had, it was 0.717.
Okay, so it's close. Why is it saying if that's the radius, that's the remainder? And when I say remainder, I'm talking about that segment in curly brackets, which is the drop. So let me do it this way. Of this angle. It must, hold on. If I do cosine of 30, I'm just testing this real quick to see what mode it's in.
It's all good. It's all good. If anybody
Okay,
else wants to chime in about something while he works this out,
actually, it's 10 degrees. It's not in radians. So let me convert this value of radians to degrees. 4,500. You guys keep talking. That's fine.
Yep.
I'll mute up.
I have something to bring up. I just wanted to first ask Jonathan, did I meet you at the Truth and Freedom Conference? This is JT, run Boston Bear.
No, I don't think I did. I don't think I've ever been to that conference.
Okay, you didn't go. Okay, you sounded like somebody that I was familiar with. Well, keep doing your math. I'm gonna I'm going to drop a short story, just an interesting one. In the Purple Pill, I dropped a CNN article about this company or plane called Boom Supersonic. I guess it's the XB1, where they're talking about taking like the New York to London flight, which is like 3,471 miles from currently it's a 7 hour 10 minute flight. They want to take it down to 3 hours and 15 minutes. Or like the Los Angeles to Sydney is 7,488 miles, and they're trying to reduce that a whole lot. They say at the bottom of this article that I posted in the Purple Pill, their mission is they want to connect any point in the world to another point. Doesn't matter where you're trying to go, even if it's on the opposite side, in 4 hours. And I'd like to do the math, kind of like, are they putting the cart before the horse? Are they like, is man being egotistical about how fast we can make aircraft go? And they're like, oh shoot, like they kind of like the Battle of the Beams, where they say, oh, that would not work on the globe. I deny the request. And then they went ahead and did it and it worked. It's kind of like, yeah, the technology to push a plane super fast is available. And I think up in the thinner air where there's less resistance, these things are possible. Or even, if there's an etheric medium even higher, who knows how fast we can go without the resistance. But once you throw in the curvature, which, you guys are working hard at figuring out, the question, would you feel it? Would it make you feel light in your stomach? Or are you dropping, 90 feet a second or 60 feet a second? These are all fascinating questions for both globe and flat earthers, and I appreciate y'all taking the time to work it out, but that's all I had.
2,291 miles of drop in 1 hour. Of course, you're already a sixth of the way around the Earth in 1 hour in a plane that fast, if the Earth is round and at that radius.
You mean you weigh feet, correct?
Do a what? I'm sorry. Say that again.
You meant feet or miles?
Miles.
Miles, bro.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll send you the DM. I got 2293.7, and somehow the plane does it by itself, or magical gravity does it by itself. But back to the point, and I'll let D3 finish his point. The pitch of that has to be accounted for. There's no way that there's not going to be a pitch of that plane. That's insanity. That's astronomical numbers, and this plane exists. It's not make believe land. So how are we going to account for such a pitch? And not on trust. What mechanics can we account for? But I'll land my plane there, pun intended, and let D3 finish his point.
No, the math shows what it shows, and that's where it got me, because I just found out about this, a week ago, when Flat Earth Dave posted it, and I'm like, wait, that's like that's a real simple one, it doesn't really add up when you do it over a time frame, and they stay up there for time frames. They're not up there just doing one little whoop whoop and finished. They're up there for some time, and they they move their plane up and down and stuff like that, but they're not accounting for that, bro. Like, in any maneuvers they're doing, they're not worried about that shit, and they would have to be, because it's so drastic. But hey, bro, John, I really appreciate you going through the math with us, man, because math is definitely not my strong suit, brother.
So you telling me those guys don't have to do that math in the field?
Oh, like while they're flying it, you mean?
I mean, shit. You guys just did it. What the fuck would they need it for? Well, okay, my bad. Let me add some context. If it's not done manually, they would have to do it themselves, basically. Like if the plane doesn't do it, they would have to do it.
Right.
So this is math that they should be knowledgeable enough to do off the top of their head while they're flying a plane.
They would probably have instruments showing them, if anything, but still, it's just the physical act of doing it is that what's happening, and that's not what's happening.
Well, back to kind of the thing I was saying before. If again, I'll emphasize the word if, because I believe this and you guys don't. If the Earth is round, then gravity has to be holding things together obviously, otherwise things would drop off the edges. If gravity is always accelerating items towards the center of the Earth, then as the plane goes along the surface of the Earth, the vector of that acceleration changes to maintain pointing toward the center. So then that instrument that is telling the pilot what is level at his location is going to him indicate that he's starting to climb in altitude. He's starting to pitch up with respect to that plumb line at his
Right.
location. So in his mind, he's just bringing the nose down a little bit to maintain that constant R value above the from the
Right.
center of the Earth.
Right, but that's why I began this conversation with the understanding of how gravity is affecting the entire situation, right? So we understand that gravity is a weak pseudo force, right? It's an effect that's weaker than electrostatics, right? Like if you blow up a balloon and you drop it, it goes to the ground. But if you rub it against your hair, it's going to stick to you, right? So gravity is not stronger by any means than anything as simple as that. And now we have entire propulsion systems, right? This jet is flying at 4,500 miles, right? Miles per hour. That is an extremely strong propulsion system that is overcoming the effects of gravity. Gravity is not having an effect on that in the way that you're thinking in that manner. It's not just automatically pulling that nose down and just setting the level like that. That's not happening.
Not only that, depending on the coordinates and trajectory of that plane, gravity would have to compensate for velocities more in one direction than the other. If New Perspective were here, he would have a baby, like a literal baby will come out of him for this conversation, because he has the arguments down packed better than I do. But not only there's a subconscious invocation that the pilot does without knowing, but the gravity, magical gravity, does it for different velocities, and that's just silly. They don't train for this stuff, and there's no mechanical explanation of how gravity would do this.
Yeah, so and this is why, like I asked it earlier, because it hit me like, holy shit, man, this is a really simple one that ain't adding up, man. And I think everybody can kind of understand this one. It's just one of those simple. This is like one that's almost as simple as just zooming in on something that's supposedly hidden over a curve and actually seeing it again. It's one of those things, you know. I'm
Simple as
surprised I
Aries
don't hear it
failure.
more.
Simple as Aries failure. Water in a water in a telescope, or even simpler than that, water in a bucket that
Water in
spins
a
around.
bucket. Where Alan at?
You need to learn general relativity, bro. Tensor math.
All of science defeated by a bucket. God damn it.
Bro, once I heard Robert Bennett explain what the lab frame was, I was like, oh my God, we can only prove
Yeah.
the lab frame.
Lab frames, I'll be honest, like I need to remind myself again and again, because the lab frame thing gets me confused sometimes, but it's just so, once you kind of really understand it in whatever you're talking about at the moment, it's like, oh yeah, well that doesn't make any sense.
Well, one of the sneaky things they do about the lab frame is they say, well, the velocity is proportional to that inertial frame, which could mean stationary or moving at a constant velocity. So it's sneaky wording. You got to pay attention when they talk about this stuff.
You know, I think relativity has its merits. I know you guys probably hate me for saying that, but I think like when you're dealing with relativistic effects and stuff like that, yeah, it has its merit. But using it as like trying to shoehorn everything in the world and everything that we experience into that one paradigm, I think that's where we've gone wrong, you know?
Well, yeah, no, like I use this analogy, right? Like you're standing at one end and let's say I'm taking a baseball and I'm throwing it at the wall, right? And I put a little tiny person on that baseball and I threw it at the wall. To the person on the baseball, they're going to think that the wall is moving, right? And that they're stationary. But if I put a little person on the wall, they're going to think that the ball is moving and that the wall is stationary. And you know, you can say the same thing about the two baseballs. If you take a baseball, put a little person on it, I take a baseball, put a little person on it, we throw it at each other. Both little people are going to think the other baseball is the one that's the one moving and that they're stationary. But what people fail to realize is the person that threw the ball is the lab frame.
And also in your Honey, I Shrunk the Kids example, if you were on that baseball and had a tiny telescope and filled it with water and pointed it to something on that wall, you can tell if you're the moving ball or if the wall is moving. So relativity fails once you start accounting for independent variables, right? They can't isolate. They have to say everything's relative. But we know that there is something. Is the universe spinning and that concave water is still in some kind of weird, abstract, frozen concave orientation? Nah, the freaking water is moving because the bucket is spinning. I mean, it's so simple. We don't have to learn general relativity. We don't have to understand tensor math, but it'd be good so when they invoke it, we could chop it up, which is, I believe Franco was really smart. He knows about general relativity. He knows when he starts invoking it, we're going to start deconstructing it. That is the truth. So, Mr. You should learn, but doesn't want to learn about general relativity, BS. He knows enough. He just doesn't want to start presenting those arguments because now we have new rebuttals.
Well, you know, you always have them when they say, well, you have to imagine yourself in the other frame.
You know you have them when they're triggered enough to come in here and just try to toss an insult and rage quit real quick. That's
bro. Like, and you know, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I wonder if he was with his friends again. The last time he was with his friends, he came in all cool and calm, collected, gave the phone around. Can't remember what we were talking about. I can't remember if we were already talking about particle physics or if he just came in there and because we said something about him and then he felt cool around his friends. But this time, if he pulled us up and we're talking about foolishness and he was like, oh no, I can't believe it. They're embarrassing me. I don't know.
We should have had Witted ask him about virtual particles for the finisher. He would have had a seizure.
I could only imagine it, right? Like he's sitting there telling his friends, sipping on a glass of wine, and you wouldn't believe this, guys. Like, and telling them in Italian, right? You wouldn't believe this, guys. I go into these flat Earth chats, and then his friends are laughing at him. You go into flat Earth chats? No, but you don't understand. They're really smart, so I have to tell them what's up.
What if they agreed with us and he was the only one disagreeing?
That would be hilarious.
You know, they're sitting in there doing their little CERN data entries and thinking inside his friends are thinking inside their head, I can't believe I work for CERN and they're lying to me, man. Like, why am I doing this?
Yo, when I get back to the States, I'm definitely going to go for like students. I want to talk to physics students who are like in their senior year and discuss with them some of these points, just some of the basic stuff and see what they come up with.
You might be disappointed.
Oh, gee. Way to show, man, way to show faith in the youth.
He kept it real though.
Yeah,
but what if they come back at you and they're like, no, I think the Earth is flat, even though I'm a physics student.
No, that's what I'm saying. Then we could build about something, you know.
Well, I mean,
I get the feeling that this next generation, over the next 5 years, is going to be insanely not hypocritical, but insanely critical about the information put out in the world.
I hope everybody does become more critical, honestly.
Actually, I think what they're doing is they started completely ignoring it. I don't think they're becoming more critical of it. I think they're just ignoring it. Like, fuck it.
Hey, Jonathan, quick question. I really appreciate the tone and the spirit that you bring in. You don't make anybody wow out And I just wanted to offer and see if you would take this up. Can I purchase Mark Gober's book and Dr. Steve Young's book on Audible? What's unique about this is, and for you, is they're the narrator, so you will hear their voice on the book they wrote. And I'd be happy to either Venmo you $20 or whatever the cost is, or just gift it to an email. Not trying to like get you gotcha, but you seem very curious, and these men have a lot to say on the subject. So let me know, just DM me if that's something that you're interested in.
Yeah, my relationship with books is kind of not great in general. I'd like to be reading more of the Bible, frankly, but I don't as much as I used to. Partly because I'm a father of a 3 and a 2 and a 1-year-old.
You don't do audiobooks?
I can do audiobooks, but the problem is I don't have a commute. I literally live like 2 lights away from my house. So, but I mean, an audiobook is better because then at least if I'm doing something around the house, at times I can probably just pop the
Mowing the
earbuds
grass.
in. And, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like I'm a stay-at-home dad with an 8, a 6, a 4-year-old, and my wife's pregnant with number 4. And when I'm doing dishes, sometimes I just ask her, I'm like, "Hey, can I tune out for a minute?" And it's just like loud noises. I'm doing dishes, and even if you broke it up into 10, 15-minute segments, they're not long books, and they're the reader, so you'll hear their voice, the passion in their voice. But I would love to gift these to you, and I understand. And I know you've heard me say. I'm in this more for the truth because I know the truth will set you free. And I know that the Messiah is the way, the truth, and the life. And if we have been deceived about where we live, I want to know it so I can raise my children up with the truth and not just tell them a theory or, you know what I mean? And I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to get you gotcha. I'd love to buy those books for you.
And not only that, but consider listening at like 1.5 times the speed or something like that. Like we're all pretty intelligent people. We can hear playback at a faster speed and kind of grasp the concept in the conversation of the text.
Yeah, that's
One
a
thing
good strategy. Depending on like the subject matter, if I can listen to it fast. When it comes to anything and I was going to ask you this, if these books were like math intensive or what kind of book it is. If it's like math intensive, then obviously it's not a great thing to listen to per se. It's something that I'd rather have in my hand and like have certain dedicated times every week that I would sit down and do what I did with any book that had lots of math in it, and that is just sit and read what I can. And then when I got stumped about something, I'd literally just sit there and stare at just a handful of pages and go back and forth until like maybe an hour or 2 or 3 later, I'd be like, oh, I finally agree with this. I see what's going on.
Can I give you a strategy real quick, Jonathan, on reading a book? So one of the things that I do when I have like an audiobook that's really complex, and I've had those, like The Richest Man in Babylon was a great book that I read or listened to recently, and I plan on listening to it multiple times because there's so much fruit in that book when it comes to managing money and just a mindset, right? It transcends time. Kind of similar to Sun Tzu's The Art of War. But what I would recommend is listen to the book all the way through. Even if you hear something like, wait, what did he say? Like, yeah, if you want to go play it back or whatever, play it back. But don't harp on it too long. It's kind of like when you're listening to a seminar. You don't raise your hand in the middle of the seminar. Wait, like take some notes or, at least get through the seminar. And then at the end, listen to it again. Like if you're recording it, then go back and play it back again and then be critical of the thought process. But at least let the person who's reading the book or the author get their full thought out all the way through and then go back and look over it again. So that way you can have a better concept of what's going on instead of trying to dissect it intermittently. And then you don't have any concept of the entirety of that chapter or that part that they're trying to get across.
Yeah, that's a great strategy. And when you're saying it, it kind of rung a bell. Something I've heard where you read through and don't try to like understand it at first, but then go back once you have, and it does work. Like you go back and then you find that you're reading faster because you've kind of heard it without understanding, and you kind of know what's coming. And so it is nice with a lot of books. But again, if it's got some like theory in it, if it's got some math, if I just let the person talk, it'll very quickly happen where I just get completely lost, and then my mind moves on to something else, and I'll have to stop and then go back and then listen again. And I'd almost have to do it like 5 times and be like, then maybe give up and be like, I just can't follow it. And so in a case like that, then I almost have no choice but to just sit there and see where I'm getting lost, and then just see how did they go from point A to point B here? What are the steps, and what are the I
get you.
It's hard to explain.
I get you. No, I get you. And on that note, also, I have you said you want to sit down and like read the whole Bible. So I had a rule when I finally sat down and read the whole Bible for the first time. The first rule was I prayed to the Holy Spirit, let the Holy Spirit guide me. And I didn't read it front to back. I read it like when I would finish a book, the Holy Spirit would lead me to another location. And so I just kind of like started wherever I started. Of course, you kind of want to start with Genesis because you want to start in the beginning, right? And then from Genesis led me over to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And then I went back over to Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. So here was the rule, bouncing back and forth, right? And I read the prophets last because that's just what the Holy Spirit wanted me to do. The prophets teach you about like end time stuff, right? Like
that's exactly where I'm at, bro. I've read it all except for the prophets.
Read the beginnings first, and then read the ends last, right? Like whatever's happening at the end of times, read last, and whatever happened at the beginning of time, read first. So when I read the Bible, the rule I had 2 rules or 3 rules. I'm just gonna tell you the rules that I had. Number 1, I have to read every word. We all get in the habit of reading, and then our brain moves faster than what we can see on the page, and we conceptualize the phrase that's being put in front of us. If you realize you're doing that, you have to start over with the last point where you remember reading every single word, even if it's like 4 or 5 verses back. Like you just need to go back and start back at that point and make sure that you're taking in every single word. The other thing is if you don't know what you're reading, if it doesn't make sense, if you don't understand it, right? You can't comprehend what that verse is trying, what that message is trying to get you, read it again. Even if it's like a whole chapter, just read the whole chapter again, read it again, read it again, read it again. And I would usually do that probably about 10 times. If I didn't understand it by then, I would move on then and continue reading each word successively all the way through. I could not skip a word when I was reading. And Numbers is a really boring book, bro. So read every word. It teaches you patience.
Amen to that.
But what you'll find at the end that the ones that made sense, you had already experienced in your life, or you could comprehend in your life. The ones that didn't make sense, you had never experienced in your life. And later on in my life, I would experience those things, and I could go back and reference those stories in the Bible because they made sense, because I now have the experience to reference back to. I didn't have the experience before. So just make sure you read every word. And if you don't understand it, reread, those 3-4 verses. And then if you don't understand those 3-4 verses, go back to the beginning of that chapter, or when the story starts, right? Like when the frame begins, and try to conceptualize it in that frame. If you still don't understand it, then it's just because you haven't had the experience yet. That's been my philosophy.
Man, Sheepdog, you and I think a lot alike. You know that? I like where your head's at and how you go about reading, and some of that is like really good, some good ideas to me, and some of it's stuff that I remember doing. But I just wanted to throw in, isn't it the biggest thrill when you're reading somewhere completely different in the Bible, and then you see that exact same phrase that you were scratching your head with for hours before, and now you know what it means because it's in a different context, and it's like, oh, okay, now I understand.
That, or just 5 years later, you actually have the experience, or 10 years later, you have the experience.
Oh yeah,
and then all
too.
of a sudden that whole verse pops in your head. You're just like, oh my gosh, that's what that means.
Yeah, some of the stuff that I read before I was a dad, when I go to read it again, I'm sure it'll sound a lot different.
Oh, I tell people all the time, like, you have two choices when it comes to being a parent. You can do whatever you want for the rest of your life, no questions asked, and don't have kids, or you can find out the meaning of true love.
Now I know why guys would kill to protect their little girl. I mean, I know now.
Bro, it was instant.
That
Like,
little
as soon as
thing.
I saw her face, I was like, oh my gosh, I have a reason to kill.
Imprinting. It's called imprinting in Twilight.
I know I'm a Christian, but I'll go to prison. That's one of the best lines I ever heard. It's like, that little thing, she's my buddy. She's the cutest thing I've ever seen. And nobody's going to lay a hand on her and not reap the whirlwind.
My daughter's 10 years old,
bring
and I
all my
still hold
karate
her like
back
she's
on
one. My daughter's 10 years old. I still hold her like she's one.
Can you guys feel
That's
the
awesome.
testosterone raging through your balls? Pause.
Yo, nah, but that was a bar though. Who spit that bar? I know I'm a Christian, but I will go to prison. Yo, put a beat to that. Damn.
It was a cover song. It was not a cover song. It was a parody of Marry Her Anyway. Marry That Girl.
Ah, okay.
Just some guy on YouTube had his guitar out. He was pretty good.
Marry that girl. Marry her anyway.
But his words were, if you marry that girl, I'm going to punch your face. Marry that girl, I'll make you go away. Marry that girl, the bottom of a lake.
I've already got it planned. I'm just going to tell every boyfriend, whatever you do to her, I'm going to do to you.
I don't know if that hits the right way. She.
Well, it does when she's named after my shotgun.
Getting a little dark over here.
It was funny, man. My wife, she wanted a name. I'll just say it because y'all don't really know a whole lot, but she wanted to name my daughter Remy. And I'm like, well, let's name her Remington, and we'll just spell her name R-E-M-I. Oh, I like that. Like, yeah, I just named my kid after my shotgun.
That's awesome.
Well, to your credit, Jonathan, I do notice a common denominator with the globals who are decent with these conversations. They happen to be Christian. I mean, it's a weird common denominator. Those Christians in practice, because we know FTFE says he's Christian, but that is questionable how he puts it into practice. But the dudes who do, we see a common denominator. So that hasn't been unnoticed, bro.
FTFE says he's a Christian?
No, is it FTFE? What was the other guy? Is it McToon?
He's an
I'm sorry,
atheist. I'm
McToon.
almost sure.
No, McToon. My bad. I get those weirdos mixed up. McToon, I meant.
Isn't Globinski a Christian?
Man, I can almost see the hopelessness in people's eyes and know that they're an atheist before they even tell me. Does anybody else feel that way?
As an ex-atheist, absolutely.
I had a teacher explain atheism to me in a field trip in like middle school.
Like, I can walk by them and know that they don't have the ability to help somebody without accepting something in return.
Hold up, Pross. You were just trying to enjoy your field trip, and your teacher's like, there is no God.
Bro said, I'm off the clock. Ain't no such thing as heaven or hell. That shit is stupid. He just went off. Like, we're in the back of the bus. He's just spitting. Just no fucks. I, to this day, knew that if I told my mother, he would have been fired. This is the same teacher, fun fact, that made us watch 9/11.
Where's your God then? Yo, I can imagine, bro.
I still remember what he said. Bro was like, bro, it makes no sense. If you kill your brother or if you kill somebody and you know it's wrong, but you killed them out of rage, all you gotta do is repent and then boom, you're in heaven because God know you didn't really mean it, but you still did the shit. He was just going off, yo. Still remembering it word for word, bar for bar, scarred.
That's such a false thing to say too, though, because like everybody's gonna face judgment at the end times. It literally says it at the end of Revelations. And even Romans chapter 6, 1-6 tells you that just because you are born again doesn't mean you should continue to sin and make grace abundant. So,
one of the best comebacks to this whole thing about sending the children of Israel in to destroy all these cities in Canaan, everything like what was it, Jericho, every man, woman, and child, even animals. And yeah, I can see where they're coming from, but hey, you know, when a human being does that, they're a mass murderer. They're awful. You know, they're genocidal monsters. And but when God does it, He's the one that can bring every last one of them back to life if He wanted to. So it's a totally different thing, morally speaking, when you can put somebody in a state of death that to you is not permanent. It's exactly the same as any other punishment at that point. It's not final when it comes to God doing it. And it's similar to that line in The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, where Gandalf says to Frodo, don't deal in matters of judgment and life and death. He says, there are many that live that deserve death, but there are many who have died that deserve life. Can you give it to them, Frodo? And it was just that just stuck with me really, really big. And I know that the author of Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, was a Christian who actually converted C.S. Lewis from atheism to Christianity. Him and another guy, and so his whole Lord of the Rings trilogy was an allegory of Christianity, similar to Lion and the Witch and the Wardrobe. And so I could just feel that Christian message coming through when he wrote those lines for Gandalf.
Someone said McToon was a Christian.
Didn't he profess to be a Christian? No.
Well, I mean, even the devil can quote the Bible, bro. Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Is there any evidence, like, that he actually is?
You're right. A Christian in name only is only that.
Well, I mean, he might just, this is my take, my intuition, because of the way he is that he says he's a Christian just to stick a thumb in the eye of all the, the biblical flat earthers, so he doesn't have to deal with them, right? Like, just to say, oh, I'm a Christian too, right? And like that just like makes the whole thing vaporize. Because you can't say, well, you're an atheist, right? You can't point that finger at him. So he just neutralizes that argument by just saying he's a Christian. But there's no evidence that he's a Christian.
Fair point.
Other than him being buddies with Duffy. But, I don't think you become a Christian by osmosis.
that's pretty funny. By osmosis. Like one person's saltier than the other person, so by osmosis you become Christian. That's hilarious. I got a question. I don't want to like turn this into like a whole biblical discussion, but I do. Since I got a bunch of like great minds in here, and everybody has a different perspective on things, I kind of wanted to see what everybody thought about like the books in the Bible. Like everybody will say all the books in the Bible are biblical, right? So if all the books in the Bible are biblical, what is the biblical reason for having the book Song of Songs or Song of Solomon in the Bible?
Ooh, I'd love to chime in.
Please.
Okay, so it's mainly the chapter on love and intimacy and passion and the beauty of basically sex, right?
Right.
So my answer is the creator of intimacy and pleasure, great pleasure in marriage and in sex is the creator. It's it's his idea, it's his design. There's nothing gross about sex. And in fact, in my opinion, if you're in marriage and you are intimate, you can immediately turn to prayer when it's over and just thank the creator for inventing this coming up with the idea of man and woman engaging in becoming one flesh, experiencing the pleasures because he designed it and he's to get glory for it. I mean, that's what my wife and I do. And so a lot of Christians have trouble with, intimacy and connecting because the world pushes sexuality and porn and all the, cleavage, and they try to get everybody thrown off like sex and passion and pleasure is the world's, but really ultimately it's God's first. So I think in his word, it's you're supposed to have that kind of eye for your wife. And I don't know if you have more questions, ask, because I'm 11 or 12 years into marriage and we have such a beautiful connection. And I should not have this, dude. I mean, I was totally depraved. I lived of the world, partied. I was just a loser and did a lot of stuff that should not have me in such a healthy place. So I hope that helped a little bit.
No, I mean it does, and I get what you're saying because I'm very, very, very lucky that the woman that I'm married to now, she, I already know from the bottom of my heart that we will be passionate for each other for the rest of our lives. Like that, I mean, she is just so super. I'm a physical person when it comes to the language of love and things like that. So I like that physical connection, and she is the same way. So I know that this is going to be a very long lasting relationship. But what you said about the Song of Solomon's, I get what you're saying when it comes to like love language between a man and a woman, especially a husband and wife. But my other concern is like he's married and he's talking about being in love with another woman. I'm just curious, like I've read Song of Solomon several times, and it's one of those books that we don't really dive much into, and I think I know why. I don't think it's very biblical. I get what you're saying, but I think that there's a lot of deviance in that book, and I think the removal of the other books. I think that book was strategically placed in there as another point of control. That's my personal feeling about it. But I'd be curious to hear your pushback on it. And anybody else who has any thought, or maybe is developing a thought for this book, because I brought it up, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I'll just close and pass the mic to other people. Witsit brought up the other day that he's not necessarily against the idea of having multiple wives, but if you do that, you're basically, heaping coals on your head. It's going to be very difficult. And I mean, I guess the question would be, is it sinful or not? Like if you're a man that's able to take care of, I guess, a couple women, I don't know. Like, I don't think that's right. I like the idea of one person for life, but I know Paul says if you can go through this life and not even marry, that's better than marrying. So there's really deep, complex things when it comes to people joining. But I'm gonna pass the mic, let other people chime in.
I appreciate you, boss.
JT, what's your thought on Sabbath? There's even with one person, it's complicated enough because now is debate on Sean Griffin and Kingdom in Context about Jubilees, saying that you should stay
If everybody
celibate.
else is napping, I want to add one more layer to this
Hold
cake.
on, Run Boston.
He doesn't
Did you
hear
hear
me.
Kevin?
Hold on a second. I want to add something too.
No, I didn't hear
And
anybody.
stuff, so.
I'm gonna drop down.
Okay, hey, Joshua,
Okay.
did you hear Kevin?
What was that, Juan?
Did you hear
Should
Kevin?
I drop down too?
Kevin Samuel Bowe?
Yeah, should I drop down?
Yeah, I
or
can
you
hear Kevin.
me?
I can hear Kevin.
Okay, but
If Kevin
I'd
was
like to
speaking
hear.
first, I want him to get his point out.
Yeah, I'd like to hear Ron Boston as well, but I can address to him later. But there's the debate now. Shabbat is still a mystery to me, and they like Saturday. And now it's the debate going on Sean Griffin's channel that in the Book of Jubilees it says you shouldn't have sex on Shabbat, and people are debating about it. But so I'm curious about JT's opinion there, but I still have to figure out a lot more about Shabbat. It's complicated. If you want to follow everything, it's incredible almost.
Yeah, I know. Me, like, I'll let JT answer, but as far as that goes, um, I just didn't want to like turn this into a whole biblical space and everything like that. But Ryan Boss, did you hear what Kevin was saying?
I think I heard a little bit of it. If I missed the main point, Kevin, just repeat.
Sex on Shabbat, sex with your wife on Shabbat.
It
Yeah,
depends on who's
so
on top.
yeah, right. That's funny. Um, Personally, and I'll try to make it real concise. I heard about, flat Earth first, and that was really kind of interesting and strange. And then the dinosaurs not being real and virus theory not being real, and I already knew that evolution wasn't real. And then so once I started hearing about the law and like Kingdom in Context, Sean Griffin and all the Kingdom crew, that was a big question mark for me. It was like almost more difficult to start diving into what does it mean to follow the Messiah, like actually follow the way, the truth, and the life.
I'm a scientist. What do you mean evolution's not real?
Not
We
well,
got
just a
evidence.
second, just a second. Because I was in the middle of speaking and you just interjected and it threw me off of what I was sharing. So hold on just a second. Um, I'll land the plane with this. I thought flat Earth was the craziest, hardest thing to like digest, but actually, it's what's the truth about who the creator is, who his son is, and how should we live in a way to bring him glory. So yeah, I still have to dive more into sex on the Shabbat and the law and all this stuff, but I am following Sean because I believe he's on the right track with what he's teaching, and I like his channel. But yeah, that's all I had on that one.
Sweet to the lips, bitter to the stomach, right?
I'll take the bait for evolution ain't real. Take that for 1,000, Alex.
Hit the daily double.
So I can falsify. I can show that evolution is not even a theory with one question. One simple question. What experiment could we do that would falsify the so-called theory of evolution? Just name the experiment. We'll go do it. We'll see if evolution's true.
We've already proven with science that evolution already does exist.
Science
And we've already
doesn't prove
proven that we went through it doesn't prove
30
things. Without
shit.
science, you wouldn't be talking on the cell phone right now, man.
Bullshit.
What science? What science?
What do you mean bullshit? I mean,
what science, Josh?
technology and knowledge, man.
Okay, Spaz.
We got the ability to look up and watch the bones.
Let
We
Indio
can
respond.
pull
Let Indio
all
respond to him.
Okay.
Yeah, no one's
Before
even.
you start spurging, science doesn't prove things. This is according to science itself because it uses inductive logic. And inductive logic can't prove anything. Right?
No,
Inductive
actually, it
logic
uses
proves
something called the scientific method. I don't know where you learned your science, but mine's all been done through scientific
Have you
method.
ever read
And how you do science? Hey, can you not interrupt me, please? Because I let you talk. All right, it's built through scientific method. And how the scientific method works, just in case you've never heard of it, it's called whenever I use my science, I hand it off to someone else that are scientists, and they do the same research on the same thing, and they prove whether it's false or wrong, and then they report it. They don't make a judgment, and they don't go off there and blast it off whatever they want to believe. They say, hey, this is my research. This is what I got from it. And then they passed it on to somebody else. And we do this over and over and over again.
This is probably an irrelevant question.
Hold on, Chico. What about the
Real
problem?
quick, Indio. Real quick, Indio. This is probably an irrelevant question, but just for the namesake, Joshua, what are you a scientist in?
Physics, like I pretty much put a star inside of a jar.
Okay, all right.
So
go ahead, Indio.
Molecular physics.
Tell me about Julian Swinger then, if you know about solarluminescence.
Dude, if you want to do research on something, go do it. I'll be happy to explain.
Good try.
You can go look on my profile and verify my physics, jerk.
Yeah. So anyway,
I got actual math to prove mine. I don't know what you're trying to prove.
So Spaz,
I can prove my knowledge.
Yeah, Spaz. Okay, tell us about the problem of induction.
You tell me about the problem of induction. I have no problem with we talk about. You talk about fluid dynamics with heat. You talk about heat induction. There's a bunch of different type of words for induction.
Like, what's your word?
Because right now you're just trying to come up with reasons why you're.
Indio, your mic's a little low. You might want to come a little closer to it or take your headphone out. Welcome to the space, guys. This is Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturdays. If you're new here, this is episode 114. Welcome. We do like to let each other get our thoughts out. If you will engage in an open dialogue, just make sure the other person is getting their thoughts out. Thank you.
I'm just talking about. He said science proves things. Nobody claims that. You can literally type in Google, "Does science prove things?" and you'll have endless articles that show science doesn't prove anything because it uses inductive logic. It cannot prove anything.
It proves and disproves things all the time. I'm confused on what do you mean it doesn't prove anything. I need something to more than just you saying it doesn't prove things, because I need you to explain
Type
that.
in "Does science prove things?" Type it in and see what comes
Through
up.
scientific method, it does. It does. It'll prove something whether it's right or wrong.
Okay,
Great. So what science? Can you walk me through the scientific method for evolution?
Right now, we were able to use evolution by simply going and finding the bones. We can find other things. We found people that were frozen going back years on top of years over a long period of time. We found people that were either under ice. We found
What's
different
the
methods
naturally
of
observed
different
phenomenon,
types
and
of
then
things.
what's the question? What's the naturally observed phenomenon, and what's the question of that phenomenon?
What are you trying to prove here?
That you
Evolution.
don't know the scientific method. That you have no clue what it is. You don't have a fucking slightest clue what the scientific method is.
I'm trying to walk through that.
Physics proves you wrong.
You said the scientific method proves evolution. So I want to know what the naturally observed phenomenon is, and then I don't know what your hypothesis is for that.
Through evolution,
that's
that
it.
we found fossils, and we also found human bones that's gone back for years,
That's
showing
not a hypothesis.
the evolutionary process on growth.
What's
on
your question?
How we
What's your
evolved
question?
from one
hold on.
type
Y'all
of
gotta
Homo
let,
sapien to the
y'all gotta
next.
y'all gotta let him finish.
I would use big words, but I'm afraid you won't understand.
Hold on, Joshua. You don't have to be condescending because they really trying to cook you, but they kind of lead you down a path. But just if you're gonna ask them a question,
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it. They're gonna try to lead me down a path and insult me.
I'm trying to moderate. You don't talk over the host, gang. Shut
No,
your
we
mic.
do understand. It's
Shut your mic
the
when I
problem with
talk.
carbon dating.
Shut your mic when I talk. Wrong with y'all? I'm trying to moderate the gang so y'all could talk, and y'all want to talk through me. I'll take all of y'all mics. I don't know what the hell y'all think this is. Level heads, relax. Do what y'all do, but let him get a thought out.
Because I promise scientists aren't going to want to come in here and speak to people if y'all don't want to at least listen.
Stop complaining, bro. I already did that. You have the mic. You can answer that question.
Look, I'm just trying to learn from a physics guy, right? So I'm asking you questions. I don't need these long-winded, condescending answers. Pretend like I know a little bit about the subject, but I'm still trying to learn the scientific method when it comes to evolution. So, what is your naturally observed phenomenon is finding bones. So, what's your hypothesis?
It's not my hypothesis, for one. It's not me doing anything. It's research of multiple people coming together. They found the resource material. They found the research. You can go find it online, how they literally show exactly from where a person goes from one state to the next on evolving from a monkey through a population of effect where they change their body behavior up to being a human being.
You skipped like a whole bunch of steps, man. So, what's the independent variable?
You said to explain it to a fifth grader.
Dude, you don't even understand it yourself. Human beings, in the theory of evolution, didn't descend from monkeys. We descended from apes. Dumb dude. You came into the wrong place trying to fake it, bro. Like, for real.
So
Fake
Joshua,
it, I can prove my physics.
So Joshua,
I can prove my equations.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Hold on. So
Go
Joshua,
look at my profile, genius.
Joshua, so this is what they're saying. This is what they're saying, Joshua. This is what they're saying, Joshua. This is what they're saying. Do you agree that if something is unfalsifiable, that equates it to being pseudoscience? Can we find common ground there?
I'm confused on what we're considering pseudoscience and what are we considering science. Are we willing to throw out all science because of what?
Something
okay,
that's
what is the unfalsifiability? All the
Yeah,
scientists that have already gone out of their way to prove this exists?
Joshua, just
and then you're saying it's not real?
Hold on, guy. I'm talking right here. Joshua, if something is unfalsifiable, do you know what unfalsifiable means?
A scientist that doesn't know
That
what
can't be falsified.
unfalsifiable means.
Which
To
means
be
what?
falsified to unfalsifiable to not
Means
falsified.
you can't prove the null,
Process.
right?
It can be something. But here's the thing: is how are you
You
saying
can't prove the
something's
null, right?
unprovable? Are you saying something's unprovable? What are you saying is unprovable? You're saying something's
Evolution.
No,
unprovable
it's not that it's
through.
unprovable.
Okay, then show me. Okay, you got to show me your evidence that shows this is unprovable. That's how science works.
Bro,
I don't have a science degree, so I believe this is not real.
What's
That's not
the
how
null?
science works.
What's the null for evolution?
You don't have a science degree.
What's the null for evolution?
Oh, all right, y'all are literally jumping on
insults. That's the reason it shows me how ignorant you are based on the amount of insults you try to add to your conversation.
First of all, you
please
gotta
keep that
fix
up.
you gotta fix your mic because we can't even hear you. You roboting like crazy. So if you're gonna like pop your shit, at least connect to a stable signal. What we're saying is scientific method doesn't prove things because if something's proven, you can't falsify it. If it's unfalsifiable, that means it's pseudoscience. Can't use the scientific.
Do y'all know the difference between a theory and a hypothesis?
Of course we do.
Joshua, when somebody's speaking, relax.
Okay, explain it to me. How do you explain theory and explain a hypothesis?
No. You're not going to switch the conversation because we're trying.
No, this is the same conversation. This is the same conversation. I'm trying to answer.
What you're doing is did I pass?
It sounds like y'all want.
Hey, Josh. I don't know who you think you are, gang, but you requested a mic and we approved you to be over here. I don't care. Yeah, you should probably run up out of here. You can't like bully nobody on the mic, bro. But y'all do gotta be a little bit more level-headed though. Like NDO Sheepdog, pass the mic back and forth to each other. Like, cause if y'all jumping on top of them, y'all can't get a bill to cook them. You know, we're trying to get that content to cook. And I know he probably is condescending on the timeline and stuff like that too. But I mean, people are trying to hear it, and I know y'all both could cook them, but y'all can't cook them at the same time. Pass the mic back and forth. Y'all from Discord, y'all from the same home base. Y'all know how to do this.
Me and India are like a Foreman grill, bro. We'll cook them on both sides.
That's right, rotisserie style.
He deserved to get cooked too. But y'all got to pass the spatula back and forth.
Yeah, my question to him was, what's the null for evolution? And he asked,
he doesn't understand what we're talking about, Sheepdog. He's
well,
just
he
a
asked,
phony. He
asked,
if you don't know what falsification is, then you can't even have the conversation.
if he is listening, for those that are listening down there, the difference between a theory and a hypothesis is that a theory is evidence that the hypothesis is correct. The hypothesis is just a question. A theory is something, it works most of the time, but you haven't worked out all the kinks yet.
Right. When you follow the scientific method, you just find evidence for the claim. That's all that does. Every theory should be falsifiable. You should be able to test it and have some type of way to falsify the actual theory or the claim itself. If you can't do it, that means it's pseudoscientific. If it's unfalsifiable, it's not science. Now, if y'all listen, he actually said that he don't have no background in science. I think he said he don't have no scientific degree. So y'all, packing up a novice. I don't know what background he had, but he said something about not.
He said he did. I thought he said he did. I thought he said, check my profile. That was his proof he's a scientist.
I thought he said that he didn't have any science.
He said he was in physics or something like that.
I wanted to see if he was if he had an actual PhD or if he just had some type of graduate or something like that.
Yeah, hey, my bad, Indio, man. I just didn't want to go off in all these different directions. I wanted to stick to just evolution because I knew he had nothing.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's why I just asked the one question, right? I only want to ask, hey, give us the experiment that would possibly falsify evolution. And if you don't even have an experiment that could falsify it, then it's pseudoscience. It's really simple, right? But he doesn't understand what any of that is. He doesn't understand logic, philosophy of science, theories, anything. He didn't understand any of that.
Yeah, I just
He's
wanted to
just
say
narrative.
shout outs to Laylee for pulling up. We ain't heard Laylee all day.
Who?
Layliana.
What was that? Sorry.
No, I said I want to say shout outs to Laylee for pulling up because we ain't heard from you all day.
Hey, Liliana.
We even had somebody talking about motion and how you would feel it, and I was thinking about you. But to Indio's point, I just put something in the nest for his first question that the guy brushed past was, do you know the problem with induction? The problem with induction is that they make general claims from specific claims, right? I see a white swan, I see a white swan, I see a white swan, all these specific claims. I'll make a general claim that all swans are white. You can't do that. You got to go from the general to specific, which is deduction, and that's how the scientific method is done through testing. Isolated IV to a dependent DV amid control variables. His one question showed he was a fraud. I don't even think he works in physics because he asked, what is the falsification method? Because if it's not falsifiable, it's pseudoscience. What is the falsification that would falsify evolution? Didn't have an answer. He was a pretender clown from the beginning. That's in the nest if anybody wants to check.
Glow clowns gotta get a life, bro.
Go ahead, Franken. I see you got your mic open.
Yeah. My question is it even possible to rectify the scientific ideology with the belief in biblical ideology? I don't think that there will ever come a point where that can be rectified because there's so much that we cannot understand. And he tells us that our thoughts are not his thoughts and his ways are not, or our ways are not his ways. So I think it's probably an endless argument to sit and discuss these topics, even though it's interesting. Just my take on it.
Laylee, what's up? Maybe she can't hear me.
Hey, Laylee, can you hear D3?
You dropped down.
Okay,
cool.
That's what it was.
And I'll just come out and say I apologize, Sacred. I'm just excited, man. I haven't been on Flat Earth Fridays in forever.
Yeah, you were going in, but honestly, yo, Indio, like you was on this dude, bro. Like I don't know why he triggered you so hard, but you were like on him, bro.
I
can tell you, Mike.
he salivates when he hears scientists, man.
Yeah, that's part of it. But when you ask a question and they go into a narrative, that just irritates me. Like, I don't want to hear your story. Just answer the question. Like, I've heard the story thousands and thousands of times. I don't need to hear it again.
Yeah, it's we gotta listen to it again and again, though, right? It's kind of how the space
Like,
goes.
if they just hear it one more time, this will change your mind. But like, I'm gonna be the guy. Like, he's heard it 99,000 times before, but just one more time, this will be it. Like, no, it isn't gonna be it. Just answer the question.
Y'all gotta understand too how long Indio been doing this. Like Indio probably seen every form of anti-flirt, globe, clown, SciComm, simp, like so you don't have no time for no shit. So
It cracks me up when he's like, "Oh, that's a new one. I never heard that one before."
I did hear a new one.
Hey.
The northern aurora and the southern aurora happening at the same time. That's actually a new one. I never heard that before. I heard it last week. I haven't confirmed it happening.
Hey, sorry, real quick.
What's up, baby?
So sorry. Yeah, I know I have a bad connection. I keep getting disconnected and whatnot. Yeah, proud. I thought about my what did you call it? The spirit animal. And I think I'm gonna go with peacock. So I
Liliana,
don't know if
Peacock.
after
kind
I
of
don't know
robot,
if
Liliana. You kind of robot. Can you get to a different location?
Can you hear me better now?
Kinda.
Can you
Yeah,
hear me
way better,
better
way
now?
better.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Sorry, I'm. Maybe is it slightly better now?
Yeah,
Is it better?
go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Oh no. I don't know if proud is still there or not, but she'd asked me what my spirit animal is, and I decided it's going to be a peacock. So I don't know if that's apt or not, but um, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation, but I wanted to just say something really quickly. Last night, Stone lives in Uruguay, and I think that's maybe at least 1 or 2 hours ahead of the East Coast. And I really wanted to hear some of his responses to big tech, but then everyone else was kind of jumping in, and I could hear him start to say something, but then someone would say, response. One of our flat earthers would give a response, and then he just kept quiet. And it happened multiple times. And I really wanted to hear what he had to say because experts I definitely love hearing. I was just wondering if I think he's kind of in the reply section. I said, "Jump in there, Stone G. You got to just say whatever you need to say." It was kind of funny. Anyways, I'm just wondering if maybe we could just, if it's okay with you guys, just maybe ask Stone G first if he'd like to respond or something, or give him a chance to respond. And because a lot of times Alan and Stone G will just say, "Nah, I don't want to talk to this guy." Slack or whatever. But I mean, I realize there's a lot of people here, Indios, Mr. Xavier, Ken, so many people that are, pretty much experts also. But I really do love hearing from the teachers because I just feel like, they're the best, like Alan and Whitsitt. And I noticed that Whitsitt, he's really pretty good at this. Like he will just jump in if he sees that he could do a better job of giving the answer. And I could tell just from his tone that he's not coming from a place of ego of like, hey, better than you. He's doing it really for the benefit of the flat earth, So I just feel like if our commitment is to push flat earth movement forward, then we don't have to have our egos in there. And we could just, basically just allow whoever has the best response to go. And I feel like that guy Big Tech, he's got his own platform, and he's an influencer or whatever. So I feel like it's best to just send our best people. I know like sometimes Alan doesn't like certain people or whatever, but I just feel like it'd be nice to give the teachers the option to say yay or nay, whether they, care to respond or not. Because often, most of the times they have fantastic responses. And I, for one, definitely want to hear what they have to say. Having said that, I don't know if Woodsit is active or not, but I just wanted to let him know what I told Proud is that if you guys put an event up that, I'm here to volunteer. I have clocked hundreds of hours as a volunteer for nonprofit organizations in the past. And so I love doing service. And so, if there's any kind of service, of course, I don't charge money. It's all voluntary. So please consider, that you have a person that loves to do service, and just like Go Friday stuff, like take care of the staff, clean up, set up this, that, whatever, like make snacks, make tea, whatever, just little things. So yeah, thank you so much, and love you guys, and all of you are brilliant. I hope I did not insult anyone, and I think that Sacred and Piezo are right up there with the teachers. They're so brilliant. So anyways, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Well, one thing I want to add to what you were saying, to the listeners, it's always a good idea to think about the listen experience for people in the audience. That's number one, right? And they get to get this information. And if there's people that can facilitate that information really well so that it resonates with the people, it's a numbers game after all. They come here, try to disrupt the room, put on a show. Oh, they're attacking me. Did you see that? Oh, they wouldn't let me talk. They muted me. And that never happens. Sacred lets people talk, etc. And we got to understand the knowledge levels is important. There's no egos here. I don't think. I know everybody pretty well. I don't think unless people putting on a good front. But that is important. What Liliana says. I see Witsit and I see India and I see Goku show up. We're all pretty knowledgeable, like Liliana said. But I'm gonna sit my piccolo ass in the corner when I see Goku pull up and let him rock. So
Shout out Piccolo, shout out Piccolo.
No, I mean, no, Mr. Xavier, you're totally correct. You know, in the end, it's just really about winning the hearts and minds of the audience, right? So we always want to present our best. And you know something, before I became a flat earther, forever people kind of like treated flat earthers like they were toothless morons, like going back to the past when the science has already shown, you know, all that crap. And so I think we have to change that. It is changing. Thankfully, it has changed a lot, you know, in the last couple of years, but it could use, you know, more momentum and just more speed, you know, to change. So I think that it's best to really show off the brains that we have in this community. And that's all, you know, I mean, because I see PA, so I see Sacred, they're extremely articulate. And because basically you have to know the facts, figures, and the physics, right? And then you just have to have your wits about you. And so, yeah, you know, there are people in our community, aside from Alan and Shane and Witsit and Stone, that are, you know, extremely good. But I feel like when Toby's never around, but when the other 4 teachers are around, I do really enjoy hearing from them. And I think that, you know, as an audience member, I feel like there probably are other people like me that feel the same, that are flat earthers like me, who are like, hey, send our best guys out there, you know, unless they don't want to deal with some, you know, some bozo or whatever. But yeah, thank you, Xavier, for your support and acknowledging what I said.
Thank you, Miss Poppins.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that bitch like Stockton.
Oh, my emojis are not working, but I was laughing.
Let me express my idea about how to falsify refraction completely. That's what I was researching today. So I asked ChatGPT how we could how is it scalable to do a small scale refraction thing with ice cubes and heating plates, and it would be possible to do it over 40 feet already and 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and then trying to look around the barrier. I'm asking Globers for 3 years to show me something like this, and they never do it. So I, as a flat earther, have to do it now. I'm planning a second Force the Line experiment, which I did the first one, but this is aside because Jesse claimed he did something. I look at it; it's awful. It's not below the barrier. So I would like to ask all of you if you have seen anything like that, because I question that you can see the full spectrum of light around the barrier. That's my next test. Damn, I don't hear anything. I will drop down.
I heard.
I have a question.
I don't think anybody's talking.
I have a question. About
What's
what
up?
you're. Hey, about your experiment.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. You're putting 2 plates, you said, and you're using temperature variations, and you want to show how something migrates out to a refraction level. I know what refraction is. I don't understand how you're connecting refraction and temperature. And I think you want to get to like a containment, like you want to show that there's a container or you don't. That's where I'm lost. So if my question sounds simple, I'm like my dad says, I'm not a scientist, but I like to listen. So thank you.
Yeah, if you can use cold plates, it can also be cold plates at the bottom. But I was thinking about ice cubes or ice at the bottom, and then if you have a controlled environment, it's even better. It's an aquarium, but you can use open space as well. You just need the temperature difference because it's the globe planes.
What is your goal? What's your point? What's your quote unquote hypothesis is going to happen, or does show that happens after you do this? What are you
No,
proving? What are you proving or concluding?
yeah, I try to show that there won't be anything visible. I will put a barrier in the middle.
Well, there won't be anything visible.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it should be. It should be because it's in
It should be
the right
what?
scale.
It should be what?
I put a small object
It should be
in
what?
the end.
It
There's
should be what?
there. Listen,
Okay.
it's one or two sentences. You need to follow the whole thing. There will be a small object in the end of these 40 feet. In the middle, at 20 feet, there's a barrier a little wait. There's a barrier a little higher than this object in the end. And my observer height is also smaller than this barrier. And in the globe, if we say there's refraction to make this object visible, then it should be working small scale as well.
Okay.
You don't get it, or you get it
I
now?
do get it. I'd like you to relate it to how it relates to flat Earth theory, like or
It's
globe
the
theory,
perfect.
whatever.
It's the perfect example to show that the full spectrum of light, the full what we see, what's visible is not going up in
Correct.
this.
Okay, get it. Needs a
Yeah,
container. But I
yeah,
yes.
because
Yes,
they
yes.
do lasers or they
Yes,
do
yes,
they
yes.
do sugar tanks in water. This is
Yes,
completely
yes.
not the
Cherry,
same
I
thing.
don't think you're
I
listening.
agree. Okay, you're right. But I actually
Cherry,
agree with what he's
hold
doing.
on, real quick, Cherry, real quick, Cherry,
Thank you.
real quick. So what he's trying to explain is he's trying to demonstrate light bending around a curve. That's what he's trying to do. It's not about containment.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think you're listening. You're listening to refute. You're not listening to listen.
Hey, Alan, I'm not. I'm listening to. I'm trying to picture this experiment actually in my head, and I am a very visual person, so I actually would like to see a picture or a video of it in the purple pill, and then now that you've explained that to me,
He
that's
hasn't done it yet, dude.
How does she know who you are?
He hasn't done the experiment yet. He was proposing it.
Yeah. I get it. That it's complicated. Yeah.
He's gonna force the line.
He's trying to pre-debunk it before he ever does it. That's hilarious.
So, hey, keep it nice. She might have a differing viewpoint, but
now that you've explained to me that it's about the curve bending or light bending around a curve, I can appreciate that 100%. I'm all about the optics and lasers and mirrors and all that, and I can appreciate how we live in a circular, like a crystal ball. Okay, so I need to listen. That is true. And I know about refraction and why the sky is blue. And I know why it's not blue and when the moon's out. So give me a break, okay? I'm not a scientist. I just wanted to visualize his mini, his,
No, you're cool.
thank you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I have my question
Hey, Kevin.
as well.
Can I correct you?
Hey,
Not
Kevin.
science,
Kevin.
though. The sky isn't blue because of refraction. It's because of scattering.
Well, yeah, it's harboring light.
Yeah,
It's harboring a certain.
an electrification of the hair. Kevin, can I give you a like a secondary experiment to do since you're going to be doing that? And like, let's say you get a failure. I would be curious to see if this makes it successful. If you can make the curved object that you're trying to bend the laser around, if you can make it colder than the ambient air above it, and because my theory is that light bends towards the more dense medium, which would be the colder air, and Earth is warmer and the air above it is colder. So I always say that light refracts upward instead of downward. So if you get a null if you can't bend your light around the curve that you create, can you make the curved piece of the hill or whatever it is, can you make that cold and then possibly make the light bend around the curve that way? That would prove my theory that the flat earth is it's flat and the earth is warm, and then because the earth is warm, it's going to bend light to the more dense medium, which would be the cold air above it, not the warm air on the ground. Does that make sense?
But it's colder. They claim it's colder at the bottom, and that's why we can see more above water. And that's the point. When it's colder at the bottom, that's when we can see more, and that's what I will try to do, because the globe is the most important to falsify. And next things next. What is stretching or bending or expanding or scattering? There's other things, but my main goal is to falsify these refraction of the full light, and it's not about laser, because I saw lasers bend with temperatures slightly, but never in the big over miles. But then it always looks straight from the side or bending upwards. But with the iron, you can in a room you can see a laser bend. But my whole my whole argument is that I asked Globers to show me something that it's even theoretically possible to see the whole light what we are seeing going over a curve, and they only give me things when you already see things from the beginning, and not the things being behind the barrier. That's why I want to try it, to show this to test this, because they don't give me anything.
Right. Well, my theory is that if it was colder at the bottom and warmer on top, that the light would bend downward. But that's just
that's why I come here. I want to ask here this expert, the experts here, what you think will happen. Is it possible? Okay. I hear a flat earther say
no, it's not possible. What you want from them, they can't do. So
cool.
So let me just start from the beginning. So if anybody, you guys seen Taylor's video of the stars that they took with a telescope? Has anybody seen that? So some astronomy nut posted a comment that said, "Oh, look, there's dispersion. It's blue on top and red on the bottom," right? Because that's what happens. Every wavelength gets refracted on a different optical path. This is called dispersion, right? So we know this happens with astronomical objects, right? Because of refraction. So that's how you can tell refraction is present. Hey, it's red on top and blue on the bottom. So we're observing dispersion. Well, you don't observe that with any of our long distance observations, right? None of the Canada observations, none of the Chicago skyline, none of those things. But they say, the Globers are saying, there's extreme refraction taking place, right? But we don't see blue on top and red on the bottom. So what I take you to mean is you want it full spectrum, right? You want them to not use a laser, right, which is just one wavelength. You want them to show full spectrum, red, green, blue, whatever light, white light reflecting off some object, whatever color that is, and you want to see that get refracted. They won't be able to do it. I guarantee you'll never see it, because they can't do it, because it's not possible. You'd have to eliminate dispersion, right? You'd have to change the laws of refraction so that it's not wavelength dependent. That would be the only way that they could, change the laws of physics. That would be the only way.
So,
well, you can hope.
Hey, not to interject here. Please, guys, continue your thing. I just wanted to say, hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to drop back in, see if everybody's still here today. It looks like y'all are still here. And it was funny. I literally came in like 3 seconds after I jump in. I'm like picking up the audio and heard Leliana saying my name and some nice things in it. So thanks for that, Leliana. I think like your intentions got time dilated and sent through the ether and caused me to log in so I could hear it just right on time. But no, but so what's up, everybody? It's good to be back here. Sounds like Kevin's got got an experiment where he wants to test the effect of temperature on refraction, and if he's ever able to impose conditions that will make it work on a ball. Sounds like he's trying to force
But he wants
the
it full
curve.
spectrum. He doesn't want a laser. He wants it full spectrum, right? So he wants to show the actual image of the object, whatever color it is. You know, say it's a little modeled Statue of Liberty and it's gray or whatever, like that. He wants to see that, not like some laser.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
You wouldn't even have to do it to make it simpler, Kevin. You wouldn't even. All you'd have to do to make it easier, you could just take a range of the spectrum, and measure the bottom end of the spectrum and the top end of the spectrum, just at 2 different wavelengths. And if you get it at both those wavelengths, it's safe to assume that the wavelengths in the middle will be part of it too. It might just make it simpler on the mechanical or the mechanistic side of like doing that. Because light is continuous, right? I mean, so if you've got like, a range from A to B, then if you just measure A and you measure B and A and B are there, you can presume everything in between A and B are there too, if that makes sense. So then you could still use regular optics that are filtered for specific wavelengths, and as long as they see, you could like set them side by side, or even overlap the footage or whatever, and make sure you get the same image, and you're good.
Are you trying to, Kevin? Are you trying to see a particular image around the curve? Is that what you were doing, or no?
Yeah, a little object which is smaller than the barrier in the middle, and I put the right scale. The right scale is important for me because I never have seen anything in putting more temperature gradient than they say it's now on the globe, and now I increase the temperature gradient and put a small object in behind the barrier, and yeah, that's the whole thing.
And reflect light off of it, right?
Just watch. It's 40 feet. What I asked ChatGPT, and it says you can do it 40 feet, 27 degrees Fahrenheit temperature difference in between 3 inches, and you can put ice cubes or cold plates in the bottom, and heating some half a meter above or a little less, and then you get it. I would try.
Hold on. Is that really realistic though? That's not really like a normal meteorological condition. You know what I mean? A temperature gradient.
That's what I was. That's what I was saying, Indio. Like the Earth is warm. They're inverting what the natural condition is.
Hey, whatever you do, I'd still love to see it. This is kind of like what I've been asking for. So I'd love to see what your results are. I don't think.
But I think changing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we can get the image to go up over a ball, even with the different temperatures that he's suggesting.
I don't think it'll be that way either. I think it'll be extreme temperature changes. But I would say that the temperature is going to be the key factor. So you're gonna need to play with hot and cold.
Yeah.
You could just do that. What that one dude did, I don't remember his name, but y'all probably know. Where dude takes a video of like negative 200 degrees Celsius liquid nitrogen and just pours it like on a metal surface with a little thing behind it, and then you can see right, like above the rim of the metal surface, like you can see an image of the thing behind it, because the like absolutely absurd temperature inversion right there is like, causing refraction. I mean, that's not realistic whatsoever.
Yeah, it's liquid nitrogen. This is even less natural. Liquid nitrogen, and then it's at the same height than the obstacle, so it's not a globe equivalent.
Well, no, it's not. I was just making a point, like and it's not like it is liquid, but it boils, right? When you pour it on the metal surface, it turns into a gas again, and then you just got nitrogen gas right there at the barrier. But like,
yeah, I'm curious in air. I'm curious completely with air only temperature if this is possible. Maybe it will happen, but I have never seen it though. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember if in the video, I don't quite remember if the little sliver of the image that you see is only appearing where like the liquid part is splashing on the metal, or if you actually see it in the air above it or the nitrogen gas above it. I don't actually remember. Air's like what 97% nitrogen or something like that. Anywhere, not 97. It's like 80.
But the nitrogen gas
80%,
could be
80%
the
nitrogen.
gas. Could still be 100 degrees negative 100 Celsius and still be a gas because nitrogen boils at like what 250 or something. So
Negative,
the gas, yeah, negative like 250, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I think it boils at negative.
Yeah,
like
so the gas could still be super cold.
Is like
It ain't gonna happen though, Kevin. You're not gonna see it above anything, in my prediction.
Cool.
Use the radio waves, man. Use the battle of the beams. That's already been done.
I can't wait to see it though. Hey Kevin, when do you plan on doing this?
Oh man, I will get the stuff and everything. It's the whole winter. It will take a month or two. Yeah.
Okay. Please, definitely. Please come back and share.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm here. I'm with the crowd. I also did the fishing line test. I plan on a second trial, which is better.
I remember that.
Yeah. I want to try another one as well. So I don't know which I prioritize, but I'm curious about the refraction things. So maybe I do this first.
When you scale the experiment, Kevin, and I'm sure you probably think about this as you're doing your error checks and everything, but it sounds like what you're trying to do is just make like a scaled down version of like seeing over the bulge, just with an actual physical object and sensors on both ends. And so make sure that the actual like aperture, like the center of the aperture, like you take in the aperture size into account of whatever optic you're using to receive the light and whatever you're using to emit it, so that you can, because like whatever light you shoot, like let's say you use a laser, whatever you use, like because you said you don't want to use a laser, you want a different source, but whatever it is, it's going to have like an effective width. If you treat it as like a cylindrical beam, it'll have an effective width. And then on the other side, the receiving aperture is also going to have a certain diameter as well. So make sure that you position it, treating it as if it was like a human eye, because it's not going to be possible to scale the size of the aperture down to ratio it against the human eye. So you're going to have to just get as close as you can, but make sure that you like lower it so that the center of the aperture is at the particular measured like height and not like the edges of it, because if at the small scales that we're talking about comparing to the Earth, that can make a difference. You're gonna have to be super like precise and sensitive.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but the edge is also of the aperture is it still valid? Is it the maximum observer height then, or is it only the center? Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say that the upper part would be where the light collection begins, right? And that's why I said it's kind of hard, because our eyeball, like the front end of our eye is wider than the back end, but it's like a certain difference. And when you scale this whole thing down, you're going to have the aperture is going to be your eyeball. So it's like a massive eyeball, right? In the scaled version, it would be like a massive eyeball. And so you kind of want to try to, you might even want to, because you're gonna have to like level it off, make sure it's like level as possible, and then lower it so that the upper edge is like where you want you want it to pass just across like the plane of where the observer height is supposed to be calculated. Because our eye is basically a point; it's so small, and the aperture in the scaled down version is going to be very big if you think of it like in terms of ratios.
Just be sure to document everything. And if you ever get to a point and say, maybe I documented enough, just document more, because if there's one data set missing, that's what the pseudoscientists will harp upon. So just document everything.
You want a big length, not a small length. You want to try to stretch the distance as far out as you can, because the further you stretch it, the more it'll scale out your ratio to make it closer to reality. But good luck. You could also take a temperature sensor at both ends, like point A and point B, and do a temperature at like transmission level, temperature at well, actually, I don't know how high your object's going to be. Are you talking like inches or feet here?
No, it will be only three inches. It's very small. I tried to scale it already, and the temperature gradient needs to be in between these 3-4 inches. And I was wondering first if it's even possible to put like 30 degrees Fahrenheit temperature change in this small area. But I asked Jesse with his aquarium, where he put lots of ice cubes in the bottom and heated the foil with a strong lamp. Even like this, he said he reached more, but I need to try with heating other heating stuff. He said he reached more, but I need to try small things first.
If you were to put like dry ice, like in like a dry ice in like a big cooler, and then put like a metal plate on top of it and level it, and then have like a heat blower or something above it, I mean, you'd have to. This is like so unrealistic at this point. I mean, we're talking literally like dry ice, like and then heat. But like maybe if you were to do that, you could create a gradient that severe over a short distance. But like when we're talking about inches, man, like it's going to be very difficult because if you're in a room, if it's not contained, like it's going to want to spread out in every direction anyway. You're going to have a. I mean, you can make it as sharp as possible, but it's still going to I mean, what you're asking to try to create is very difficult, without like a lab setup, like a real lab setup, and you put all this in like a box, right? So that there's like no air movement.
Yeah.
I have a
Maybe.
question. If you're trying to, the idea is containing it, and if we were to replicate our atmosphere, there's so many layers of, with different names, and I can't, the stratosphere, the atmosphere, the different ones. You guys know. How do you replicate that in an experiment like this?
Well, those aren't coming into play because we're just talking about right at the surface level. All those layers of the atmosphere, as you go up, there's a ton of layers, but they're not coming into play here because we're just really close to the ground. So like they're neglected.
Okay.
But with 40 feet only, there's the lab setting possible. You can have tanks big as that. So it's maybe not my take because I don't have these labs, but I have heating plates and these things in greenhouses, but it's not that controlled environment. But there must be a lab setting possible to do it. That's why I was curious why no one did this. When I checked the scales, it's not that crazy. You just need a big room in a controlled environment.
Sup, Boston? I haven't heard from you in a minute. I'm sorry. I know everybody's going to talk. I just want to say, hey, man, hope life's going good for you, man.
Hey, yeah, just stayed up till 4 a.m. last night, enjoying all the gravy, everything that you always are putting into it. Thanks for checking in, and yeah, keep crushing.
Well, thanks, dude. I don't know how late that conversation was with Franco. If you were, what 4 a.m. or whatever it was. I don't know if you got to hear when he dropped out, and I explained it right after he left or whatever. He like hit me in the timeline and was like, my connection got cut, but if you want to discuss this in private later, we can or something. But I didn't know if you heard the conclusion or not because I don't know what time it was. I was
Yeah,
super
I'm
late.
not sure. I know I sort of passed out. I sent a message to Galatrax because I think I'll have to look at my messages and see like what I woke up, like what woke me up, because I don't know if it was heated or what. Let me check.
Oh, dude, Sacred, did anybody clip that clown that came in here and was like asking for people to ask him science questions? And then you asked him the classic question of any exclusive evidence the Earth moves around the sun, and he like cussed you out and dropped out.
I've been looking at my noties. I didn't see it, but we're gonna have to go grab that.
Dude, yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, most of the people were gone when it happened. That was hilarious,
That was
dog.
a
Laugh of the night.
classic. That was a classic moment. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, Piezo, I said I woke up to the wild back and forth between you and Big Tech. That's what kind of woke me up.
Big Tech. Oh, that was the guy that was asking about the container and how a scale would work inside of a bottle with gas in it.
Yes, that was crazy.
He's a kick streamer.
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, to be fair, gas pressure is not super intuitive until you like actually learn the physics behind it. That's one of the things that, like, I remember like a year ago, I had trouble wrapping my intuition around it until I actually like studied it, and then studying it more formally, like learning Archimedes' principle and the laws of buoyancy and uh, the uh, the sum of the forces and everything involved. Like it makes a lot more sense once you get it, but until you do, you kind of have like the natural intuition that's different about gas pressure. So I can see why he was thinking like the things he was thinking. Um, he thought he could just put a scale in the bottom of a bottle of gas and it would just weigh the gas and just read it on the scale. And it would be different at the bottom than the top, and the top would be zero and the bottom would be the weight. But no, I mean, the pressure is going to be roughly the same everywhere inside the bottle.
Yeah, and you might have missed earlier when I came in and chimed in. I really talked about like what is the spirit or what is the vibe that people bring, like when they come into this space. Because honestly, man, if all they can do is see the ball, if it has to be globe and that's it, and all flat earthers or truth seekers have to be wrong or fools or idiots, then the bad thing is they can't really listen to anything you're saying, much less concede or say, "Oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense." They have to fight you at every turn. Like, look, I'm not trying to get you anyway. So, it's a shame that some people can't hold the heliocentric idea in one hand and also listen and look and analyze and think about and meditate on the possibilities that we're talking about to make the best educated decision on what is reality. If they think the globe is reality, then it's just almost like you're at an impasse and it's hard to move forward.
I agree, man. I agree. Uh, Witsit actually put me on back like almost a year ago. It's been now to this phenomena because prior to listening to him, I didn't get to see that many debates. I saw videos, right, but not debates and interactions between one versus the other. But you know what I'm talking about, Boston, the phenomenon where, like, when encountered with undeniable proof that one cannot refute intellectually, they revert to that little magic, like, switch, little button in the back of their head at the base of their skull, like the little reset button that's back there, and then they just like leave and press the reset button and pretend the conversation never happened, as if they never heard any of it, and just revert back to whatever they were saying before the conversation started. It's actually like super weird, and it almost feels like there's like a sinister spiritual element involved that's like fighting waging like a spiritual war against these people in order to like prevent them from accepting the truth right in front of their faces, like seeing that they may not see and hearing that they may not hear type level stuff. Because obviously the implication of accepting the you know where we live, the next immediate implication, the very first one is, oh my gosh, God, right? So can't have people, the devil can't have people seeking out God and seeking out Jesus Christ, right? So
Yep, you gotta stay patient. I know on Earth Awakenings on Discord, there's a lot of characters that it's Groundhog Day over and over and over. And I haven't been there quite as much because it is just repeat, repeat. At least here, you get different people, different levels of credential. I think Sacred does a great job moderating and giving people the space to talk because, we're all here to learn. We're trying to find the truth in all things. But thank you for your patience and your approach. It's been great watching you blossom into the beast that you are.
bro, I ain't nothing, man. I ain't nothing. All glory to to Yahweh, the Creator, though. But I appreciate it, man. I
Amen.
appreciate it, and I agree with you. Sacred's my he's my favorite moderator because he's like a fusion between like a moderator and like a podcast type host. So it's like you wrap them all up into one in a cyborg. So you take like a cyborg and like a moderator and a host and wrap them all together into not a ball, into I guess a circuit board, like a flat plane shape. And you got Sacred.
They wrote like a circuit board.
That's hilarious. Well, you're gonna catch him on TikTok if you have it more often than not throughout the week. And then were you in here whenever everyone was like chiming in on how they should do a podcast, like a real podcast, and have it on multiple platforms? So that's gonna happen too.
I have not heard. This is the first time I've heard it. What you mean the Ether crew gonna have a Ether podcast, bro?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let you tell him about it because he's definitely thought about it. But my advice would be sometimes have on a special guest where Proud and he just go deep, and then sometimes have like the whole crew. It's just kind of up to them on how they want to run it because it could be in a space where you give just particular people the mic, but you stream it to all these other platforms. But yeah, it's just all about numbers games. What have you thought about since that last Flat Earth Friday Sacred about y'all's next step?
Been thinking a lot. I mean, between spaces, TikTok Live, potentially a new platform doing a podcast with a different type of setup. There's a lot of different options and a lot of opportunity to engage in this conversation in different ways. So you guys definitely planted a seed. I will say that.
Dude, an interview podcast style, like an interview style podcast would be so sick. Like, you're the podcast, you're the Android version, the flat Android version of like a Joe Rogan podcast, right? And then you just have people on and you have like a list of questions that you ask them, like vanilla, like super vanilla questions, and give them the opportunity and space to expand on it. Yeah, dude, that'd be dope because then, like Boston said, you like cross stream it and platform it. That'd be because here's the thing, like the difference between a space and a podcast, right? Is like in the space you have people who are looking to like listen to this type of like interaction happening, and it's like live. And most people don't go back to the space for recordings as much as they do listen to live. Like there's a huge ratio discrepancy there between the live listeners and like people who actually go back. But for a podcast style thing, you'll have like a certain number of live listeners, but you have a ton of people who listen to the recording because that's kind of like the purpose of a podcast. It's like to be preserved, right? And you make like a whole series of them. So that would, like, in my opinion, like enable greater viewership or listenership with respect to time.
Bro, you paraphrased or you recapped what this and that. Like I got to give a shout out to this and that because that's what they've done. And he was really planting the seed. I mean, he was digging rows and putting the seeds down. He even said, "Anything you need, I'll help you." And I think he said he would even like sponsor an equipment upgrade. Now I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he was that willing to help because I think a few months ago he was very much on the fence of flat Earth, kind of like, I don't know, let's see, and it only took a few Flat Earth Fridays, and he's full flat. So it's just awesome to see all this stuff happening.
Dang.
I would
If sorry, Proud, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna throw in that I would incorporate a segment into the podcast of us just reading tweets from Globers and anti-flat earthers.
Dude, if you do it like a radio show, like a real podcast radio show, I'm telling you, like that would be the move because like it would just be like it'd be like the boys hanging out, having a conversation, having an organized like set of events like at this time, like, we got like a hour and a half podcast, 2 hour podcast. First 30 minutes we're doing this, next 30 minutes this, like whatever. You do it like that, right? And then people get to listen to just, friends hanging out, chilling, having a conversation and explaining things, right? You can even have some like time put in there that's like completely unscripted where y'all literally just talk and laugh and like, analyze things. You can even, you know, you can even have like a section at the very end where you talk about like not specifically FE, where like a 15-minute segment where you just like updates on the world, like what's y'all's opinion, like where you just get like the minds of the people, like how they pick their brains at like how they think about stuff, right? And it's like it kind of like a holistic approach, and because if you do it that way, right, like the people that listen will begin to like subconsciously connect the specific ideas you talk about with the implications and how it branches out into all of life and just affects life in general. And so just through doing that, it'll just naturally like have an effect on people that listen for in a positive way without having to like force feed them.
What y'all say, level heads? I want a level heads pod.
100%. Mm-hmm.
I fully
Level
support you,
Head
dog.
podcast, Level Head merch, Level Heads app for learning, Level Heads everything.
Oh yeah, we already have like, so check this out. When I say we, it's not me, it's the other guys like host it, but we already have a the ether cosmology community library. You got between Shane and then Alan and Toby, like they have like a joint library that they kind of like overlap and mirror off each other. And so like every topic you could think of is in there. And so what you could do, right, is you could literally do the podcast, plug the library, and then as you do your episodes, you could have a segment for like topics and have a person on to like go through and explain it and just give a very clear steel man of the mainstream position, why actual science shows that it's wrong and what it means. So what's the position? What does real science show? Why it's wrong? What does it mean? Every time. Those three things. Like, what did they say? What does the evidence show? And why it's wrong? What does it mean? Like, literally, people be trained up real quick, dude, and we'll just have a bunch of freaking cyborgs everywhere going out here and waking up the world.
Y'all see the vision?
I have a passion. Like, it's funny. I don't ever plan on being a teacher in like a formal capacity because engineering is my passion. But like, I really enjoy like didactic theory and like the theory of teaching and like disseminating and spreading information. Uh, I think it really is an art. There's some people out in the world who are just, I mean, a lot of some of them have YouTube channels and teach stuff. They're just so good at like breaking information down and putting it in like a digestible format. And I think that that's so important for our movement because the one thing that like the mainstream has a huge advantage over us is that they have hundreds of years in advance of preparation and institutions built and developed in formally, right, to push their framework. And in our case, whenever we spread the truth, it's so disorganized because we have like all these disconnected, disjointed internet communities that are just making videos and doing stuff. But like I would think that it would be great, man, like to do an like as formalized and systematized as possible, like a real like curriculum, so to speak, and a podcast. Like you pair the two together, and dude, I mean, I think it could seriously be explosive, like explosive growth for the movement if you did that. Because once you put it into that digestible form, once it's not just like people going back and forth and rambling around in a conversation about a topic, but there's no like predefined like structure to it. Once you actually put a structure to it and people can learn it like they would a class in school, it's over, dude. It's completely over for the globe because people are going to see the logic is undeniable. Like when you have truth and facts on your side, you can't fight it. You just have to be able to spread that truth in a way that people can get it. So if you can do that, it's game over already. Like there's no chance.
Man, I appreciate the inspiration, y'all. We taking it one step at a time. But is the sky the limit?
Quite literally, yeah. I think that would quite literally be that. Dude, is Alan here?
He maybe stuck in the ether. But while we get Alan tapped in, let's slide over to Mac because he's been real patient. What up, Mac?
Yo, what's up, guys? Good to see you. I just came up really to play devil's advocate on this evolution conversation a while back. And I might be a little undereducated, so maybe you guys can help me out. But is there a difference between adaptation versus evolution before I start?
Everybody get your thoughts in. I request the ability to answer this. But I have a lot to say on it because this used to be my wheelhouse before I ever found out about flat Earth. So I'll let you guys do your thing.
All right. Well, I guess before it gets too far away, you guys were like looking for an experiment. And I mean, in layman terms, for an experiment, I mean, it would just be like putting a bat in like a soundproof room and then, curating generations off of that bat and then see if it like grows eyes so it can see. But you know, that's like an adaptation, because I know like there's salamanders in caves that can't see, and you know there's I know about like a certain tribe somewhere where like they can dilate their pupils and their lung capacity is like for 10 minutes. So I mean, you know, it might be the adaptation part, you know, versus evolution that I'm getting mixed up here.
Yeah. So when you think about evolution, um, you got to really consider whether one thing is evolving into another thing, right? So the adaptation is just, that's one thing, but everything adapts, and we all have mutations, right? Even just everyday normal healthy people are having mutations happen, and they get a rash or they get something else, and things like that. Adaptation is like what you said, where people develop other abilities like larger lung capacities and things like that, but nothing is becoming something else.
Bro, Macaroni, there's a so I don't know if you've ever heard of him. This was one of the original people to get all his stuff scrubbed from YouTube back in the day. It was so weird. It was before YouTube was actually like a big scrubbing place, like before they actually censored everything. There was a guy named Kent Hovind. He was popular back in like, you know, like the 90s and early 2000s and stuff. But he was just a preacher, but he was also a science teacher. And so even I don't know how you mesh with like the religious aspect of it or not, but it doesn't really matter because his arguments were still on point. He used to talk about like why evolution was stupid and how it didn't make any sense, and how like the education system was literally teaching stuff that was disproven 100 years ago, and it still is. And basically, some of his main points, if I can remember him correctly, because he went through some legal trouble. I think he got kind of targeted. I don't really know, you know, what really happened with it, but they tried to get him for like tax fraud, even though his organization was a church and they're not subject to taxes. And he like, yeah, but that's beside the point. His point was that in evolution, right, it's adaptation is said to be expounded through time onto macroevolution. But adaptation, they label it as microevolution. You know, D3 was just talking kind of about it, right? And they use the word microevolution in order to kind of like beg the question and try to inject it into your brain. Adaptation is a fact. Like we see that. But no organism can adapt in any way that's not already coded into it to give it the ability to do that. So, like, let's say a bear, right? Like, you got short haired bears and long haired bears. And depending on where they live, what climate they live in, like, bears might have different hair length or fur or whatever, right? The bear did not just spontaneously develop the information, the complex genetic code information inside of its body to grow long hair because it was cold. Like, it doesn't have, there's not like a, it's not like doesn't have the power to with sentience rewrite its own genetic code on the fly to like make it be able to do stuff it's not able to do. Like that's not possible. So any type of adaptation that we do see is strictly limited within what's already written into our code. So that once you know that, then when you think about like what has to happen for macroevolution to take place, you actually have to have, he uses the word a change in kind. People criticize him because kind is not a classification in the classification system, like kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. But he uses it because it's a biblical term. But we don't see a change in kind. We've never seen that. And that would be required in order for evolution to ever be true. At some point along the line, many points along the line, all the time, actually, it'd have to happen all the time throughout the timeline. But you would have to have an organism, let's say like a horse, right? An equestrian, you got the equestrian kind, or a bird, the avian kind. You'd have to have like a horse or a bird give birth to an organism that was not really a horse or a bird. And that's never been observed ever, right? And then the other thing that's impossible is
I disagree. I think it has
the
been observed by Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Check it
you
out.
think that You think they've observed a change in kind from a parent to an offspring?
Oh, yes. It's like this. How do you, I mean, if you consider like a mouse growing a human ear, do you consider that a change? But I mean, that's man-made change. But
No,
but I
no.
do agree with the coding idea you have that we're all species certainly coded in a way to adapt. And so I'll stop there though. But
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so
no,
too.
that's
yeah,
growing
MIT
the
has a
growing the
study.
ear thing by
Johns
man-made is
Hopkins.
that's not evolution.
No, I
It's
mean
just a
even
skin
using
graft, dude. It's not mysterious.
yeah, even using like what's funny is even using like CRISPR technology or Frankenstein technology where you take like some human stem cells and take like human cells from a part of a human body and dope them with stem cells so that they can grow outside of their host for a short period of time and then attaching them to another organism so that they can grow on that organism even though like those that ear is not that mouse, right? Like that's a human ear that's grafted onto a mouse. It's not like it's a mouse ear.
So
It's a
how does
human
it
ear.
adapt from there? I'm sorry to interrupt you. So then, taking that though, that creature does have to adapt. I interrupted because when you said a horse can never make another horse, like, or I'm
A
sorry, you said a
non-horse.
horse. You said if something comes out of that horse, it's no longer a horse. But what defined the horse in the first place? You see what I'm saying? Like, so the change is constant, like you said. So I just wanted to jump in, to identify. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but they have to say, right? They have to say that the changes are the effect of random mutations. Okay? Random mutations. Not just like a single random mutation, but a collection of random mutations all working cohesively in conjunction with one another to create or to achieve an end goal, which is preservation of the species through a previously unknown function. Like when the fish came to land, right? That's where I was going with the second problem. The second problem is you have systems that can't work independently. It's impossible for them to work by themselves. They all have to arise uh, at the same time with each other. So, for example, like fish have gills, right? They don't have gills, or they don't have lungs, and they don't have legs. In order to live on land, they need legs, they need lungs. They also need a different type of eyes because the eyes that they have built for the water won't work well as eyes on land. So they have all these different organ systems and appendages that all have to exist simultaneously in order for them to survive in a different environment as like a different creature. So you couldn't just have a fish that like had some genetic deformity craziness happen and it came out with like a little like peg leg thing sticking out of its body and then all of a sudden because it's got a peg leg like it can well you need lungs to breathe air and how are you going to get functioning lungs like it's stupid. I mean it really like when you break it down it becomes so absurd.
Can I ask you a question about? I have a student who has two thumbs, and I don't know why, but he does. He's 8 years old, an American in Maryland, and he has two thumbs. So that's kind of like the peg leg out of the fish you were just talking about. That's
That'd be like a genetic disformity or something.
He's not going to pass on his two thumbs, man.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
he's
not
not gonna
right.
lead
Isn't
to
that
he's not gonna
crazy?
lead to a new human.
Wow. I'm just.
yeah,
It was last week I first noticed it, and
and it's not gonna
he
like it's
shows
not
it
like
off
he's
now to me all the time. So cute. It's so cute. He can bend them both at the
oh
same time. I'm gonna ask him
it,
next week if he can bend them like alternatively. You
I'm
know,
it
still thinking about the peg
he could
leg
play the
fish.
piano, right?
well it's not like if that kid grows up and has kids he gives birth to an entire lineage of children with six thumbs and eventually then there's another deformity somewhere down the line they get webbing between their thumbs and then they grow more of them and then all of a sudden they have like wings and feathers and like that's what
That's
we're talking
great.
about with
That's great.
evolution. It's retarded. Like I'm sorry, evolution is one of the most retarded theories I've ever heard in my life. I would be more willing to believe in almost anything having to do with like the globe and physics stupid stuff that they believe in than I would evolution. Like in my opinion, it is more stupid than anything that we talk about in this space related to physics and the globe and all that stuff.
But
Like all that stuff's
I have
dumb
to
too,
say
but
though, it's not stupid when you talk about the coding and the coding that evolution. Not I don't even use that word, right? But There is a certain coding, and then adaptations. That film with Meryl Streep is great with the orchids. Anyway, Divergent.
Hey guys, really quick.
Yeah, get back.
I
I'd
know
like to
just
hear what you get back to, like, relate it back to your coding. That, and you can talk about biogenetic coding or electronic coding, but the biogenetic coding that we're born with, and then you called it a deformity. Um, I'm not going any. That's all.
Hey, real quick,
Yeah, it
guys,
would be.
just final thoughts on the evolution. I do want to make sure that we slide over to Flat Lads, and we have Harley. He's one of the not sure globe earther, anti flat earther, and he wants the chance to speak. I read some of his pin tweets, so I'm interested in hearing what he has to say. So go ahead and get your final thoughts, and we'll kind of move through the answers.
Yeah, if I could add a quick thing, because I think it was really important what Indio and PZO said about that two thumb deformity, that genetic coding will not pass on to further generations, the two thumbs, and that would have to lead to an advantage where the two thumb people have an advantage over the single thumb people, and they evolve and outlive us over a long duration of time. And the coding part of it is important because the biogenesis is important, but there had to be at some point where there was abiogenesis, non-matter into living matter, and that has never been accounted for. There is one person, if you guys have time to research, a guy by the name of Stephen Mayer. He is a heliocentrist, but he challenges evolution really well, and he has a concept that he studied in depth called irreducible complexity, where organisms said to be down the line where one element, just one element out of their physical structure were removed, that organism couldn't be. So there couldn't be a point where they added a piece of their structure from whatever, because that it needed every single piece from this single cell organism. So Stephen Meyer, he's a really interesting guy. If you ever get a chance, take a look at that.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was basically all I had to say. Thank you, Xavier. I'll shut my big mouth, Sacred. Like I said, this used to be my wheelhouse before I ever found out about flat Earth. So that I literally I started as an evangelist. I think you know that, and my big thing was telling people how stupid evolution and the Big Bang and the mainstream model was without cosmology involved. So I can go on and on. I'll let Harley get up here and ask his questions. But yes, just to answer you, Cherry Bomb, it's like code. If you compare it to code, you can see even more why it's absurd. If I was to have a file, just on your computer, a file, right? And I pressed copy, and my computer performed copy and made a copy of it on my desktop. But it made somehow when it did copy, like there was a glitch and it made a typo and it scrambled the letters, as if scrambling the letters is going to spit out like a better organism somehow, right? Like that's
Right. Yeah.
it's retarded. You wouldn't even be able to read the file.
Well, yeah. The word. So that word
Okay,
glitch.
I know you want to continue, Cherry,
They
but I
still.
do want to make sure I get through the hands. We can double back to this conversation in just a second. Go ahead, Flat Lads, and then we're gonna slide over to Harley.
Well, I appreciate the mic, but I was gonna add on to the adaptation thing real quick. But if you want to change the topic, I'll step down.
No. Feel free. It's your mic time.
Okay, yeah. So I forgot where I saw this at, but it was a study done, this guy out in a cabin, and he captured a fox, and he had these foxes captive. And once he domesticated these foxes, their facial structure changed. Like they no longer looked like a fox. And this is all we see is adaptation. So when these foxes were kept in captivity, their whole facial structure changed. So they didn't even look like a fox anymore. But once left out into the wild again, the next generation went right back to a normal fox. Like it's just adaptation to live in that environment at the time.
So what would you guys classify like a butterfly, a caterpillar turning into a butterfly?
That's chrysalysis.
Is it a different genetic code or?
And that's built into their code. That's their metamorphosis from their life cycle. That's like a salamander. Certain salamanders, given different temperate climates, will turn into a newt or a water dog, which their gills grow outside the body, and they'll be a frilly water dog. It's still the same creature, but given the temperature of their environment, they will change to adapt to that environment.
Like a Pokemon, yeah.
What up, Harley?
First, I wanted to add a couple of bits that, the metamorphosis, the actual code is there. It's just during different steps in the life cycle, different gene expressions get activated. So with salamander, it's the axolotl, which is, many people keep it as a pet, and it can stay an axolotl for a long time. But anyway, I want to congratulate the gentleman earlier who gave us a little lecture about how stupid evolution theory is, because I have to agree with you in that sense that this version of that definitely is stupid, and I agree completely with you. But the problem is that, unfortunately, the version of the evolution theory you presented isn't actually what science says. But, that's not the point of this discussion. I just suggest you go and look up how it's defined actually in real science, at least comparatively to what you get from Discovery Institute or Answer in Genesis or, those guys. In that sense, it's fine. You don't have to believe in it, but at least make sure that if you make if you come to some kind of an opinion or make a judgment, then at least you base it on the correct version of the theory. Sorry, I was
Can
running.
you tell us what well, since you're going to say our definition is wrong, can you make a statement of what the theory of evolution actually is?
Like I said, it takes more than 5-10 minutes, and I wouldn't want to delve into this. It's better just to point out that this is a straw man version of the.
Hold on, Indio. Hold on,
No, I'm
Indio.
asking you just a
Hold on 1
statement
second,
of what the
Indio.
theory is.
Indio, just 1 second. Just let him get his full thought out, because we got to let him get his full thought. And I'm going to ask him about some tweets, and I'll let you get a back and forth with him about evolution. Go ahead, Harley.
Yeah, I definitely, I actually didn't even want to touch that much, but there were so many things wrong, and I agree. The things he said are wrong and stupid and don't make sense, and it's just absurd. I agree, because evolution, the actual evolution science doesn't prescribe that those processes happen the way he kind of pushed against. That as if it were happening. That's not the way it goes. Like those.
Harley, did you get your full thought out?
His mic cut out. I think he's having intermittent connection issues. Give him a second.
Harley, can you hear me? Harley?
Oh, sorry, my screen. Okay, my phone went into sleep mode and it turned off. Sorry. Anyway, let's not get into this. This is a long conversation, and I don't think this is a place for this.
I mean, we could get into whatever you like. I want to make sure that you get your full thought out.
Yeah, I expressed my position that I agreed with his view of evolution, because it's a version that I know, I'm really familiar with, and that's not the version that science actually gives us. That's the version that young Earth creationists give us. I'm not saying that you have to believe this or the other version, but at least familiarize yourself with both versions and see the difference, and then make a decision.
You do understand how you say that they are wrong about their notion of evolution. We ask, okay, how are they wrong and what is correct? It's too long to explain. I don't want to. It's kind of a cop-out.
What?
No. Hey, Xavier, it's cool. He's just saying don't strawman them. I've been down this road a million times. Like, I know what he like. I don't know what he's going to say. I'm not a mind reader, but he's likely trying to say that I oversimplified it. And I just want to say, without having to force you into that conversation, Harley, I know what you're trying to say.
No, so oversimplifying is okay. I can oversimplify things as well. In fact, sometimes you need in a discussion, but yeah, if you set up the whole premise like completely differently, then you misrepresent the actual science. And unfortunately, the version you like, if one process in science is defined one way, but you actually present that specific step completely differently, then obviously you're not talking about the same science anymore, but a modification done by you, not by science.
No, I get what you're saying, man. Yeah, I get it. It's most of the time when I do this and people have your response, it's because when I explain like the random processes leading to organized change, when I talk about that part, I make up scenarios like the peg leg fish and stuff to try to just give a visualization. It is a very oversimplification because, of course, it would be broken down
Hey,
into
Harley,
many.
just back up from your mic just a little bit, or you can mute up because we can hear you breathing into your phone.
Sorry, I had I had headset mic too close to my mouth.
Okay, yeah, you can mute up whenever you're not speaking, just so we can all hear you. I'm gonna let Piezo respond, and I'm gonna let Indio chime in because I know he wanted to say something to you, and then I'll ask you about some things that I want to try to get a little back and forth with you as well. So go ahead, Piezo, and I'll let Indio go.
Yeah, thank you. I
I actually
understand that.
I'm muting myself for like 5-10 minutes, and then I'm gonna listen in, but don't expect an
He
answer.
wants to ask you. Sacred wants to communicate and ask you about your tweets. So I just wanted to get a quick response in so we can clear the air and you don't have to get dragged into a conversation about evolution, and you and him can do your thing. But I just wanted to briefly respond.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so like I understand, like I've had this type of conversation that we're talking about many times, and it's always like the same type of thing happens in the flat Earth conversation. If you talk about the minutiae and you don't explain it perfectly, then you'll get accused of misrepresenting it. But the thing is, where we're going to disagree, right, is we agree. Here's where we agree, and here's where we disagree. We agree that in the mainstream model, random processes over time have to result in macroscopic level change, given enough of those events. Where we disagree is that it's invalid to simplify it and talk about like a fish growing an appendage and then this that is a simplification, I admit, but it's still the implications aren't being changed, like, because the focus of when we give the simplified version is to point out to people what the implications of the model are, like what wouldn't be necessary logically for that to occur. And when we point those out, that's when people usually get defensive because they don't like for it to sound so dumb. But you have to go through that in order to get
This
there.
totally changes the picture. You want to simplify, and the side effect is that the actual meaning for the listener completely changes, because you're leaving out a couple of really, really important parts. We are talking about dozens and dozens and maybe thousands of generations, like one generation after another, and those tiny allele frequency changes happen across huge populations at the same time, population groups, not individuals. There's a difference. If you presented it this way, I wouldn't have any issue. But the thing is, you first kind of simplify it into kind of a caricature that kind of sounds absurd already, and then you say, "Yeah, this is really ridiculous." And obviously, I agree with you. But please try to understand that this ridiculousness came about because of your simplification, like this.
We still think your version, given however much time you want, is still impossible. So that's the point. Is like, to us, it's not a caricature because it's still the same thing whether we do it in a shorter time scale or a bigger one. Like the end result still has to cross the same processes, and the processes themselves are not possible.
No, but the thing is, you have a gradient between start and the end, and you have all kinds of different transitional and intermediate steps, and like intermediate species in between, which at different time periods and points in time, you will see that, like you can't even define whether it's kind of that animal or it's kind of the other one. It's like you can't even decide which one it is. You know that it has many features from.
Yeah, you're like blurring. You're taking an image and then like you're blurring it out one pixel at a time, changing one pixel at a time until the image is like a different picture. And it's like if you do it slowly enough, like then it's not as crazy to believe in it because anybody can believe if you change one pixel at a time, eventually you'll get the whole picture changed. But like we push back against that. That's where we fundamentally disagree. We say it wouldn't even be possible for you to change any of the pixels in an organized manner to reach the end result. So I don't want to dig into it too much, man. I just wanted to respond. I respect you being able to hold your opinion and I'll hold mine, but I'll let Sacred like do his thing with you because he wanted to talk about the
Yeah,
main topic.
it's just that would be actually better argument when you at least represent it as it is, and you just disagree with some parts of it. That's much better, because that shows that you have a different opinion, but at least you're not misrepresenting the science. That's the reason why some people get really upset. It's absolutely
Harley,
fine to disagree.
Well, can I ask PZ a quick question? I think it was, I forget which one of the four horsemen atheists was it. I don't know, but one of the biologists, I forget who it was, it's not Sam Harris, it's not the other guy, but anyway, it doesn't matter. He used the analogy, if you were to try to go from the base of a mountain all the way to the top of a mountain, obviously that would be impossible. But if you were to make a staircase from the base of the mountain all the way up to the top, you could see how you could gradually get to there. And that's how the macro scale of evolution works. But he kind of exacerbated the problem. He made an exponential visual visual that we can understand. Oh, yeah, I can see how that works. But you still haven't explained each one of those steps. Each one of those steps doesn't have an explanation for how you got to one to the other. So you kind of made the problem exponentially worse. Do you find that problem with their analogies? And if so, what remedy do they have to try to fix that?
Real short, because I want to hear Sacred and Harley get back to it, man, and I know he doesn't want to engage in it anymore. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a problem. I don't think any of the steps have an answer. You could only say the first step on that 1,000-step staircase has an answer. Maybe that very first step, because that very first step is the product of a random mutation producing an undesired like offspring, right? But you can't
No, that's not how it works. You may have let's say you have the whole nest of, let's say some kind of animal that produces, lays 100 eggs at a time. And out of those 100 eggs, let's say only 2 or 3 have some kind of mutation. And most of the time, this mutation doesn't even show up because they might become some kind of genes that kind of, in simplified way, they might jump over a generation. Some of them won't survive. Some of them are beneficial mutations. Some of them are neutral mutations, which actually might activate later down the line when something happens in parallel, namely another part of your gene, which is the actual coding region for the gene expression. So when this earlier mutation and the gene expression things come together, then it might actually be a noticeable mutation. But those sometimes sharp changes happen, but most of them won't survive till breeding. So only like huge environmental pressures where a certain mutation or certain change, even if it's tiny and microscopic, might have, for example, an effect on how metabolism works, or some kind of new enzyme or whatever. Those tiny things that only will advance the actual species only if those things happen at a certain period of time where there's like sharp change in climate or some kind of catastrophe. Understand in that sense.
Yeah, I see. Sacred's got his hand up.
But okay.
So Harley, thus far, I appreciate your input. Do you feel that so far your position, your ideas, have been taken into consideration?
Yeah, sure. But I hope also
Sorry,
that.
I didn't hear your answer.
Well, obviously, I would hope so, but it's always a question how you express yourself, and how. The thing is, like I said, I agree with many of the aspects, but there are some things that, for a person who is only learning those things actually matter.
Yeah, no. I'm not asking if anybody agreed with you. I'm asking, do you feel like thus far have your ideas and your perspectives been taken into consideration in this dialogue?
I don't know. Well, that's the thing. We are not arguing right now. Seems like kind of. I explained how I saw it. He explained how he saw it, and future. I mean,
so you do agree that
I
you
hope.
haven't been ignored?
No, I'm obviously not saying that. I couldn't even imply that.
Okay, so you do agree that although we may not agree, or the back and forth may not have the same opinion, your ideas have been considered in order to engage in that back and forth, right? Do we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
The main thing is I don't want to change anyone's opinion about or belief in evolution in that sense. But there are some things that when I kind of explain how I kind of learned that, how I know it to be, then one of us can go and actually now do supplemental reading and actually checking out both sides of the argument to see which one actually matches the science coming from scientific papers and from actual experts, not from religious institutions. And that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. I just want to be fair to Indio because I know he wanted to chime in with something. So, Indio, did you want to go ahead and speak your mind a little bit before we get some
Oh, I'm
clarity?
gonna pass. We're never gonna get a straight answer. I'll pass.
Okay. So Harley, I was just trying to establish some common ground to see if you felt you were being ignored or if your opinions and your ideas were being considered, although we may not all agree because we're all different. We're not always going to agree. So the first thing I want to do is I want to just highlight your pin tweet because I actually kind of agree with your approach here and some of the things that you said. I just want to highlight a little bit of what Harley says in his pin tweet. He says, okay, how and where would I be able to find a flat earthers honest enough to really care about the truth? All right. So the first thing that you mentioned was honesty and about caring about the truth. So I agree with that. Honesty is a good foundation in order to build on a dialogue. You said, I'd like to try to have a nice and friendly one-on-one discussion / debate with them to see if my approach, quote unquote, also works on a total stranger too. Thus far, I think we've been having a good back and forth dialogue. It's been pretty civil. I can appreciate that. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, quickly. Most of you have only been like experiencing my tweets here and there, and although over the last couple of months I've kind of toned everything down. The thing is, I actually spent some time on TikTok, and that's why I kind of decided to join this space here today, because after the people on TikTok got my ears and brain bleeding, I kind of felt that it's kind of a serenity here compared to what's happening there. But the thing is,
okay, hold on.
whatever I tweet, when somebody has a conversation with me,
go ahead.
Whenever somebody actually has a conversation with me, respectfully, I can, from my tweets, I could actually look and be perceived as a totally different person in that sense. That if somebody finally sits down and we have a nice conversation, then we find out that we have so much in common. Because I've started to understand that pointing out certain mistakes or complaining about something in tweets doesn't change anything. So that's why discussion is actually better.
Okay, fair enough. So what Harley just articulated to everybody in the audience is that he may have been, I'm assuming he may, a little bit toxic behind the keyboard, and he decided to tone down his approach because when he went to TikTok, he realized trying to engage in conversation was a little bit more difficult. And he thought he may have a better experience over here with the level heads and Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter. So he decided to give us a chance, and he wanted to establish a different approach. I can appreciate that.
You got it almost right.
Okay.
It's actually, I've been toning it down way before I even. The thing is, I reached a limit where I understood that no matter with whom or how wherever online, like publicly, I kind of argue or kind of try to correct something, when people who you actually kind of correct in some sense, that I'm not saying that their belief is in the earth is wrong, but if they once again mostly misrepresent the actual science, and people, after I correct them and show them where this actual science is coming, whether you now incorporate this new knowledge into your understanding of the model is a different question. But at least I've shown you. And if you on the next day they come and start posting the same meme as if they had never seen what the actual science is, that's the thing that kind of gets me kind of a little bit upset.
Yeah, no, I do agree that. Yeah, I do agree that sometimes flat earthers can get it wrong. Do you agree that you have seen globe earthers also say things incorrectly?
Oh yeah, I actually kind of many times over the last few years I was kind of screaming at the phone because the representative on the globe side was kind of an idiot sometimes, quite often.
So we can agree it's not just exclusive to like one side or the other. There could be some that may not express the side in the
Everybody
most
can be wrong.
right way.
Everybody can be wrong, but the thing is, I see very little and very rarely I see one of those two sides actually kind of correcting or kind of changing their tune. In that sense, we when I get something wrong and it's pointed out to me, I have a choice whether I stop being mistaken or I stop being honest. I choose honesty. I change my tune. It's not a question. I don't feel shame for being wrong. I would feel shame for continuing to be wrong on purpose.
Yes, now that I could totally agree with that, because there's no way that you can have a conversation if you purposely decide not to update your position when you're confronted with evidence that you may be incorrect. So I totally agree with that, and I appreciate that approach. I wish you had this approach a long time ago, because I will say that when you're tweeting, at least back in the day, a couple months ago, whatever the case is, it was really antagonistic. It was way more antagonistic than what we're experiencing now. This version of Harley, I could talk to on a regular basis. So hopefully this version will continue on.
So if you go back to year 2020, 2021, most of my tweets were only, I took somebody had tweeted something wrong, I added a commentary correction or something that had, I wasn't doing anything else. I was only reposting the same corrections over and over and over and over again. And the further closer to 2023 we got, the worse it got. In that sense that people started literally, like intentionally posting falsehoods, because it's a falsehood if you misrepresent science.
Yeah, no, we've encountered the same thing on numerous occasions. So I appreciate you acknowledging that, some globe earthers do the same thing. And we try to hold ourselves accountable too. We have a lot of people that try to correct each other within this conversation, especially over 114 weeks. We're not perfect. So we're going to try to do our best to articulate ourselves in the most accurate way. But like I said, we're not perfect. Just to cap off on your pin tweet, I do see at the end. So basically he goes through some of his approach, having some experiments in going through certain conversations and wanting to implement some of those strategies and conversations. And he ends off saying,
okay.
Say it
again? That's not actually, you have no idea what my actual approach, what my actual argument would be.
Yeah, no,
We are just
I don't know.
laying
I'm just
the
looking at your.
groundwork right now. Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm
at
just.
least so far you're getting it right. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just trying to getting like a surface level understanding of your approach there in your pin tweet, and then you end off your tweet saying, so where should I go after considering all these different avenues? And you said any flat earthers interested, TikTok is a tough space, and I'm not interested in interacting with the rest of the already well-known grifters over here, and on Discord. So maybe some of you want to learn something and reach out to me themselves. Which is fair. I mean, you may have your opinion on, some flat earther accounts, which, you have your own opinion. I respect that. The other thing I would like to ask you is, can you, in your opinion, define what an echo chamber is?
Echo chamber is quite often the thing I also see happening, especially on TikTok, but also here today. There were a few hours I was literally sitting and waiting and kind of also sent the mic request, which kind of was hanging. And echo chamber is when somebody is, you were talking about different concepts, different topics. And the thing is, when somebody is wrong and there's nobody to actually point out that this actually isn't like entirely true, or maybe it's completely wrong, then everybody starts reaffirming supporting each other to enforce the same wrong argument, and everybody kind of learns this.
Your mic is kind of
this argument solidifies.
Your mic is kind of cutting in and out. Can you try to adjust a little bit so we can understand what you're saying?
Not to mention, I did give him a mic last night. You requested and you got a mic multiple times. It just seemed like you dropped every time.
Like right now?
Yeah, I don't know when he had this change of heart, but he's been slandering us for the last 4 hours. So I don't know what this is, but
Yeah, no, we're gonna get to that.
Team. Go team.
We're gonna get to that. Be patient, y'all. Make sure you get a mic again, Prop.
Oh, I'm trying to be patient, man.
No, it's okay. I want to just hear his actual flat Earth arguments. I know you're getting there, man. Go ahead. I mean, do your thing, Sacred. You're a good host, man. You're doing good. I just want to hear what this guy actually has to argue about FE, though, because we're talking a lot about the art of arguing rather than actually hearing his points.
Yeah, I just right.
There's a method behind the
It's pretty
madness.
ironic to call this an echo chamber. He's made like 32 appeals to the science says. Well, didn't you hear that inside of an echo chamber?
I see him back as speaker.
Not yet. 1 second.
Hey, before he speaks up, Sacred, where's the tip jar? Because I'm getting so much done around the house. I always do Flat Earth Fridays. It does keep me up late at night, but Saturdays, stationary Saturdays, I just listen and I clean. And I need to put like a 20 in the bucket. Where do I put that?
I don't know, man. Put it in the ether for a rainy day. We don't really accept anything right now. Maybe on TikTok. I mean, because I can't really stop that. I don't think so. But I appreciate you, RV.
Do gifts help you over there? Or is that like a fantasy? I don't even understand what the gifts are. Does that help you?
Let's do this. We'll tap in right after this conversation and kind of like run through how that stuff works. Because Proud is still kind of catching me up to that.
All right, carry on.
I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, before you go, Boston, I want to hear the update on the gathering the kingdoms of the earth for war on the Battle of the Beams, like the unified army, bro. You know the thing I'm talking about. Did you get any progress on that? Real quick,
Yeah,
sorry.
let's hit it up in a little while. Not much progress, but I hear you. It does need to get pushed forward. But handing it back to Sacred to pick it up.
That's enough. I just wanted to know. Thank you before you left.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm listening. I'm here.
Thank you, fellas.
You're not leaving. I'm sorry. I thought
Yeah,
you were
no, he's still here. No, he's still here. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it. Harley, mic check. Want to make sure that you're good.
I changed my sound setup a little bit.
Okay, that sounds a little bit better. So again, can you just run through your definition of echo chamber?
So the main thing is, if I was kind of trying to join today, not to actually intervene, like speak up in specific conversation or specific topic, but I was kind of hoping to get in and be a fly on the wall, and only sometimes say something when something goes really like in the wrong direction, but not actually interfere anymore.
that's the echo chamber that is missing the fly on the wall, or like the cicada on the wall.
I don't think I really understood that. Can you say that one more time? Because I really don't want to straw man
So
you.
yes, if somebody raises a topic, a question, and now if somebody knows about something but the rest of the group don't know, or everybody has kind of a partial knowledge, or everybody is slightly wrong or missing a key part, and when they discuss, they all start agreeing with each other eventually, and they come out from that discussion thinking that all they know, everything they know about this specific topic, since they all agreed with each other, they have an illusion that they have a complete and correct picture. Do you understand?
So basically what you're saying is if someone makes a claim and everyone agrees with that claim, you consider that an echo chamber.
Yeah, that's. It doesn't mean that every claim that goes through the echo chamber ends up being wrong, but if everybody agrees with you, then you actually have no way of filtering out some of the mistakes.
Okay, so objectively, that is not an echo chamber. You're missing an entire part to that. I'm going to give you the other part to that, and maybe we can find some common ground, and then we can go review your tweet, the second tweet that you put out, and maybe some other things that I haven't seen yet. But the point of an echo chamber is agreeing with a specific claim or reinforcing an idea and rejecting other ideas, not considering other ideas. Now, we can all agree that murder isn't good. We can all agree PDF files are not good. That doesn't mean this is an echo chamber. We just all agree that certain things are just not good. Now, if there is an objection, and we don't consider that objection, at that point, we have created an echo chamber, because now we don't allow any opposition within the dialogue. So I'm not going to say that you dishonestly misrepresented Flat Earth Fridays, because you just demonstrated. Hold on. I'm going to pass you the mic back before you interrupt.
I'm sorry, but you're wrong. The whole point.
Okay. Hold on. Before you interrupt, okay. I will just go read it for you. Hold on, Harley. Hold on. I gave you every chance to speak. Hold on, Harley. Please don't make me mute you. I've been very, very respectful. I know you may disagree, but you cannot censor me. You cannot censor me in the middle of me talking. That's not how a conversation works. This is the official definition of an echo chamber: an environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions that coincide with their own, so that their existing views are reinforced and alternative ideas are not considered. So you left out the second part, where other ideas are not considered. That's why I led by asking you, do you agree that your ideas were considered? You said yes. Therefore, you no longer can claim this is an echo chamber. So when I go to your tweet and you quote tweet my space in Flat Earth Fridays, which my co-host gave you multiple mics last night, and you got a mic today, when you say today's echo chamber once again justifies its name, I wish they added outsiders not welcome to the title, so we wouldn't have to sit like a bunch of inflammatory words to never be admitted and hear Witsit make shit up. So I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna say you dishonestly misrepresented what was actually happening in my space, because you demonstrated you didn't understand the definition of an echo chamber. So now that you told us that you Hold on. I'm
you know
going to
what's
pass.
happening
I'm going
right
to
now.
pass the mic back to you. I'm going to land my spaceship right here. Now,
You're literally.
hold on, Harley. Hold on. I know this is uncomfortable. While I'm
Can you have a response?
objectively,
I should be able
I
to
know this.
respond to one
Hold on, bro.
more.
I started by drawing common ground with you. I didn't start by attacking you.
Okay, I'm gonna leave.
I started by appreciating your approach. Did he leave? Yo, what? Did he
He's
just
off
rage
stage.
quit?
Now he's gone.
Please don't tell me he just rage quit.
He dropped off stage and then he dropped out completely.
I'm gonna give him. I'm just give him a couple minutes to see if he lost connection, because there's no way that I sat there and stroked common ground like 3 or 4 times before I started outlining my criticism for his misrepresentation of Flat Earth Fridays and the Levelheads. There's no way that one critique made him feel uncomfortable. So I'm going to allow him a few minutes to come back. Maybe he had a signal that was disrupted, because there's no way that I put 4 points on the board for common ground and 1 point on the board for critique, and that made him so uncomfortable that he rage quit, because I'm highlighting something that he misrepresented about the Levelheads. Ain't no way. Y'all think that's what just happened?
I don't know. I don't know if you heard him, but he said, "I'm just gonna leave," and left because you wouldn't give him the mic quick enough because he was all triggered.
Yeah, he really wanted to talk over you right in the moment, and dude, it that's 2 in like what 12 hours, dog. Like he didn't cuss you out though. So was he really like doing the whole duality thing, like up in the timeline acting one way and in here being courteous?
Yeah, that's why it was so crazy. I could not believe that this is who the guy that been tweeting at us this whole time. He is a staunch anti-flat earther. So when I read his pin tweet, I was like, oh, okay, seem to have a different approach. And then I scrolled down, and then he called my space an echo chamber. Not my space. He called our space an echo chamber. Like, we don't hand mics out. I moderated Indio. I moderated Piezo, sorry. And I made sure that he got his full thought out with no interruptions. I led by drawing a common ground on 3 or 4 different occasions with positive reinforcement before I got to my one single critique. And we couldn't even get past that in order to get to the topic. Very,
You
very
ruined his
interesting.
shtick, dude. That's the thing. His
Especially
shtick
when
is
he led with honesty. Because that's what he led that's the first thing he put in his pin tweet in his first line, his first sentence was honesty. And he couldn't even handle the honest truth. So
He didn't even get to drop his complete and total lack of any coherent anti-FE argument either. We didn't even get to hear like the trash argument he was about to make. Sad day.
And I said I wasn't going to say that he was dishonest. I was just going to say, hey, you don't understand what an echo chamber is. And I objectively read the definition of an echo chamber. Why do you get upset when you are objectively wrong? This is not subjective. Just because everyone agrees on one thing, that's not an echo chamber. It's when you agree and then you don't consider any objections or opposing ideas. At that point, it becomes an echo chamber. We can free mics out all the time. Sometimes we even prioritize the globe earthers before the level heads. Now, since we only had a couple hands up, I let Flat Lads jump in there, but I made sure that we got to his full thought. I confirmed that he got his full thought out. Did I not do that, y'all? Or am I tripping? Did I not confirm he got his full thought out?
Yeah, you did. You trapped him. And like he
Okay.
proved himself wrong. He proved himself wrong because out of his own mouth he said, "Yes, I was considered." So right there, he negated any argument he had for echo chamber.
There you go. Yes, there's a method to the madness. I'm never going to let nobody play with us because I take so much pride in the way you guys, in the way that I handle this conversation. I will not let nobody slander us without any pressure on any tweet that's been tweeted out and then come in here acting like it's all sweet.
and I still try to find common ground first. Ain't no way that you can have no conversation with somebody like that. And that was my whole point. Would you really want to engage in flat earth, globe earth discussion with somebody that can't even handle one critique? Do we want to waste our time with something like that? I don't know. We will never know because a man rage quit already. Unfortunately, we couldn't get there. I really tried to be quick. I really tried to be concise, and I really tried to be specific. Doesn't work with people that don't like their own ideas reinforced. Anyway.
Well, look at his timeline. There's no. He kept talking about science, and there's no science on his timeline. His entire timeline is just disparaging flat earthers. That's all it is. Telling us how dumb they are, how stupid they are, how they got it wrong. Never says how they're wrong, what they got wrong, where they got it wrong. So, it is what it is. He couldn't maintain his superiority shtick because he totally cooked them. That was very clever. He walked right into the trap. Hats off to you for that. That was pretty hilarious. Someone needs to clip that. That's great.
Shout out to the level heads. We get straight to it. Appreciate you, Indio. Shout out to you, Piezo. It was a little good back and forth build with the evolution stuff. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to the flatter stuff. But again, I don't even know how we could have got there with someone who's not willing to take critiques. Seemed like he wants an echo chamber. How funny is that?
I put it in the purple pill. I put the stuff in the purple pill for everybody who wants to continue the topic. I know we want to talk about FE here, so I put it up there for everybody. It's in the purple pill.
All good, all good. Ken, did you want to jump in and then we'll go to water and then back to flat lads?
Yeah, I just wanted to second Boston. If there's anybody that kind of stands out as constantly upping their game, it's probably Piezo. I mean, there's a lot of people that are they're doing fantastic work all the time, but I just kind of notice every time he talks, he's like adding to my game. There's something else for me to consider. So he seems like he's upping his game all the time. But I'm glad to see Harley's back. I did want to address the evolution stuff, and you can get into the micro changes that should be macro over long periods of time. And I've seen how you can go from a fin to a flipper, uh, to something with some type of clause or digits or something and transition to land and all that stuff. And I guess if you consider it, then you can think, yeah, you can kind of make your way through it. But if you actually look at, where evolution came from, the man who basically sold it, Darwin, he actually said himself that his whole problem with evolution was the eye. Because you cannot take one single part from the eye and have it do anything, have it be a function of anything that something would retain. Going from a fin to a flipper, you can say, yeah, well, if they're barely reaching up on land to get at some plant or some bug or something, yeah, you can see that helping and it would help propagate. But there's no part of the eye that you can remove and say, well, it would have done this, let alone walk it through an entire evolution from one or two things up to 30 things that consist of the eye. You can't do it. And even Darwin recognized how important that was, that you could not make the eye evolve. And I think people miss, something basic like that, something simple like that, an eye. So I just thought it was worth bringing up because if you can't evolve the eye, then what do you got?
Thanks, Ken. And the eye is what we use to see light. Light always shows the truth, dude. It's so funny. It's like poetic almost. That's why electromagnetism and all that stuff's like my favorite subject. Yeah, it's the light does it every time. The light will get them every time, man.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like, when you hear Einstein talk about a particular problem, like when he says, if the speed of light is even slightly dependent upon the speed of the light source, then my whole theory falls apart. And here you have Darwin telling you the same thing. Here's my theory. See how good it sounds? Only one problem. I've considered the eye. There's no way the eye can evolve, because if you're missing one part, it's useless. It's worthless. So if you're truly listening to both sides and considering things, then you have to consider that if you're going to support evolution, you have to consider, how can I evolve the eye? If you can't, then you have to reconsider your position.
Agreed. That was the systems evolving in conjunction with one another earlier I was talking about. Like they all have to happen at the same time, like in parallel, so to speak, in order to work. The eye's a perfect example. You spot on, brother. Boston, we're 2, 1, 2. We're over 2 months deep now on the beams challenge. Still nobody answered it. They tried to like run away from it. We got told in here by Peter, Morborn's friend Peter, like what's it been, 3 or 4 weeks ago now, that the Globe gangsters were working on a solution. Were going to show us exactly how it worked, and have heard not one word about it from them since then. So
It's funny. I think it was Thursday night. I posted in the main chat in Ether Cause. Someone, I think it was Flattened Destruction, said that he can debunk the Battle of the Beams. Somebody posted it, and I just copied it and took it over there and dropped it in. But I haven't heard anything else about it.
Plan
Yeah.
destruction thinks that things can disappear over the curve of the Earth before the horizon. So that should tell you everything.
I was just gonna drop in my buddy Samuel. He was running the channel Let's Get Triggered on TikTok, and he had 500,000 subs, and it just got deleted. But he's gonna fire things back up. He kind of basically just took a break, and I'm gonna bring the Battle of the Beams to his eye and let him fire one off, and then yeah, we're just gonna have to stoke the fire because it's a strong one.
dog, it's ironclad, bro. It's freaking adamantium wrapped, dog.
I
It's
liked
it's GG. Hey, I see Harley back in the listeners. Where you at, Harley? Why don't we get somebody to bring you up here? Come back. I see you hiding down there. Click that
I
mic
see him
button.
as a speaker.
Okay, can I make a comment just because my hand's been up? I posted a GIF in the nest that disproves all the evolution stuff. 40 million years, 15 million years, 20 million years, all these different creatures, no difference. And last thing I want to say is I don't understand why these people come in on their high horse so excited. If like they're able to defend their science so well, they shouldn't get emotional. Like you don't have to be emotional if you like believe yourself. So clearly you don't believe in your own shit if you're getting emotional, Harley. Just remember
I
that.
didn't get emotional, but the thing is, if I could have responded in a way that okay, I don't agree with you, but the adding to basically blame me, to accuse me of being dishonest, where what you relayed back to me was literally my simplified definition of echo
He
chamber
said
anyway.
he wasn't. I think that's when you got upset, as you said, like you thought he had said you were being dishonest, and I think you misheard him. He was saying he's not saying you're being dishonest. He started with that, and I think you
Instead,
misheard that part.
Yeah, I literally said to you, Harley, that I was not going to accuse you of being dishonest.
That's literally verbatim what I said.
Yeah, but still, your
No, it's
your
not
response to
still.
my definition was wrong.
It's not still. You said I accused you of being dishonest, and I literally said I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
So you're
you already have
now
done that. You
Harley,
already have done that.
Harley, you're now misrepresenting what happened, and everybody saw it. I literally I
I've
didn't want
seen
to antagonize
your
you.
cases before. I've seen how you operate. You are wrong right now.
No, I'm not. I asked you if I literally started the conversation by asking you if your ideas and your perspectives was considered. You told me yes. I went to the definition. I know you're trying to censor me again. That's not how a conversation works. I then went to the definition of an echo chamber, and it says this is a situation where opposing ideas are not considered. That is a contradiction by definition, Harley. But I said,
let me explain.
You can explain once. So you think that it's okay for you to like talk over somebody?
Do you understand? If we have an argument, you should give one rebuttal to your response before this.
When I'm done talking, Harley, not in the middle of my sentence. You should have some self-control.
Because you said I'm gonna finish my response now, and then I'm gonna give mic over to someone else instead of giving it to me. That's
no,
why
I did not say that. I was no. What are you talking, Harley?
Let's wait for the recording then.
Literally recorded, Harley. Are you kidding me, bro? Nobody was gonna get the mic after you. I was giving the mic back to you. All you had to do was be patient. I literally led by appreciating your approach to trying to be civil. I said, thank you. I appreciate that. I said, I appreciate you acknowledging that both sides of the situation of the arguments need to present better arguments sometime. I try to find common ground. The only thing that I disagreed with, was that you called this an echo chamber. So I challenged you by first asking you if your ideas was considered. You said yes, it was. And I went to the definition, and that is the opposite of what an echo chamber is.
Holy shit. What part of echo chamber you don't understand? I'm talking about the situation when you have no position inside, when nobody has a mic who can oppose. Then it only becomes an echo chamber, not when somebody is actually there to rebut.
No, that's not an echo chamber. That is when the opportunity of opposing ideas presents itself, and then we refuse it. That's why I said you weren't being. Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. That's why I told you you were not being dishonest. You literally don't understand what an echo chamber is. I cannot be an echo chamber if all my homies pull up and no ops pull up. I can only be an echo chamber if you want a mic to speak to present some opposing ideas.
No,
and then I censor you, silence you, and remove you. Not consider the things that you're saying. That's why I walked you through that entire situation. That was me considering your idea of this being an echo chamber, and I refuted you in real time. You didn't like that.
At the moment, it wasn't. You are literally mixing two different contexts right now.
I read the definition to you, Harley, in real time, and everybody heard it. Anybody can go define echo chamber, and they can read the exact same thing again. Do you want me to read it again to you?
Most of the time, you are guys alone without opposition, and during those moments, only my echo chamber definition applies to that, and that's a well-known common definition of an echo chamber.
So we're going by your definition.
No, it isn't.
Harley, we had a CERN physicist in here. We had other anti-flat earthers from Discord in here. We had other globe earthers in here. This is 114 episodes. We've had globe earthers in here the entire time. Literally, we had globe earthers in here. As a matter of fact, Harley, I co-hosted a globe earther today. I co-hosted a globe earther today. Did you know that? I had a globe earther as a co-host today, Harley. Did you know that?
Why are you literally trying to avoid this discussion right now?
Because you asked me a question because you misrepresented our space.
I'm going to tell you for the last time. This definition of the echo chamber is correct, but it doesn't apply to those situations where you have a proper opposite representation in there.
Name one time where we didn't allow opposition to come on the mic. Just name one person and one time where they wanted to come have a mic and present an argument and they did not get an opportunity to do it. Just name one person. Go.
That's what I did. I didn't say that you're not letting. Most of the time, you just don't have, because even when you have people like me in, you're literally fucking the conversation up like you're doing it right now.
Harley, name one time where I did not allow an opposing idea into my space. Go.
I've listened to your spaces.
Then you should be able to give me one time, Harley.
Nobody. I didn't say that you didn't allow. Nobody didn't want to come, and you keep on reading your wrong ideas then, without anyone actually being there.
Harley, you don't understand what an echo chamber is. I'm going to read it to you one more time.
Go and freaking read about it. Like
I'm going to read it to you one more time, and you really need to understand what an echo chamber is so you don't misrepresent the next person you're trying to have a conversation with. An echo chamber is an environment in which existing views, flat earth views, are reinforced, and alternative ideas like globe earth ideas are not considered. We allowed every single globe earther that wanted a mic to come up and speak. I literally had a globe earther as a co-host today, and you can't present one single instance where I did not allow a globe earther to come into Flat Earth Fridays. You have zero idea what an echo chamber is. All you have to do is say, my bad, Sacred. This ain't an echo chamber. You know why this ain't an echo chamber, Sacred? Because you allow globe earthers to come speak uninterrupted. Then we can move on from this. Show some intellectual. You just told me, Harley, when you're presented with evidence that you're wrong, you're going to be honest and take that.
I'm being honest. You're literally denying my point of view right now.
No, I said present your evidence that I have an echo chamber, and you have not done so. I said provide one instance.
And you still don't let me.
Go ahead. Provide one instance where I denied a globe earther to come have an opposing idea. Go.
Over the last few weeks. I don't know how many. Can I finish my fucking sentence? See, that's how you operate. You just don't. One more time. This is the last time.
Can I interrupt for a second?
No. Harley got the mic. Go, Harley. Name one instance.
Echo chamber in science?
No, I said no. I said no. Harley, speak.
Over the past few weeks, there have been so many days I've literally come in, seen that it's a moment where there's no discussion with an opposition. You know, sometimes you have those moments. And or you're discussing about something that isn't strictly flat earth, but something I just wanted to comment on. I sometimes come in, send a request, and I sit like a freaking dick for a couple of hours. Nobody is reacting. And then I start, commenting in the thread and so on. Finally, I leave. So not accepting an invitation to me looks like you're denying it. Do you understand from my perspective?
Wait. Everybody mute up. The only one coming off mic is me and Proud. You come off mic, I'm dropping you down. Straight up. Harley, what episode did you come in here? Name the specific episode that you came in here to get a mic and you didn't get one? Name it. Go.
Are you seriously expecting me to have a list of episodes in my head? Do you think I just write a tweet without previously having tried for a long time?
So you have no evidence?
Are you really going to go there and call me dishonest right now because I dare to complain about not being admitted to the conversation after I waited sometimes for half an hour, sometimes for 2 hours? I don't have time to sit there for 6 hours until I'm being let in.
Hey, Ken, have you sat for a couple hours before?
Yeah, a lot of
Hey,
times.
hey, Indio, have you sat for a couple hours before?
Yeah, today.
Hey, Rum Boston Bear, have you sat for a couple hours before?
Oh yeah, it's part of it. You got to wait your turn.
Flat Lads, you sat for a couple hours before? That's a thumbs up. Mr. X, you sat for a couple hours before?
Sometimes I fall asleep on the phone snoring because I be waiting.
D3, what about you? You sat for a couple hours before?
Are you actually doing a count who has and who hasn't? The point stands. There are people who feel like this, and you can't deny them their perception and their complaint about this. The fact that from your perspective that's not a big issue doesn't mean that this doesn't happen and that some people don't feel like it's an echo chamber. Do you understand? That's why. It's fine. I just pointed it out. We moved on. We actually started the conversation. Why are we hung up with this?
Because you're not being honest now. Because I
How am I
respect your
not being
opinion.
honest
I'm
when
talking.
people
You asked
right
me a
now
question. You
confirm?
asked me a question. I let you speak. I didn't interrupt you. You asked me a question. Why am I hung up on this now? Because I wanted to see if you were going to be honest about your approach when you were presented with evidence against your position, if you were going to accept it or not. And you haven't demonstrated that. You told me I'm not done talking, bro. You asked me a question. I'm giving you my answer. All I'm saying is you said it was an echo chamber. If you had any evidence of it being an echo chamber, I'd have been like, you know what? You right, Harley. My bad. I'm going to do better. I gave you opportunities to present some evidence that this was an echo chamber. I gave you opportunities to present just any single instance where a globe earther was not able to come propose their ideas. You then said, well, I had to sit for hours. Then I asked all the level heads, all my homies that come up here every single week that support us, that don't talk shit about me. I asked them guys, the people that I rock with, if they had to sit for hours. They had to sit for hours too. Sometimes, bro, we can't just have this. This is not a space where you get 90 seconds to speak and we move on to the next speaker. That's not how science works, bro. You know that's not how science works. You wanted a dialogue. You wanted a dialogue. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. I'm gonna give you the mic. You wanted a dialogue. I let you go back and forth with Piezo for a little bit. I even gave Indio opportunity to go back and forth a little bit. You wanted to disengage. If you wanted to continue, I would have let you go. And Flat Lad's been having his hand up. My co-host got her hand up right now. That's how it works. This is a discussion about science, bro. We're not talking about entertainment, bro. We talking about this takes this sometimes, bro. You gotta let conversations develop because it's a lot of back and forth, a lot of opposing ideas. You wasn't complaining.
Literally wasting time and avoiding getting to the point.
You're interrupting.
Yeah. What's
Well, okay, do this. Okay, I'm gonna let this go. I'm gonna let this go, Harley. I'm gonna let this go. I'm gonna let this go. Listen, I'm gonna let this go. You tell me what. Hold on, Harley. I'm gonna let this go. If you could just tell me what should I have done differently to avoid that tweet of you calling me echo chamber. Just tell me what I should have done differently. Go.
Have more people moderating or something. If you see somebody's waiting, just shout it out that, yeah, we are like having this conversation right now, but we know that some people are waiting and, guys, hold on, whatever, acknowledge it, is their existence during the stream.
Harley, but I did acknowledge that. I acknowledged it, and I told you, you got multiple mics last night during multiple parts of the conversation. Either you weren't speaking on mic or you dropped down due to your connection. You got to speak last night. I handed you a mic. I didn't even know you were an anti-flat earther.
I'm not anti-flat earth.
Yes, you are, bro. You literally are. You told me that you've been antagonistic.
Who I am?
Because you know why? There's a difference between a globe earther who want to discuss the science and someone like that's a globe earther and toxic. And you told us you were toxic and you no longer want to be like that. That is an anti-flat earther. There's no need. You will never find out one tweet of me talking shit about. Listen to me, Harley. Don't censor me. Don't censor me. You will never find one tweet from me to you talking shit. Facts. If you could find one tweet from me to you, if you could find one tweet where I antagonized you without any reason, I will give you 10 bands right now, bro. You can't do that. I could go to your timeline. I could go to your timeline. I can go to your timeline and I could find many antagonizing tweets from me. I could find many tweets where you antagonize me.
When,
So
what
that's
part in
out,
that
bro.
even talks about you?
You literally said this was an echo chamber. You don't even know how to define it. And then when I highlighted that, you rage quit. And then you won't even be honest about the definition. It says, I don't accept opposing ideas. I asked you to begin with. Did I acknowledge? All you want to do is come off mic and censor, bro.
Literally lying about me right now.
I'm lying. I'm lying right now. We can go get the clips. I asked you. Did I not ask you if we accepted your
I didn't
ideas?
come here to argue about your butt being hurt about my tweets.
No, you're the one that's hurt. You're the one that's rage quitting. I'm holding you to your words, and you don't like it. You told me that if you was presented with evidence that you would accept it. You told me that if you was presented with evidence, you still trying to talk through me. I never interrupted you. I never interrupted you. I never interrupted you. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. I always give you the mic. I never interrupt you. Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. I never interrupted you. Stop interrupting. I know you're trying to censor me because you feel uncomfortable that I'm highlighting your. I know you feel uncomfortable, bro. But you gotta hold yourself to your own words. If you gotta hold yourself to your own words. If I called you a racist, I would have to substantiate that. Right? If I couldn't do that, I can't cry about it and say your butt hurt because I called you a racist. No, I gotta stand on that. If I called you a racist, if you sit there and say that this is an echo chamber, and then I say, well, you said this, which is in direct conflict with what a definition of an echo. I know you want to censor me, bro, and I haven't muted you once. You have zero respect for me, and I respected you when you came in here. I actually moderated Indio so he didn't interrupt you when he wanted to get on your ass, and I should have probably just let him because look at what you're doing to me. I moderated my own homie so he didn't jump all over you, and you don't even say thank you, Sacred. You want to sit here and gaslight me like I didn't moderate my own gang for you.
Wow,
you've been talking shit about me, bro. All you gotta do is just acknowledge that this is not an echo chamber and you was wrong. That's it. And we can move on.
Or
you can't say that I'm wrong. You disagree. That's a different thing than you telling me that I'm lying and that I'm wrong and that I'm misrepresenting.
No, I asked you if we acknowledge your ideas. You said yes. I went to the definition. Don't censor me when I'm talking. Don't talk over me when I'm talking, bro. I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you, bro. I did not interrupt you. I started speaking when you muted up. Stop interrupting, bro. You don't know how to have a conversation. Stop interrupting, bro. Stop interrupting. I will give you the mic as soon as I'm done talking.
You're never done. That's the issue.
Stop interrupting. Harley, have some self-control. You're embarrassing yourself. I asked you if we considered your ideas. You told me yes. I went to the definition of what an echo chamber is. It says you will not consider other ideas. That is a direct contradiction to the definition of an echo chamber. You misrepresented us. Now, I'm not saying that you did that Stop interrupting. I'm not saying that you were dishonest when you said that. What I'm saying is you did not understand the definition of an echo chamber. All you have to do is chill, bro. Chill. I'm going to give you the mic back. Why you have no self-control? Your mic sucks anyway. When you try to talk through me, nobody can hear you. My mic is better than yours. So you might as well just chill back and just let me pass you the mic when I'm ready. All you have to do is just say, you're right, Sacred. I misrepresented that. That wasn't the truth. Let's move on to Flat Earth and Globe Earth. Just say that. We can move on.
I didn't misrepresent that, though. That's the problem.
Harley, is an echo chamber a place that doesn't accept opposing ideas? Yes or no?
No. This is your definition. This is not echo chamber.
No, it's not. I'll read it for you one more time. Hold on. I'll read it for you one more time since you have. I'll read it for you one more time. Don't worry about it. I'll read it one more time. An environment in which a person only beliefs or opinions, an environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions that coincide with their own, so that their existing views are reinforced and alternative ideas are not considered. Alternative ideas are not considered. I then asked you if your ideas were considered. You said yes. Therefore, this is not an echo chamber. Do you concede to the objective definition of an echo chamber, Harley? If not, there's no point in continuing a conversation because you're not going to be honest about direct evidence. I'm reading the definition. This is not my definition. You have the mic.
Then why do I have a different definition, which is actually correct one? You
want me to post it? You want me to post it?
Can I read the definition, which is actually correct one?
What's the definition? All right, you post. You hold on, Indio.
That's not correct.
Read your definition. Read your definition and give me your citation. First of all, tell me where you're getting your definition from, so I can look it up. Because mine's come from Oxford. So where your comes from? My definition come from Oxford. Where does your definition come from?
My definition comes from my university logic textbook. I don't give a fuck about the directory definitions. You're wrong.
You don't care about definitions now. Interesting. I got a citation from Oxford, and you don't care about definitions now.
Please go over different definitions on different sites and see that it's not the same.
Show me
why
one.
do you think your definition is the right one? Because you chose
it. Oxford. It's from Oxford. You show me one that's conflicting. Give me a citation. I'll look it up right now.
He's going to be searching for it.
I'm getting bored of this discussion.
Yeah,
okay, that's fine. You don't gotta be honest. I'm not forcing you to be honest. Everybody sees what's happening.
I'm sorry. I can disagree with your definition, and according
it's not my definition. It's not mine. It's Oxford's definition.
Actually, okay. Whatever.
If you have a different definition, provide it.
Cry more, yes.
You're the one that rage quit already. Do you have a definition to support your claim?
You do understand I'm outside right now. I don't have access to something that's in my head as well, but I can summarize it to you.
No, I don't want a summary. I want where your citation is. I don't want your own personal. I don't want your personal opinion. I don't want your personal opinion. I want the actual cited definition of an echo chamber. I don't want your opinion, bro. I am not giving you my opinion. I'm referencing Oxford. The flat earther is giving a citation, and the globe earther that's appealed to science has no citation. The table has turned.
Fucking English language directory definitions are simplified forms for everyone to easily understand. It's not a proper scientific definition. It's not academic definition. What part of it?
Oxford University is not an academic place. Oxford University. That makes the dictionary.
Literally makes the difference. Oxford literally makes the dictionary. Literally an academic.
Are you talking about where you got your definition from? You said it was your school textbook.
You don't got it.
Directories are for those people who are still learning the language. Do you understand that?
Okay, so if you don't understand the language, that's not my problem, brother.
Seriously.
That's okay. I will give you a pass. I'll give you a pass if you're learning English language. That's fine. All I said was that you did not give the correct definition. You misused the word, bro. You misused the English word that's in the Oxford English Definition Dictionary, bro. You misrepresented it.
You understand that universities, when you study in university, you are not working with those simplified definitions.
This is Oxford. This is not simplified. If you have a different definition, provide it. If you don't, then just concede.
To people
I'm
in middle
giving you the
school
opportunity. Well. Look, this is me saying I'm going to consider your cited definition. I am going to consider your cited definition of an echo chamber. Go, provide it.
Why are you asking for something that you're going to deny
I'm not.
anyway?
I said I am going. Now you're misrepresenting me. Now you're not being honest. I am going to consider your cited definition of an echo chamber. Go ahead and cite it. If you find one that doesn't align with mine, I will concede the point. And then we can move on.
You do understand that the point of definition of things is to actually grasp the meaning, the intent behind the definition. You can word it in many different ways, but the main intent is to highlight that in general, in echo chambers, the opposition.
No, it's not in general. There's a specific definition. It's not in general, and you're the one that said that you didn't care about definitions. I'm citing an actual definition from Oxford. Do you have one that is in contrary with mine? If you do, I will acknowledge it. All you have to do is cite it.
I'll take note for $500.
This is all, this is all ego, bro. This is all ego. All you got to do is concede that, I did not use the word correctly. I will go ahead and update my position from now on. If you flat earthers, this is what you should be saying. If you flat earthers are going to consider other ideas outside of flat earth, then you are not an echo chamber. And I will go ahead and have a discussion with you. If you don't want to concede because of your ego, bro, that has nothing to do with me. That means your whole pin tweet is cap. That was one of the main common grounds that I try to establish with you. That, hey, if you are confronted with new evidence and new ideas, the same thing that you were criticizing flat earthers for, you literally said, I present them with evidence, they deny it. I literally cited Oxford, you are denying it. You're doing the very thing that you're criticizing flat earthers for. You are no better than the people that you don't like. All you have to do is concede that this is not an echo chamber, that you didn't use the word properly, and we can move on. If your ego is too big for that, then I don't know what to do, bro. Go ahead.
You know that if I'm gonna give you, you're gonna disagree with it, and you still keep on pushing the same definition.
If you give me a cited official definition from somewhere that I can verify, I will accept it. Just give me the citation. If you have it, if it's in a physical book, then take a picture of it and post it. Then I will accept it and we can move on. You can't get away from this, bro. I'm too righteous.
You're too righteous and too wrong, and you're stuck with a definition that suits your narrative right now.
Prove me wrong then. This is your opportunity to prove sacred wrong in front of everybody. We live right now in front of how many people?
Let's
we live right now in front of 100 people and 1,000 more people and 1,000 more people going to watch this. Prove me wrong. Go ahead.
Let's start with Cambridge definition, Cambridge University's definition.
Okay, show me. What does it say?
Can I finish? The simplified definition is very short. A situation in which people only hear opinions of those of one type or opinions that are similar to their own. It doesn't say anything about why this situation comes about, whether it's being denied or lack or lower representation of opposing ideas. It doesn't define the actual situation like this.
Harley, what does only mean?
What do you mean only?
When situations where people only encounter ideas of their own. That's what you said. You came in here, that's what you said. You came in here, I asked you, you came in here and I asked you, did we acknowledge your ideas? You said yes.
You're that's right now. Wow, okay.
Wow, what? You said only. Do you know what only means? Maybe, bro, maybe you need to go, Brave. Look, I'm not trying to disrespect you, bro. But maybe English is not your best language, and you need to understand the words that you're using. Only.
I need to do an English comprehension.
When you say only, bro, that means if you came in here and I found out that you was a globe earther, I found out that you believed in evolution, I removed you. Then you can go to the timeline and say, yo, I couldn't even speak.
Didn't I tell you, this place flops between echo chamber and sometimes there is discussion, but sometimes there is just echo chamber. Didn't I tell you that?
You said echo chamber. You said that your, and I could go look up Cambridge if you want me to. I could do that in real time, but I'm just listening to what you said.
It's in the space. It's in the pill. I'm sorry.
Oh, you put it in the pill? Cool. Let's go.
I got 4 ones: Oxford, Cambridge, Dictionary.com, and Psychology Today. All 4.
They all still basically mean the same thing, but you are using this specific definition that says that you are denying which isn't the case, and it doesn't need to be necessarily the case.
A situation. This is Cambridge. This is the one that he's referencing. A situation in which people only hear opinions of one type. That means if Harley comes in and he got a different opinion with evolution with Piezo, I remove him. I don't allow him to speak.
No,
so Harley, when you had an objection, with Piezo, did you get a chance to speak?
That moment wasn't an echo chamber. You know exactly what I mean.
No, I don't. I said if there was a situation
talking opposing side here, then at that moment it's not an echo chamber.
So give me an instance where I only had flat earthers when a globe earther wanted to speak. Go.
I said over fucking week there have been so many times I've literally waited for a couple dozen minutes to a couple of hours, and I wasn't even acknowledged that I'm in the queue.
When? Give me the actual episode. When?
I'm seriously gonna argue right now that if I can't give you timestamps, then my argument isn't valid.
Well, I'm sorry if you don't have evidence.
Have you ever conceded any point ever about anything?
I literally said if you could provide evidence, I would concede. I said if you could provide a definition that doesn't align with you. I said if you could provide a definition, I will concede. Your definition aligns with mine. It says only. It says only. Literally. And even in your tweet, Harley, if you want to get pedantic, if you want to get pedantic about it, you quote tweeted this week calling it an echo chamber, and now you're saying, oh, I wasn't talking about this week.
If you read the fourth definition, it's really bad for him, Sacred. That fourth picture.
Enough already. Can we move on or not?
No, we can't move on until you show intellectual honesty. Show me a definition that applies to this space that you quote tweeted. You didn't say You didn't say yo episode 109. You didn't say episode 85. You quote tweeted this space and you said this is an example of an echo chamber. And now what you're saying is that you wasn't talking about this space. You said today's echo chamber. You said today's echo chamber. And now I'm asking you, and you was like, oh, I'm not talking about today. You said that. I got the clip of you saying you're not talking about today. Your tweet says today.
Jesus, calm down. Stop.
No, I'm not gonna calm down, bro. Answer the question.
Okay. Then I'm not
to the point.
Fucking calm down.
Concede to the point, Harley.
May I say one word to him, Sacred, without inflaming it?
I tweeted that after getting annoyed, after waiting for I can't remember how long. I got so fucking fed up with waiting. That's when I tweeted. That was one of the instances when it was an echo chamber, because otherwise I would not have tweeted.
Really? When was this? You tweeted this 6 hours ago? We had globe birthers in here 6 hours ago.
So we found out the real definition of echo chamber. It's if you don't let me talk, it's an echo chamber.
Exactly. That is the definition. When you only consider your own ideas that you agree with. We brought you in here. We got globe earthers in here. We even co-hosted a globe earther today. Nothing that you said applies. Bro, I will even take this to court with you if you want to. You gonna lose.
No, actually I wouldn't.
Yeah, yes, you would lose. You absolutely would. I bet on it. I bet on it, bro.
Seriously.
To put whatever up you want to. You would lose. You have such a big ego that you won't even concede that you were wrong. And that was your whole premise. You said, when I tell flat earthers something and they don't consider it, you said when I tell flat earthers something and they don't consider it, that's dishonest. And now we're highlighting definitions, we're highlighting citations. You just told us today that this wasn't an echo chamber today, and your tweet says today was an echo chamber. So everything that you're saying is conflicting.
Okay, I'm gonna warn you right now, for the last time. If you don't want to move on, then I'd say you're literally intentionally derailing the situation right now. We can't have a conversation. I propose we have a different venue and different time for actually talking about it.
Concede that this is not an echo chamber. We can move on.
This is not an echo chamber all the time. I already conceded.
Is it an echo chamber today? Was it an echo chamber today?
Stop trying.
Was it an echo chamber today? Yes or no, Harley? Let's move on. Just answer the question, Harley. Let's move on. Was it an echo chamber today? Yes or no? Let's move on. This is your chance.
Why didn't you let me in for about 40 minutes when I was waiting, literally, and there was nobody else?
Because people were talking and you talk shit, and I don't even know that you was waiting, and other people had priority before you because they was here before you. I answered your question because people were here before you. They had priorities. Other people had hands up. I went through one, two, three, four. I'm answering your question and you don't want the answer. I went through one, two, three, four, five, six people. They all said that they had to wait today. You are not special.
I have a screen recording of the exact time you were tweeting at us of our space. You were not requesting. You were not requesting for no hours and hours and hours. Otherwise, you would be in these screenshots. Next.
Oh, now you got caught in 4K capping because my co-host got screenshots 6 hours ago with timestamps.
You know,
so now you capping.
You need someone else hosting this because you are literally.
Go ahead, get the ad hom out. Get the ad hom out without citations. Go ahead, get it out.
Don't you dare tell me about citations when most of your arguments, especially when it comes to flat Earth, are
non sequitur. Get them out. Go ahead. Do you have a citation, or do you want to concede? Was today an echo chamber? Yes or no, Harley?
Do you understand that?
Harley, I know this is uncomfortable. Answer the question. Yes or no? Just answer yes or no. Was today an echo chamber? Yes or no, Harley?
I'm not going to play this game. If you want to hear what I have to say.
It's not a game. This is called intellectual honesty. The same thing that you were ridiculing flat earthers for. Let's see if you could demonstrate. Let's see if you could demonstrate. Hey, if you don't want to stand on your own words, gang, that's too bad for you. Hey, was today an echo chamber, Harley? Yes or no?
I'm literally gonna right now. I'm literally.
You're literally not answering.
If you
was today an echo chamber? Yes or no? It's very simple.
Not letting me. What part of you don't understand?
I don't understand the fact that you're not answering the question. I have literally no idea why you went to go tweet and now you won't stand on it. That's weird as hell to me. Now stand on it. Was today an echo chamber? Yes or no?
This was from my perspective, from my perception, it was.
But you told me that you was heard today. And you have no citations to support that you wasn't heard today.
That was after the tweet.
So what made this an echo chamber today? We had Glow Birther co-hosts. We had Glow Birther co-hosts. We had a CERN physicist in here. We had Glow Birther co-hosts today. We had a CERN physicist in here. We had other anti-flat earthers in here. And I made sure that when you were speaking, other people didn't interrupt you. Was today an echo chamber? Yes or no? Did you get heard? Yes or no, bro?
Because I wrote the tweet because I felt like this. If you are denying this, then you're just being an asshole.
So you were emotional. So it had no basis in reality. This is all pure emotion. Your feelings. Okay. If you want to, hey, look, I'll take that. If you want to concede to you being emotional and irrational without a citation, I'll take that. I'll take that. Hey, you said this is your feelings. You didn't say that you had no facts. You ain't say you had no fact. You said, I felt like this, Sacred. You said it was my feelings. You said it was your feelings. That's what you said, right? Didn't you just tell me it was your feelings?
I said this was my perception and frustration.
Now, what? You going to lie to my face now? You did not just tell me that this was your feelings?
All the time, this was my...
Harley, did you just tell me this was your feelings? Yes or no?
I said this was my perception. This was my feeling.
Harley, are you kidding me? This is live recorded.
Are you fucking done picking on pointless things
Harley,
right now?
Did you just tell me that you made that tweet because of your feelings?
What if I did?
That means it's an emotional response, not based. You asked me a question. If you did say that, that means it was an emotional response, not based in reality, with a lack of foundation of facts. the same thing that you don't appreciate. That's what that means. So do you concede that this was all due to feelings, Harley? I'll take that, and we can move on. Was it because of your feelings? Is that what you said?
How many times do I have to repeat myself?
Only when you tell the truth. Then you don't have to repeat.
Also, let me just.
Did you say
please
this was because of your feelings? Yes or no?
Okay, obviously you don't want to have normal conversations with the opposing side here. So
Gaslighting. Did you say this was about your feelings? Yes or no?
Just take the L, bro. Just take the L. We all heard it.
It's recorded.
Harley, you said you felt this way, man. Don't back out now.
The
Harley, did you say that this was because of your feelings? Yes or no?
Word for word, verbatim. You said you felt that way.
This was a reaction to me not being acknowledged, or I mean, the problem is if I'm sitting there and I don't know if I'm being ignored on purpose or not. So this tweet was caused by that. You can call it feelings, you can call it perception.
What did you call it? What did you call it? Did you say it was because of your feelings?
Your behavior caused this tweet. This is your problem.
Did you? No, that's not my problem. I'm holding you to the fire of what you said and what you tweeted. And you moonwalking right now. You running away from everything that you standing on. That ain't real. That ain't solid. Did you say this was because of your feelings? Yes or no, bro? You haven't answered a yes or no question in 2 hours.
You haven't acknowledged that there are many different definitions for echo chamber as well. So
I literally said provide a citation and you didn't. And then when you mentioned Cambridge, we went and looked up the definition of Cambridge and it aligned with my definition. Next, did you say that this was because of your feelings? Yes or no? Hold on, y'all. I got this. Harley, did you say this was your feelings? Yes or no? Simple question. Show some intellectual honesty. Demonstrate that you a real globe earther for real, and if the flat earthers don't go ahead and demonstrate what real intellectual honesty is. Did you say this was because of your feelings? Yes or no?
I'm not having an. If you want to have a globe discussion, reach out to me.
After you acknowledge what you said, did you say this was because of your feelings? Yes or no? Then we can move on.
Fucking, are you happy? Be happy.
Did you say this because of your feelings? Yes or no?
What do you want from me?
I want you to tell the truth, bro. I want you to demonstrate the same thing that you want to hold other flat earthers accountable for. I want you to hold yourself to the same standard. Did you say this was because of your feelings? Yes or no?
Be a man, Harley.
Enough already.
No, it's not enough. Stand on your word. Did you say this because of your feelings? Yes or no?
This game anymore.
Or take it back. You can take it back. Boy, I don't know how many options I gotta give you.
Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Hey, you can get emotional if you want to, brother. Get emotional if you want to. Did you say this because you're still emotional, right? Did you say this was because of your feelings? Yes or no, Harley?
Right now.
Just be honest and we can move on. Did you say this because of your feelings? Yes or no?
You can't handle this tweet. You're crying about this.
All you have to do is be honest and we can move on. Did you say this was because of your feelings? Yes or no?
Be a man, Harley.
I'm not going to tell you anything.
You could leave if you want to, but I'm just trying to move on. This was because of your feelings, yes or no? You wasting time, bro.
Harley, be a man.
I'm not going to repeat myself.
Sacred, is it okay if I just say a couple of words?
Hold on 1 second, Liliana. I'm really trying to give him a chance to demonstrate intellectual honesty in front of thousands of people right now. And it seems like he want to embarrass himself in front of 1,000 people right now. I don't know why. Harley, just acknowledge all you have to do is stand on your word. Did you say this was because of your feelings? Yes or no?
I already said that. What is your
Did you
problem?
say this because of your feelings? Yes or no?
I'm
That's
not
only
gonna
words on. It's a box, bro.
narcissistic game. I already conceded. What the fuck do you want from me? I'm not
I
gonna
didn't hear
agree.
you
Yes or
say.
no,
When did
Harley?
you concede? I didn't hear
Yes
you
or no?
concede. Hold on, Two Wings. I didn't hear you concede. Are you conceding now that this was all due to feelings? Yes or no, bro? Just say yes, and we can move on. Say the words. Say the words, and we can move on. Say yes, and then we can move on.
This is the first.
Say yes, and then we can move on. This is very simple. A 2-year-old can follow this direction, bro.
From now on every day because you're not willing to let this go.
All you have to do is be honest about what you said. Did you say this because of your feelings? Yes or no? Then we can move on.
Didn't concede anything. I'm not gonna concede
All
that.
you have to do is say yes or no, Harley. How much time are you gonna waste?
Well,
How much
you know
time?
what I'm gonna
Ain't
do
nobody
right now?
holding you in this
I'm gonna
space, bro.
leave.
You can leave or
And
you can concede
you
to
have
saying
literally
yes. That's
fucked up
just because of
this
your
opportunity
feelings.
to actually have a meaningful conversation.
Harley,
I hope you are
just
fucking
say
happy.
this. All you gotta
there's no
say
point in
is this because of
continuing.
your feelings. Just say yes, and we can move on.
Say it, Harley.
You wasting time. This is
Harley, say that
intellectual
shit.
dishonesty, bro. This is
I
dishonest
don't
as
want to
hell.
talk to this person anymore.
Yeah, you can
I'll be
leave if you
honest.
want to.
Harley,
You can
no,
leave if you
no.
I'm
want
not
to.
gonna say anything, and I'm not
Then you
running
can
away.
leave.
I'm
Then what
just
you here
choosing to
for?
stop,
All you got to do
and
is say
that's
that
it.
this is because of your feelings. That's it, and we can move on.
Harley
Sacred's
literally
treating you.
tweeted. He said only idiots want to join the echo chamber. Harley, speak up for who you are right now. Say yes or no.
Sacred is
Besides,
holding him.
why didn't you get to the point where even if those people who get in and get a chance to start
This is
the
what happens when
conversation,
you say
then
things that
he
aren't
literally
true.
starts derailing every conversation.
No,
Harley, stop
you
deflecting
derailed
and
this.
answer the
You
fucking question.
hold on, y'all. Hold on. Mute up.
I'm
You
answering the
derailed this,
question and I
Harley.
stand by
You
my
derailed. I
words.
didn't tweet at
Yes,
you.
I wrote
I did
it.
not.
I
Listen,
haven't
bro.
denied it.
Listen, bro. I did not invite you here. I did not tweet at
Doesn't
you.
matter.
I know it doesn't matter
Was
to
it based
you.
on feelings
It doesn't matter to you because you don't have
perception,
no
or
foundation.
maybe
You don't have no
because the
argument. You don't
actual
have no
host
claim. You
here
don't have
is
no
inept
facts.
and can't
All you
actually
gotta
run
do
a
is say
space
that
in a
this
way
was
that
because
will
of
be
your feelings.
effective?
Just say that, Harley.
There are
You
so
saying
many
all these
reasons,
words except
but
yes.
I wrote it
You
because I
saying
felt
all
like
of
this
it.
needs
Nobody
to be
can hear
said.
you, bro.
If
Your mic's
somebody's
suck.
feelings got hurt
Nobody can
because
hear
of
you.
that,
All you gotta say
I
that this because of
apologize for
your
that,
feelings.
but
Harley,
I wasn't
did
wrong
you
in
say
that
this was
instance.
because of your feelings?
You're
Yes or no,
disagreeing
Harley?
with this doesn't mean that I was
Harley,
wrong.
did you say this
This
because of
means
your
that you're
feelings? Yes or
disagreeing.
no? You got all the words except yes. You know all the English
Say
language
yes.
except yes. Harley, did you say this because of your feelings?
Actually, I'm gonna say it was.
No, Harley, fuck you.
Harley, what did you say? Did you say this is because of your feelings, Harley? Did you say that? How long you
There
gonna
are
make us
certain
wait?
kinds of people who
Harley,
I
how
just
long
won't
are you
be
gonna
able
make
to
us
have
wait?
a
All I
normal
want to hear
conversation with.
is yes
And
or
that's why I'm
no.
saying I'm
All
willing
I
to
want to
come back when
hear
somebody
is
else is
yes
hosting
or
this
no,
space,
Harley.
at least during
No,
my
no,
stay here.
no. Don't
Harley, I
do
gave
that.
you
You're
so
really
much
acting like
time
a
to speak.
goblin
I
right
gave
now,
you
man.
so much time to speak. All you gotta say
No, I have
is
a
yes
choice.
or no, bro.
I
Did
actually
you say this
came
because of your
in good
feelings?
faith.
I gave you
Harley,
every opportunity
yeah,
to
you
show me
moving
a
like a goblin.
citation. I told you to show me
Okay,
the
whatever.
space. I said,
I'm
give me
moving like a
anything that
goblin.
you had.
I treat
All
it
you
because of
told me,
emotional
all you look,
frustration or
I
perception
literally told
or
you,
whatever
bro. I
other.
literally told you just give me one citation. Give me anything that you can show me where this is an echo chamber. You couldn't do it. You failed. You took an L. Then you slipped up and said, well, this is because of feelings. I said, oh, okay. Did I hear that right? Is this because of feelings? And now you know that that's not good enough for you. You know that that makes you look crazy and you don't want to concede to that. You are dishonest. You know what you said. And if you don't concede, we're going to clip this up and we're going to show you what you said. There's no way out other than honesty, bro. You don't realize that? Think about this. Think about the situation you're in. Rage quit. Rage quit.
Well, man, I mean, he's still, hopefully he can hear it. I just wanted to make one quick statement. All I was going to tell him, bro, I was like, look, Sacred is just helping you be a man, man. Like, you've got a room full of men in here who are just trying to help you stand by your character as a man to do what a man does and stand by his words. And you're wanting to react like a boy. It literally, the whole time, it felt like we were witnessing, like, dad having to talk to
Child.
the little brother, like the little brother is over here acting out and doesn't want to like admit that he was wrong, and he's looking with his head down, staring at his feet, like shuffling his feet while dad's like talking down to him. Like, just acknowledge what you did. Just say yes. And he's like, like, that's literally what it felt like, just in an adult, like in a child's mind in an adult's body. And I'm not saying that to ridicule you. Like, bro, inspect yourself. That he wasn't being mean to you. Nobody was being mean to you. Like, they were just telling you, look, you were trying to stand in a space and talk with men, and you're acting like a boy. Just be a man, and we can move on. And it's like, you couldn't do that. It's
That's
sad,
simple.
bro.
That's simple. Only holding him accountable to his own words, his own tweets, and his literal verbiage. And he couldn't even do that. And we want to discuss relativity with this guy? We want to discover how the sun sets? We want to discuss refraction with why? You can't even admit to the things that you said.
He literally went off sulking, bro. Like, he was sulking his way out of here. Like, feeling sorry for himself that he was being held to account for his own actions. It's so odd.
From a woman's perspective, if he had just in the very beginning, like half hour ago, 45 minutes ago, if he'd said, yeah, Sacred, I'm sorry, like I wrote something I shouldn't have written, and just been honest about it, and man, he would have gotten so much respect. Like, when people admit to their mistakes, I respect them so much, because it takes a lot of courage to say, hey, you know what? I was wrong. And then also, when you show no hubris, you get lifted up by everybody. When you show a certain humility and honesty, people put you up on a pedestal because they're like, wow, this is a person I can trust. This is a person that will always be fair. This is a person that will always be honest. And instead, he just lost all dignity. Like, I could never in a million years imagine behaving with such little to no dignity, such little to no shame, with such a high level of this empty shell of hubris, that it's pathetic. I mean, from a woman's perspective, it's like watching a worm, not a man. I mean, I'm sorry, Harley, but you can change this, You don't have to take my criticism as something hurtful. You can flip this in one moment now. If you just come out and say, hey, you know what? I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Can we just start from the beginning?
That's
all
it.
of us,
That's
all
all
of us, yeah, all of us would just say, welcome back, and we'd just move on and go. But he threw this tantrum. It's like watching a 3-year-old, just throw this gigantic tantrum at an airport. It's pathetic. No dignity.
So sad. I would have probably co-hosted him. I would have clapped it up. I would have told everybody to follow him. I'm like, yo, he really standing on his pin tweet. He really trying to be better. Literally.
Well, it takes a very strong person to accept any kind of criticism or any kind of, I mean, you have to be a very strong person to say like, hey, no matter what other people say, I'm not going to be shaken because I know who I am. But this guy doesn't. He looks in the mirror, he sees a worm, and so then he just squirms around trying to get out of it. Like, all he had to say was, yeah, you're right. Yes. One word, yes. I had feelings. I tweeted out of my feelings, yes. And then he would have just grown after that. Instead, he's chosen to stagnate his own growth, just fester in his own little hubris, and just, stagnate, basically.
And it's so sad because these are the people that's in your mentions, bro. These are the people that's ridiculing y'all. These are the people that's being toxic towards y'all. That's why I say, yo, don't even get it no energy, because when the tables are turned, they will not admit when they are wrong. You're wasting time with these guys. This is the whole point of Flat Earth Fridays, is exposing this type of shit. Before there was spaces, like, we don't know who was honest, who was dishonest. They was all just popping shit. Now we got mics. Now we can see shit happen in real time. We can see the people that's typing don't even know the English language. And then when they use the English language, they don't even want to concede when the evidence is presented to them. It's just, I'm sorry that I had to take so much time, but I'm just demonstrating these are the people that's sitting over you telling that the earth is a globe and you're stupid. That the earth is a globe and you're dumb. The earth is a globe and flat earthers are dishonest. These are the guys. So don't waste no time, bro. Just send them to Flat Earth Fridays and I'll cook their ass up and we can get them out of here. Straight like that. And I promise
Harley,
I won't be wasting so much time on that, but I literally need to demonstrate to y'all these are the type of people in y'all mentions when y'all just posting about your own perspective. You can't take them seriously, bro.
no, Sacred, you are excellent at holding people's feet to the fire. You're excellent, honestly. I think the people you should give a course in it. But you know, Harley, you can. This is all in your power. You can change all this. There's no one to blame. You are responsible for your own condition, your own circumstances, and you can change this and flip it in 1 second. Now, any second, you can flip it. Okay. All we want is intellectual honesty, and we just want you to admit to something you actually did. That's it. And then we know we're dealing with an honest person and not wasting our time, you know? So come on, just be a man, like they said.
Thank you, Liliana. Couldn't have said it better than myself. Go ahead, Run Boston. Hold on, nope. I got Run Boston, I got Flat Lads, and then we'll get to you in a second, Harley. Go ahead, Run Boston. Unless y'all want to cede y'all time to him, but y'all up next.
I just wanted to thank you for holding your ground patiently as you could. You know, you didn't ad hom him back. I mean, you basically kept it even keel with your emotions. And you know what? I just hope he thinks about it a while, and I hope the apology brews. And my prayer is that a seed is planted and he comes with an apology, because I hope this eats at him. But I'm gonna read a couple quotes, and then I'm gonna go because we're gonna go ride bikes with the kids. This was earlier in this space. Mordwan came in. I don't know if everybody was here last night listening. Came in as happy as could be. The space had great energy. Everything was good. And I quote, "Sup, boys and girls. Maybe we could build some bridges tonight. I think, I'm thinking we could. Maybe have some good faith conversation. Try to speak as humans and children of God, so they say." Then he spent like 8 minutes pretending to be in good faith, in the spirit of intellectual honesty. And Sacred, when you pointed out his tweets don't really line up with how he, talks on the space, he went on a delusional tirade. And this is his quote, where he really let his inner thoughts come out and his true colors shine. Quote, "I think that most of you are dishonest liars. I think you thrive on dishonesty as a defense mechanism to compensate for your mediocre life, and you're delusional if you think that this is going to turn into anything mainstream." And then he went on to say how we use deception to gain power over people who have achieved more in life. So confusion, inversion, jealousy. Honestly, you're witnessing a man struggling, internally struggling with the strongest cognitive dissonance that exists over the fact that we've been lied to, all of us. Humanity has been lied to about what the earth is and what it does. It's our home, it's beautiful, Mother Nature is amazing, and this is a stationary topographical plane, and we should explore what the truth is of where we live, because it does matter, because the truth matters. So I'm going to dip out. Thank you all for hanging in there for all that. Honestly, there's quite a bit more of this coming, and the more we can be patient, the better. Much love.
Man, thank you for that recap, Run Boston. It's crazy in hindsight. It looks like history just repeats itself. Like that was so crazy that last night too. It's like the same thing we're dealing with right here. But I appreciate the positive words, man. And enjoy your bike ride, and shout out to the family. Love to you, bro. Prayers up.
All right, catch y'all soon.
Flat Lads, my brother. Appreciate you being patient, man.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to hit my joke real quick. It's back a while before Harley. I just think so. There might be a conversation for that kid with the extra thumbs that he's evolved to master mainstream media better than us, the iPhones. But just real quick, I'll say I believe I speak for the level heads. Like when you Sacred, when you smell something foul, just stop our interactions and you take over that conversation because you know how to steer it where it needs to go. So I think the time that we delay, like you could get in there and do it right. Much love.
I made my
Appreciate
tweet
that, brother.
because
Hold on one second. I got Miguel hands up, and then we'll
I'm running
see.
out of
Hold
battery.
on. Hold on. Miguel had his hand up. They've been patient, just like you said. You don't like people waiting so long, so we're gonna make sure that we get to the hands. We don't waste too much time on you. We'll get to you last. Miguel, you have something you want to add in or say something?
Hi, I'm Miguel from Spain, but my English is low level. But I almost finished my research about flat Earth with all the answers. I want to throw my hypothesis about all the things about the flat Earth, for the start, for the origin to the finish. It's okay. A quick resume of my hypothesis about flat Earth.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes. First thing of all, before 19th century, no 20th century, we have ether in periodic table is the lightest form of matter. The vacuum space is not nothing. It's not empty. The vacuum space is the lightest form of matter. Matter. Sorry for my pronunciation. Is the when you compress the space, you have difference in density from space to matter. First time hydrogen, next helium, and all the periodic table elements make inside the Earth, the flat Earth. When this is the first, you need to know where the matter come. Is the space is not nothing. The space is lightest form of matter. Next thing, when all the periodic elements make inside the Earth, when the radioactive elements broke, make two things: heat and free electrons. This heat uh, throw out of the inside the Earth, and you know the solar heater is a parabolic surface with mirrors. When this infrared radiation go to the ionosphere, return, make a focal point, very heat, very warm focal point in the high altitude layer of hydrogen in our planet. And in that focal point, hydrogen makes the sun appears. Hydrogen at this high temperature ionized and makes the sun appear. Is the infrared radiation return from the ionosphere and make a focal point. Next thing in the flat Earth is the moon. When this light go to the polar vortex is the only zone in our planet is open, the only zone in atmosphere open. The sun go to the surface inside the polar vortex, and this surface have white of the ice and have craters from the methane craters around the polar circle. This light go to the high altitude layers, and you can see the moon as reflection of the surface of polar vortex. The moon is only one face because it's a reflection of the polar vortex. The another thing, next point, is stars. Stars, when you analyze the Earth, is like a natural capacitor with the ground negative charge and ionosphere positive charge. You can see mountains, pyramids, cathedrals, Islamic temples, Buddhist temples as cathodes that throw electron beams from the ground to the ionosphere. And you can see the point of light when the points of light when the electrons crash with the high altitude layers of gases, the atmosphere. The next point is day and night and movement of the water of the oceans. When you see Faraday motor is a magnet with conductive liquid and electric in that liquid. This made in Faraday's motor makes the mercury rotate, spins only for this magnetic field and electric field. In nature, you have the ground negative, ionosphere positive, and oceans is salt water that makes the same that Faraday motor, and this make that atmosphere and oceans rotate inside this magnetic field and electric field. And this is the beginning of the flat Earth model to understand next things. And it's too large, I think.
Hey Miguel, man, you did pretty good. I think I understand most of the concepts that you laid out for us. Your English is great, by the way. There's a few terminology that I don't necessarily agree with, because it kind of aligns with a globe Earth. But I think I kind of understood like the overall depiction that you were kind of articulating. I wish you could put it all in writing so I could kind of review some of the things that you said.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for my English, but I want to share this investigation because people like you can talk about that. Because if you, for example, if you don't understand is not the word, but I say proximity to the word that I need. If you don't know about the possibility, the free space, vacuum space, is when you compress the vacuum space, the matter appear. Is the difference in density is compressed space and no compressed space is the difference between matter and free space. When you think in that, you can think in gravity like a low pressure zone that low pressure is like attract, you know. And this is the reason behind the gravity. When the low pressure zone shook, I think the word is shook. The matter is if you see the experiment acoustic levitation. In acoustic levitation, you can levitate water because you make a low pressure zone in the middle of the air. But for the gravity is not the same. It's parecido in español. When the free space or the vacuum space compress is the zone where all the matter together. If you have this first point, you can build next steps in the flat Earth model.
Miguel, can you expand on that concept a little bit more? That low pressure creating attraction. Can you explain to me more?
Yes. If you think in a laboratory in vacuum chamber, if you put gas and inside the chamber and you cold, o sea, low temperature in the chamber with gas. Second point, low temperature. With low temperature, gas go to liquid and reduce his volume, and this makes low pressure zone, and the space around the chamber won't inside the chamber, because if you reduce the volume of the gas when this gas go to liquid, makes a low pressure zone. In space, when space contracts to make the matter, you make a low pressure zone that makes the matter go to this low pressure zone to complete the zone. You understand? Sorry for my words, but I use the words in that I have.
So when the pressure is low, it compresses the matter, creating contraction. Is that what I'm getting? Attraction?
Yes, to fill the chamber, the space around the chamber go inside the chamber to fill this low pressure. When you have a gas and go to liquid, is low volume, and the volume around this zone go inside. This, I think, is that happen with the gravity. If ether is the most lightest form of matter, when this ether contracts, make hydrogen, and this is a low zone, low pressure zone, because the vacuum space compressed and now is less volume, low pressure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, my bad. I'm just thinking real hard about what he's saying. Go ahead, Piezo.
I'm kind of finding it hard to track entirely, but if I'm just to clarify, man, so I can understand, are you talking about like ether can expand and contract, and when it contracts, it takes on a more solid form? Is that what you're saying? Or, I mean, I might not be following you correctly. I will admit it's a little hard to follow, but I'm trying here.
Sorry, I say, and you clarify, for me is perfect if anyone can clarify behind of me. I say ether, for me, is vacuum space. Vacuum space for me is not nothing. It's ether. It's lightest form of matter. When you compress this space, when you compress the space, matter appear. Is the matter is the form that you can order the ether in less volume.
Yeah, okay, that's what okay. So I think I was correct in what you were saying, basically. Yeah, yeah. This I still got to read up on the model. Hopefully, I'll have it read before next Friday, next weekend. But the guy's proposing making ether element 0 on the periodic table. You know, hydrogen's a 1. He's like proposing ether being the 0 element, and yeah, a compressible version of ether, 0 friction, but able to be compressed and rarefacted. So I think that you're along the right lines personally, man. I think you're on the right track. I mean, I don't think any of us know conclusively or fully. If we did, be having a different conversation. But I think also, in addition to the compression, the motion is very important. I think that that there have to be extremely high velocities imposed upon the ether for it to turn into matter. I don't think it can just be like still and at rest and be compressed and turn into matter. I think it has to actually also be hit with or be put into incredible magnitudes of velocity, whirls of velocity, as it were. Then it kind of can hold itself rigid in space due to its internal like centrifugal and centripetal forces.
I think if you know the DIY nuclear fusion reactor, you make the electrons go to a point in the center to make it hydrogen. Is like that. I think this happened in the center of our flat Earth. In the center of our flat Earth, is the conditions to the space compress, and I think that happened. If we go to investigate what is the atoms, I think the atoms is like a ring in when one people smokes and make a ring in the air, uh, uh, put the air out of his mouth and makes a ring. I think this turbulence is that happen in the ether to make the atoms, because is the explanation about the positive particles like protons is the in a toroid. If you think in a toroid, if you put one toroid inside another toroid inside another toroid, you have in the vertical axis the zone that the vortex attract. In the horizontal zone, you have the electrons spinning, make that vortex works, and the neutrons is like the sun not attract of the atom. But I think in that model, because in air you can make structures in turbulence. I think this turbulence in vacuum space is how vacuum space order. The problem with this X platform is not possible share videos, and the problem is to my English, but it's not Spanish spaces about flat Earth. But I don't want occupy your space with shit. I think that I investigate is important, but if you want ask to me, is no problem. But it's very important for me for the flat Earth. Think first in the uh, uh, origin of the matter. If we have the origin of the matter, we can say or see what sun come from, what moon come from, what stars come from, what magnetic field come from, all the next things. But if this possibility of the vacuum space not compress, my model not work.
Yo, you just described basically the vortex ring theory. It's funny when you're talking about smoke rings. That's It just so happens that that is what I believe in. If you check my twinned peak, my twin, if you check my pinned tweet on
Been a
my
long
page,
night, man. Been a long night. No, stop.
yeah, if I'm talking about Twin Peaks, yeah, a little bit of a long. Just kidding, dog. Yeah, if you check my pinned tweet, um, it gives kind of a very brief overview, but not really much in depth about it. But vortex model of the atom, J.J. Thomson, 1882. There's a paper. I'll go ahead and put it in the purple pill, like a tweet about it, because actually I just looked it up to link it to you, and the archive.org website is down. But it's called A Treatise on the Motion of Vortex Rings, an essay to which the Adams Prize was adjudged by J.J. Thomson. And he wrote it in 1882, and it was printed for the public in 1883. And it basically talks about a vortex ring, also known as a toroidal vortex, is a torus-shaped vortex existing within a fluid or a gas where the fluid spins along an imaginary axis line that creates a closed loop. This is the same guy that discovered the electron, quote unquote, in 1897. He wrote this paper in 1882, and this entire framework was abandoned after Michelson-Morley, right? But I think it was the correct framework. They stopped pursuing it when they realized the implications of Michelson-Morley, and they couldn't use a fluid ether model for matter and for the world anymore because they would have had to concede that the Earth is stationary. So that's why they abandoned it. But I'll type it here. It's called like I said, I'll put it with a link. The link's broken right now, but hopefully later you can check on it and it'll work. A treatise on the motion of vortex rings.
I don't necessarily understand the I'm gonna make sure y'all go check up Piazza's pin tweet. I don't really understand like calling it the vacuum of space, but saying that there's a medium of condensed matter, but maybe he's just referring to that environment. I mean, he did say it was light. I don't know. I'm still working through that. I'm gonna have to replay this back and listen again. You may be on to something, but
The medium of the vacuum medium is the way that they refer to it nowadays to prevent having to call it the ether, but while acknowledging the material properties present in it. I mean, in the Honda R&D lab that there was a reading night on about a week ago, in the ether cause reading night, Alan them read it.
oh, okay.
They call it the vacuum medium to explain the Biefeld Brown effect, because like they say the properties of the vacuum medium, like they're calling it the quantum vacuum, right? But they're treating it as a medium in order to be able to use the math on it.
Because it's immaterial but physical.
Yeah, like it's immaterial, they say, but it's, there's energy in it and it fluctuates, and there's properties that you can use, like material properties, to do stuff with. Yeah.
I can kind of conceptualize that.
Or there's just a fluid in it.
Yeah, right. Miguel, I'm gonna replay this part of the space back
Link in bio, y'all, if y'all want to go take a replay. And I'm gonna think about a lot of the things that you said. I hope that you could like put some tweets out so that way we can read some of the things that oh my god, I sound like SciComm now. Write it down, you level heads. But nah, I do want to. I want to be able to absorb the idea in totality. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
The last thing I say is I think the vacuum space for us is the same. The if the fishes inside the water don't know about the water, we are inside medium is vacuum space. It's not vacuum. It's not nothing. It's ether. It's like water for fishes. Is the last thing I say and talk another person.
No, thank you, Miguel. Like, did you put this together by yourself, or did you work with somebody on these ideas?
Yes, when this is a passionate investigation, because when you have the answers, the next step is what the life come from. You can see the petroleum is not long time boots inside the ground. The petroleum is a natural reaction inside the earth, and from petroleum in petroleum is the first location the the first location more elemental organic molecules appear first time, and petroleum inside the oceans make fishes. Next, fishes adapt to low water, to make reptiles, and reptiles in the surface make and this a passionate thing. And the first point is ether and gravity. In I like so much this investigation, but I can't share with other persons because in Spanish not spaces for that.
Well, hey, amigo, you have done a very, very good job articulating yourself. I really do appreciate it. You should follow me, and you should definitely keep coming back every single week, because I believe you are going to continue this investigation, and I want to stay up to date with it. I want to keep up with your investigation. So please feel free to continue to come back and let us know any of your new ideas and new perspectives. Is that cool?
Cool. I follow you, and thank you for make me talk here. Thank you.
Shout out to Miguel. Y'all go follow Miguel. He on to something now. Follow Miguel, y'all. My man. I think I'm not really sure. We're gonna wrap it up soon, guys. I know we kind of dragged out that last one a little bit long. I appreciate y'all being patient with me. So it's probably gonna be last call, but I think we had Game of Thrones, Big Tech, and Flat Lads. Is that order? I think that's how it went.
I'll be quick, Sacred. Thank you.
No doubt.
I just jumped in because I was about the last 2 hours. I've been in the other space dealing with the mystical and what is this and what is that, and a lot of people were talking about Elon and talking about Mars, and it's funny because the gal running it is big on Anunnaki. I'm not going to, put names out there, who, what, or whatever. If you guys were in that room or anybody hopped in that room, I laid it out about the firmament over and over and over and over again. And it's funny, people don't make the connection. It's like you can have gone to Mars, but there's still a firmament. I don't get how can you be a flat earther? You're laughing, but for real, these people were defending Elon's having either come from Mars or being an alien or yada yada yada. I could not believe it, Sacred.
Oh,
It was
but
like,
they
wait,
were flat earthers though, game?
well, let's put it this way: if they're creationists, and we talked about the firmament, and yet they talking about, well, maybe Elon is get this one. They were discussing Anunnaki being more of a current thing. I said, wait a minute, didn't Noah and the flood take care of all the giants? Oh, no, it's the hidden reasons. And that's when I flipped my lid. I didn't say anything. I just, yeah, hello, Sacred, exactly. The Anunnaki, I explained to them in the Bible, the giants that were a result of angels breeding with the women of earth were white. That's why we got Chimney Rock and all these other things. The Great Flood was to have taken care of that. I kind of stepped them back a little bit, then they came back at me in a wave. I just left the room. I said, nah.
Well, there's a niche group of flat earthers, I wouldn't say niche, that believe the outer lands have the names of the planets of our solar system. So there's a Mars outer land, and they could be of mixed or an advanced, species. I don't know. Their
that
theory.
would make sense. Thank you. Yeah,
But it is something like that.
So more outer than upper, potentially. I wonder if that space is recorded. I wonder what space it was. That's interesting, man. Appreciate you doing that little recon. Coming to dropping some info on us. That's what's up. Got to keep on top of some of these ideas that they talking about, coherent or not. Shout out to Game. Yeah, man. I don't know about that firmament. Got to acknowledge it. Even globe earthers need a surface in the sky. Ionosphere, head ass. Big Tech is back for round 2.
Yo, am I back?
You are back.
I can't believe you've gone all night. I went and got a long sleep and you're still here. That's wild.
Cyborgs, my brother. We cyborgs.
That's based. So I got a earful. This could probably be quick, but last night I brought in my concept of the map sailing from Uruguay to South Africa to disprove. You guys could save the world from Satan. If you just disprove the globe with this one little boat ride. But you guys, we pivoted. We ended up going to the ideal gas law, which is not an area of expertise for me because I'm not a physicist or scientist or mathematician or anything. So I've heard about it. It's something that comes up because you guys want to talk about the atmosphere and whatever, the need for a dome. And I've heard it brought up, PV equals NRT. And I thought, all right, you know what? I'm going to take this morning and go learn a little more about it. And what I found in about the first 35 seconds is that the ideal gas law is not a law of physics. This is a mathematical equation that just describes a hypothetical ideal gas environment. And I just spent like an hour and a half maybe talking to that guy about the ideal gas law and what would happen on the moon if you spray gas at the surface of it. And he's like, no, the ideal gas law says that gas would rush off into the universe. That's all bullshit. This is just for gas that's sufficiently warm and sufficiently pressurized. Then they have this like basically a mathematical rule of thumb called PV equals NRT that they can use to describe this lattice of energy that forms under pressure in normal circumstances, ideal circumstances. It's the ideal gas law. It's just a mathematical formula that they use to describe the interaction between the particles. It has nothing to do with low pressure systems or cold systems, or like, in fact, what we have is all these other, vacuum arc discharge chambers where, like, if you depressurize a chamber with gas in it and you introduce a little bit of electricity into it, the particles ionize because they are violating the ideal gas law, because they are now free moving and they're not colliding with each other in this low pressure environment, which is why you get electric plasma, which is what the northern lights are, because you have gas in a like a low pressure environment that's cold way up high in the ionosphere. It's like we see it happening all the time. And I can't believe I just wasted an hour and a half hearing for somebody telling me about the ideal gas law disproves, space, when it has nothing to do with vacuum environments. It's insane. You guys don't know what you're talking about. And I'm pissed at you. So what do you have to say?
That was me.
Do you feel better?
A little bit. Yeah. Thanks for listening.
That's good. I'm glad.
So thoughts?
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily how I feel. I will say that your description of the ideal gas law is not correct. It's used in physics. Okay, when you take university level physics, you learn to use the ideal gas law to calculate the pressure in a system that contains gas. You add, now the PV equals nRT is the simplified formula. There are other terms that you add for the van der Waals forces, and if the gas is not homogeneous, such as there are multiple gases, then it becomes a compound equation because you have to account for each individual gas. But saying
Does
that
the ideal gas law still hold up in low pressure environments near vacuum?
does it still hold up?
Does it still apply when you're near vacuum? When the gas particles are sufficiently removed where there's not enough gas present to create that normalized ideal interactions, does the ideal gas law still apply?
So once again, like you're using a misnomer, like calling it only ideal and not useful in any other situations is not true. Now, when you talk about a low pressure or low temperature system, the reason that you have deviations is because the gas only enters into the gas phase of matter from a liquid in the first place because it acquires enough energy at its current pressure in order to change phase. So if you
It's
input
high
gas,
pressure. Yeah.
yeah, or it can be like, depending on the pressure, if it's low pressure or high pressure, the thermal threshold will change
Or
upon
temperature.
which
Yeah,
the
it's
phase
just the
change occurs.
presence of, energetic. Yeah, the energetic
Yeah,
state.
so pressure and temperature are all working together. It's overall a measurement of the energy state of the matter.
Yeah, you can boil water that's cold if you remove the pressure. I get it.
Yeah. So when you talk about like putting it in a cold setup or a low pressure setup, all you're doing is changing the threshold for the phase change. And so if you get way too close to that threshold for the phase change, then of course the gas is going to behave differently because it's no longer truly really a gas, right? You can get in that in between phase. You ever seen water like right when it's like slush, where it's like kind of frozen, kind of liquid? Right, it's like at the phase, it's like the threshold of the phase change between liquid and solid. It's like a semi-solid, semi-liquid. Like the same thing will happen to gas when it gets to that threshold between a liquid and a gas. But that's not really being fair to the ideal gas law by inserting a situation in which you're not actually using an actual, gas, right? In any situation in
So it
which you are
stops being gas when it's near vacuum?
No, well, it's not necessarily just because it's near vacuum. Whatever, each individual gas has its own combination of temperature and pressure at which its phase change occurs. So it's different for every gas. But in general, when you lower the pressure, right, then you change the necessary temperature for this stuff to occur at. And like even if
No,
you
you're
get really,
losing the
really
script, bro. You're losing it. You're
when you
veering off into incorrect.
when you get to
When the
very,
gas
very,
particle
very low
density
pressures.
when the gas particle density decreases, which is lowering the pressure, increasing what we call vacuum. Vacuum is just absence of matter. So the more vacuum means removing matter per cubic inch, let's call it, or whatever, per square inch. So that's where we get PSI, but the cubic volume, you decrease the matter, you're increasing the vacuum, you're removing the pressure. As the pressure drops, the particle density decreases, the number of gas molecules per unit of volume decreases, and then the molecules are much farther apart, and it reduces the likelihood of collisions between them. And then the ideal gas law is no longer applicable because you're not in an ideal gas environment. The ideal gas law just describes the interaction of particles that are colliding with each other. And if you decrease the density of particles, there's less interactions, so the law breaks down. And PV-NRT doesn't work in near vacuum because the particles are too far apart. And that's why you end up with ionized gas plasmas.
Yeah, well, actually, plasma is the next state of matter above, so it's actually going the opposite way. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. So, like, you start with solid, you go to liquid, you go to gas, you go to plasma. The lower the pressure,
which is what we have
right?
at the top of our atmosphere.
Yeah. Let me finish, brother. I'm getting there. So the lower the pressure, right, the less of a force there is holding the molecules together in a particular state. So, like, think of it as when you're
No, there's
in
not a force holding them together. There's collisions happening.
let me finish, man. Let me finish. I'll let you like have your space and like to talk. And I was courteous, so just let me get
All
my
right.
thought
Well, I
out,
mean, you
please.
started off by saying I was incorrect, and now you're saying incorrect
Well,
things. But all right, I'll
I'm
let you go. Go ahead.
yeah. So the reason, like for the example you gave with water, you can boil water when it's cold. That's true. When you get to a near perfect vacuum, the boiling point of water drops from 32 degrees Fahrenheit to like negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit, right? It gets way lower. What's the reason? It's because there's very little pressure there to hold the molecules together in their liquid state, which keeps them bound tighter. So, since there's less pressure holding them together, they naturally are able to transition to a more dispersive state more easily. The same thing happens to the gases as you get to vacuum pressures at the same temperature, right? The lower the pressure you go at that same temperature, the less of a pressure there is holding the gases together, so they become easier to plasmize, which is the next higher state. It's the same trend, it's the same phenomenon, just at the next state of matter. So it's like a plasma is not a gas. So if you're like talking about why
Okay,
is a
wrap it up. I got something to say to you, if you don't mind.
okay, if you're going to say like this gas ionizes and becomes plasma, and it's violating the ideal gas law because it's plasma, plasma is no longer a gas.
No, the plasma is an excited gas. It is still gas. A plasma is an excited gas that's been basically electrified or something like that. And the reason why you get a plasma is because rather than the particles interacting in the normal way, where they're basically having all of these boundary interactions with each other, the particles are bouncing off of each other according to PV equals nRT, the mathematical formula that we use to describe this lattice of interaction. When they're in a free-flowing state where there isn't this normalized interaction, they basically end up lining up just like a conductor. So you get this plasmic field, which is like which is electricity or something like that, an energized, ionized, charged state of gases like lining up in a row. So they're not bouncing around anymore. They just kind of like they become a plasmic field, which is like electricity sort of like suspended between gases all lined up. They're no longer pressurizing.
They don't bounce. Yeah, they don't bounce. They move
So
freely.
my point is
like a
right,
fluid
exactly. They
that's-
get into a free moving state, whereas they basically essentially act like point masses. They no longer have these boundary interactions, and they become more like marbles, which is what you said they don't do.
They're not gases when they're plasma. Plasma is the fourth state of matter. The ideal gas law applies to the third state of matter.
Okay, but ionized gas becomes plasmic when it's ionized, but it's still gas until it's charged with some sort of energy,
And then it becomes
electricity,
plasma.
or yeah,
Plasma's
okay,
not
but the
gas,
point,
and gas
but
is
the
not plasma.
occurrence of the plasma arises in a state where the gas is no longer pressurized. It's no longer like in that ideal gas situation. In a non-ideal situation, in a non-normal situation, low pressure, low temperature, where the gases basically become little point masses that are just sort of like free floating. They're no longer boundary interacting. There's not this lattice of interaction happening anymore. Then when you introduce energy, you get a plasmic occurrence. That's what the ionosphere, that's what the Northern Lights aurora is. It's like the ionic energy interacts with these gases that are not in a normal state. So you're saying that like gas just seeks to normalize all over the universe, and that's why we need a barrier, but it's like, no, it doesn't. We see it happen in a vacuum chamber all the time. Gas basically becomes like these little floating around marbles. They're not interacting with each other because there's too much space.
Yeah, because dude, what you're saying is the same as me saying the ideal gas law doesn't apply to liquids, because if I condense the gas enough, it turns into a liquid and it no longer applies. Like, you're just doing it upwards instead of downwards in the phase of
Okay,
matter chain.
so we could say the same thing. At the top of the ocean, water stops being a liquid, but there's still H2O. It's just in a gas. It's vaporized. It's clouds. You know, it's just like at the top of the ocean, now there's water in the air, but it's vaporized. You know, it's a gaseous. And then at the top of the atmosphere, there's still gas, but it becomes ionized because that's the end of the gas.
Yeah, so I don't see what
The
point you're
point
trying to
is
make
there
about
wasn't a
invalidating.
barrier that stopped it from going out into space. It just stopped being any gas out there. There was just only plasma now.
So the example you brought up in the beginning was with the moon, and talking about what you were wasting time arguing about spraying gas on the surface of the moon.
Yeah, what I said,
Without
that it would spread around.
Yeah, without that
You
energetic
said it would fly
input,
off into space.
it would, because until you ionize it, until you add putting it in a vacuum, lowering the pressure, it lowers the threshold needed to go to the next phase of matter. It does not by itself put it at the next phase of matter unless it already has enough energy present. So if it's in a very low temperature state and a very low pressure state, it's still going to most likely, based on the gas, be a gas. It's not going to ionize until you add more energy to it. So as long as it's in the gas state, it's still going to obey the laws of gases.
Right. So as long as there's no sunlight on the moon, you could maybe have gas clinging to it because the sunlight would ionize the gas that was free flowing. The point is that it wouldn't be in an ideal state, so you can't apply the ideal gas law.
What do you, dude? An ideal state? That's what I'm telling you. This whole thing about an ideal state is where the disconnect's happening. There's just a gas. It's just a gas.
No,
like
no.
An ideal
The ideal
gas.
gas law. Do you understand? I mean, you must. The ideal gas law, also known as the general gas equation, is just a mathematical equation for a hypothetical ideal gas. It's a hypothetical. It's a math. It's not a law of physics.
I already told you, you use this because I personally have this experience, as well as pretty much every other person in the world who's ever studied engineering. When you do physics in a university and you learn about the ideal gas law, they first teach it to you in the PV equals nRT, because that's the simplified form for a homogeneous gas.
Right.
And then as you move forwards, they teach you to add the other things present, such as the intermolecular forces, the van der Waals forces. You add extra terms, but it's still the same equation. And then when you go from a homogeneous gas to a non-homogeneous gas, which is like air mixed of different types of gases, then you have to account for the mixture of the gases, but you still use the same equation. It is the valid equation.
Yes, but that's the equation that you use for a pressurized gas. You're talking about a gas that would occur in a vacuum, which would be ionized by sunlight. And it's like, what would happen to it on the moon? It would just rush off everywhere. It's like, you're telling me about what gas would do in a vacuum, and you're saying that it would act the same as gas that's not in a vacuum.
Okay, so how do we, if we start out with it all being plasma, right? Because we just got all this plasma and the pressure's so low, how is plasma building pressure and creating an atmosphere to turn it into a gas then and build an atmosphere?
It's not.
Right, because we would, yeah, that's what I agree. It's not. Thank you.
That's not what's required, though. That's just like a non sequitur.
Well, you're the one who just explained how it would work. So assuming you're correct, then how would you get an atmosphere?
How would you get an atmosphere? Well, okay, so gas is pressurized by the gas stacking up, literally just gas stacking on gas.
You just said it's not
until
pressurized.
you get to the edge.
Vacuum. You just said it's a vacuum with no pressure and it's plasmized. So where do we get the gas
Well,
pressure?
it's near no pressure. It's down to
Didn't you
near
say
vacuum.
that plasma doesn't create pressure, though? Didn't we just go through that conversation? Like, it moves freely and doesn't collide and doesn't build pressure because it's plasma. So I'm asking you, where do we get the pressure to lower the threshold and get back to a gas then?
Okay, so plasma is energized free-moving gas, right?
Yeah, it's the fourth state of matter.
So is it all plasma? Is the ionosphere plasma? Is that the theory? Or is it just gas that's able to be ionized because it's under such low pressure? It's free moving, basically like single point pieces of gas that there's such little gas, there's such low density that they're not interacting with each other. They're free, like linear moving. There is no van der Waal forces coming into play because there's no electrostatic interaction between each other. They're just free, essentially in space.
So
and then if they get energized, then they can become plasmic because of the energy.
Okay, so you told me I was wrong. Spraying gas on the surface of the moon, you said it wouldn't be a gas. I said, okay, well,
I
let's say
didn't
it's a
say it wouldn't
plasma
be
then.
a gas.
Okay, well, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it be a gas and not obey the gas laws. You either have to say it's going to be a
Oh,
plasma.
see, this is what you're saying. You're wrong. You're wrong about that. You can't say it if it has to obey the gas laws as if they're like universal laws. You're trying to apply the ideal gas law as though it's the universal gas law.
The third state of matter, it applies.
You're saying that the ideal gas law, which is a mathematical rule of thumb for understanding the way gases interact with each other in a normal state of like a certain amount of energy, certain amount of
It's a
temperature, certain
law.
amount of
It has
pressure.
the word law in the name. We use it in
Oh, it has the
engineering.
word law. So it's a law of physics.
Yeah, that's why we use it in physics and in engineering. If it wasn't valid, we wouldn't use it, and it wouldn't be called the ideal gas law.
So how did the ideal gas law get proved?
Boyle, Robert Boyle, Henry Regnault, those people is in the 1800s, the mid 1800s.
So it never breaks down.
Well, I didn't say that. In fact, I think that there is, and this is getting into a separate conversation, and I kind of said this yesterday and we didn't get into it because it was only adjacent to the point, but
look,
I personally believe that matter is better described by the vortex ring theory that was put out and published by J.J. Thomson in 1882, and he gives a mathematical explanation as to why the ideal gas law, like let's say that an ideal gas law calculates the pressure as like, let's just use an arbitrary number, let's say it's like 100. Anytime we actually measure the pressure inside of a pressurized container, it's never ever 100, it's always like 99. That's what we always observe. It's always ever so slightly less than that which would be predicted. And his explanation is because our model of matter itself is wrong. But that's kind of adjacent to the point anyway. My point is that in general, us, not, straining at gnats, so to speak, over that 1%, the ideal gas law, yes, is a law that holds true for the behavior of gases in any closed system.
So is the ideal gas law the same as the general gas equation?
The general gas equation, I'm going to be honest, I've never called it that, so I would have to look it up and see if it's the same formula because I don't know what you're talking about.
It is. So you didn't know that, but that's okay. PV equals nRT is the general gas equation, also referred to as the ideal gas law. And the ideal gas law is not a law of physics. It's basically an extrapolation of the law of conservation of energy. So based on our concept of the law of conservation of energy, we can extrapolate this equation for how gas molecules interact under ideal conditions. The way that their energetic boundaries interact with each other when they interact. But when they don't interact with each other, when there's gas not interacting with another gas, let's say it's just orbiting around the planet. Let's say there's 1 million acres of gas around a hydrogen gas ion, or not it's just a hydrogen, just a hydrogen gas ion. That's why it's ionized. It's just like a single gas atom, right? It's a gaseous state. It's a atom of hydrogen. It's orbiting around the planet. I know maybe you don't believe in orbits or something, but in this scenario, it's just surrounded by no other gas. There's nothing around it for 1,000 miles. The ideal gas law is not coming into play because there's no interaction with other molecules. So it's just
because
chilling.
there's not a container. It's not a closed system. I just said in all closed systems, right? If you are in an open system, the gas is naturally diffuse and there's nothing for it to build pressure against. Pressure is built
I
against
said to
a
you
surface.
yesterday that the pressure is building against the surface of the Earth.
And then
that's the end.
So do you have any, other than reifying the Earth and saying gravity is a container somehow, Do you have any actual demonstrable evidence, a single experiment in the history of mankind in which I can have a bowl without a lid and create continuous pressure and a gradient from the bottom of the bowl to the top, like we see a continuous gradient on Earth without a lid on it?
A bowl with a lid with a gradient
Without
of
the lid.
pressure.
If we take the lid off, right,
Mm-hmm.
and we try to add pressure to it, and I'm not talking about atmospheric pressure, because if you put the bowl inside of the atmosphere, you have to treat it as if it's all the same. So we want to talk about like a vacuum, right? Take a vacuum chamber, place a bowl
Right.
inside the vacuum chamber,
Right.
spray gas into the bowl, right? We don't put a lid on it and expect there to be a linear vertical gradient of gas in the bowl with no lid.
I don't know how you could do that. Maybe you could. I don't know. Has that never been tried?
That's
The heaviest
not
gas is
possible.
radon, a radioactive gas. So if we took one atom of radon and we were in a vacuum chamber and we had a bowl and then we dropped that atom into the bowl somehow, you're saying it wouldn't settle into the bowl.
I said create a gradient of gas in the bowl.
Okay, and then you have
inside the vacuum
hydrogen
chamber.
as well. So you have like, enough for an inch of radon and an inch of hydrogen, and you're saying they wouldn't separate and the hydrogen wouldn't float on the radon?
I'm saying that the gas would be spread throughout the entire vacuum chamber, not just the bowl.
So it would be everywhere.
Yeah, not just the bowl, because unless you put a lid on the bowl, it's not going to create a gradient in the bowl. It's going to create a gradient in the chamber.
So why doesn't that happen in a vacuum?
Well, this is a vacuum I'm talking about.
If I give you a plasma discharge tube, have you checked out a plasma discharge tube experiment?
You mean like a cathode ray tube, like a CRT television, or like J.J. Thomson 1897?
Yeah, sure. You understand in there that it's not everywhere. The atoms they line up.
Well, that's a totally that's where we observe a cathode ray beam of pure electricity, right? Which you would say is plasma. I mean, sure, fair enough, it's plasma, but I would say that actually is pointing to not matter. Like that, matter was reified upon that. Electrons were reified upon that experiment as particles, even though the mass was just artificially injected into that equation. He happened to use the force equations and energy equations that incorporated mass and imposed them upon it. He didn't measure the mass. He just created an artificial energy to mass or a charge to mass ratio of what it would be if it was made of matter. I personally don't believe that electricity is made of particles.
I'm a little confused because, like I mean, you don't deny that things go down, like they accelerate down, and you say there's
absolutely.
Maybe you say it's because of density and buoyancy, and maybe there's like an electric thing making that happen, right? What do you call that?
Yeah. I think the Earth is like a giant capacitor, and so this voltage gradient is what creates the downward bias. I think the positively charged plate above us is pushing everything down.
Does that work on gas? Gas doesn't get affected by that?
Yeah, it works. It works on everything. It will create. So there will be a like a charge to mass ratio that everything is affected as inside of an
even in
electric
your
field.
scenario without gravity, there's still that downward electric gradient that would still be pushing the more dense, heavier molecules of radon below the hydrogen in that closed system. If we introduced a very sparse amount, you would, even in your theory, there would still be a gradient because of the downward electric charge.
I have a closed system. Like, that's what I'm telling you. There's a lid on my container. That's the difference between like our two scenarios. I'm telling you, if you take away the
lid on Earth, dog, is to keep the other atmosphere away.
In the vacuum chamber, right? If you just stick a bowl in a vacuum, the vacuum chamber is space and the bowl is Earth. If I spray gas into the bowl without putting a lid on it, it's not just going to stay in the bowl. It's going to spread out throughout the whole vacuum chamber. And the gradient is
even if the chamber is 1,000,000 miles wide and 1,000,000 miles tall.
Yes, it's even more so. It's going to spread out.
If you put 5 molecules of hydrogen, they're going to fill the whole chamber.
They're going to start spreading out throughout the chamber. They're not going to sit in the bowl. Correct.
But everywhere you go in that chamber, that's 1,000,000 by 1,000,000 miles, you're going to sense hydrogen, even if there's only 5 atoms in there.
No, you're not going to.
So then they're not spreading out in the whole thing. They're somewhere and not somewhere
Are,
else.
I'm so okay. Yeah, I don't know what you want from me. Like, you're wanting me to say that the hydrogen molecules would spread out infinitely, even though there's a finite number of them. Like,
Yeah, I'm
the
saying a
point is they're
finite
spreading.
number, very
Point is
low,
they're
very.
spreading out,
I'm
dog.
saying
Like,
in a near vacuum chamber, a tiny bit of gas in a gigantic chamber, wouldn't your downward electric force gradient cause them to go to the bottom of the chamber?
if there's nothing else at all inside the entire chamber, they're still not going to go just to the bottom.
They're going to go to the top too?
They're going to
Million miles
spread
up?
out. They're going to seek equilibrium throughout the chamber.
Right, just like the ocean seeks equilibrium in the sea. At the bottom.
Okay, dog. Like, what is okay? Well, like, you're asking me about something we can actually test, and that's why I'm confused. Like, if we really get a vacuum chamber right now and we spray gas in it, dog, you don't find the gas on the bottom. Like, it will diffuse throughout the chamber, and it's currently present on Earth in Earth's field.
I
Whether you
just
want to
asked
say
you,
it's a
how big is
gravitational
the
field,
chamber?
it doesn't matter. Any size chamber, this will
So
happen.
a
It will
million
spread
miles by a
out.
million miles. The gas will be everywhere in the chamber.
A foot by a foot, a million miles by a million miles, you will feel however many gas molecules there are, you will find them scattered, distributed throughout the chamber. Not at every point, because if it's a big enough chamber and there's not enough gas to fill every point, but still
So
it will
there's
be
going to be some
spread.
empty space.
Yeah, dude, I'm
With
not
no
yes.
gas.
There's going to be some empty space. Yeah, of course there
So
would have to be.
where will the gas be? If it's not,
Wherever it goes, like at each individual
will
point
it
that the
go?
gas goes to. Dude, is anybody else finding this
It'll
hard to?
pool at the bottom.
No, it won't.
I mean, it's still kind of similar because at the end of the day, you're still having to demonstrate this within a container. So it's just like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you're
what's
like-
the difference between the if I have 5
You,
gas
like,
molecules
simulate the universe and show me. It's like and do it on Earth with a little
bro,
box.
if I get a little box on a desk in a lab at 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot vacuum chamber, and I put 5 molecules of gas in there, there's going to be a ton of empty space. But you're not only going to find gas molecules on the floor of the box. You're going to find them at random locations throughout the box. That's how it works. You are assuming that it would just need to get sucked to the bottom. I'm telling you that's not what happens. Like, that's not reality. That's just not what it is. I don't know what other answer to tell you.
Can you show me that? I mean, you're stating that it's the case. Can you show me where that's been proved?
Okay. This is what I'll say. I don't have a citation on hand to just pull out and show you.
All right, so it's your hypothetical versus
let
mine.
me finish. I don't have a citation on hand to just pull out and show you because to me it's kind of a silly question because I know how it works already. However, if you go spend 5 minutes on a Google search, you will find a plethora of information to tell you that in a vacuum chamber, if you put gas into it, the gas will diffuse. It doesn't fall to the bottom, it diffuses.
5 minutes on a Google search, you find that the definition of the ideal gas law is that it's also known as the general gas equation. It's the equation of a state of a hypothetical ideal gas. It is a good approximation of the behavior of many gases under many conditions, although it has several limitations. It's like, this is not something that's universal, and this is what gas always does in all circumstances, regardless of pressure, regardless of energy. It's just an ideal gas law for normal conditions of pressurized gas at normal temperatures. That's where the ideal gas law applies. And then you want to tell me what's going to happen on the moon.
Yeah,
and you can't demonstrate that.
None of us
you can't demonstrate your claim. Yeah. That's what we're at.
On the ideal gas law, real quick though, before we like.
No, but you're using it as a debunk for atmosphere, and that's not valid. You can't make.
I'm not stepping on your toes, man. Let me finish. So
I
already
responded
explained.
to him. He jumped in. I just responded to him.
I got you. Okay. On the PV equals nRT though, I already explained that. Just that, like, if I copy it exactly like that, PV equals nRT, like exactly. No, that by itself doesn't perfectly describe every gas because, as I said before, in reality, you have to add a couple of extra terms for the intermolecular and van der Waals forces. And if it's not a homogeneous gas, you have to treat one single term for each gas based on each gas that's in there because each of them has its own.
I'll grant you those, but those aren't the only limitations.
But that's still in the form of PV equals nRT. It just has terms added. It doesn't mean it's no longer the ideal gas law. We still call it the ideal gas law. You can call it the ideal gas law with modifications if you want, but it doesn't invalidate the whole framework about how we treat gases. There's no other way.
No, this
that
is how we
gases.
treat gases under normal conditions. It's an approximation. It's a mathematical equation that generally holds up in many circumstances, but it's not a universally applicable law of physical reality. It's just describing the energetic relations between gases that are colliding with each other. That's
Yeah,
why the
and
van der Waals forces come into play. But in a vacuum or even near vacuum, where you get gases that are not colliding with each other, the PV equals nRT, you end up with no N.
it also requires a closed system, as I've said many times.
Exactly. So only in a closed system can you apply PV
And
equals
a rock
nRT.
in the vacuum of empty space is not a closed system.
Which is why this breaks down once you leave the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's my point, because if you can't use that equation, you can no
So
longer build pressure to create an atmosphere.
And that's why you end up at a place where there is no atmosphere and no pressure.
You would never get an atmosphere at all to begin with in the first place, is my point.
That's like saying you would never get an ocean at all, because if there was a boundary at the top of it where it stopped being liquid. That's the same thing. At the top of the ocean, you have
because
there's a
liquids
change
behave
in the
completely
gradient.
different. Liquids behave completely different than gases do.
Liquid is a different phase, so there's a different way that they relate.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't
it's a good
diffuse.
and it's a fair analogy. What I just made is a totally applicable analogy.
Diffusion
You are in a sea of gas.
Diffusion is a unique property of gases. Liquids and solids do not experience diffusion. Therefore, they collect and fall to the bottom. So you can put the water on the rock, and the water can, under your model, whatever, fall to the bottom and collect on top of itself.
But
With
gases do collect and fall to the bottom. They absolutely do.
we're talking about before there was
You
an
ever been
atmosphere.
on a golf
Tried
course?
to create one.
You ever been on a
alright,
golf
man.
course at the end of the day and you walk into the low part of the golf course? It's cold down there, and then you walk up on a hill and it's warmer. It's because the cold gas pools at the bottom.
I don't know what else you're looking for from me. I've explained it to you, man. I mean, if you don't want to
No, I
accept
just
the
explained to you
information,
that ideal gas law does not apply to a near vacuum scenario. It breaks
okay.
down, and then you enter into plasmic states. Just as in the same way at the edge of the ocean, you enter into a gaseous state.
which in terms of relating to the original creation of an atmosphere in the first place is a non sequitur. But I don't like I said, I don't know what else you want me to tell you. I've laid out my case. It's fine if you disagree, but I've given you the information. There's not really much else for me to say on this topic. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I just debunked. Ions can absolutely contribute to pressure buildup. The ionic gases at the top of our atmosphere can build pressure downward and still stay ions that are not having a normal PV equals nRT interaction. There's a gradient that goes up to near vacuum, and then everything changes at that state. And the generally applicable rule of thumb equation that we use for gases in a pressurized container do not apply the same at a near vacuum state.
So did you tell me that you just found this out last night after talking to us? You went and read for 45 minutes about it.
I went and
figured
read.
out that you.
Yeah, literally, it's that easy.
Yeah, and so now you're coming in here to educate us and tell us we're all wrong about something you just found out yesterday.
Yes.
So you're coming to be the teacher about something that you're still not even certain about.
Indeed. Yeah, you didn't even know the other name for the ideal gas law, and you didn't know that it only applies in certain circumstances, and it's just a mathematical equation that's used as a rule of thumb. It's not
didn't
a
know that it
universally
applied?
applicable law of physics. The way you're representing it is false.
No, I very clearly stated the additional terms that have to be imposed on it in
Now,
order
the
to
van
make
der
it
Waals
applicable.
thing is you said like there's a couple other things. That's not the only other things. You're leaving others out.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I don't. Do you have another point to make?
Yeah, I feel like I lost the whole point. All I know is Big Tech can't demonstrate his claim, and I think that's we should just
You
move
can't. Well, I mean, if we want to go there, this is one of my favorite things that I've experienced with you guys, you flat earther types. You can't demonstrate that you're a human being to me right now. So this idea that I have to be able to demonstrate something, there's a level of credulity that you applied that's like sort of infinite. You can't prove to me that you're not an AI right now.
I'm
You
being
can't prove
good
that you're
faith
human.
to you, man. Like, don't speak for you can speak for other people, but let me just speak for myself, man. I'm being totally good faith to you. I'm being courteous, and it's easy to get heated in these conversations, but I try to make it a point to be courteous as much as possible. I'm
Okay.
totally being good faith with you. We may have a
I'm
disagreement.
talking to the other fellow who just jumped in and said, "Well, okay, big tech can't demonstrate his claims." Okay, well,
Yeah,
demonstrate that
you
you're a human
can. We're
being.
talking about science,
Hey,
bro.
hey, big tech. Let me try this one with you, man, because we're not gonna see. I don't think we're gonna cede any ground here. Like, and I'm not saying this in any way to put you down. I just think you should read more about the gas laws and learn more about them. That's
I'm
fair for both
gonna.
of us.
I said
Okay.
last night, hey, I discovered a whole new realm that I got to go learn about because you guys are using these terms in this sort of
That's
flippant way.
that would be an intellectually honest thing. Can I ask you a question now? Since this has all been last night and today all about this question, you imposed me. I ask you a question. Is that fair?
Hit me.
Okay. Do you have any mutually exclusive proof that the Earth is in motion around the sun?
Bro. Bruh, this is your favorite. Oh my god. Mutually exclusive?
Yeah, a proof that would only work in your model and not in ours.
Dude, with the laughing. All right, you say that you're being courteous and stuff, but then there's
I'm
just
not
like
laughing.
this
Focus, tech. You
but
pulled
I
up
got
with
this
that
host
energy.
in here.
Focus. I mean,
There you go.
it's funny.
You have
Look
every
at
right to laugh. You have every right to laugh back, but please, like,
Yeah, but if I do that to you, say, "Hey, I'm being courteous
Tech,
to you." Don't be
focus,
rude.
tech. Stop
I'm
complaining,
not the
bro.
one that laughed, man. Like, just focus on me.
All right,
brother.
so are you cool with him doing that?
Yes, that's my homie. Focus, tech.
Yeah, so you want to shut me down and say, "Oh, hey, don't
I'm
be
not.
No, we're
discourteous."
giving
Then
you the
he's going to
mic,
come in
tech.
and
Focus,
clown.
tech.
Quit
Focus,
crying.
tech.
Come on.
Focus, tech.
Guys, leave him alone. I'm not shutting you down, man. Like, I'm trying to have the conversation. Let's just talk. Like, I can't control other people. I don't want to feed any more energy into distractions. I just want to talk to you. So if I do that, if I address it, it wastes more time. Fair?
The question is, do I have any mutually exclusive proof that the Earth is going around the sun?
Yes.
So we pivoted to a heliocentric versus geocentric outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Well, I think that's the most important baseline to establish. Because to be fair to you, man, if the Earth is geocentric, right? If we can demonstrate that by itself, you don't even have to get into the flat part to get all the ramifications from it. Flat comes after. That's what I always tell people: do geocentrism first. That's the first step, in my opinion. So that's why I'm asking you that. And I don't want you to run away from this because, so far, even though it's been a little heated, you have been what I would say is intellectually honest. We've had a little bit of a misunderstanding on agreement, but you've been honest. So I expect the same honesty now to my question. Can you answer it?
I'm under this is do I have any mutually exclusive evidence?
Yeah, you
that
got
the
any
Earth
proof
is
the Earth is moving around the sun? Any proof that would only work in a heliocentric model wouldn't work in any other, like something that would exclusively prove it's moving and wouldn't work in a model in which the Earth's in the center and stationary?
Yeah, no, the relativistic concept, as far as I understand it, is it would be equal if the entire universe was swinging around the Earth. We wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Okay, dude, I appreciate that answer, dog. Like, you would be
You're
so
welcome.
surprised how hard it is to get people to admit that, because in fact, that's what the physics paradigm requires. It requires there to be an equivalency between a geocentric and a heliocentric model.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I guess your answer is that you don't have any mutually exclusive proof. You're acknowledging that, right? I just want
So
to make sure because I have a question, like
let me
to follow up.
I have a follow up too, because
Okay,
this begs a lot of questions. Do you have any
Right.
mutually exclusive proof that when you do a push up, you're not pushing the ground away from you?
Yes.
I'd like to hear that.
Well, technically, I am pushing the ground away from me because of Newton's laws of motion.
So
But-
maybe you are the center of the universe. Your body.
Well, no, because I can't
not?
treat myself as a coordinate system that's centered in the universe. It won't hold symmetry. It wouldn't work.
not?
However, it wouldn't hold. I mean, the observations won't match. But
Which ones? Maybe
anything
when
to
you
do with the
walk,
sky.
the whole universe moves around you.
No.
No is
We
not an
can
argument.
add, when we use kinematics, right, to describe the validity of comparing reference frames, like, am I moving or is that truck moving? Or if you're in a truck, am I moving or is the street moving past me, right? You can use Galilean relativity, just typical kinematic comparison, and say that they would be equivalent. But once you, because we're just talking only about motion, once you introduce forces using dynamics, that's where you can see which one is the actual real frame. So kinematics is one thing. Kinematics is all they have for the sky.
Which
There's
forces?
no real any forces. Like, it depends on the scenario we're talking about.
So what forces are causing the universe to go around the Earth?
See, that's a great question.
Right.
We don't know. But just because we don't know doesn't mean that other people who are wrong all of a sudden are right.
So what we're doing is deductive versus inductive logic. And is it inductively logically sound to think that all of what we see in the sky is swinging around us? Or is there better logical syllogism that can be stated for the case that we are moving around other things and other things are moving around other things, and we are in a system where things are moving around things?
We don't just need logical syllogisms. We have experiments, and the experiments are in
But
our
you can't
favor.
experiment anything in space because you don't know what forces are at play.
Can't experiment anything in
You
space.
can't.
Well,
You
first
can't
of
do
all,
experiments with things in the sky because you can't even tell me what forces are being.
I can do experiments here on Earth and prove the Earth's not moving.
But Witsit told me that things in the sky aren't. What happens on the ceiling doesn't tell me things that are happening on the ground.
I didn't invoke the sky. I just invoked
But
the
you're
ground.
doing
I said,
experiments on the Earth and then interpolating that to be what's happening in the sky.
okay, if I do an experiment on Earth to show that the Earth is not moving, I haven't brought up the sky at all yet. We're still on Earth. I'm on Earth. I do an experiment on Earth.
How could you prove that the Earth's? How could you prove that the Earth's not moving?
Okay, that
it's going away from you when you do a push-up, so it's moved.
I just
relative to you.
No, a force was imposed upon it. It doesn't mean that it moved.
Yeah, you pushed
you
it
asked
away
me if
with
I'm
your
pushing
arms.
it away. It
You're
doesn't
the
mean that it
center of the
moved.
universe. Prove you're not.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to finish my thought. I'm not going to go into this like nonsense. I'm going to finish it. So when we use experimentation such as interferometry, such as inductive experiments, we can show that there is no motion of Earth. Therefore, if Earth is not moving and we know it not to be moving, and we look at the sky and we see motion, if we know Earth's not moving, but there's motion, what is left to be moving? It would be the sky.
But the interferometry experiment, were you moving?
No.
Okay, so of course there wasn't movement because you're not moving and you're the center of the universe.
I don't even think you understand what an interferometry experiment's doing by asking me that question.
Yeah, I do. It's checking whether or not the light, deviated according to the movement of the Earth. But if you are not moving, so of course it would be the same. If the Earth is relative to you,
the interferometer is not mounted on me; it's mounted on the ground.
Yeah, but the ground is mounted on you, and you're the center of the universe, and the ground is stuck to you.
Okay, man. Like, is this your definition of intellectual honesty? Because I can move relative
because
to
if
the
you're
ground.
going to do this with the ground and the Earth, I can do it with you and the ground. It works exactly the same way. Relativity
No,
works
it
exactly.
doesn't.
It literally does. The ground
I
is
can-
stuck to your feet unless you push it away.
I can walk across the ground and be in a different position every second with respect to the ground.
No, the ground is in a different position respective to you in that circumstance.
I got you.
You're
now.
moving the ground around.
Okay, and if I introduce forces,
The ground is a hamster wheel. The hamster's staying in the same place he's running, but the ground's moving.
Yeah,
That's
you're
you.
talking about kinematics, and once I measure the forces at play, I can tell whether I'm moving or not. So we will know whether I'm moving when
moving
I measure
relative
it.
to what?
That's a great question.
I know. Once you get all relative like this and you don't know what the center of anything is, You could say everything's moving around you. It works the same
Well,
way.
well,
That's my
no,
point.
because interferometry shows absolute motion. It doesn't show relative motion. That's the thing.
Absolute motion of what?
Yep. Motion with respect to absolute space.
Absolute space, which is all centered around you.
It is a coordinate system that is fixed in 3D space, like a grid, and doesn't move.
I can
What?
say
In
All right.
space?
Yeah, it is fixed in 3D space. I'm not talking about outer space, 3D space, like the
Mhm.
universe where we live. It
Yeah.
is fixed in 3D space like a 3-axis grid, and it does not move. It is a fixed absolute reference frame, a
Yeah, but
coordinate system
space
for
is
the
stuck
universe.
to you. You are the center of space.
Bro.
And you're the one doing the experiment. So of course you're
I
seeing
mean,
it.
if you're just gonna troll, like I see that you're deflecting because you don't have answers to the
Well, the
questions.
point is that
and
if you're going to call this a troll, then I can call your question to me about the relative motion of the Earth and the
Yo,
sun.
this is why I cut this guy when he was dealing with Witsit, because this is what Witsit had to deal with. It's like, bro, he's just trying to get like a gotcha, and he don't understand how interferometry
Yeah,
works.
there's like a fundamental lack of understanding, and he's pushing it off into like this troll
No,
behavior.
I'm right, and you're just not even accepting it. I'm not trolling you. Literally, if you are the absolute
No.
reference frame for the universe, then the Earth is, and even the light waves and the ether and everything is relative to you. And so if you're standing still, of course you wouldn't experience movement in the ether with, or the air or the space or with the interferometry. Of course it would come up that way because you're not moving, because you're
And
standing
if I
there doing the
walk,
experiment.
and I have the accelerometer in my pocket or the interferometer in my pocket, and I walk around with it, and all of a sudden I get a friend shift, what does that mean?
That you shifted the universe.
Okay, yeah,
Uh-huh.
And the forces
Because
were
you
imposed on
applied
the
force.
Where did the universe go?
It moved relative to you.
Moved where? Moved within what? Is the universe inside something bigger? You're saying I moved the universe to where? From where to where?
Yeah, around you.
It doesn't make any sense, bro. You're not coherent, and
Forward,
you know
backward,
it.
left,
This is a
right, up, down,
troll.
relative to your body.
Yeah. So, do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth is in motion around the sun?
Do you have any exclusive evidence that you are not the center of the universe?
Yeah, I just gave it to you.
You
somebody
didn't.
Please take me around misery.
Yeah.
Now, my
okay.
point is that your question is absurd at the same level that the question I asked you.
No, it is a very valid
No, because all we
scientific
have,
question.
I said that what we
It
have
is
is
a-
deductive logic and we have inductive logic, and we apply it. Do you understand the difference between deductive and inductive?
So, do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth is in motion around the sun? Is it? I mean,
The
it's a
same
yes
amount.
or a no.
Yeah, I already agreed with you.
So, yeah, the answer is
We
no.
wouldn't be able to
Okay.
tell, so we have to appeal to inductive logic.
We would
And
be able
science
to
is built
tell
on
when we
logic.
measure forces. That's why we have to go to dynamics. That's what I'm telling you. We know. We are
But those
able to
forces are
tell.
still all relative to a perspective.
No, they're not. That's why I'm telling you, you don't understand the experiments, or you haven't looked into them to know enough about them yet to say that, because they don't show
You can
relative
just
motion.
state
They
that,
show
but you haven't
absolute
proved it.
motion. Well, I
Absolute relative
encourage
to
you.
what?
I encourage. That's the point. Absolute motion is not relative to anything. It's relative to absolute space. There's not a arbitrary coordinate system that you define it relative to. You define it relative to fixed space itself, which also happens to match the Earth frame, which shows that the Earth is the stationary frame in the universe and everything moves around it.
You're deducing or inducing absolute fixed space based on an observation with light.
Not just light.
What other kind of interferometry is there?
Well, it's not only interferometry that shows it.
What's the other thing?
Were you in the space last night? We talked about the Faraday induction paradox. We talked about induction electromotive forces. Using
Let's do
magnets.
this real quick, Piezo, because I do want
Yeah,
to get
sorry,
to.
I don't want to go into that topic. I was just telling. I'm sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, you good. Hey, big tech.
See, I just want to say, like, I came in, I asked about maps.
Hold on.
I asked about gas, and then it's like, do you have proof that the Earth doesn't go around the sun?
Hold on. I don't know why everybody gets so disrespectful when a host opens their mic. It's like motherfuckers got no respect when I let them on my stage. It's crazy.
Because
And then if I get to muting them, then when I get to muting them and I get to taking their mic, then they go to run to the timeline and cry like babies, right? Instead of them just having some respect for the host. They won't go to nobody else's space and do that though, right? He won't go to nobody else's space.
Well,
and
you're
act
rude.
like
What
that.
you just did was rude.
You should just mute up, bro. When a host interjects, you show the
Well, it was
respect to
rude,
do
so
that. You should just mute up.
Nah.
You should just mute up.
Nah.
No, I mean you
I mean,
will
you
never
can be
get a
rude.
mic over
You can
here
be rude.
again.
I can be rude. We can all be rude. Let's all be rude.
Me interjecting because I let you just ramble on about shit that you don't understand is me being rude.
Yeah.
You literally have zero respect. So this is what I'm gonna do.
No, that's not true.
Can
That's
you show?
false.
Can you show? Can you show?
have
See,
zero
that's what I'm saying. You about to get cooked right now. Now I'm about to cook your ass. So if you
Oh,
put
okay.
an interferometry,
Be rude. Be rude to my ass.
So if you,
Come on, nigga, be rude to me.
What did you just say?
What?
Did you just say the N word, bro?
Nah, nigga, I wouldn't say that shit.
All right, so this what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep him up here, and he's never coming back up here again. No. Keep the mic open. He's never coming back up here again. Big Tech, if you put an interferometry on your body, if you put an interferometry,
right
you're
now.
racist. Yeah, you're a racist. Hey, Big Tech, when you put an interferometer on your body and you move, walking in a straight line or walking on a curved surface, and then you put the interferometry on the ground, and then you walk and you move, and now you want to run away. Now you want to run away because you know I was about to cook your ass. You would not get the same friend shift. If you did get the same friendship where that interferometer was on your body and you was in motion, and then you put the interferometer on the ground and then you walked away, if that were to get the same friendship, then you couldn't invoke relative motion, but you wouldn't get the same friendship. So I just cooked your ass. You just rage quick. You ain't shit. You will never be back in Flat Earth Fridays again. We will make sure that everybody on the timeline gets this clip. Just because that this shit ain't recorded, don't you ever think that we won't get to exposing your ass. This is the weird shit that we get from globe earthers. Thank you for demonstrating that too, because they stay saying that it's flat earthers that racist. Hey, Proud, we are for sure gonna highlight this type of shit from the globe earthers. Thank you, Big Tech. Thank you. Ralph, you seen it? What other globe earthers in here? Ralph, you better tweet about this shit too, because you be trolling everybody on the timeline with flat earth and stuff. You better tweet about that. You seen this globe earther in here being racist as hell, thinking that shit is funny as hell. You better tweet about this shit, Ralph.
GA is racist.
You better tweet about this shit, Ralph. I better not see you act like you ain't seen nothing. Don't be closing your eyes. You better run. You better run straight to the timeline and say, yo, that Big Tech dude right there. Yo, Ralph, I'm dead serious.
We stand for that shit, Ralph.
You literally and
You smarter than that.
dead ass, bro.
Tweet about
Dead
it.
ass.
Tweet
You know
about
where
it.
you
Use
come
your
from.
thumbs and tweet about it. Do it.
Make sure you tweet about this
like
shit,
I
Ralph.
said, okay, you're tripping on him because what he used the GA.
Man, I'm just saying, make sure you tweet about it. You like to
But
troll.
even though you're
Make
cool
sure
with-
you
I
tweet
mean,
about it.
with
You know
everything else,
where
it's
we
cool, but
from,
you're choosing
Ralph.
to do that. I mean,
You know where we
it is what
from,
it
Ralph.
is.
Now, you know where we from, Ralph. You know where we from. You
And
better
where is
get the
that? Where
tweet
are you
about this
from?
shit. I bet
Where
when
are
I
you
go to
from?
your
Here.
timeline tomorrow, I better see that shit. Cause we gonna highlight this shit too. Don't act like you
Highlight
ain't
it,
see
bro.
that.
Time when you ask him that. I guess I have to start asking that to everybody that comes in, dog. But I'm sorry he talked to you like that, dog. I know it just bounced off your chest, but that's crazy. That's wild. So
Hey, Pizza, well done, bro.
That shit, bro.
Really good job.
I cannot believe that, yo. I literally cannot believe that.
Literally.
When he said
We're gonna
piezo, was it
embarrass this
He's
man,
got an
bro.
audience too. He's got like a kick channel, man. Like he's
Yo,
trying
we're gonna embarrass this man. I swear to y'all, we are going to embarrass him.
Oh man.
Dead ass, yo. I'm not playing. Yo, we finna end this off because the energy been real weird. Like I'm about done with all of this. Piezo, I appreciate you doing that back and forth. To the audience, I apologize. I wasn't gonna let that affect my emotions for real, so I didn't remove him. Y'all seen it for yourself. But this is the type of shit that we get from the real anti-flat earthers. This is the shit. So don't be letting them gaslight y'all like the flat earthers are racist. That's projection right there. Anyway,
take care, man. Thank you.
Peace out, Piezo. Appreciate you, brother.
Later, bro. Well done.
That shit is crazy, yo. That shit is so crazy. I'm gonna make sure that his whole audience know that.
Well, just so you know, his audience, he came from what is called the Nick Fuentes Groyper group, and they're race, quote unquote, race realists, and they kicked him out because he's full of shit. So when you got people who are race realists, quote unquote, used to dropping the N bombs, kick you out because you're full of shit, you don't got nowhere to go. So he's one of those edgy guys who wanted to be cool and don't have a place to go. So he's trying to make a name for himself, clout chasing here, there, anywhere he can find. So a loser. This will be an interesting clip.
He might be glitching, but
My bad. I was glitching out.
Man, I jumped in during the evolution conversation, and I've been, just so Harley knows, I've been sitting here for a few hours. No biggie, but it happens. Donkey. But man, that shit got wild just now. But that's what I'm talking about last week. Sacred, you let these fools cook until they just get a little too ignorant, and then got to shut them down. But man, this thing took a couple wild turns. I was trying to take some notes. JT told me to take some notes. I mean, I got a whole page of scribble scrabble on it. But homeschool your kids, y'all. That's all I got to say. Get them out of this nonsense.
who's next? Did Ralph drop now?
I can say something about how the Earth is fixed, the flat Earth.
I was going to say something on the topic that we were just talking about, if you guys don't mind, real quick.
Yeah, jump in. We're about to head out anyway, so.
Yeah, if you're closing out, it's too bad Big Tech embarrassed himself like that because, he's like one of those guys that like is like the atypical jock kind of like, I'm a cool guy. He's articulate and he can actually, get the concepts. And one of the ones he was bringing up, it's too bad because then he started trolling and just go into this like, oh, well, it doesn't matter, reference frames, we can't prove it either way. And he just like, so he declined down to the very bottom, obviously, just to ad hom bullshit. And it's too bad because that's what those guys get reduced to when they try to defend the globe model. That's what they're left with because there is no defense for it. There absolutely is not. But the atmosphere thing, I was going to jump in, of course, and talk to him about his concept with the atmosphere and everything going downwards, because you have to not only imagine that everything's being pulled downwards, then you have to imagine that it's also rotating, right? And this is where we get into the whole plane argument that I always go to, because they have to imagine that everything's being pulled towards the surface, but then also rotating with the surface in exact unison. And so it's creating a dynamic system, but then statically moving it, which is a complete violation of the laws of conservation of energy to begin with. And it's too bad because I would like to hear him try to wiggle out of that, because it directly contradicts his whole downward movement of the mass of the gases. Also, I posted the Brenner comp that talks about the gases, because he even said himself that the gases are moving freely. The molecules of gas, they don't have any kind of connection to each other, but the way they have to treat the Earth model
with the rotation is that they're statically held in relation to each other with the rotation. And they say that the atmosphere or the wind patterns are caused by the difference between the atmosphere rotation and the Earth rotation, right? So they're saying that the atmosphere's lack of being in sync with the Earth, because they can't even claim lockstep anyway, because there's, you know, they'll admit that the laws of fluid dynamics won't allow it to be in perfect sync. So they're saying that the atmosphere not being in sync is what's causing the wind patterns, but the atmosphere itself is also rotating everything held statically in perfect relation to each other, not changing as it rotates. So that doesn't work. You can't be causing it and rotating it in static relation to everything at the same time. So it's just that the rotation kills it. And then if you get into the whole plane thing, then you'd have to imagine that the plane is being rotated with the atmosphere perfectly, so much so that the pilot has no idea that that's happening. It's just this eastward vector that happens in the background that the pilot has no idea is even occurring. We just have to assume it. We have to imagine it. And that's where we get the breakdown of the kinematics versus the dynamics, which is what Big Tech was talking about too. He's saying it's just a formula for the ideal gas law. And that he's right. Maybe it is a kinematic idea, but there's certain times that it can be applied to figure certain things out. And it's not a law. No, he's right about that. But he was pointing to something that we always point out about the globe model. They're always just using the kinematic idea in placement of the dynamic reality. So I wanted to reverse that on him. It's too bad we're never going to see him again, but it is a good thing we're not going to see him again the way he ended up proving himself out. It's too bad.
Kick rocks.
Yep.
Dude, see you laser, guy.
On purpose. I think he did that on purpose. I think like he got cooked. I passed out right when he got cooked the first time, and he's like, "I'm gonna go study," and then he walked away, tail between his legs, and then he came back and he's like, "Yo, I watched the McToon video or whatever." I don't know where he got that from. He definitely watched like one debunking video. But then he got cooked again, and he realized that like he's so humiliated at this point, he's never gonna come back. So he figured like,
he's not allowed back now.
Well, what he's saying that he did that on purpose because he got cooked so many times. He's like, man, the gotcha that I came back with failed completely. So what do I do? Act obnoxious and be like, they won't let me back over there when you got cooked. So that's why I'm so glad that Pizio and Sacred had some excellent examples to close it out. So he left here on an L. So that's he can't use that excuse because now he's going to get clipped up, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's getting clipped. He actually was in one of the Schooling Globers episodes. He joined with his friend, and they were both doing their Groiper, weird Nick Fuentes stuff. I don't know the exact episode, but I know that JT does. If you guys are curious,
I have a clip. I have a clip of that episode on my channel. I'll post it with him in it.
He's kicked out of Cozy TV, and the funny thing is, I was hoping that there would be a good back and forth because I know he's a charlatan, and you guys going back and forth with him would show the audience where the holes are for his decent sized audience. But as Alan pointed out, sometimes it's not even worth it. Alan doesn't feel that dude. He's a dog shit. He talks shit behind people's back. And I guess some people are just pieces of shit and they're not worth it, even as an example.
And I woke up just in time to miss all the dog shit and then reap the benefits of him never coming back here again. That's so cool. It's like I time dilated or whatever. Dude, maybe relativity is true.
Oh.
Alan, God is gracious. That's all I can say, man.
we witnessed a big tech transform, that's for sure.
Yeah, I caught the last couple of minutes of that with Pizio and the gas and stuff. Went with the dog shit city real quick, dog. And then he was like, well, since I live here now, I guess I'll just embrace it.
When your argument is so desperate that you say, how do I know when you're doing push-ups, the earth is not moving away from you? you got nothing, man. That was just horrible.
Dude, well, to be fair, he was stuck in kinematic land, right? And then PZO was like, well, we can do a force analysis and see who pushed who, right? Do I have enough inertia to move the Earth, or enough force to move the Earth, break it from its inertia? No? Okay, well, I guess then I moved. It's like these gotchas are like from like a half understanding of being retarded. Yeah, I heard
that. You know, I started out prove that you're not pushing the Earth away instead of doing a push-up. Like, like I said, we can't appeal to logic. Okay.
Yeah, dude. I'm glad PZO mopped up.
Then Sager goes, well, what if you have that interferometer in your pocket, Mr. Center of the Universe? What happens with the fringe patterns then? It's like, oh, shit, let me just tip out now because there's nowhere this is going positive for me, bro.
Dude, if you have a spinning bucket full of water, a spinning magnet, and a piece of metal, and an interferometer, I mean, game over. Right? You can use light, water, magnets, and metal to establish absolute space.
Reminds me of another clip I took from earlier or last night or whatever it is for you. You're talking about you got a plumb bob and the plumb bob doesn't move. That's game over right there, right? You know, and you guys were talking about pendulums. Like if you put the pendulum there and it doesn't move on its own, then that's game over.
The pendulum is sensitive enough to process the Earth's motion, but not enough to start moving by itself. General relativity. Yeah, dude. Cool.
Dude, your balls would be swinging normally on a regular basis if the pendulum idea was actually correct.
Balls would be
pendulums
swinging.
in your pants, bro. Jesus.
we all carry around pendulums that would totally be proof of Earth rotation if it was true. Every chandelier would be swinging.
All right, yeah, let's get to the hands.
Dude, Sacred, before we get to the hands, I like how earlier you were like, we're definitely not going to go till Sunday. Bro, we're teetering on Sunday. It could happen. There's a real chance.
Nah, we wrapping it up. The energy way too weird with these anti-flat earthers. I'm over this shit. But shout out to the level heads for y'all sticking through it with me, man.
Don't let them win. Don't let them win. Don't let that energy stay. We got rid of it. We squashed it. It's over.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Don't worry, we're gonna get to exposing his ass. He gonna regret that.
Dude, you got to remember too, his mom's a flat earther. So it's like, we're not even arguing against him. He's like, in his head, you know, like we're all his mom. And he's like, I'm going to prove my mom wrong or whatever. Like with that weird psychoanalysis type shit. So keep that in mind, dude.
Yeah, that's what he said in the first interview with Whitsett. He was like, I'm so pissed. My mom is buying into what you guys are saying. And I just want to be like, fuck you. Yeah, and that person just came out again. He started with that, and then he got kind of a little bit more tolerant and acting like he was interested in figuring out if it's true or not. Then he just went full retard again.
Well, you know what they say. Lily Poppins has her hand up. Let's hear what Lily has to say about all this.
Well, just from a woman's perspective, I have to say that men who behave like this with no dignity, no self-respect, not even using logic. I mean, the guy was wrong on so many freaking levels, and being disrespectful to others, being a weasel, resorting to trickery and, obfuscation and completely nonsensical, illogical scenarios. Oh, who's pushing? If I'm doing the push-up, am I pushing? What you guys just talked about. But, from a spiritual point of view, it's like walking around with poop in your pants. I mean, who would ever? No, seriously, it's like having poop in your pants, like and pooping in your
Yep.
bedroom.
He just shit on the floor and go, well, I can shit on your floor if I want to. I'm gonna shit on the floor again. Go ahead, make me shit on the floor. And he was just hoping to get kicked.
Did I shit on the floor? Did the floor shit on me? Oh.
Yeah.
Prove I didn't get shit on.
Like
prove I didn't just shit my pants. Sorry, Louie.
Yeah, I mean, there's no self-respect or dignity. Like, how can a human operate? I have no idea at all. Like this is the kind of guy that would give his own children minimal care. Like he would be neglectful because he doesn't even respect himself. How's he going to respect his children or attend to his children in a proper way, you know? And oh my God, I hope he doesn't have a wife or a girlfriend because I totally pity her. Is this guy just
Funny story about that. You know, it's not even worth it to go into the lore. But if you ever find out about the cozy.tv where they kicked out tech, that you couldn't be more accurate. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, God. Yeah, well, you know what? It makes me appreciate you guys so much more because I see here a team of real men the way God intended them to be, you know, having dignity, having self respect, respecting others, using logic, being humble, ready to learn, ready to be open, not gullible, not easily just brainwashed by, you know, the mainstream. You're courageous enough to be independent thinkers. And honestly, like the way he spiraled was funny, but also it kind of got me mad. I don't know if you could tell that I'm a little bit mad, but you know, it takes quite a bit for me to get mad because I'm actually fairly like cool-headed most of the time. But when I see these type of buffoons mixed with weasels, mixed with mendacious, malicious, trolly. It's like just trash humans. Honestly. Wow. Well, thank you for being what you guys are. I really honor all of you and love all of you so much because you are worthy of my love and my respect. This is what I've seen from you guys over and over and over again is that you know you're polite, you're kind, you apply logic and you don't poop in your pants on a spiritual level. All of you have like fresh, clean underwear all the time. So, man, I just hope that we all get to meet each other, you know, in the very near future. That would be so awesome because you guys are just an amazing group of human beings, an amazing group of lads. So, thank you. God bless you all.
Ambassador Liliana. So gracious. Appreciate everything you just said. I love the way I love the way Sacred handled that. By the way, I have to say that was just great. That was so epic. He's just like, all right, you're gonna stay on the stage while I cook you real quick, and then you're never coming back. And then he went into the whole interferometry thing, you know, out of the rage. It was just like, okay, here's some logic, and then goodbye forever. That was awesome, Sacred.
Yeah, Sacred, if you were a pillar, you would be like a freaking 300 feet tall and like wider than one of those redwoods in the California forest. You're like this amazingly strong pillar that no one can shake. You know, you're just right there. And I love how you hold their feet to the fire, you know, without relenting. That's really, it's great to watch it. It's like a sport almost. It's great.
Got to rename him Chimney Rock.
All right, my you. Oh,
Taking
go ahead.
literally everything in us not to crash this shit and just leave. So carry on, guys. Xavier and Ralph got their hands up. We're not taking any more requests. Once again, thank you guys for joining. This was great. We did have a great episode and it was a whole bunch of productive ass builds. So we can't wait to clip up the positive. But yeah, our time is up. Our batteries are drained.
Awesome job once again. Amazing all-nighter. I still have to go back and catch up on some of the good stuff. Thanks so much for hosting.
Of course, of course. If you guys want to leave a comment as to what we should talk about next week, definitely go ahead. We might do PhD night now that we know what coffee PhD look like. You've been ducking us. Oh, and we got Jorge from TikTok.
There's a lot of PhDs going around that don't seem to be showing up for PhD night.
Yeah, I know.
And that's what I got to add here. But Ralph, you were before me. Go ahead, and then I'll pass it over to Alan about a response that I got from Dr. Cassander. I'll put it up in the nest. But Ralph, you were before me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It'll be real quick. I heard it yesterday. My question really didn't get answered. Someone else brought it up. So I was just asking, and this is in reference to the 24-hour sun observation, right? Not that that's going to completely flip the script on flat Earth and everyone's immediately going to convert. I'm not expecting that. But would it be fair to say that if there is a 24-hour sun, the AE flat Earth projection map, we can at least agree that's not a good representation of where we exist, and just move beyond that point? I mean, because like I said, I'm not expecting that observation to completely convince everyone. Whatever belief systems are there. That's just going to be another question, maybe to think about. But at bare minimum, would that be enough evidence to abandon the AE projection map?
I don't think anybody in here denies that the AE map has flaws in it.
Yeah, it's still an apparent. I think the last time you brought this up, it's an apparent position of the sun, right? So anything that's in the sky is apparent. It doesn't necessarily determine anything about the ground. But yeah, there's some theories that include the AE map with idea of a 24-hour sun for a brief time in the Antarctic. If you want some links, you can message me.
And keep in mind that AE is usually a tool used in reference towards the center, right? Longitudinal lines, time zones, etc. So it's not supposed to be to scale, especially in the southern hemisphere, to distances. You've seen the stretched out Australia. It's been mentioned time and time again. So I don't know why they try to stamp us with the AE as our official map, but anyway.
Well, one of the reasons would be Dave's app is pretty much based around that map. And then any other models that someone within the flat Earth community shows tends to use that map. So maybe flat Earth is wrong, and I mean maybe globe Earth is wrong, or maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong for assuming that is the official stance on flat Earth. But since I've seen multiple people source it, that made me assume that's the official stance. But if it's not, I can accept that, and it makes it a little bit easier to try to wrap our head around the circumnavigations of Antarctica and trying to make that work with Antarctica being the ice wall. Because if you guys say, hey, you know what, Antarctica is a continent, we don't know if there's an ice wall, et cetera, that's more believable because it's corresponding more with observations everyone's making. And like I said, this is just based off the assumption. When I perceived it as flat Earth was trying to defend that point, that's why some people maybe started getting ad hominy, because it's hard to make that work when we're realizing, like you said, it's it's squishing some land masses, it's compressing others. So it might not be a good first step for building a model for flat Earth. But
Can I ask you a quick question about the evidence that exists as of now, right? Like the whole idea that we're going to prove or disprove the 24-hour sun, which whatever they see, it still could be questionable, right? Because there's ideas about whether they could make it seem like a 24-hour sun or whether it actually is the sun you're seeing. If it's all these other possible conjectures that come up on either side. But why do you think it is right now we don't already have the evidence, if that exists?
Well, I haven't been in this subject that long, but from my understanding, this is the first time organized effort is being put forth to observe something that should not be possible, in one framework. So why hasn't this been brought up before? I haven't heard of an experiment like this being brought up before.
Oh well, no, I'm saying like in general, we've been around for a long time with cameras for a long time. Why hasn't there been many videos of the 24-hour sun documented already? I mean, just natural curiosity. We have plenty for the north, right? Why aren't there plenty, or at least a quarter of the amount, or a tenth of the amount of valid 24-hour sun observations that we have for the north exist at all yet? I mean,
Well,
wouldn't logic say that they would already have that?
A very boring explanation could be there are more people going to the North Pole than there are people going to the South Pole.
Right, but I said a tenth, like not even like if it was just like one good video, right? We don't have that. So why is that?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
But wouldn't you think, just deductively, like thinking about it, like, you would think, right, that exists, that should exist already. I mean, there should be at least a few that are like, oh, okay, there it is. Yep, there's no edits there, nothing sus about it. People do it. It's a known thing that people can do. That doesn't exist. But you would think that it's already questionable just on that basis alone, wouldn't you?
No, but I mean, look at it logistically. Logistically, it's easier to get to the North Pole than it is to get to the South Pole. So just using that, it stands to reason that the difficulty of the logistics will hinder some people from going from the South Pole. Since it's easier and less logistically difficult to get to the North Pole, stands to reason more people would go to the North Pole.
Yeah, but I said given that there's less people going there, there's less people that, would be, logistically able to do so. You would think with all this time that's passed, there'd be at least a few that are unquestionable.
No, it hasn't jumped in my mind for that same reason, that it's already a difficult.
But you understand what I'm saying, at least, right? You understand my point?
What you're saying.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, but the fact that it's difficult to do kind of puts that question in my mind at rest. Now I'll flip it on you. Let's say that we do see the sun set, right? That's a big problem for the globular model of Earth, and that's something that needs to be absolutely addressed. So I myself am saying, if there is a sunset observed while they are down there, that is very suspect, and that just strengthens the flat Earth's position and weakens the globe Earth's position. I'm willing to say that. I have yet to hear a flat earther say that a 24-hour sun will be devastating to the flat Earth.
I got a video on it. Jaron talks about it. No, but I completely agree with you, Ralph. It would be devastating for any conceptualization that we use for that.
Well, what I would suggest, Ralph, is that you look into, since you're new to the subject, a lot of us here, we already know that we're not on a spinning ball for many other reasons, right? And those haven't been refuted, and there's no way that could be refuted, because just like with this in a similar way, if the evidence for a rotating Earth, and especially a rotating Earth orbiting the sun, were there, then this conversation wouldn't be going on now for 10 years strongly, 24/7, every single second of the day, people arguing about it. These things would already be put forth as the evidence that's irrefutable, because if we were on a spinning ball, wouldn't you think there'd be something self-evident about that we wouldn't even have this conversation?
Oh, you're absolutely correct. And if we are going to completely not take into consideration any quote-unquote space evidence, that's why this conversation has gone on for as long as it has. Because most people that are willing to have this conversation, that are, we'll call them mainstream believers, the globe model, individuals who are willing to actively debate with flat Earth, it's because they are willing to put aside, space-based evidence. They're not taking into account satellites. They're not taking into account anything in space. They're going to try to keep everything terrestrial to keep the conversation going. But most of the everyday lay people of the world, your average Joe, they're going to accept space-based evidence. That's why they're not going to entertain this conversation, and they'll dismiss it. And the few globers who do engage in the conversation are willing to put aside that space-based evidence. So yes, that's the only way this conversation has lasted this long, because some individuals are willing to put that aside to have a conversation.
So you're one of those that are willing to admit that the space-based evidence that exists really doesn't cut it. I mean, wouldn't you think that if we were going to space and we were out there with all the cameras and we had all the angles, I mean, don't you think it'd be overwhelmingly obvious that we're going to space rather than questionable?
I do believe in space-based evidence, but at the same time, I'm not gonna sign off on it 100%. I'll give it the 90% authenticity, and there is a 10% that some of it is faked. So because of that, I'm not gonna completely hang my hat on every space-based evidence. No, I'll put that aside, and
Are,
I'll
are you
just go ahead.
are you one of those that thinks that they're faking some of it but not all of it?
Correct.
All right. So why do you think they have to fake any of it if it's real?
A lot of times it's national ego, and for the moon landing, that'll be a perfect example why they needed to show the strongest hand at that time, right? There's what they tell the public, and there's what's going on in the back rooms. And at the end of the day, they needed that to be a win. It was the Cold War, political tensions, warring ideologies between democracy, capitalism, communism. Everything was going on at that time. Capitalism, democracy needed to show its best hand by, hey, you know what? We put a man on the moon. Look at us. Look what we can do. Capitalism rules. That's why I believe they had to do it, because they had to have a win. But
Right,
yes,
but
I
that
do
was back
believe.
then. But they're still faking it now, right? Like the Tesla car in space. Did you think that was real?
I thought that there was no need for that to happen. The Tesla car looks more real than the spacewalk they did from the Dragon capsule.
Okay, so you know that they're still doing it, right? So what's the reason that they're still faking it?
There could be a multitude of reasons. Let's say a company has a contractual obligation to put X amount of things in space per month, and they're not going to meet that contract. So would it behoove them to fake it? Yeah, of course. Why not? There are a bunch of different reasons they would be faking it, other than try to convince everyone that the Earth is round and try to hide the fact that the Earth is flat. There could just be everyday, regular schmegular corruption reasons. People are just greedy. People need to keep their job. It's mundane shit that we choose to, dress up as something much more than what it is.
Yeah, that seems to be where how they're trying to save the whole idea right at this point. With the movie that just came out, with the moon landing being faked for those political reasons and all that. The justifications are set in, and that may be the best way forward for the system as a whole at this point, because if they can't just give it up, all together, they're going to try to justify why some of it might be fake, like you're doing right now, and that may be an acceptable. It is obviously someone like yourself that's at least able to see that there's some fakery going on, but still wants to keep the idea that he's spinning around at several different speeds, different directions, and all that. I mean, like none of that. I mean, have you come to that idea that like it makes
New
way more
perspective.
sense
Okay,
yet? Have
let
you
me
come
ask
to
you
the
this.
idea that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning? Like, have you gone there yet? Wouldn't that
The
just like
reason I'm
10
not
minutes
spinning is it's
pretend
as
that's the
easy as it
pretend that's
is.
the answer? But
The
pretend
reason
that's the answer, right? For it's like 10 minutes of your life, just pretend that the reason that you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning, and just let that settle in, and just pretend that that's the reason, and then try to convince yourself that no, I'm actually spinning, and it's because of the bullet train excuse and whatever else. Like the one linear direction is going to be good enough for you. You convince yourself that's good enough for you again, but once you like settle in with the idea that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning, dude, is because you're not spinning. Just try it. 10 minutes out of your day, and you might see what we're talking about.
So, like the reason I don't write flat Earth off completely is because I don't believe anybody is 100% wrong. At the same time, I don't believe anybody's 100% right. So there is something that flat Earth is right about, and there are some things globe Earth is right about, and I think that's what we're trying to figure out, what is what. But like I said, to keep the conversation going back to the original point, that's why, to keep the conversation going, that some individuals will just, happily dismiss any space-based evidence. They won't use it. They won't bring it up. Why? Because we just want to keep the conversation going. But it's not to say that we don't believe in it because we don't bring it up. No, we don't bring it up because, like I said, we just want to keep this going.
Well, you seem like you're on the right track to maybe doing some further research. You're new to the conversation still. If you're really open-minded and you really do want to know if it's spinning ball or not, or would you still rather just like believe it? That's really what you have. Do you want to know?
To land it on this point, It doesn't play enough relevance in my day to day to matter. If anything, it's background information. It's the condition of the playing board instead of the game I'm actually playing. So in my day to day existence, it does not matter. It doesn't come up. It doesn't.
Right.
For the sake of this conversation, let's say the Earth is
Right.
flat and they prove it tomorrow. After the initial shock, nothing will change for my day to day life.
Well, the thing is that yet we all kind of say that. That's something a lot of people kind of think, and it's true to a certain extent. For your day-to-day activity and whatever your job is, it may not matter much. But there's, once you do realize that you're not a spinning ball, like you just realize that, oh yeah, okay, so the reason I don't feel like I'm spinning is because I'm not spinning, and then you can look into like all the technical reasons why that has to be the case with interferometry and everything else. And if you want to get real technical, you can find out that it literally isn't possible that we're on a spinning ball. Like it's scientifically not possible. Like it can be proven to you if you're open-minded enough and want to do the research. But once you get to that point, there's a philosophical change that you can't really describe to people, and you can't really say that it's going to matter in their day-to-day life depending on who they are. But it does seem like most people that get to that realization, they see that there's more implications to it and more philosophical changes that go on internally that do make a difference. And the way you look at things in general affects your everyday life, right?
I think the main way it would affect it would just have to be the faith we have in any establishment, whether it be your local city hall or your state capitol. It's going to throw that dynamic more into question. But I think that the
Yeah, it'll
everyday.
affect your discernment. It'll affect your discernment about other things that you trust, right? Yeah, that would affect your everyday life, like whether you line up for a jab and that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, but then again, you're assuming that a lot of people were lining up for the jab. Like it's what was marketed versus what I actually seen was way different. So like I live in Southern California, so it was marketed as everyone in Los Angeles County was vaccinated, and to a certain extent, yeah, that's true. But Los Angeles County isn't the state of California, and the majority of Californians in surrounding Republican communities and counties weren't really lining up for the jab, and I think they had lower turnout rates, closer to 50% than what was the national reported average. So I think that
Yeah, that's interesting though, right? Like you realize that the people that they're reporting that more people took it than actually took it, right? And most people would think you're crazy just for saying that. Like, why would they report a number that's not like, how could they do that? How can they report some kind of scientific study that says a certain amount of people actually lined up? And you've got enough reason to look into this and say, oh, okay, the official report isn't what actually happened, right? So that's the kind of discernment we're talking about, right? So you're almost there. I'm in Southern California too, by the way. Irvine.
Oh, yeah, we're practically neighbors. How are you enjoying this late summer we're having? It's
amazing.
We're into October and we're already hitting triple digits.
Yep, beautiful.
Y'all done before we get to X?
Yep. Cheers. You sound like a reasonable person, and still a little bit new to the topic. And I'd just say keep on pressing on with an open mind, and look at the scientific data, look at the interferometry, look at Dayton Miller, check out the Ether Cosmology channel, and actually get into the details of what these guys are presenting, and then look at the dynamics versus the kinematics. Because that's the crux of the heliocentric model. They're asking you to accept the kinematics as a substitute for the dynamics, which you are smart enough, I can tell, to know that it's not a good. They can't just apply kinematics as if it's a dynamic explanation. You understand that, right?
What up, Big
Ralph,
Zave? Oh, sorry.
real quick before Xavier go, and then we about to wrap it up. Ralph, I said what I said. If you can't call your people out the same way you be in every other conversation that pertains to us, I'm gonna have to categorize you as an anti-flat earther.
You're well entitled to your opinion. I mean, I can't feel any side. I can't feel any way about whatever opinion you have. It's your opinion. More power to you.
Go ahead, X.
Yes. I'll be quick. Just to summarize a reoccurring theme that went on tonight, and some of the last conversations were focused on it, and even the gotcha attempts by our friend, uh, we can see that it makes no sense, but we can't just say it makes no sense. What was Sacred and Piezo and everybody else did a really good job explaining why it's wrong, right? So the notion of motion being relative. Hey, am I driving in my car, or is my car stationary and the entire earth underneath me moving underneath? We can figure this out. We can measure for pressure. We can measure for forces enacting and seeing on which one is moving, right? So just like Sacred said, if you are the center of the universe and you have an interferometer in your frame of reference, what are the fringe patterns going to look like, right? And if there's movement, what causes movement? Where's the pressure, et cetera, et cetera? We can isolate for these variables. Are the stars moving, or is the Earth moving? We'd all talked about different interferometer tests. We don't need to regurgitate them, but that's the key. It's not just a frame of reference issue. One of my favorite questions to ask is, are reference frames necessarily in accordance with reality? That's an interesting question. You'll notice a pause, a crickets, or obfuscation. They can't say yes, right? If I jump out of a plane, is the ground rushing up towards me, or am I rushing towards the ground? Both can't be true at the same time. We can figure out which one is which. Don't let anybody fool you. Regardless the experiment, regardless the observation, we can figure out which is which. And I kind of want to take it
Especially
back.
with that one, by the way, especially with that one, because if you have somebody jumping out of a plane on the other side of the Earth, then the Earth would have to be expanding for it to be coming up towards the person jumping out. So that just proves it right there.
Right. It can't be rising for one and not for the other person, right? So there are independent variables. That's the key. Independent variables, isolation variables. We can falsify that. The key word, falsify these tests. We can't falsify the test. That is the induction that we go from specific instance to make general claims. And that can lead to fallacious reasoning. It can give us a valid kinematic equivalent, but we won't know the dynamics of that, like we've been talking about over and over. And the last two tweets up in the nest, it all comes back to how we can test some of these tests with a simple bucket experiment, right? Do you need to learn general relativity, be an expert in tensor math to figure this out? Of course not. Of course, but the mainstream will have you do it. And the last two tests, just for the people who haven't really dove into the subject, the main question we have to ask, if we have a bucket, what's going on? And you see a concave, if you're within the frame of the bucket and you see a concave dip in the water, how can you isolate for some of the variables so you can to realize, do we have a Galilean notion of reality where we have absolute space and time, or do we have relativistic effects going on? They would have you believe that there's motion relative to space-time. Motion relative to space-time, that's how you figure out the conundrum with the bucket? I don't think so. That sounds ludicrous. And I put
it's like we're trying to establish a sanity amongst the people that realize that this is what we've been adapted to accept. As far as this reference frame thing goes, reference frames are useful and they exist. You are in a separate reference frame if you're in an airplane, whether it's stationary or moving, right? But to establish the sanity of it is, look, we have a lab frame, right? This space could be called the lab frame of sanity. We need to have this established amongst people that are realizing that this is happening before we let it go on. And that's kind of what we're trying to, at least with the people that are willing to listen. If mainstream ever accepts it, they'll have their own version of it and probably, pervert it still. So that's not really the goal, is to get them to admit anything. It's about, we have to establish it. We've already won, in my opinion. We've already normalized the conversation for people that are able to understand that there is an absolute reference frame.
Yeah, it's not about convincing, right? Let's remove agree from disagree from the equation and show why one is wrong. So when they do invoke the movement relative to space time, and they try to invoke their gravity and centrifugal forces, you can understand that. You could say, hey, wait a minute, are these, and as I put it to Ness and Dr. Cassandra's response, do you realize that these centrifugal forces, the force law is independent of the gravity? So they had to come back with a response to acknowledge that. Will they? Probably not. But understanding the great job that Piezo does to understanding the math, it's not just to flex in debates. No, it's to understand. Hey, listen, you can't talk around us. Is math derived from watching laws to see how phenomenon behaves in the world? Is a law something that happens in nature always, or is the math something that's invoked without prior derivation to explain an effect without a substantiated cause, a cause that was presupposed? And you'll find most of the time it's the latter with the anti-flirts. So it's understanding that, and at your leisure, take a look up out in the nest. This is the epitome of their magic, really. When Alan said they play whack-a-mole with reference frames, I laughed, but like a couple seconds later, I'm like, wait, that's it. You're bouncing around, playing hot potato, one foot to the next, into a reference frame that works when the dynamics doesn't come into your favor. So can't stress enough, that is the heart of their BS. And once you understand that, this confusing stuff, that I gotta admit, 90% of it I catch, but that 10% I miss when especially when they go too fast. You can see the magician trick when they go back and forth. So great job, everybody. We've got tens in a couple of areas, but we became level when it needed to be, and that's what separates us from a lot of these conversations that are happening with flat earthers, because it is a performance. It is a pretend civility. And I don't care how polite it starts off, 9 times out of 10, it turns to shit, because it isn't. Most people don't have integrity. They can't admit when they're wrong. Before big tech, there was another guy who just could admit, yeah, maybe I didn't have a notion of what it means to be an echo chamber. Maybe it's not an echo chamber. I'm having a performative contradiction right now. I'm an opposing viewer on your platform disagreeing with you. So I'm contradicting that right now. It didn't. The penny didn't drop. The light bulb didn't go off. And it takes time. It takes pressure. Hey, listen, I'm not as cool-headed as I can be most of the time. I'm good most of the time, but I get pretty ghetto when it gets crazy, and I try not to be. And it takes practice. And don't be afraid to jump into these conversations whenever you can.
Wow, I think that might be a good way to end it off, Proud, if you want to take it out from there. I don't know.
Lovely. Upcoming events, Alan?
Tuesday, 8 p.m., Ether Cosmology, or my YouTube channel. I will be presenting on the extended history of time dilation. So we're going to go over that whole historical narrative and the twin paradox in particular. And then Thursday will be research and reading night, of course. And then Friday will be Flat Earth Fridays, episode 115.
Wonderful, wonderful. Upcoming events, NASA propaganda, debates you want moderated. You guys definitely know where to find us. We'll definitely be on TikTok this week, getting some hours in over there, finding some PhDs. If you were here earlier, then you heard the mission that Witsit put us on. Any inquiries to that, Sacred and my DMs are open. Once again, lads, stay flat and stationary. It's been a great day.
All right. Shit is flat. You know about that. Hey, shout out to all the trolls in the chat. Globus, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling. Why is you mad? Yeah, you keep coming back. You do the math. What do they pay you in crack? Shout out to all of my Globers. Don't get it twisted. We're your opponents. You were so phony, full of baloney. The globe is a lion, we know it. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my Globers, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling. Duh. And And you know they never gonna stop trolling. As long as the earth keeps rolling, even though it really is not rolling, we know this, hocus pocus. And you know they never gonna stop trolling. As long as the earth keeps rolling, even though it really is not rolling, we know this, hocus pocus. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my globers, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling.
Tesla shit on Edison. Food should be in medicine. Started dropping elements. Shit been crazy ever since. Yeah. Food should be your medicine. Tesla shit on Edison. Started dropping elements. Shit been crazy ever since. Don't ask me who I'm voting for. A donkey or an elephant. I do not have a preference. Now miss me with that extra shit. Tesla shit on Edison. Food should be in medicine. Started dropping elements. Shit been crazy ever since. Yeah. Food should be your medicine. Tesla shit on Edison. Started dropping elements. Shit been crazy ever since. Don't ask me who I'm voting for. A donkey or an elephant. I do not have a preference. Now miss me with that extra shit. I am not a pessimist. I'm just too intelligent. I learn to see the world the way it is and make the best of it. A leader to a state is like a guide to a reverend. One hell of an interest, even better when I'm exiting. Brand new effing it. Ain't got time for questioning. Shooting through the rhetoric. I think I need an extra clip. I ain't got a ghostwriter. This is not a reference. I switch the style up. Betty Gordo on some tech and shit. Evidence, let's look at the evidence. Mother Herb, hey, what's up, bitch? What's your measurements? What if Donald Trump was really Mexican? What if a black man never was president? Flatline, navigating the field of landmines. Black crime, black minds. There's no superior bloodline. Yeah. Fuck award shows, we need justice in the courtroom. When I get to talking real shit, they say you bugging dudes. Gonna take more than getting something trending on Twitter. It's gonna take more than fucking coexist, bumper stickers. The question, I always say this question, I did. And I'm guessing I yeah. Fuck award shows, we need justice in the courtroom. When I get to talking real shit, they say you bugging dudes. Gonna take more than getting something trending on Twitter. It's gonna take more than fucking coexist, bumper stickers. The question, I always say this question, how did you get into the music business? Where you let in or blessed in? I'm guessing I never signed my name in blood or sacrificed my best friend. I got as far as I could go before I hit the dead end. Sit back and let it set in. Hollywood love making niggas wear dresses. This is where I step in. And I know you don't wanna hear it. Niggas writing conscious lyrics just to sell our concert tickets. Niggas buy a bottle polo. Polo never sponsor niggas. Tommy never wanted niggas rocking heel figure. Niggas doing charity to be a real nigga. But when the camera's off, they don't wanna deal with you.
When I had cured these people of sickle cell and lupus and herpes and blindness, I was happy. I said, now I could go to all the leaders. I could go to Minister Farrakhan. I could go to Jesse Jackson. I could go to Al Sharpton. I could go to Oprah Winfrey. But what I found out, I was mistaken. I was wrong. They are not interested in the healing of any black people.
That's an explosive claim.
That is not an explosive statement. That is a reality. There isn't a black leader in America that is interested in the health of the black race.
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe.
All right, lads and ladettes. Sorry for cutting the outro a little short, but I'm going to go ahead and wrap up for the night. See you guys on Tuesday. Peace.